Chapter 1. The Rebirth of the Holy Soul. In the Douluo Continent, within the Fasno province of the Tiando Empire, lies a quaint little village known as Holy Soul Village. Despite its grand name, the village itself appears rather unremarkable. As dawn breaks and the first light of day begins to illuminate the sky, the crowing of roosters fills the air, while the crescent moon gradually fades into the horizon. On the roof of a courtyard, a young boy, seemingly 5 or 6 years of age, reclines with a look of contemplation and anticipation in his lavender eyes. It has been 6 years. I wonder if this year will be the time when Su Yuntao awakens his martial soul, the boy murmurs to himself. His name is Luo Ye, a child distinctly different from his peers. Both his body and soul hail from a cerulean planet. For reasons unknown, he was abandoned at the entrance of Holy Soul Village shortly after birth, only to be taken in by the village elder, Jack, who felt pity for him. At the age of 3, he encountered a middle-aged man claiming to be a blacksmith, who arrived in the village with an infant in his arms. However, this ruse could not deceive Luo Ye, a time traveler. Indeed, the blacksmith was none other than Tang Hao, the Hao Yiandoa who had vanished from the Spirit Master community 3 years prior, and the infant he cradled was undoubtedly Tang San, the future sea god. Luo Ye was astonished to find that he had been born 3 years earlier than this destined child from another realm, coinciding with the age of Dai Mubai. Yet, unlike others, Luo Ye possessed physical capabilities far beyond those of his contemporaries. His speed, in particular, surpassed even some of the more cumbersome defense-type spirit masters. He did not dwell on this peculiarity, for even Tang San, upon his arrival, had retained memories and skills from his previous life. Why should he not possess some unique talent himself? Xiao Luo, come down. Grandpa is here to pick you up, a somewhat aged voice called from below the rooftop. Luo Ye leaned over to see Elder Jack, surrounded by a dozen or so children around 6 years of age. "I'm coming," Luo Ye replied with a smile, before leaping off the 5 or 6-meter-high roof, landing unscathed. "Grandpa Jack, which master is coming to awaken our martial souls today?" Luo Ye inquired tentatively. Elder Jack nodded and replied, "This year, it is the esteemed Su Yuntao who will soon arrive in our village." "Ah, it really is that blind Douluo," Ye silently scoffed to himself. As he made his way toward the spirit hall, Luo Ye's gaze wandered, occasionally pausing as he passed by a blacksmith shop. Tang San was only 3 years old and had not yet reached the age to awaken his martial soul at this point. He should still be training his purple extreme magic somewhere on a hill. Returning his focus, Luo Ye hurried to the center of the village, arriving first, while Elder Jack shook his head slightly behind him. This child is still so impatient, but who wouldn't wish for a powerful martial soul? The spirit hall, as it was called, was merely a slightly larger wooden hut. Over the past few years, Luo Ye had observed the martial soul awakening ceremonies from a distance, filled with envy. Now, the moment had finally come for him, and it would be disingenuous to say he was not excited. He had often fantasized about what top-tier martial soul he might awaken, for as a time traveler, if he were to awaken a mere scythe or club, it would be quite the embarrassment. With my innate speed, could it be the Phantom Spirit Cat? No, I certainly do not wish to be associated with the Star Luo Empire. Perhaps it could be the Gale Magic Wolf? That could work, as Feng Xiaotian was quite formidable before meeting Tang San in the original story. Could it be a mecha or a lightsaber, some sort of sci-fi weapon? That would be incredibly cool. As Luo Ye indulged in his wild imaginings of his martial soul, a large hand silently descended upon his head, gently patting him. He looked up to see a young man, appearing to be in his 20s, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, possessing an undeniably handsome appearance. Clad in a white uniform, emblazoned with a soul character the size of a fist at the center of his chest, he was clearly a standard representative of the spirit hall. This attire indicates he must be the so-called blind Douluo, Su Yuntao, Luo Ye thought to himself, stifling a chuckle. "Little one, you are quite remarkable," Su Yuntao said with a slight smile. He had been observing Luo Ye's speed, which surpassed that of ordinary children even before awakening his martial soul, and he had already formed a high opinion of the boy, believing that he would undoubtedly possess soul power upon awakening. "Greetings, esteemed Battle Soul Master." Elder Jack arrived with the children, respectfully bowing to the young man. Su Yuntao raised his gaze, a hint of pride evident upon his brow, and with a nonchalant bow in return, he stated, "I have limited time, let us commence immediately." Elder Jack nodded and said, "Very well. Children, this is the Battle Soul Master from Nodding City. He will guide you in awakening your martial souls. Make sure to cooperate well with the master your grandpa. Looks forward to seeing one of you become a spirit master." Turning to Elder Jack, Su Yuntao instructed, "All right, I shall begin now, village chief. Please step aside." Elder Jack quickly nodded and exited the wooden hut, watching expectantly from outside. Children, believe in yourselves. Your grandpa hopes one of you can become a spirit master. Though Elder Jack understood the slim chances of a child awakening soul power in such a small village, he still clung to a glimmer of hope. After all, everyone should have dreams. Chapter 2, Awakening. Once Elder Jack stepped outside, Su Yuntao retrieved 6 dark prototype stones and a shimmering blue crystal ball from his satchel. His gaze fell upon the 8 children before him. Children, line up. As he spoke, Su Yuntao arranged the 6 black stones on the ground in a hexagonal formation, gesturing for the first child on the right to step into the center. Do not be afraid, simply close your eyes and feel carefully, he reassured them. Suddenly, Su Yuntao's eyes gleamed, and amidst the children's astonished stares, he activated the martial soul possession. Independent wolf, possess. In an instant, Su Yuntao's hair turned gray and rapidly lengthened, while his physique appeared to swell, his body brimming with muscularity. Except for Luo Ye, the other children trembled in fear. The first child tightly shut his eyes, oblivious to Su Yuntao's terrifying transformation. Su Yuntao was satisfied if the first child could awaken successfully, the others would likely overcome their fright. He did not cease his actions, activating the formation on the ground, and immediately, countless golden specks of light floated forth from the black stones. Extend your right hand, Su Yuntao instructed gently. The boy instinctively extended his right hand, and a scythe slowly materialized before him. Seeing this, Su Yuntao felt a pang of disappointment. While a scythe could be used for attack, he had never heard of a powerful scythe spirit master, and this martial soul would likely only be suitable for farming. He picked up the crystal ball to test the child's soul power, but his disappointment deepened as the crystal ball remained dim, indicating that the child could not cultivate. Next, one after another, the subsequent awakenings yielded nothing but common farming tools, leaving Su Yuntao utterly disheartened. But then, his gaze fell upon Luo Ye. Little one, do not let me down, Su Yuntao silently encouraged Luo Ye in his heart. Without needing Su Yuntao's prompt, Luo Ye had already stepped into the awakening formation. Upon witnessing Luo Ye's eager expression, Su Yuntao, who had been growing impatient, suddenly became serious. He sensed that this child was extraordinary. Close your eyes and feel carefully. Luo Ye obediently closed his eyes, beginning to sense his martial soul. In the next moment, golden light surged within the formation, flooding into Luo Ye's body. Su Yuntao's eyes sparkled with intensity. His excitement barely contained. Such a spectacle suggested that an unprecedentedly powerful martial soul was about to manifest. Do not stop, immerse yourself in the sensation, Su Yuntao exclaimed loudly. However, at that moment, Luo Ye heard nothing, as his consciousness had transcended into a realm of dark purple space. Minutes later, when Luo Ye opened his eyes, Su Yuntao was astonished to discover that the color of Luo Ye's pupils had transformed from their original black to a magnificent purple gold. Su Yuntao's expression shifted from excitement to anxiety. He had encountered this phenomenon before, as certain beast martial souls could alter a person's physical traits during possession, much like his independent wolf. Could it be that this child possesses a mutated martial soul? Su Yuntao pondered with concern. While mutated martial souls could become extraordinarily powerful, they could also be as feeble as an anti-prime example being the Gale Magic Wolf, with a contrasting example being a certain theoretically invincible character. Before he could finish his thoughts, a strange laughter snapped him back to reality. His expression changed as he beheld the 6 black energy stones shatter completely, followed by a massive surge of golden light erupting and flooding into Luo Ye's body. At that moment, a bizarre spherical entity materialized behind Luo Ye, predominantly golden, with 8 purple spikes and blue streamlines adorning its surface, and at its center, an object resembling an eye. Subsequently, the interior of the wooden cabin began to warp grotesquely, enveloped in an eerie purple hue. Su Yuntao's heart raced wildly. Ensnared by an indescribable sense of oppression, what manner of martial soul was this? Merely awakened, it could instill a feeling of suppression even in him, a level 26 soul master. Luo Ye stood frozen in a stupor, while the peculiar sphere commenced a rapid rotation, coalescing into a beam of white light that penetrated his forehead. Suddenly, a colossal torrent of memories surged into Luo Ye's mind, vast and overwhelming, as though spanning millennia. Such an immense influx of memory thrust upon his soul was beyond his capacity to endure. At the instant the excruciating pain seized his spirit, he cried out in agony. Luo Ye clutched his head, convulsing uncontrollably, his cherubic face contorting into a near-twisted semblance of a pretzel. Ho 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 ho! He felt as if he had entered a protracted dream, within which he beheld a humanoid monstrosity approximately 50 meters tall engaged in a fierce battle with a colossal being of light. The beast and the giant traversed a star system until they passed a fiery red sun. The giant of light hurled the monstrous beast into the sun's core, triggering a blinding explosion that consumed everything in its vicinity. The imagery ebbed and flowed as a sphere erupted from the sun, hurtling toward a cerulean planet. The humanoid creature reemerged, decisively overpowering both the giant and another azure beast. Yet, before the giant succumbed, it wielded a peculiar blade of light that momentarily nullified the creature's supernatural abilities. Subsequently, the beast devoured numerous puppets infused with immense energy, transforming its form. However, the giant extricated itself from the creature's grasp, encased in armor, ultimately vanquishing the beast, reducing it to ash, leaving behind merely a purple orb. The purple orb fled into the vastness of space, traversing countless planes, yet consistently finding hosts, all of whom met with untimely demise. By a twist of fate, it discovered another Earth, abducting a hapless young man on the verge of maturity, until its energy was nearly expended, leading it to plummet into Douluo Continent, manifesting as a newly born infant. Chapter 3. The Remnant Soul. As if parting the mist to reveal a clear sky, Luo yet experienced an epiphany, finally comprehending the reason for his arrival in Douluo Continent. The light he had believed in was indeed real. That creature was none other than Gliza, the dread void beast that instills terror across the cosmos. It had not perished in the narrative, but had rather escaped, inadvertently bringing itself along. In the fleeting moment of Luo Ya's days, a frigid yet slightly mocking voice unexpectedly reverberated in his mind, nearly causing him to leap from his skin. Ho ho ho, human, what are you pondering? I am well aware. Upon hearing this voice, Luo Ya's expression shifted dramatically as he instinctively began to scan his surroundings. The laughter bore an uncanny resemblance to Gliza's, yet interwoven with comprehensible human language. Meanwhile, Su Yuntao and the other children transitioned from sheer terror to concern, ultimately settling into confusion. What was this? Just moments ago, he had been screaming, and now he was peering about inquisitively? Could this martial soul truly exert control over one's consciousness? Could it be that I misheard? Luo Ya's mind hastily returned to reality, turning to face the Gliza phantom looming behind him. Truly deserving of its reputation as a BOS-level monster, even in its initial form, it exudes a formidable aura, Luo Ya mused inwardly. Su Yuntao, too, regained his composure, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Although he was unaware of the nature of this martial soul, its sheer presence was undeniably impressive. The bizarre laughter and the uncanny ambience of the room remained etched in his memory. At that moment, he had completely forgotten his earlier sorrow over the damaged awakening tool, consumed instead by exhilaration. Child, what is the name of your martial soul? Su Yuntao inquired, striving to temper his emotions. If he could recruit Luo Ya into the martial soul hall, a substantial reward would surely follow. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Ya replied, "It is called Gliza, a type of spatial beast martial soul." Gliza? A spatial martial soul? Excellent, excellent. Let us assess your soul power. Su Yuntao's face radiated with joy, although he knew not what Gliza was. Martial souls possessing elemental powers were exceedingly rare in Douluo Continent, let alone one of the spatial variety. In his eyes, Luo Ya's possession of soul power was a foregone conclusion now. It was merely a matter of determining the extent of the child's talent. Luo Ya's excitement was equally palpable. He placed his hand upon the crystal ball, instantly feeling a tremendous pull emanating from it, as his soul power surged toward the orb with fervor. Once the crystal ball absorbed the soul power, it erupted with resplendent blue light, transforming the entire room into a sea of azure. Ha ha ha! To think it is innate, full soul power. This is truly fortuitous. I have finally hit the jackpot. Su Yuntao laughed maniacally, nearly beside himself with glee. Including Holy Soul Village, this marked the 7th village he had traversed, and at last, someone possessed soul power, and it was innate full soul power at that. Little one, what is your name? Su Yuntao asked gently, his demeanor reminiscent of a familiar face Luo Ya had encountered before. My name is Luo Ya, the child adopted by Elder Jack, the village chief, Luo Ya replied, retracting his hand to conceal it behind his back. For reasons unknown, a more terrifying force had stirred within him, threatening to awaken had he not withdrawn his hand in time. His consciousness may well have been devoured. Would you be willing to join the formidable martial soul hall? With your talent, it is conceivable that Holy Soul Village could be renamed Douluo Village. Su Yintao emphasized Holy Soul Village intentionally, and outside, Elder Jack naturally overheard, rushing to eavesdrop at the door. Moreover, the Martial Soul Hall Academy boasts the finest instructors and the most comprehensive simulated training grounds. There are no tuition fees required, and you will receive monthly stipends and soul coins exclusive to Soul Masters. Su Yintao continued to entice. I am willing. Great Soul Master, may I have a day to prepare? Luo Yu responded with a smile. Every boy harbors a dream of ascending to the pinnacle of the world, acquiring what they desire, and living the life they cherish. Luo Yu was no exception. He yearned to leave Holy Soul Village, to explore the vastness of the world, wielding the power bestowed upon him by Gliza, and to stand atop the heights of Douluo Continent. Yet, at present, Luo Yu had a more pressing matter to address needed to unravel the mystery behind that voice he had just encountered. Indeed, little Luo, return and prepare thoroughly with the village chief. Tomorrow at this time, I shall come to seek you once more. Su Yintao exhibited no haste, gracefully waving his hand. Thus, amidst the envious gazes of numerous children, Luo Yu stepped out through the doorway, only to be lifted by old Jack, who burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, little Lu, the master spoke of someone possessing soul power, and that must be you, correct?" Luo Yu forced a smile, then nodded. "Ha ha, splendid, splendid. Come, come, let me take you back to gather your things. Tomorrow, you shall accompany the master to the spirit hall." Old Jack, brimming with enthusiasm, trembled as he leaned on his cane, hastening Luo Yu back to his abode. In no time, they arrived at the doorstep. With old Jack continuously advising Luo Yu on safety and diligent study, Luo Yu felt overwhelmed. Indeed, the elderly had a tendency to be quite loquacious. "Grandfather, I can return to my room by myself. You may go out now." Old Jack nodded and stepped outside to help Luo Yu gather the essentials. Once he confirmed that old Jack had left, Luo Yu breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly probed his consciousness with his mental energy. Do not inquire why I possess such innate understanding. It is merely the influence of a wandering spirit enticing me. Who? Were you just speaking? Haha, human. The voice of your yearning for power has reached me, and thus I have chosen you. Upon hearing that somewhat eerie voice, Luo Yu pondered for a moment and asked, "Are you the true essence of Gliza?" Haha, before my demise, I instinctively preserved the last vestiges of my energy, and through the passage of time, I have evolved my own consciousness. Alas, you are not my first host. Many have come before you, but they could not bear my power and perished. With the information imparted by Gliza's remnant soul, Luo Yu began to contemplate. In the original narrative, Gliza was eliminated due to its overwhelming abilities. Had it possessed even a modicum of intelligence, or had X come out a day later, it would have been truly formidable. Wait, in this Douluo realm, even a missile could obliterate everything. How could Gliza, even as a remnant soul, choose this place? I understand your thoughts, for I have already taken residence within you. Haha. Curious, aren't you? I chose you simply because you caught my fancy. As for why I selected this low martial world, it is because my energy has long been depleted and cannot be replenished. Gliza's remnant soul provided clarification for Luo Yu's inner uncertainties and continued to unveil many unsettling secrets. Human, I can disclose to you now that had my energy not dwindled to the point of mere communication, I would have already seized your body. Haha. If in the future you can conquer this fragment of my soul, you will become the new void. Therefore, human, you may choose to refrain from cultivation in this world, allowing me to remain energy deprived, and we shall perish together. Alternatively, you can strive to grow stronger, restoring my power. When the day arrives that I can once again move freely, should you prevail, you will become the new void, and I shall dissipate, leaving you to inherit all that I possess. Should I prevail, I will take your body and revive myself. However, I must caution you that due to my prolonged escape and lack of energy replenishment, even this void form cannot be fully sustained. If you encounter an opponent with a significant power disparity, this void form will become ineffective. To fully restore my void form, according to the standards of this planet, I require at least divine energy. Haha. Now tell me your choice. Chapter 4. Preparation. After listening to Gliza's remnant soul, Luo Yu fell into silence. However, it was not long before he declared, I choose to cultivate. One day, I shall overcome you. But first, if you wish to replenish energy, you must tell me, will it be through devouring or through standard cultivation? At this moment, Luo Yu could not help but ponder a significant issue, the devouring ability of Gliza. In the storyline of Yaks, Gliza attained a formidable third form capable of direct combat by consuming numerous monsters. If his own Gliza martial soul could only cultivate by devouring other soul power and soul rings, how would that differ from the malevolent soul masters of 10,000 years hence? Moreover, if others were to learn of this, it would not take an hour before the Spirit Hall dispatched a soul Douluo, or even a title Douluo to eliminate him or send him to the city of slaughter to fend for himself. Ah, humans, you are clever. Rest assured, it is all permissible. However, if you choose to thrive through plunder, it will certainly expedite your progress compared to conventional cultivation. Yet, I possess great patience. After all, I have survived thousands of years in the cosmos, so I am not concerned about lingering a few decades on this insignificant planet. Furthermore, the remnant soul of Gliza suddenly chuckled ominously. During these millennia of escape, I have harbored many hosts, each retaining fragments of their memories. Therefore, should you satisfy me with your performance, I may share their memories with you. Perhaps, do you covet the techniques and weapons of the great planets? Let us proceed. Luoya readily agreed. Very well, my ninth host. According to tradition, you shall receive a welcome gift. Treasure it well. I eagerly anticipate how you will defeat me in the future. I shall take a brief slumber now. A flash of white light merged into Luoya's mind, while a surge of dark radiance flickered from his right hand, coalescing into a purple-black bracelet. After a moment, Luoya opened his eyes, a smile gracing his lips as he clenched his fist, his breath slightly hurried. The Void Fist was Gliza's instinctive technique. Yet he could disregard defenses. Mastering it could even shatter space. What a formidable thought. Moreover, this bracelet, according to the lore of the Douluo Continent, could be deemed a storage soul guide. Astonishingly, it contained a vial of potion that purportedly restored one's physical state to its peak, regardless of the injury sustained. A true trump card in dire circumstances. Little Luo, how are you? Grandpa has prepared everything for you. Came a knock on the door, followed by old Jack's voice from outside. Yes, Grandpa, I'm fine. There is no need to rush. The steward will arrive to fetch me tomorrow, Luoya replied. A hint of helplessness in his tone. Old Jack seemed unwilling to wait a moment longer, fearing that he might change his mind. Yet, Luoya understood old Jack's sentiments. After all, this was akin to receiving an acceptance letter from a prestigious school in his former home. The entire family felt proud of such an honor. Let us take a stroll. After all, I must depart tomorrow, Luoya thought, rising and climbing out the window. However, by sheer coincidence, he had not taken many steps when he collided with a young boy just ascending the mountain. Brother Luo, good morning. Tang San greeted him with a smile. Ah, it's little San. What a coincidence, Luoya chuckled softly in response. Brother Luo, you're going to awaken your martial soul today, right? Tang San inquired curiously. As a disciple of the Tang sect, he was utterly fascinated by hidden weapons and possessed only a rudimentary understanding of the rules of the Douluo Continent. With a newly awakened big brother before him, he was keen to seize the opportunity to gather information. Indeed, and I possess soul power. I can become a soul master in the future, Luoya nodded, smiling. Congratulations. By the way, what is your martial soul, Brother Luo? Tang San continued to probe. It's a beast martial soul, Luoya pondered momentarily before answering. He was reluctant to reveal his innate full soul power talent or mention his intention to study at the Spirit Hall, as Tang San might relay this to his alcoholic father, potentially leading to significant trouble, though Tang Hao, as a titled Douluo, might disdain taking action against a mere 6-year-old. Luoya dared not gamble, for he currently lacked the means to do so. I will be leaving tomorrow, little Tang San. Do your best, perhaps in 3 years? Your martial soul will also bear soul power. Luoya cast a complex glance at Tang San before continuing on his stroll. Having chosen the Spirit Hall, he must prepare for the eventuality of confronting this child of the plane in the future. Tang San watched as Luoya swiftly departed, feeling a twinge of reluctance. Since he was able to walk, Luoya had been his sole companion. Moreover, as a transmigrator, Tang San was curious about Luoya's natural speed. Thus, since he could walk, the two often engaged in friendly races, and their time together had been quite harmonious. Martial souls and soul power appeared to hold great significance in this world. Perhaps they could be integrated with the techniques from the Xiantian treasure record. The day swiftly passed, and old Jack, with Luoya carrying a small bundle, arrived at the village entrance. Su Yuntao had been waiting for some time, a carriage parked behind him. Upon seeing the duo, he greeted them with a smile. Master, I entrust this child, Luoya, to you. Rest assured, village head, once Luoya reaches the Spirit Hall, he will receive the finest education. Goodbye, Grandpa Jack, Luoya called out from the carriage, watching old Jack's figure grow distant, feeling a pang of sadness. Had it not been for old Jack rescuing him, he might have perished at the jaws of a beast long ago. Steward, how long until we reach the spirit hall? Luoya turned to Su Yutao, inquiring. Not long, within half a month at most. I have already relayed your situation to the higher-ups at the spirit hall. Once we reach Spirit City, other high-ranking soul masters will come to escort you to the academy, so you now patiently explained to Luoya. By the way, we will be colleagues from now on. If you do not mind, you may call me Brother Yutao. All right, Brother Yutao, Luoya nodded in understanding. It seemed that the spirit hall indeed operated with remarkable efficiency, despite the several hundred league distance from the remote Holy Soul Village to Spirit City, within a single day. His information had already reached Spirit City. He wondered when his dossier would find its way to the desk of Pope Bibidon. With Gliza as an unprecedented spatial martial soul and his innate full soul power, Luoya held great confidence in his talents. Moreover, a life-or-death battle awaited him with the remnant soul of this formidable martial soul. TSK, what is this human pondering day by day? Is he so enamored with that angelic woman? Residing in Luoya's mind, the remnant soul of Gliza was acutely aware of his true thoughts. Chapter 5. Moonlight's passage. Taking advantage of the carriage ride, Luoya inquired, Brother Yutao, could you tell me about the spirit hall? Certainly. I shall enlighten you. Perhaps out of sheer boredom or faith in Luoya's talents, Su Yutao is very amiable. The spirit hall is primarily divided into 6 ranks. The lowest is the spirit branch hall, followed by the sub-halls. The next tier is the main hall, succeeded by the spirit sacred hall, of which only the royal capitals of the 2 empires possess one. Lastly, the Pope's Hall and the Douluo Hall are both located within Spirit City, with the highest-ranking Douluo Hall accessible only to those of title Douluo level and above. It is regarded as the holy land in the hearts of all soul masters on the continent. With your innate full soul power talent, if you strive diligently, you will undoubtedly have the opportunity to enter the Douluo Hall or the Pope's Hall in the future. At last, Su Yutao turned his gaze towards Luoya, a glimmer of envy flickering in his eyes. The Pope's Palace, you say? Luoya clenched his small fist, brimming with determination. He was resolute that he would one day set foot in this hallowed place. He was also eager to meet that enigmatic figure, the demon Pope. Hee. Judging by your expression, it seems you are quite keen to encounter the legendary Pope. Upon mentioning the Pope, Su Yuntao's visage transformed, radiating admiration, unmistakably revealing him as an ardent devotee. Bibidong, as the most capable Pope in the history of the Spirit Hall, indeed wielded methods that were both decisive and unfathomable. There is no denying that under her leadership, the Spirit Hall has experienced rapid advancements, and at present, it stands poised to rival the 2 great empires. Luoya gazed at the fervor etched upon Su Yuntao's face and couldn't help but let out a weary sigh. The Spirit Hall wielded dominion over more than 60% of the Soul Master realm, and among the 7 great sects, aside from the top 3. The remaining 4 had all succumbed to its authority. It stood as the most formidable force in the continent, boasting a multitude of title Douluo, numbering in the double digits. The fact that such might failed in the original narrative is indeed astonishing. One can only attribute this anomaly to the existence of the exceptionally gifted Tang San. It appears that there was simply no counter to his extraordinary prowess. Including his leaps from cliffs, Tang San perished thrice, only to resurrect and ascend to divinity, ultimately achieving a dual godhood. He held the titles of the Sea God, the mightiest among the first-level deities, and the Shura God, the foremost of the 3 law enforcers. Such immense divine authority indeed rendered Tang San's advantages substantial. What was initially ripe for unification remained fragmented a millennium later, particularly the Tiando Empire, which ultimately splintered into 2 nations, only to be devoured by the later emerging Sun-Moon Empire. This situation is utterly absurd. Moreover, Tang San's actions were not as righteous as they appeared. They were primarily driven by a desire for vengeance. After all, the Spirit Hall had slain both his mother and Xiao Wu's mother, thus his thirst for retribution was entirely justified. Conversely, the Spirit Hall bore no fault. It was only natural for humanity to hunt soul beasts to enhance their strength, and the absence of soul spirits in the Douluo realm rendered reconciliation of conflicts nearly impossible. Even Tang San himself, had he never hunted soul beasts to acquire soul rings? Surely, the Ghost Vine, the Abyssal Spider, and the Titan Ant King were not mere decorations. The existence of the Spirit Hall holds profound significance for the entirety of Douluo Continent, and its contributions are indelible. It provided free support for commoners to awaken their spirits, granting them the chance to become soul masters, and distributed gold soul coins, resulting in a substantial increase in the number of soul masters while offering ordinary people a goal to strive for. Across the expanse of Douluo Continent. Aside from the Spirit Hall, which other force would prioritize commoner soul masters? Even the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, I dare say, would not have recruited foreign soul masters had the 7 Treasure Glazed Tower possessed combat capabilities. The sects have always prioritized bloodline inheritance. Only the Spirit Hall treats commoner soul masters with impartiality. Simultaneously, it has effectively upheld order within the soul master realm. Without the Spirit Hall, one can only imagine how many commoners would have suffered at the hands of soul masters. As Ning Fingji remarked in the original text during his youth, the soul master realm was rife with turmoil and conflict. However, since Bibi Dong ascended to power, strife has nearly vanished, leaving the continent as tranquil as a still pond. This, in itself, indirectly attests to Bibi Dong's adept management of the Spirit Hall. Though, it must be noted that the subsequent developments did indeed veer into madness, bordering on societal vengeance. Some may argue that numerous soul masters under the Spirit Hall oppressed the common folk, such as Myers. However, this is quite ordinary. In a vast forest, one encounters all manner of creatures. Is it realistic to expect that the soul masters of the top 3 sects have never oppressed the populace? Such an expectation is impractical. Ironically, it is often the nobles of various empires and the offspring of sects who, believing themselves born of extraordinary lineage, regard themselves as superior, thereby inflicting even greater oppression upon the commoners. Loya pondered deeply, harboring no prejudice against the Spirit Hall. To blindly label it as malevolent merely due to the influence of the original narrative seemed utterly distasteful, at the very least, compared to the 2 great empires. Loya harbored a greater fondness for the Spirit Hall. Well, truth be told, a significant portion of that sentiment, perhaps 50%, stemmed from the celestial woman, did it not? A sudden thought jolted Loya, causing him to shiver, while Su Yutao mistakenly believed it was merely a chill that had overtaken him. It's nothing, master. Please continue. At long last, they arrived in Soul City. As Loya drifted into contemplation, a flurry of golden petals unexpectedly swept across his line of sight. Su Yutao, now alert, hastily instructed the driver to halt. The carriage was entirely sealed apart from the windows, which had never been opened before, leading to one undeniable conclusion. A formidable presence had orchestrated this event intentionally. Upon disembarking, they beheld a middle-aged man clad in golden armor descending gracefully from the sky, surrounded by the same golden petals that vanished upon touching the ground. The golden flowers and armor, coupled with the ability to soar through the air, indicated his status as a titled Douluo. It appeared he was none other than Moonlight, one of the dual Douluos under the esteemed Pope Bibi Dong. Loya quickly discerned the identity of the newcomer. As a prominent figure representing the Spirit Hall, Su Yutao naturally recognized him and promptly approached with a respectful salute. Elder Jiao, are you here to escort this child? Moonlight acknowledged with a nod, retrieving a silver token from his soul guide and presenting it to Su Yutao. I come at the behest of Her Holiness the Pope. This child is now under my care. Take this token. It grants you access to the Spirit Hall's treasury, where you may retrieve 200,000 gold soul coins and 10 varieties of any 1,000-year rare treasures. Furthermore, from this moment forth, you shall be the master of the soul branch in Nodding City. Thank you, Elder. Su Yutao exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy, his fingers turning pale with excitement. He struggled to contain his elation, fearful of losing composure, and hastily accepted the token that Moonlight extended to him. Before departing, Su Yutao cast a glance at Loya, imbued with envy and encouragement. It was a rare honor to be personally attended to by a titled Douluo, a privilege not afforded to many. As Luoya watched Su Yutao depart, Yuguan turned his gaze towards him, offering a gentle smile. Bending down, he took the little one's hand and led him towards the city. You are Luoya, are you not? Welcome to the Spirit Hall, little one. Chapter 6. A new arrival uncle. Brother Yutao mentioned that someone would escort me to the Spirit Hall Academy. Is that you? Luoya blinked his adorable big eyes, looking up at Douluo inquiringly. Seeing Luoya's charming little face, Yuguan couldn't help but smile, gently ruffling his hair as he replied, Indeed. You shall henceforth be a part of the Spirit Hall Academy. Now, let me see your martial soul. I wonder if it is as remarkable as described in the letter. Loya nodded in agreement, then summoned the soul power within him, uttering a low command. Martial soul manifest. The spectral image of Gliza's first form reappeared behind him, accompanied by an eerie laughter as the space around him began to distort. Though I have never witnessed it before, it is indeed a spatial type martial soul, blessed with innate full soul power. Upon seeing Loya's martial soul, Yueguan also expressed admiration. You must train diligently. Otherwise, your innate full soul power talent will be wasted. At this point, Yu Egwan's expression turned somewhat grave. His implication was clear. Innate full soul power does not guarantee supremacy, even if one's martial soul is exceptionally gifted. To become a formidable force, talent, temperament, diligence, and even luck are all indispensable. And now, he must commit to effort and action in pursuit of this goal. Luo Yin nodded in agreement, then followed Hu Douluo into the Soul Master City. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the academy, where the guards, recognizing Hu Douluo, respectfully stepped aside. After locating the teacher responsible for managing new students and entrusting Luoya to him, Yu Guan took his leave. Little Luoya, strive diligently. I eagerly anticipate the day you become a titled Douluo, were the parting words Yu Guan left for Luoya. TSK, what a useless individual. Without that ghost, he is nothing, Gliza mused, having accessed Luoya's memories and grasping the general extent of Yu Guan's strength. Oh, my brother from the void, I acknowledge your prowess. But could you perhaps utter fewer words? Luoya found himself somewhat exasperated. Absolutely not. Human, mind your demeanor. Loa's eyelids twitched slightly as he attempted to close off his hearing with a faint surge of soul power. For the time being, it was best not to engage with this individual. Loa, here are your school uniform and dormitory keys. Please proceed to your dormitory and rest, said the teacher in charge of welcoming new students, handing Loa a set of clothes and a key before departing to attend to other newcomers. Thank you. The dormitory of the Wuhuan Temple Academy was quite distinctive, and Loa found it within just a few minutes. Upon entering, he glanced at the academy uniform in his hands and, without hesitation, swiftly changed. His flowing silver hair and golden purple eyes emanated an air of nobility, and within mere moments, Loa appeared as a transformed individual. Standing before the mirror to admire his reflection, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Just then, the dormitory door opened, redirecting his attention as he eagerly anticipated who his roommate would be. The arrangement of student accommodations at the Wuhuan Temple Academy was rather unique, with each room shared by one freshman and one senior. Loa found this distribution quite commendable, as it served as a long-term assessment by the academy, allowing the behavior and abilities of newcomers to be recorded and reported to the higher authorities over the years, thereby enabling tailored education. The newcomer was a young man, approximately 1.6 meters tall, also clad in the gray-white uniform of the Wuhuan Temple Academy. However, he bore a distinctive black medal on the left side of his chest. His neatly cropped black hair stood upright like steel needles, and his calm demeanor exuded an invisible pressure that Loa could feel merely by his presence. Hello, senior. I am Loa, a freshman of this cohort. Loa initiated the greeting, mindful that he would be cohabiting with this individual for at least 3 years, and thus aimed to make a favorable first impression. Greetings, junior. My name is Xieyue, the senior replied with a slight nod before they shook hands. I look forward to your guidance in the future, Loa smiled, stepping aside to allow Xieyue entry, though internally he was quite astonished. Was this good fortune or ill? To his surprise, he had drawn the special prize of having Hu Liena's elder brother as his roommate, Xieyue. Junior, may I inquire about your martial soul and your soul power? Xieyue asked casually. My martial soul is Gliza, a beast martial soul of the space type. As for my soul power, I possess innate full soul power. Upon hearing the name Gliza, Xieyue appeared puzzled, but his expression shifted to one of astonishment when Loa mentioned his innate full soul power. You possess innate full soul power. That is truly remarkable. However, I must admit I have never heard of a beast martial soul named Gliza. Isn't it true that martial souls can be extraordinarily diverse? Surely, senior, you cannot be familiar with all of them? Loa countered. Indeed, given the multitude of martial souls across the continent, it would be impossible for me to know them all. Xieyue chuckled softly, yet internally resolved to report Loa's martial soul to the elders of the Wuhuan Temple. With their vast experience, they might recognize Gliza, and if not, Liena's teacher was the current pope. He could easily ask her for assistance. Since you possess innate full soul power, why not seek out the academy teachers tomorrow to hunt soul beasts and obtain your soul rings? Xieyue suggested. Is it permissible for newcomers to request teachers to hunt soul beasts so soon after enrollment? Loa inquired, astonished. Xieyue nodded, a hint of pride evident in his expression as he replied, the Wuhuan Temple Academy is unlike other soul master academies. What we have in abundance are soul masters. Once you break through a bottleneck, simply report it, and a teacher will accompany you to the soul hunting forest. Indeed, the Wuhuan Temple is undoubtedly affluent, boasting a multitude of titled Douluo, Loa mused. However, it seemed there was nothing amiss about this arrangement. How about this? I shall accompany you to find the responsible teacher of the hunting team. With my recommendation, I believe there will be no issues. After contemplating for a moment, Shiyue extended the invitation to Loa. Loya's eyes sparkled as he promptly set out with Shiyue, heading towards the southern part of the academy. Indeed, having a strong backing during the developmental phase is of paramount importance. Buzz, is this truly the extent of your support? Human, your perspective is rather limited. I implore you to cease your incessant chatter. It is far more unbearable than that of village chief Jack. Loya, with a soul age of over 20, found it intolerable to endure Gliza's incessant murmurs, especially since he currently lacked the ability to block them out. Chapter 7. The development of martial souls. The construction of the Martial Soul Palace Academy is extraordinarily magnificent, with 4 grand gates, each overseen by a different instructor. The instructor responsible for the soul hunting team is situated on the southern side. Loya and Shiyue journeyed from the north to the south, where every moving teacher and student, upon encountering Shiyue, either bowed respectfully or greeted him warmly. Standing guard at the southern gate was a rather handsome middle-aged teacher, flanked by 2 young men in their 20s. Upon noticing Shiyue approaching with Loya, the middle-aged teacher was somewhat astonished. Had not Shiyue just recently acquired his second soul ring? Who, then, was this 6-year-old child? Despite his confusion, the middle-aged teacher approached them and inquired, Shiyue, did you not just obtain your second soul ring a few days ago? Who is this child? Shiyue cast a glance at him and explained, I specifically brought this little one to acquire his soul ring. His name is Loya, a rare talent endowed with innate full soul power. Upon hearing Shiyue's words, both the middle-aged teacher and the 2 young men displayed expressions of astonishment. Ha ha ha, truly. Heroes emerge from the young. It seems our spirit hall may soon welcome another title Douluo. The middle-aged teacher responded first, regarding Loya with eyes akin to those one would reserve for a precious treasure. Loya flashed a smile and scratched his head, saying, hee hee, thank you for the compliment. Teacher, my surname is Xia. You may call me Teacher Xia. Very well, Teacher Xia, came the reply. Beside them, Xia continued to introduce Loya, explaining that Loya's martial soul belonged to the spatial beast category, which piqued my curiosity as well. Upon hearing this, Teacher Xia immediately turned to the 2 young men and instructed, I will accompany Xia and this child to obtain the soul ring. You may take charge here. Understood. Teacher. As they journeyed, Teacher Xia and Xia continuously imparted knowledge about soul beasts to Loya. While conversing, the trio arrived at the entrance of the soul hunting forest, where the martial soul hall kept its soul beasts. The captain of the soldiers responsible for checking the command tokens, upon seeing Xia and Teacher Xia, immediately displayed a look of reverence, hastily commanding the soldiers to clear a path, without even inquiring why such a young child as Loya was permitted to enter the forest. Upon crossing the iron fence into the forest, all noise seemed to vanish, and the air transformed into a refreshing embrace, bestowing a sense of tranquility upon them. Once inside, Teacher Xia did not rush Xia to lead Loya onward, but instead took a moment to silently observe their surroundings. The martial soul hall indeed kept a few spatial soul beasts, although they were quite rare. There were aerial creatures like the sky-winged eagle and insect types like the blade mantis. Little Loya, which one do you wish to choose? Teacher Xia inquired, recognizing the importance of respecting the child's preference in this matter of absorbing the soul ring. Teacher Xia, are there any soul beasts of the lion-tiger type? Loya pondered briefly before expressing his thoughts. Currently, Gliza was only in its first form and lacked any attacking capabilities. Opting for the sky-winged eagle might result in insufficient offensive power. Moreover, given that Gliza possessed extraordinary speed, it was unlikely that it could traverse half a planet in mere minutes during the Axe storyline without it. Are you considering a path of brute force with a large predator? However, wouldn't a spatial martial soul be more suited for agile attacks? Teacher Xia questioned, somewhat perplexed. Loya cast a determined gaze, assuring the teacher, rest assured, my martial soul possesses extraordinary speed. To be frank, even before awakening my martial soul, my speed surpassed that of some cumbersome first-ring soul masters. Hence, what I require now are means for direct combat. Xia nodded in agreement, stating, I concur with Loya's perspective. Even amongst similar martial souls, one must not adhere rigidly to a single path. Just like the wind, it can choose to stir the heavens or strike unseen. Listening to their analysis, Teacher Xia chuckled wryly, it seems I have indeed fallen behind. A martial soul's development should not be confined to convention. Much like fire, it can both scorch the heavens and boil the seas, or shine brightly like the sun, bringing warmth and light. Adjusting himself, Teacher Xia continued deeper into the forest with Loya and Xia. Within this forest lurked a ferocious soul beast, a mutated variant of the ghost tiger, boasting an age of 900 years, nearing a millennium of cultivation. We refer to it as the phantom shadow demon tiger. This mutated soul beast not only possesses incredible speed, but also immense strength, embodying both powerful offense and agile attack. Teacher Xia shared the information he knew with Loya. All right. I shall claim it. Loya's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was truly the ideal spirit ring for him. The fact that mutated soul beasts could be tamed only reinforced the reputation of the martial soul hall. Loya, are you certain? From what I understand, the cultivation of the first spirit ring should not exceed 500 years, or you might face catastrophic consequences. Xiaoyu interjected. It's fine, brother Xiaoyu, trust me. Did I not mention before? My physical constitution has always far exceeded that of ordinary individuals. Moreover, I am eager to test the limits of my martial soul's endurance. Loya waved his hand dismissively, indicating there was no need for concern. What a jest! Gliza, as a void predator, is renowned for its nothingness and devouring nature. How could a mere cat nearing 1,000 years compare to the monstrosities of the void? Teacher Xia found himself troubled, wavering slightly upon hearing Loya's words. Very well. I choose to trust you. Let us proceed. Whether as your roommate or out of admiration for a genius, I hope you can survive and succeed. Xiaoyu agreed, his expression turning serious as he cautioned Loya. Indeed, Loya replied with unwavering determination, nodding vigorously. Alas, it seems your mind is made up. I shall not persuade you further. Let us go to the heart of the forest. Teacher Xia sighed, leading the way ahead. The trio traversed for approximately 10 minutes until a low, menacing roar and a faint metallic scent wafted towards them, the trees on their left swaying as if stirred by a fierce wind. Chapter 8. Phantom Shadow Demon Tiger. Clouds from dragons, winds from tigers. It must be a tiger-type soul beast. Be cautious, Teacher Xia assessed calmly. No sooner had he spoken than a black tiger leapt from the thicket. It was a completely ebony beast, adorned only with a purple royal pattern on its forehead, stretching over 2 meters in length. Strangely, it bore 3 blue quills, each about a meter long, sprouting from its back. Despite its massive size, it moved with remarkable agility. Teacher Xiao recognized it first, a smile appearing on his face. What a stroke of luck. It has come right to us. Loya, this is the Phantom Shadow Demon Tiger. Be wary. If you cannot overpower it, it can teleport short distances. Let us engage. Xiaoyu shouted, summoning 2 crescent blades into his hands. 2 yellow spirit rings rising from beneath him. The ghost tiger was notorious for its terrifying speed and attack power, and this mutated variant had brushed against spatial capabilities, making it even harder to contend with. With a fierce cry, Teacher Xia transformed, his hands morphing into claws, black wings sprouting from his back, and his pupils shifting to orange. 6 spirit rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black, manifested beneath him. This is my martial soul, the black-winged bird. 3rd spirit skill. Black feather blade. With a swift motion, countless razor-sharp black feathers shot from his wings, targeting the Phantom Shadow Demon Tiger. The tiger's eyes betrayed palpable fear. With a low growl, it split into 2 shadows and darted in different directions to evade the oncoming black feathers. Illusions. I'll handle this. Xiaoyu leapt from the ground, his 2nd spirit ring flashing as he hurled 2 crescent blades, glowing with a faint red light, toward the 2 tigers. 2nd spirit skill. Crescent slash. Seeing it could not escape, the Phantom Shadow Demon Tiger retracted its illusions and turned to face the blades, striking them with its powerful paws. A faint blue light flickered upon its paw as Xiaoyu's blades were unexpectedly deflected off course. Excellent. This is precisely the ability I require. The gaze of Luoya was imbued with fervor, for the Gliza martial soul bestowed upon him a remarkable sensitivity. Just moments ago, the azure luminescence emanating from the claws of the ghost shadow demon tiger was unmistakably the essence of spatial power. It harnessed the energy of space, forcibly distorting the trajectory of the moon blade in a desperate bid to evade capture. Loya no longer remained an observer. Gliza's martial spirit manifested. Loya was instantly enveloped by a peculiar purple glow, and a chilling laughter emanated from his lips as the ethereal silhouette of Gliza's first form began to twist behind him, creating an unsettling spectacle. This was the first time Xiaoyu had encountered Loya's martial spirit, and his curious gaze swept over Loya, brimming with a thirst for discovery. This martial spirit is truly bizarre, he mused, while Teacher Xia expressed her astonishment. She had never heard of any beast martial spirit taking on a spherical form, nor one that emitted such spine-chilling laughter. However, the surrounding aura of spatial energy was undeniably real. Loya uttered little, leaping upward with great effort and accelerating swiftly. In midair, He pursued the phantom demon tiger, moving so rapidly that he left a trail of afterimages. Both Xiaoyu and teacher Xia were taken aback. Luoya's martial soul could actually fly, and its speed was astonishingly formidable. Even A with a soul ring would struggle to match such velocity. Yet, they had no time for contemplation. They needed to catch up, for Luoya still lacked a soul ring and stood no chance against the phantom demon tiger alone. Do not let it escape. Luoya quickly closed the distance, descending from the sky to intercept the beast. To him, the phantom demon tiger appeared as nothing more than a walking soul ring. With a fierce roar, the phantom demon tiger lunged forward, its mouth wide open. Incensed that a mere human without a soul ring would dare to provoke it, oblivious to the consequences. Watch out, Luoya! Teacher Xia and Xiaoyu shouted in unison. Luoya was scarcely 3 meters away from the tiger, and they were unable to reach him in time. The thought of such a prodigious talent perishing was unbearable. However, Luoya seemed oblivious to their warnings, standing resolutely in place as the purple glow surrounding him intensified, rendering him almost ethereal. The phantom demon tiger, undeterred, snapped its jaws at Luoya, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Yet, at the moment its sharp fangs made contact, they simply passed through him as if he were a phantom, leaving him unscathed. Xiaoyu was left dumbfounded. What had he just witnessed? The phantom demon tiger had bitten nothing but air, as if attempting to grasp the void itself. Observing the tiger's furious and bewildered expression, Luoya erupted into a chilling laugh, mocking the creature's naivety. This was the innate ability of Gliza, the ethereal body, although he could not yet fully harness the power of complete immunity. It sufficed to contend with a century-old soul beast. Without granting the tiger a moment to react, Luoya propelled himself upward, his body moving in an uncanny manner, and delivered a merciless punch to its forehead. The phantom demon tiger let out a pained cry before crashing into a sturdy tree, collapsing to the ground in agony. Such strength. This was teacher Xia's immediate reaction, his gaze toward Luoya now imbued with fervor. Gliza's martial soul was astonishingly powerful, rendering physical attacks irrelevant while simultaneously embodying both strength and speed. He was truly a little monster. Consider this, if Luoya were to cultivate to the rank of title Douluo, who could possibly harm him? The thought of being unable to strike against an opponent who could retaliate in myriad ways was undoubtedly frustrating. Teacher Xia, brother Xiaoyu, I am ready to absorb the soul ring. Please guard me, Luoya declared, having claimed the life of the phantom demon tiger. A faintly purple soul ring materialized from its corpse. Ah, splendid. Go for it, little genius. Teacher Xia nodded in agreement, his eyes fixed intently on Luoya. He was eager to see if this little monster could truly absorb a soul ring that was nearly a millennium old, and what martial skills it would bestow upon his martial soul. Luoya sat cross-legged, his palm grasping at the void, summoning the soul ring of the phantom demon tiger to hover above his head. A surge of potent and tumultuous energy flowed continuously into Luoya's body from above, causing his meridians to throb with discomfort. In life, I feared you not. Shall I cower before this mere soul ring? With a resolute heart, Luoya summoned the soul power of Gliza within him, initiating the consumption of the soul ring's energy. The phantom demon tiger, as a variant of the ghost tiger, possessed a formidable connection to spatial energy, rendering its power exceedingly fierce. However, Gliza, being a creature of the void, wielded the unparalleled ability to nullify all existence, unmatched by any martial spirit of this world. The lingering resentment of the phantom demon tiger, unwilling to accept its demise, intensified Luoya's challenge in absorbing the soul ring. Within the realm of Luoya's consciousness, the first form of Gliza emanated a blinding violet light that enveloped a formidable black tiger. The tiger's robust physique gradually diminished until it vanished completely. Meanwhile, Gliza's spherical shape began to undergo a dramatic transformation. Although the vengeful spirit of the ghostly tiger was potent, Luoya, as a transmigrator, possessed a soul power that vastly exceeded that of his peers, coupled with Gliza's formidable devouring ability. The ghostly tiger's resentment ultimately began to wane over time. The absorption of the soul ring had reached a favorable stage. Ah, human, your first offering is satisfactory, it remarked. Observing that Luoya's condition was steadily stabilizing, both teacher Xia and Xiaoyu breathed a quiet sigh of relief. It seemed there would be no issues after all. Chapter 9. The first soul skill. As dusk gradually descended, Luoyu continued to absorb the soul ring. Teacher Xia and Xiaoyu each kept vigil over him throughout the night. The chorus of cicadas resonated through the thickets, while a slender crescent moon silently ascended into the sky. Within the sea of consciousness of Luoya, the first form of Gliza accelerated its rotation, emanating an overwhelming force that consumed the spectral demon tiger entirely. Simultaneously, Luoya, whose eyes had remained tightly shut, suddenly opened them. As his eyes fluttered open, a glimmer of golden light flickered within his violet pupils, transforming his previously gentle gaze into one of icy coldness. As his gaze momentarily closed, an eerie aura became palpable. Ha 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 ha. Luoya rose, suspended in midair, as the specter of Gliza behind him twisted in a surreal manner. The soul rings beneath his feet ascended, and his spherical form began to sprout limbs, taking on a humanoid shape, adorned with intricate patterns of black, purple, and blue that traced his entire being. An overwhelming aura of void radiated outward, causing a stir among the soul beasts of the soul-hunting forest. Gliza's second form had awakened. Luoya stretched languidly, the golden hue in his eyes gradually fading. The soul ring retracted, and the ethereal figure of Gliza slowly dissipated, settling onto the ground. Luoya, how do you feel? Sheyue inquired hastily. Luoya's lips curled into a faint smile as he remarked, I feel exceptionally well. My speed has once again escalated, and my mastery over spatial power has been enhanced. The ghost shadow demon tiger, renowned for its swiftness, naturally saw this augmentation in spatial prowess as anticipated. I am curious to know, what is your first soul skill? Inquired Teacher Xia. Luoya smiled and said, my first soul skill is called Void Claw. This technique increases power by 100% and speed by 50%. Moreover, it carries the tearing force of spatial energy, rendering half of the opponent's defensive capabilities irrelevant. To disregard half of the defense, how utterly domineering. Xiaoyu exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, Luoya nodded. Although Void Claw is primarily an offensive soul skill, it simultaneously enhances speed and strength. This is not only due to the formidable nature of the Gliza martial spirit, but also attributable to the ghost shadow demon tiger. As a variant of the ghost tiger, its ability to conjure clones has been preserved, and the amplification of spatial power renders this technique nearly impossible to counter. Teacher Xiao was somewhat taken aback. Void Claw, clearly an offensive soul skill, also exhibited effects akin to a status-enhancing soul skill, something utterly unprecedented. Is this peculiar martial spirit truly that powerful? May I witness its effects? She inquired, regaining her composure. Certainly. Gliza, merge with me. The ethereal form of Gliza reappeared, but this time not as a sphere but as a humanoid second form. A chilling laughter emanated from within Luoya, a faint golden light igniting on his forehead, while an eerie purple glow enveloped him. A soul ring of yellow laced with hints of purple rose beneath Luoya's feet. Finding a robust tree with a trunk over 10 meters thick, Luoya raised his right hand, claw-shaped, and unleashed his first soul skill, Void Claw. The purple light coalesced upon Luoya's palm, forming the spectral image of claws upon his fingers. With a powerful thrust, Luoya's claw sank deep into the tree trunk. The piercing sound of contact echoed as the claws met the wood. With a swift motion, Luoya retracted his claw, and the towering tree collapsed with a resounding crash, sending clouds of dust into the air. Goodness! Teacher Xia stepped forward, examining the severed tree trunk on the ground, where 5 distinct claw marks were clearly visible. The intricate patterns within the trunk had been sliced with immaculate precision, attesting to the extraordinary sharpness of that strike. How astonishingly sharp! Teacher Xia gasped. If combined with your martial spirit's terrifying speed, the impact of this claw could surely challenge even a soul sage. Of course, this did not imply that Luoya could defeat a soul sage at present. If faced with one, they would not simply stand idle for him to strike. However, it was undeniable that Luoya possessed an offensive capability that could instill fear in a soul sage. To wield such potential at the soul master level is indeed a rare achievement. Xia narrowed his eyes. Candidly speaking, could his current moon blade match such sharpness? The answer was a resounding no. Although he was currently a 2-ring soul master, he must not forget that Luoya's soul skill could ignore half of the defensive power, something his moon blade could not achieve, especially with Gliza's spatial abilities at play. Quite impressive. Luoya nodded in satisfaction. The rewards bestowed by the soul ring of the ghost shadow demon tiger were indeed bountiful. With his current strength, he was invincible within the realm of soul masters. You cannot reach me, yet I can eliminate you in an instant. I may err countless times, but you want to even have a chance. Such is the might of the Gliza martial spirit, truly worthy of the name Void. Teacher Xia turned her gaze towards Luoya, remarking, it seems that the soul ring of the ghost shadow demon tiger has granted you tremendous advantages. Your soul power should now exceed level 11, I presume? Indeed. After absorbing the ghost shadow demon tiger's soul ring, my soul power has experienced a significant surge, currently estimated at around level 13, Luoya replied. How could it not surge? Gliza devoured everything entirely, not a trace of soul power escaping, so it's hardly surprising that Luoya's soul power has jumped 3 levels. Observing Luoya's powerful soul skill, Xiaoyu's curiosity intensified. He felt compelled to share this remarkable discovery with the elders. An unprecedented martial spirit, immune to physical attacks, and capable of evolving forms. Now that your soul ring absorption is complete, it is time for us to return to the academy. Yes, it is indeed time to head back. Teacher Xia concurred. Naturally, Luoya had no objections and tidied up his belongings before returning to the academy alongside the two individuals. The night was deep, yet Xiaoyu had yet to rest. He sat on a wooden chair, casting a glance at the slumbering Luoya on the bed. From a nearby drawer, he retrieved paper and pen, beginning to write. Today on the first day of school, I encountered a most intriguing little fellow. He is my roommate, merely 6 years old, and his name is Luoya. Chapter 10. The first encounter with Hu Liena time seemed to pass swiftly in slumber, and soon morning arrived. Luoya rubbed his bleary eyes, rising to wash and dress. For Xiaoyu had already gone ahead to report. The class schedule at the Spirit Hall Academy commenced earlier than at other institutions, and as prodigious youths from various backgrounds. Diligence was imperative. Due to Luoya's innate full spirit power, he was assigned to the most elite Class 1, where no student possessed a spirit power below level 7. However, due to the high entry standards of the elite class, it was generally only after 2 semesters that a new student would be welcomed. Classmates, today we have yet another new student joining our elite class. Let us extend a warm round of applause. The homeroom teacher of Class 1, a lady of the 6th ring Spirit Emperor rank, addressed the students. The pupils curiously gazed towards the doorway at Luoya. For it had been 3 semesters since a newcomer had joined the elite class. Luoya ascended the platform, surveying the diverse assembly of children below, and proclaimed in a clear voice, "Greetings, everyone. I am Luoya, 6 years old, endowed with innate soul power and a spatial martial soul." As Luoya's voice fell, the children below began to whisper among themselves. Wow, a full innate soul power at such a young age, no wonder he could join the elite class at just 6. The spatial martial spirit is indeed quite rare. Kiki, this little fellow is rather charming, a real young gentleman. The female teacher gestured downwards with her finger, signaling for silence. And the students quickly settled down. A truly exceptional talent. The teacher smiled and said, "Luoya, please find a seat for yourself." Luoya cast a glance and quickly located Xiaoyu, taking a seat at an empty table beside him. "Brother Xie, you arrived quite early." Luoya greeted with a smile. "The early bird catches the worm. One must not be lax in their training," Xiaoyu replied nonchalantly. "Very well, let us commence today's lesson." Time swiftly passed. And after class, many children clustered in small groups, engaged in animated discussions about something. Luoya, oblivious to their conversations, decided to take out some paper and a pen to jot down his thoughts. At that moment, Xiaoyu returned to his seat with a girl. Glancing curiously at Luoya, who was diligently writing, he vaguely discerned that Luoya was inscribing something related to martial souls, which piqued his interest. It was indeed rare for a 6-year-old to engage in such topics. Noticing this, a girl beside Xiaoyu inquired, "Brother, is he the Luoya you mentioned?" "Yes. I took him to find Teacher Xia yesterday, and he successfully absorbed a soul ring over 900 years old," Xiaoyu replied, his tone filled with admiration. "Is that so? It seems his abilities are quite remarkable." The purple-haired girl's large eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Indeed." Xiaoyu paused before adding, "His strength is formidable." Recalling the scene of Luoya severing a large tree with a single claw, a glimmer of battle intent flashed in Xiaoyu's eyes. "Hee. Let us see what this little fellow is writing." The purple-haired girl bent down, secretly peeking at Luoya's work. Luoya is now utterly focused, wielding a pencil to inscribe and illustrate his research on the innate abilities of Gliza's martial soul. He is acutely aware that Gliza possesses more than just the ethereal form depicted in the play X. From Luoya's recollections alone, there are 3 distinct skills: Gliza's dual helix, the dark thunderstorm energy, and Gliza's sound wave. Luoya harbored the notion of cultivating abilities through his own efforts, rather than relying on the absorption of soul rings. In the parlance of Douluo Continent, this could be likened to the creation of original soul skills. For instance, the Gliza sound wave can be simplified as a form of mental assault, encompassing a wide area. Seizing the opportunity of a leisurely moment, Luoya contemplated how he might develop these skills. His residual soul had not divulged the means by which these abilities would manifest in the future. Relying on mountains and people might lead to disappointment. Thus, he deemed it wiser to independently explore these possibilities in advance. This foresight would afford him greater assurance when facing adversaries in the future. With a pencil in hand, Luoya busily scribbled and sketched upon his desk, his expression oscillating between deep concentration and the faintest hint of a smile. Meanwhile, The nearby figures of Xiaoyu and a girl with violet hair gazed at Loya's writings and illustrations, nearly rendered speechless. The spiral beams of spatial energy were comprehensible. Yet what were the two concepts below? Area-based mental attacks? Were you not a powerhouse type? Dark thunderstorm? Did your martial soul possess both darkness and lightning elements? Could it also enhance others? This was the domain of support-type abilities, my friend. Before long, after a span of several minutes, Loya concluded his writing and drawing. A satisfied smile gracing his features. He resolved to adopt the aforementioned methods for practicing Gliza's skills henceforth. As Luoya emerged from his state of deep concentration, he noticed two reflections on his desk, which he could discern to be a man and a woman. Turning his head, he recognized Xiaoyu, with a girl seated to his left. This girl possessed remarkable beauty, prompting Luoya to scrutinize her features. Her short, vibrant purple hair framed a face as radiant as jade, her exquisite countenance captivating. Her slender eyes sparkled with an alluring charm, and each smile and frown tugged at the heartstrings. Undoubtedly, she was a woman born with an innate allure, given her striking appearance and her companionship with Xiaoyu. Luoya deduced that she must be Hu Liena. In his mind, he had already confirmed her identity. However, despite this recognition, he felt compelled to maintain an air of composure. "Brother Xie, is there something you need?" he inquired, tilting his head in curiosity. His large, innocent eyes, combined with his puzzled expression, elicited a sense of endearing contrast in Hu Liena. Were it not for her brother informing her of the transformation his martial soul would undergo, she might have indeed been deceived, she mused silently. "Oh, it's nothing much. Nana and I were just discussing a few matters. I noticed you were quite engrossed earlier." "What were you writing?" Xiaoyu inquired with a smile. Upon hearing this, Luoya understood that his earlier endeavor to develop his own soul skills had caught the attention of the siblings. Brother Xie, you both saw that?" he sought to confirm. At that moment, Hu Liena burst into a light laugh. "Indeed. I didn't expect someone your age to be contemplating the creation of your own soul skills. I must admit, I'm a bit surprised. Little Luo, this is my sister, Hu Liena, a level 19 control system soul master," Xiaoyu introduced. "Hello, Senior Hu," Luoya greeted politely. "Hello, little Luoya. It's almost noon. How about we go have lunch together?" Hu Liena proposed with a smile. "Sure." Luoya readily accepted. Chapter 11. The Academy Disciples Ranking Competition. Luoya followed closely behind the Evil Moon siblings as they entered the grand hall of the first floor of the cafeteria. Upon their arrival, every person who laid eyes upon them greeted them with a respectful bow. Even more striking was the way some individuals, upon catching sight of Hu Liena, had their eyes light up with unmistakable admiration, their gaze fixed intently upon her. "Ah, it seems my senior sister is quite popular," Luoya chuckled, offering a subtle compliment. "Humph, at least you know how to speak well," Hu Liena replied with a satisfied smile. "Nana, Evil Moon, you have arrived." A resounding voice suddenly captured the attention of the trio. Luoya turned his head to see a boy who appeared to be around 9 years old, his gaze towards Hu Liena unabashedly fervent. The boy was tall, yet his features were somewhat ordinary, with short, fiery red hair cascading behind him, and his irises were a deep crimson. Like the previous youth, he exuded an intangible aura. With red hair and a similar age, he must be Yin, the foremost admirer of Hu Liena from the original narrative. Through his understanding of the storyline and character traits, Luoya confirmed the identity of the newcomer. Upon seeing Yin, Xiaoyu approached, and the two exchanged a friendly gesture by lightly bumping their arms, a testament to their camaraderie forged in the same elite training camp, where a year of shared struggles had deepened their bond. "Yin, you arrived just in time. Let us go together," Xiaoyu smiled and suggested. "By the way, who is that child next to Nana?" Yin inquired as they walked. "Oh, that is my roommate for the next 3 years, in the same class as us," Xiaoyu replied instinctively. "I see. If he is in your class, he must possess considerable talent," Yin remarked, relaxing a bit, now intrigued by Luoya. Initially, he had not been placed in the same class as Hu Liena due to his innate soul power being 1 level lower at the time of his awakening. Nevertheless, being from the same elite training camp, he was undeniably the top contender in Class 2. "Come, let us eat first and then discuss further," Xiaoyu suggested, shaking his head while patting Yan's shoulder as they headed back. The four of them sat together at a dining table, with Luoya and Yin occasionally exchanging glances. Yin was curious about how this 6-year-old could possess the skills to enter the elite class and share a dormitory with Xiaoyu. Conversely, Luoya wondered why Yin seemed to fixate on him, his eyes occasionally revealing a sense of combativeness and vigilance. Were it not for his knowledge of the original storyline, He might have misinterpreted Yan's scrutiny as something else entirely. Loya, I have heard that you possess innate full soul power and that you obtained your first soul ring just yesterday? Yin queried. Indeed, Brother Yin, Loya affirmed. Would you be interested in participating in the upcoming ranking competition for Academy disciples? The rewards for the first place are quite substantial, Yin pressed on. Oh, Brother Xie, was this what everyone was discussing earlier? Loya inquired with a hint of enthusiasm, glancing at Xie Yue for clarification. Xie Yue nodded, responding, Indeed. Nana and I were just talking about that. To be frank, the three of us are all participants. Loya pondered for a moment and inquired, Brother Xie, could you enlighten me on the rules? It is quite simple, one-on-one duels. You may challenge any opponent of the same rank. The last one standing will be crowned the champion, Xie Yu replied casually. Beside them, Hu Liena added, Of course, if you believe yourself to be exceptionally strong. You may opt for a higher-level challenge. The rewards for victory will be doubled. I see, Loya was about to agree, but at that moment, the voice of Gliza's lingering spirit echoed in his mind. Young one, seize the championship, and then defeat that human beside you. It will also allow me to assess whether I have chosen wisely. Fear not, I will not leave you without recompense. I possess a fragment of the previous host's memory, including information on 3 types of elixirs. He chuckled ominously. The sudden voice startled Loya, and he cast a rather complex glance at Xie Yu. Not only must I strive for the championship, but I also have to challenge and defeat my roommate. However, Xie Yu's moonblade belonged to a weapon spirit, typically associated with physical attacks. Although he was at a significantly higher level, Loya could still rely on Gliza's ethereal body to mitigate 50% of the damage. Additionally, with the ability to inflict harm on a soul master through the Void Claw, he stood a chance in battle. Loya? What is the matter? Xie Yu questioned, puzzled by Loya's sudden daze and his peculiar gaze. Oh, it's nothing, Brother Xie. I wish to participate as well. Loya quickly responded, regaining his composure. Subsequently, after a hearty meal, the 4 returned to their dormitories to engage in their respective training. Loya sat upon his bed, appearing to meditate, yet in truth, he was communicating with the remnants of his true self. Gliza, what are those elixirs? Pray, enlighten me. They are known as Foundation Establishment Pill, Soul Recalling Pill, and Soul Shattering Pill. The first nourishes your mortal meridians, enhances potential, and accelerates cultivation. The Soul Recalling Pill serves to restore and elevate mental strength, still effective even for those of the 6th ring in your realm. The Soul Shattering Pill ensures the safety of realm ascension. Are humans prepared? Will they proceed? Yes. Upon hearing Gliza's description of the elixirs, Loya's eyes sparkled with excitement. Apart from the Foundation Establishment Pill, these potions were precisely what he required. In the Douluo Continent, individuals predominantly relied on martial souls and their accompanying abilities, with little exploration into the realm of elixirs. Even the effects of these 3 basic potions, when compared to the shoddy concoctions currently available in the Douluo Continent, seem to belong to entirely different realms. The Soul Recalling Pill would serve as an auxiliary during the cultivation of sound waves in the future, particularly since mental attacks are quite rare in the present continent. The Soul Shattering Pill, while unnecessary for his own innate full soul power, could certainly be of use to others. Presently, apart from the sinister Yu, Loya found himself devoid of connections and wealth. Securing these elixirs could garner him support from certain individuals and perhaps allow him to accrue some wealth. Though material wealth is but a transient aspect of existence, it is nonetheless essential. As he was not yet formidable enough, a degree of security was indeed required. Contemplating this, Loya wore a smile that betrayed the triumph of a clever scheme. Had it not been for the presence of the enigmatic Yu also engaged in cultivation, he might have been compelled to visit the infirmary to ensure he had not succumbed to madness. Loya opened his eyes and, raising his hand towards the void before him, clenched his fist resolutely. I am determined to secure first place in the disciple ranking competition, he declared. Not even the Soul Douluo can impede me. Mark my words. Confidence is the pinnacle. He coughed lightly, adding, of course, the substantial support from my residual soul has played a significant role. Chapter 12. The manifestation of emptiness. Time passed swiftly. 3 days later, approximately 200 students gathered in the plaza of the Wuhuan Hall Academy. Their eyes brimmed with the fervor of battle as they gazed at the arena above. At that moment, several golden petals drifted down from the sky, and a golden silhouette flashed by, revealing Qiu de Yueguan upon the stage. Greetings, Elder Qiu. More than 200 individuals bowed in unison to pay their respects. Yueguan nodded indifferently and then spoke, his voice resonating in the ears of each student. Today, I shall serve as both the host and judge of this disciple ranking competition. I eagerly anticipate the strength you will all display. After a brief pause, Yueguan continued. Now, those without soul rings, please position yourselves on the left. Those with one soul ring, stand on the right. Those with 2 or more soul rings, gather in the center. The students obediently organized themselves into their respective groups. Yueguan concentrated his right hand, gathering a sphere of golden light, which he then cast into the air. Over 200 golden petals gracefully descended, landing precisely in the hands of each student, each inscribed with a number. Number 1 against number 2, number 3 against number 4, and so forth. Let the competition commence. Loya, Hu Liena, and Yin belonged to the first ring of students, positioned to the right. Only Shiyue stood alone at the center of the square, being a novice soul master, with few others beside him. I am number 100. Is anyone here number 99? Loya inquired, glancing at his own number and addressing his peers. However, all responses were negative. At that moment, a warm hand, imbued with a hint of heat, clapped upon his shoulder. Turning around, Loya was surprised to find it was Yin. Yin waved the number 99, emblazoned on a petal in front of Loya, and chuckled. Don't worry, little Loya. I shall show some mercy. Yet, Loya said nothing in reply, merely casting Yin an exasperated glance. What a nuisance. In the very first match. I have to face this guy. Is this a jest, Douluo? Match 50, Loya versus Yin. Please step onto the stage. Douluo Yuguan reclined in his chair. His gaze fixed intently on Loya, eager to witness the prowess of the young individual he had personally mentored. Loya ascended the arena at a leisurely pace, gazing at Yin across from him. He took the initiative to speak. Brother Yin, let us commence. Humph, young one, it appears you are quite confident. Come forth. Yin growled, flames erupting from his body. His muscles swelled like granite, his stature expanding beyond 2 meters, as a yellow century-old soul ring emerged beneath his feet. Martial Spirit, Lord of Flames, an 18th level assault system soul master. Loya smiled insidiously and remarked, my martial soul is Gliza, a level 13 assault type battle soul master. Gliza? What a martial soul I have never heard of. However, your cultivation is indeed commendable. Although Yin felt somewhat perplexed, he dared not underestimate his opponent. After all, who among those born with full innate soul power could be considered trivial? That is merely your ignorance. Come on, you are my first opponent. Loya, with a sly smile, made a provocative gesture. You arrogant brat. Upon hearing Loya's words, Yin shouted loudly, his first soul ring suddenly glowing fiercely. Hell of eruption. Instantly, a pillar of fire erupted from the ground of the arena, enveloping Loya within it. To an outsider, it appeared as though Loya was being consumed by the molten lava. Humph, easily defeated. Yin scoffed, believing he had sent Loya flying with a strike, then turned his gaze towards Hu Liena, performing what he deemed a stylish gesture. However, both the Duke of Chrysanthemum in the stands and Hu Liena below shook their heads, their expressions clearly indicating their unfamiliarity with this individual. Still in a daze, Yin did not realize until Xiaoyu pointed behind him. Before he could react, a purple claw had already lunged towards his neck, and Gliza's ghostly laughter echoed in his ears. Brother Yin, you have lost. Yin turned his head, disbelief etched on his face. How is that possible? Even a second-ring agile attack-type soul master could not achieve such speed. The Duke of Chrysanthemum, observing from the stands, revealed a hint of surprise with his cultivation. He could naturally discern Loya's movements just moments ago. However, he had not anticipated that Loya could shift positions without leaving even a shadow, swiftly sealing Yan's throat. One could only commend the prowess of a space-type martial soul. This child should surely please the old ghost. A space-type martial soul that possesses both offensive capability and speed. How intriguing. I find myself contemplating the idea of taking him as a disciple. The Duke of Chrysanthemum marveled inwardly, concurrently considering recommending Loya to his old partner. You are too slow, Loya scoffed, releasing his grip and sending Yin tumbling off the arena. After all, this was merely a competition among peers. There was no need for lethal force. Had he employed the full sharpness of the Void Claw, Yin would have been severed in two. I have won, Loya declared nonchalantly, retracting his Gliza martial soul and returning to the spectator seats. 50 match, Loya wins. The Duke of Chrysanthemum announced leisurely. Yin, having been knocked off the stage, felt a chill run down his back, his expression grim. He feared he would never forget the moment Loya had sealed his throat. Such speed, Xiaoyu exclaimed. Are you certain he is an assault-type soul master? Xiaoyu sighed. Nodding, His soul rings were absorbed by my protector? Could it be otherwise? Listening to her brother, Hu Liena's fox-like eyes twinkled as she asked, "Brother, do you think we should inform Elder Ghost about this?" Elder Ghost's martial soul is quite peculiar, and given that Loya has such speed even at the first ring, I believe he would be quite pleased. Xiaoyu fell silent upon hearing Hu Liena's words, a hint of reluctance in his gaze. After a moment, he chuckled bitterly, "Indeed. Such a talent deserves recognition. However, with Elder Ju present today, I believe we need not make an additional trip." In truth, Xiaoyu was somewhat reluctant to do so, as he harbored aspirations of apprenticing under Elder Ghost himself. Now, with Loya intercepting his path, it was hard not to feel a sense of injustice. Nevertheless, for the sake of the Spirit Hall, the home that had nurtured him and Liena, what sacrifice could be too great? Moreover, the Spirit Hall was hardly lacking in title Douluo. With so many elders, he believed there would surely be one who would recognize his worth. "Brother, do not dwell on it. Let us continue watching the matches," Hu Liena said, embracing Xiaoyu gently to offer comfort. She understood her brother's desire to apprentice under Elder Ghost, and suggesting to recommend Loya to him now felt somewhat disheartening for her brother. "Rest assured, I possess enough magnanimity," Xiaoyu replied with a smile, yet as he gazed towards Loya in the spectator seats, his left hand, concealed beneath his robe, tightened into a fist, revealing his fighting spirit. "I acknowledge your strength, but I shall never relinquish what I am rightfully entitled to. Loya, I hope you dare to confront me in the finals." Chapter 13. Hu Liena's challenge. The battles of first-ring soul masters are not as convoluted as those of higher-ranked soul masters. They generally conclude swiftly. By midday, the first round of matches had been completed, with only 8 of the original 200 competitors advancing to the semifinals. This is the competitive spirit of the Spirit Hall Academy. Pressure serves as motivation, and of course, the ultimate reward also acts as an incentive. It is noon. "Let us return and rest," the Duke of Chrysanthemum suggested. "In the afternoon semifinals, we shall select our opponents." He gazed up at the blazing sun before waving his hand, a flash of golden light signaling his departure from the stands. "Farewell, Duke Chrysanthemum." The teachers and students below bowed deeply towards the departing figure before dispersing. However, Loya had no intention of resting. He sought a secluded area to cultivate Gliza's innate abilities. As the foremost academy on the continent, the Spirit Hall Academy naturally offered various rentable training platforms and practice rooms beyond the central square. Luoya casually selected a training platform and took out the cultivation diagram he had sketched during his spare time, beginning to ponder over it. If Gliza's recollection serves him well, this technique is the simplest. He shall adopt it. However, a name change is in order. Henceforth, it shall be known as Void Flash. Loya made up his mind and thus retracted the cultivation diagram, unleashing his martial spirit. His entire being levitated as he gathered the soul power within him. With his eyes gently closed and hands crossed over his chest, Gliza's phantom mirrored his actions, though its distorted figure appeared rather dissonant. Buzz. A faint golden light coalesced before Loya, and as time progressed, the golden radiance intensified, ultimately culminating in a luminous orb the size of a fist. Loya opened her violet eyes, her arms suddenly outstretched, causing the golden orb to tremble violently. Boom. With a mighty roar, Luoya unleashed a radiant sphere that instantly erupted, scattering countless luminous particles in all directions, striking the ground and the walls. Fortunately, the materials used in the Spirit Hall Academy's training room were of exceptional quality, resulting only in some energy fluctuations. Excellent. A flicker of excitement crossed Luoya's face. This was precisely the effect he sought. The Void Flash. An all-encompassing attack with no blind spots. Although his soul power was still insufficient for perfection, and it remained merely a prototype, it was more than adequate for battles among peers. This could already be considered a self-created soul skill. In the Douluo Continent, those who could devise their own soul skills were undoubtedly rare prodigies. Aside from Tang San, who was an anomaly, Luoya knew that only 4 factions possessed self-created soul skills: the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile School's Distraction Control Technique, Feng Xiaoyan's 36 Slashes, the Haodian clan's Ancestral Chaotic Wind Hammer Technique, and Xiaoyu's Full Moon. Moreover, they had all achieved this at a minimum of the 4th ring, while he was merely at the 1st ring, and he anticipated not just one, but multiple techniques in the future. Such talent, apart from Tang San, the child of destiny. Who could rival him? However, Luoya's ambitions extended beyond merely competing with Tang San, since he had also traversed realms. The fate of the Spirit Hall in this continent would inevitably be altered. You traveled through time with the 6 ultimate skills of the Tang sect and the memories of your past life. Why should I not surpass you? The Void Flash. Gliza's shatter, Gliza's sound wave, the duel spiral ray, and the dark thunderstorm energy. When these skills reached their zenith, how could he possibly lose to the trifles brought forth from that martial arts world? Contemplating these thoughts, Luo Ye's resolve grew stronger, and he felt assured regarding the conditions set forth by Gliza. Nevertheless, even when facing Xiaoyu, he preferred to minimize the use of the Void Flash. Revealing too much brilliance could invite unnecessary troubles. The wood that stands out in the forest is sure to be felled by the wind, until his safety was thoroughly assured. Luo Ye could not afford to expose certain aspects of himself. With his thoughts collected, Luo Ye resumed practicing the Void Flash. Time flew by, and the afternoon semifinals were about to commence. Douluo Yuedwan reclined in the main seat of the spectator stands, his eyes gently closed, softly inquiring, "Is everyone present? Then let us begin." A middle-aged teacher sitting beside Yuedwan slightly bowed in acknowledgement before addressing the 8 standing participants in the arena. "You 8 are the fresh blood of our Spirit Hall Academy, and I do not wish to see any bloodshed in the upcoming matches. Let it be a point-to-point contest. You may choose your opponents freely. The 4 victors will advance to the final round, a free-for-all. Of course, if any of the final 4 are willing to challenge someone of a higher rank, they may do so, and if victorious, they will be declared the champion. Do you understand?" "Understood." The 8 participants responded in unison, their gazes drifting among the other 7. "Luo Ye, let us have a match." Hu Liena unhesitatingly chose Luo Ye. "Ah?" Luo Ye paused momentarily, thinking Hu Liena was joking. "Ahem, senior sister, if you lose, Brother Xie won't hold me accountable, right?" To his surprise, Hu Liena chuckled and tossed him a flirtatious glance. "Rest assured, brother won't say anything, but I don't believe you can win." "All right then." Luo Ye chuckled helplessly. Soon, the remaining 6 had selected their opponents, and the draw revealed that Hu Liena and Luo Ye would face off first. Humph. Liena is a control-type soul master with mental abilities. Even if you were swift, you won't escape once hit by her soul skill. Yin secretly rejoiced, hoping Hu Liena would avenge him. "Begin." With the referee's announcement, Luo Ye and Hu Liena simultaneously released their martial souls, their eyes brimming with combat spirit. Hu Liena's short purple hair sprouted a pair of light pink fox ears, her figure nearly perfect. Upon releasing her martial soul, a fluffy tail blossomed behind her, enhancing her beauty further. Whoosh! Luo Ye darted in front of Hu Liena like a specter, raising his fist to strike. Yet, Hu Liena's lips curled into a slight smile as she fixed her gaze on Luo Ye's eyes. "Little one, do you truly dare to harm me?" First soul skill. Bewitching fox. Luo Ye found himself momentarily entranced, ensnared within a reverie. In this fantastical realm, Hu Liena approached him, her garments artfully disheveled, exuding an alluring charm that was dangerously intoxicating. The whispers of her beguiling voice danced incessantly around his ears, further ensnaring his senses. Luo Ye's speed visibly slowed, and his raised fist unconsciously relaxed. Hu Liena stifled a chuckle, and with a swift turn, her delicate pink fox tail was flicked toward Luo Ye, intending to send him flying. "Sister, your charm is indeed formidable, but do you truly believe it will be effective against me?" Luo Ye's dreamy eyes abruptly regained clarity, and with a mischievous smile directed at Hu Liena, he seized the tail she had swung at him. The sudden grasp on her fox tail caused a flush to rise on Hu Liena's fair face. With her back to Luo Ye, she tugged fiercely, striving to reclaim her tail. Her fox tail was one of her most intimate attributes, and the notion of it being held forcefully by a mere child was something she had never dared to contemplate. "You, let go." Hu Liena's voice, a blend of embarrassment and anger, took on a sultry tone. Realizing there were numerous onlookers, her face turned crimson, as if it might bleed. Meanwhile, Yin, watching from below, felt an inexplicable surge of anger rise within him, fixating his gaze intently on Luo Ye. "Enough with the futile talk. Sister, you have lost." Luo Ye chuckled lightly, gesturing for Hu Liena to look downward. Catching a glimpse from the corner of her eye, Hu Liena was instantly drenched in cold sweat as her balance faltered, causing her to stumble to the ground. Luo Ye's void claw had already positioned itself against her abdomen. Had he wished, her body could have been pierced in an instant. The first match of the semifinals goes to Luo Ye, the referee announced loudly. As Hu Liena lay on the ground, the referee's voice snapped her back to reality, her fox ears drooping and a hint of mist evident in her beautiful eyes. "Sister, are you all right?" "Don't worry, I merely intended to frighten you," Luo Ye said with a smile, extending his hand to help her up. Chapter 14. Champion, you have won. Hu Liena, pulled to her feet, cast a complex glance at Luo Ye before turning to descend from the battle platform. Luo Ye returned to the observation area, taking a solitary seat in a corner where he settled into a meditative posture, his eyes gently closed. At this moment, he could no longer maintain his faade. He concentrated his mental energy within his mind, gradually calming the tumultuous waves of his spirit, which brought a slight improvement to his complexion. Although he had indeed freed himself from Hu Liena's enchanting fox charm, it had come at a considerable cost. He had yet to master the Gliza sound wave. And in terms of mental prowess, he was still inferior to the cunning little fox. While his ethereal form granted him immunity to physical and energy attacks, it did not safeguard him against assaults on his mind. Loya is a person, and as such, possesses his own thoughts and consciousness. He is not truly a Gliza, who acts purely on instinct without any semblance of rationality. It seems I still fall short, Loya mused with a bitter smile, secretly resolving to contemplate the essence of Gliza's malevolent tone once he masters the void flash technique. The sensation of mental fog is exceedingly uncomfortable. You four are quite commendable. You have made it to the finals, remarked Douluo Yueguan as he regarded the remaining quartet with a nod. The finals will be a chaotic battle. Only one among you will emerge victorious. Of course, is there anyone willing to challenge beyond their current rank? If you succeed, you shall directly ascend to the title of champion. A subtle smile graced the corners of Luo Ye's lips, eagerly anticipating the words of Yuguan. Elder Ju, I am willing. I wish to challenge Senior Xiaoyu. Luo Ye declared his intentions without a trace of hesitation. At the side, Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback, then fixed Luo Ye with a penetrating gaze, his fists clenched tightly. Oh, little one, you wish to challenge Xiaoyu? Are you certain? Elder Ju inquired. Loya surprisingly dared to challenge beyond his rank. It seems the child he brought along possesses a modicum of courage. The disparity in soul power between soul masters, if it exceeds 5 levels, renders victory nearly impossible. Moreover, the difference provided by a single soul ring is even more substantial. Unless one brings an auxiliary or possesses a martial soul that counters the opponent, clinching a victory is fundamentally unattainable. For instance, a certain title Douluo once remarked that once a soul master reaches the 90th level, every single level of difference is akin to a chasm. Of course, if your surname is Tang, one might as well disregard that statement. However, Loya, having arrived in this realm, is destined to reshape the fate of the Spirit Hall. Having chosen the Spirit Hall for himself, Loya is resolutely committed to striving for the exalted throne. The first step is to earn the respect of all. Defeating Xiaoyu is his declaration of self-worth. Very well, I accept Loya's challenge. Elder Ju, please commence. Before Yuguan could announce it from the stage, Xiaoyu preemptively accepted Loya's challenge. After a moment of contemplation, Yuguan declared, Very well, you two may begin. The rest of you, step back. The other 2 students promptly exited the stage, leaving the center of the arena to Xiaoyu and Loya. The clash of their gazes seemed capable of igniting sparks. Gliza, manifest. Moonblade, arise. Loya hovered in midair, while the ethereal figure of Gliza materialized behind him. A soul ring, imbued with hues of yellow and purple, ascended beneath his feet, its bluish-purple radiance accentuating the enigmatic nature of this martial spirit. With a deft motion of his hands, Xiaoyu summoned 2 crimson crescent blades that coalesced within his grasp. As 2 yellow soul rings emerged from the ground beneath him, the vivid red tips of the moon blades glimmered with a dazzling, cold brilliance. Loya, daring to challenge Xiaoyu at a higher level, prepared for battle. With the referee's authoritative command, both Loya and Xiaoyu sprang into action almost simultaneously. Luo Yu condensed a violet glow in his right palm, then swiftly slashed forward in a claw-like motion. Xiaoyu, on the other hand, brandished his twin crescent blades, their edges shimmering with a vivid crimson radiance as they arced toward Luo Yu. First soul skill, Void Claw. First soul skill, Crescent Blade Barrage. Clang. The metallic clash of blades resounded, and from the collision of scarlet and amethyst light, a figure was sent hurtling backward, hovering midair after skidding several steps. The figure remained unscathed, not a single wound marred his form. It was Luo Yu. Unexpectedly, he was the one who had been flung back. Had Xiaoyu gained the upper hand in their first exchange? Loya descended from the sky, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he stood in place. Suddenly, before the light had dissipated, 2 blood moons surged forth, flanking him from either side. Observing the lunar blades approaching him, Loya offered a faint smile, and with a flicker of purple light from his hands, he extended his claws outward and seized both blades. A wave of force struck him. Yet he merely staggered a few steps back, firmly grasping the lunar blades in his hands. How could this be? The spectators below were rendered speechless, particularly Yin, who was on the verge of questioning his very existence. He was acutely aware of the formidable power of the evil moon's lunar blades. Even with his dual attribute Fire-Earth martial soul boasting remarkable defensive capabilities, he could only barely withstand the sharpness of the evil moon's blades. Yet here was Loya, a mere first-ring novice with a soul power lower than his, effortlessly capturing the second soul skill, the spiraling moon slash, and appearing completely unfazed. The evil moon manifested, gazing at Loya with disbelief as he held the lunar blades. However, he quickly regained his composure and, with a flick of his thoughts, reached out toward the blades. Loya's grasp on the lunar blades trembled, and in an instant, they broke free from his control, merging in mid-air. This was the true spiraling moon slash. With a mighty shout, the evil moon swung his arm forward. The combined lunar blades surged toward Loya once more, but this time, a flicker of seriousness crossed his eyes. He could no longer receive the blades unarmed. Enveloped in an unusual white light, Loya shielded his chest with both hands, summoning a nearly transparent barrier to intercept the lunar blades. Not right, the blade's power extends far beyond this. Loya never relinquished his grip in the evil moon. Watching the blades halted by the transparent barrier, was puzzled. It wasn't that his defense was too strong, rather, the power of the lunar blades had been diminished. The evil moon quickly realized, recalling yesterday's encounter with the ghost shadow demon tiger. The same white light had passed through him without inflicting harm. This was the innate ability of his martial soul. Now was the moment. A smirk danced across Loya's lips as he slowly gathered two dark blue beams of light upon his arms, and with a forceful shake, he unleashed them. Bang! Bang! The moment the lunar blades made contact with the dark blue light, they were sent flying uncontrollably backward, embedding themselves in the floor and leaving deep gouges. Space warped. The audience gasped, with the title Douluo, Yuguan, exclaiming in astonishment. While others might not perceive it, Yuguan, as a title Douluo, possessed a modicum of understanding regarding spatial abilities. Among the 7 elements, wind, earth, water, fire, light, darkness, and space, the power of the space element was the most enigmatic. To comprehend spatial distortion at the first ring was undoubtedly indicative of Loya's potential for becoming a title Douluo. Yuguan's gaze toward Loya intensified with fervor in his eyes. It was merely a matter of time before Loya claimed the championship. The evil moon, witnessing the lunar blades being repelled, felt a surge of horror. Why did this scene seem so familiar? It was the same as when the ghost shadow demon tiger had been repelled by that mysterious pale blue light. Just as the evil moon prepared to strike again, Yuguan flashed onto the arena. Enough! Halt your actions. Evil moon, you are no match for him. The flower Douluo advised, gesturing dismissively. Why? Elder Yu, I have not lost yet. The evil moon protested, his brow furrowing in defiance. Just now. Loya repelled your martial soul's skill with spatial distortion. As long as he possesses soul power, you cannot harm him, Yuguan replied calmly. Spatial distortion? The evil moon was taken aback, but after a moment's contemplation, he accepted the explanation. Loya had flawlessly inherited the skill of the ghost shadow demon tiger. This was true genius. I concede. The evil moon clasped his fists toward Loya and stepped off the stage. Then I hereby declare that the champion of this year's Academy Disciple Ranking Tournament is Loya. For the next year, Loya shall be your senior brother and chief disciple. Do you understand? Yuguan's voice resonated with a hint of soul power, ensuring all could hear. Soon, the crowd began to respond, bowing slightly in acknowledgement. We greet our senior brother. As one disciple led the way, hundreds echoed in unison, and Loya's heart swelled with excitement, his smile unrestrained. Chapter 15. A night encounter with Qian Renxue. Haha, human boy, I begrudgingly acknowledge your strength. These insights are my promise to you. Cherish them. The voice of Gliza's remnant echoed, as streams of information flooded into Loya's mind. He breathed a sigh of relief, planning to return to his dormitory to further assimilate the knowledge from the elixir. At that moment, a large hand silently landed on his shoulder. Loya looked up to find Yuguan, whose expression was solemn as he cautioned, Loya, remember? Your position as the chief disciple of the academy can only last for a year. If someone manages to defeat you next year, your status will be at risk. Whether you can maintain your position and cultivation resources will depend on your own efforts. Loya nodded solemnly, committing Moon's words to memory. Though the night had deepened, a semblance of light filled the opulent training chamber. An eerie violet glow enveloped the room, where a child anxiously gazed at a grand cauldron engulfed in flames. Ding! A faint sound resonated from within the cauldron, reminiscent of freshly hardened ice crystals. Success! Loya stood up, exhilarated, and raised his hand to grasp the air, causing the mouth of the cauldron to slowly open. 3 elixirs, white, gold, and purple, emerged, landing in the palm of Loya's hand. The foundation establishment pill, the soul-recalling pill, and the soul-shattering pill had all been successfully concocted. Satisfied, Loya nodded as he regarded the 3 pills in his hand. Achieving this with his mere first-tier strength was a commendable feat, albeit somewhat taxing, yet it sufficed. The resources for cultivation provided by the Martial Soul Temple Academy were undoubtedly the finest on the continent, and given his current status, acquiring several herbs posed no challenge. However, due to the intensity of the world, the efficacy of the pills might fall short of expectations. The Foundation Establishment pill would be a gift for Brother Xie, a token of camaraderie among roommates. The soul-recalling pill would be reserved for future training with the Gliza Soundwave. As for the soul-shattering pill, it would be kept for the time being, to extend goodwill when the opportunity arose. Loya resolutely gathered his belongings, preparing to return to his dormitory for some rest. The training room was not far from the student dorms, merely a few hundred meters away, and he would reach it swiftly. However, this marked only his second visit to the training room, both times occurring at night, rendering many areas of the academy strikingly similar to him. As he walked, he soon found himself lost. The path seemed familiar, yet it felt as if he was straying further away, ultimately leaving him unaware of his precise location. It was indeed ill-advised to venture out at such an hour for alchemy. With the clock striking midnight, Loya shook his head with a wry smile and activated his mental energy, hoping to detect some recognizable architectural landmarks leading back to his dormitory. At that moment, a faint golden light suddenly emanated from his left front, startling Loya. Was someone practicing at such a late hour? A kindred spirit, perhaps. Initially intent on hastening back to his dormitory for some sleep, he felt an irresistible urge to investigate the dazzling golden light that pierced through the night. Who else in the academy exhibited such diligence? The golden light, reminiscent of the legendary trio of the Golden Generation, seemed beyond their capabilities. Although eavesdropping on someone's training was not commendable, curiosity overcame him. Even if discovered, he was the academy's senior disciple and could merely expect a series of inquiries and some reprimands. With light-footed steps, moving like a specter through the darkness, Loya approached the source of the golden glow. Passing through an archway, he entered an unfamiliar training ground. Concealing his presence, he quietly observed the individual engrossed in their soul technique. Before him stood a girl, appearing around 9 years of age, with golden hair cascading to her shoulders and skin as fair as snow. Her exquisitely angelic visage hinted at the promise of unparalleled beauty in her blossoming form, enhanced by the divine golden light that surrounded her. Dressed in a form-fitting golden attire, Loya was astonished to see 3 soul rings shimmering upon her. As he gazed, he noticed that her back was adorned with a pair of pristine white wings, and a colossal golden humanoid shadow loomed behind her. Although the visage of the shadow remained indistinct, its wings boasted 3 pairs, unlike the girl's. Was this the 6-winged angel martial spirit? Could she be Qian Renxue? As the shock subsided, a sense of understanding and admiration blossomed within him. A 9-year-old soul master, possessing extraordinary talent, diligently training at midnight. This demonstrated her remarkable dedication. The adage states that a genius is not to be feared. Rather, it is the genius who works harder than you that poses the true threat. Furthermore, this girl was destined to become the continent's foremost goddess and the first to inherit the rank of an angelic deity. Yet, the narrative of her life within the original text was tragically sorrowful. Her mother had slain her father and harbored disdain for her since childhood, with only her grandfather nurturing her. At merely 10 years old, she was sent to the Heaven Do Empire to take the fall for a so-called plan involving Shueqingha, a journey that would span 2 decades. An innocent girl's most precious youth spent living someone else's life, only to be thwarted in the end by Tang Sen's discovery. In the later chapters, the only person who cherished her, her grandfather, sacrificed himself to aid her ascension, while the spirit hall was destroyed by Tang San, and her mother perished in a bid to save her. Ultimately, her martial spirit shattered, leaving her to face a solitary existence on the continent. Contemplating these events, a wave of pity surged within Loya, igniting a fervent desire to return to Holy Soul Village and confront Tang San. Loya stood quietly at the doorway, secretly observing Qian Renxue as she practiced her cultivation. He felt no apprehension about being discovered, for he held a considerable confidence in Gliza's stealth capabilities. However, the unpredictability of the world is often surprising. Qian Renxue, engrossed in her training, was suddenly illuminated by a brilliant flash from her 3rd soul ring, a golden radiance emanating from the wings upon her back. far more dazzling than before. The angelic radiance. The intense shockwave, coupled with the blinding golden light, compelled Loya to shield his eyes with his hand, involuntarily exclaiming. Yet, this undoubtedly revealed his presence. Who is it? Qian Renxue, having just retracted her soul skill, felt a sudden shift in her expression as she turned towards the doorway. In the fleeting moment before the golden light vanished, Loya's figure emerged from the shadows. Upon realizing it was a stranger, a young boy, Qian Renxue furrowed her brow slightly. With a swift flap of her wings, she soared before Loya, golden light coalescing in her palm as she regarded him with a cold stare. Who are you? What brings you here at this late hour? Loya's eyes twinkled as she feigned a charming demeanor and inquired, Sister, could you please tell me the way to the academy dormitory? I seem to have lost my way. Qian Renxue briefly scrutinized Loya and, upon confirming her affiliation with the Spirit Hall Academy, softened her expression slightly. However, the clenched fist she had raised remained poised, showing no indication of relaxing. What are you doing in the academy at this late hour? Are you up to no good? With the last 3 words, Qian Renxue advanced towards Loya step by step. Loya's expression shifted, unable to suppress his retreat, and he finally gritted his teeth and declared, I am the chief disciple of this academy. Qian Renxue's steps paused momentarily, her gaze sharpening as she coldly retorted, Is that so? I have heard that your martial soul is also a humanoid one, something like Gliza. Before she could finish her sentence, Qian Renxue's speed surged, her fist striking down fiercely towards Loya. I am quite eager to witness this. What is happening? Is it customary to resort to violence over mere words? Loya swiftly turned and fled. With Qian Renxue's soul's sovereign cultivation, her ethereal form not yet fully restored, and the vast disparity in soul power, he knew he was no match for her. As he dashed towards the archway, Qian Renxue's beautiful eyes gleamed with golden light, and the second soul ring around her glowed, transforming her pristine wings into an illusory form, enhancing her speed to a new level. Sensing the overwhelming surge of soul power behind him and glancing at the door only a few meters away, Loya realized escape was futile. No matter how swift Gliza might be, it could never outpace a 6-winged angel of the 3rd ring. In a moment of desperation, Loya executed a sharp turn, pushing his speed to its limits as he sought an alternative exit from the training ground. Quite intriguing, a combination of speed and offense, is it? The golden light in Qian Renxue's eyes intensified as she faced Loya, nearly blinding him. Then let us see your attack. Chapter 16, Gliza vs. 6-winged angel. Qian Renxue accelerated and delivered a merciless punch to Loya's chest. Bang! Caught off guard, Loya was propelled backward by the force, rolling on the ground until he faced Qian Renxue once more. He let out a muffled groan, realizing that her soul technique possessed the effect of eroding soul power, rapidly infiltrating his body and dissolving his own soul energy. Loya pressed his left hand against his chest, the pain above him unbearable, while a surge of anger welled up within his heart. The 6-winged angel is truly remarkable, isn't it? Even though I, the void monster, have fallen to a lowly state, I am not to be trifled with. The 5 fingers of Luo Ya's hands coalesced with a purple radiance, propelling him from the ground and soaring through the air directly towards Qian Renxue, his claws poised to strike. The first soul skill, Void Claw. Unyielding, Qian Renxue summoned the golden light once more upon her fists and retaliated against Luo Ya. The first soul skill, Angel Assault. With a resounding clash, the two engaged in a direct confrontation mid-air. Luo Ya's sharp claws met Qian Renxue's fists as streams of purple and gold light intertwined upon their hands. It appeared evenly matched, yet Luo Ya understood that this equilibrium was merely fleeting. While his void claw could contend with a soul sage, Qian Renxue's superior cultivation implied an abundance of soul power. In the long run, defeat was inevitable for Luo Ya. Without hesitation, Luo Ya activated Void Body once more, striving to withstand Qian Renxue's soul power onslaught. With a vigorous thrust of his arms, he surprisingly forced Qian Renxue back. She was profoundly astonished. Although she had yet to exert her full strength, the fact that Luo Ya could push her back was indeed unexpected. Clearly, he possessed some skill. In her heart, she held Luo Ya in high regard. Qian Renxue became entirely serious. This marked the first time in her journey as a soul master that she would unleash her true power against someone of lesser cultivation. The third purple 1,000-year soul ring shimmered, and the golden light from her wings erupted anew as she prepared to cast angel radiance once again. Yet, Luo Ya would not allow her to achieve her aim. The dark blue ghostly light enveloped his left arm as he retracted his void claw, clenched his fist tightly, and charged once more at Qian Renxue. Void Fist. Luoya's speed was so swift that it produced afterimages. Qian Renxue, unable to unleash her soul skill in time, had no choice but to retract the golden light from her wings. The first soul ring shimmered as it met Luoya's fist. Bang! The two fists collided. Yet this time it was Qian Renxue who was sent flying, while Luoya merely took a few steps back, struggling to stabilize herself in midair. Qian Renxue gazed at Luoya in disbelief, her left fist still tingling from the impact. How could he, without employing a soul skill, possibly repel me? A three-ringed soul master? Meanwhile, Luoya on the ground looked on with a hint of smugness at Qian Renxue, suspended in the air. The blue light from his left fist faded as he continued his escape, swiftly ascending towards the arena above. Don't even think about fleeing. Qian Renxue's delicate face hardened. And with a flick of her wings, two pristine feathers coalesced from the void, their sharp tips aimed directly at Luoya. This can't be happening. Luoya was on the verge of losing his composure. Why was Qian Renxue so relentless, refusing to let him go? They say girls can be petty. And today he had witnessed it firsthand. As he deftly dodged another feathered arrow from Qian Renxue with a swift turn, Luoya hovered in midair. The illusion of Gliza beginning to warp. Not escaping? Qian Renxue was momentarily taken aback, then ascended to the same height, her beautiful eyes locking with Luoya's. Luoya paid her no heed, letting out a cold snort as he crossed his arms over his chest. Golden light coalesced, forming a sphere of radiant energy the size of a fist, his self-created soul skill. Qian Renxue's pupils constricted, and her gaze toward Luoya brimmed with combat fervor. Truly a remarkable little monster. Upon witnessing Luoya reveal his trump card, Qian Renxue too ceased to hold back. She activated her third soul ring, and the golden light on her wings once again condensed. In the void, a brilliant flash erupted. Angelic radiance. With a resounding crash, two intense beams of golden light erupted, colliding violently, nearly illuminating the pitch-black night into day. The energy storm produced by their soul power left the surrounding walls heating up, and the very ground of the training arena trembled slightly beneath him. Luoya's arms felt somewhat numb, and he nearly lost his balance, almost toppling to the ground. His soul power had been entirely depleted, leaving him bereft of the strength to continue fighting. Gritting his teeth, he compelled himself to remain upright. And under the cover of the shimmering barrier, he swiftly leapt over the iron walls of the training ground. Gliza's ethereal figure flickered with a trace of blue light before vanishing into the vastness of the night. In the shadows, an old crimson figure, observing this spectacle, could not help but exclaim in astonishment. The lad had indeed developed his own soul skill, one whose potency rivaled that of the young lady's angelic radiance. It seemed imperative to report this to the high priest. The prowess of a mere first-ring soul master could contend so fiercely with the young lady. This child's talent was truly formidable. A flash of red light shimmered, and the elder's figure abruptly disappeared. Approximately 10 seconds later, the brilliance waned, and Qian Renxue had descended to the ground, her delicate face slightly pale, clearly indicating that the earlier clash of soul skills had exacted a significant toll on her. As she surveyed her surroundings, she discovered that Luoya had already slipped away. With a dissatisfied snort, Qian Renxue unfurled her wings and likewise departed from the training ground. Luoya, what has happened to you? Where were you last night? Xiaoyu inquired, observing Luoya seated on the bed, regaining his soul power, a hint of perplexity in her tone. Exhaling a deep breath, Luoya opened his eyes and managed a wry smile. I encountered a rather formidable opponent last night, but fortunately, she did not strike to kill. Was this formidable opponent a soul sovereign? Xiaoyu asked after a moment's contemplation. It was evident that if even she, a grand soul master, could not match Luoya, the adversary he spoke of must indeed be of the soul sovereign rank. Luoya nodded slightly, then rose to wash up with Xiaoyu before heading to class. Although Xiaoyu was quite astonished that Luoya would venture out on such a dull night, and even encounter a soul master of graduating caliber, he refrained from inquiring further, understanding that it was best not to meddle in others' affairs. Meanwhile, deep within a grand hall of the spirit hall, a man clad in a golden robe, appearing to be in his 30s, gazed upward at the magnificent statue of a six-winged angel that towered above him. The man was strikingly handsome, with long golden hair cascading over his shoulders, his hands clasped behind his back, emanating an invisible aura that surrounded him. Below the steps behind him, two elderly men bowed respectfully, engaged in conversation. Great offering. The situation is as follows. What do you think of Shue's attitude towards him? The man did not turn around but merely asked in a measured tone. It seems the young lady is somewhat displeased, after all. Allowing a mere first-ring novice to escape unscathed under her watch is quite intolerable. The golden-robed man fell silent for a moment before inquiring, "What is that young fellow's name? And what is his martial soul?" "His name is Loya, a new student this year. His martial soul is a humanoid space type known as Gliza," the other elder replied earnestly. "At 6 years old, he possesses a first ring. He must be endowed with innate soul power. I have never even heard of Gliza. Moreover, he has already mastered a self-created soul skill at such a tender age," the man mused softly. "Let Shui Er attempt to engage with him, but ensure she does not reveal the intent behind it." "Understood." The two elderly men bowed once more and turned to take their leave. "Wait," the man reconsidered, calling back the two elders. "What further instructions do you have, great offering? Do not let that woman know of this matter for the time being." "Yes, we shall take our leave," the two elders replied in unison. Chapter 17. A chance encounter. Little Loya, is it true? This elixir is so miraculous? Xiaoyu gazed incredulously at the foundation-building pill Loya had handed him. "Brother Xie, would I deceive you?" Loya shook his head, countering the inquiry. "Ultimately." Xiaoyu nodded in agreement and swallowed the foundation-building pill in one gulp, then began to adjust his internal soul power to enhance the elixir's effects. Half an hour later, Xiaoyu opened his eyes, his face brimming with unrestrained joy, his aura significantly heightened. "What a marvelous substance! It has propelled my soul power by 2 levels. I am now at level 23. "Loya, no, master brother, thank you." After his excitement, Xiaoyu bowed deeply in gratitude to Loya. Loya smiled and waved his hand, indicating that there was nothing of great concern. "Oh, by the way, do you still have that elixir?" I inquired with a grin, unabashedly, hoping to share it with Nana and Yinxie. "Well, I have only refined one at the moment, and if I were to concoct another, it would require some time." Loya replied with a hint of hesitation. Yinxie felt a tinge of disappointment, but quickly regained his composure and asked, "No problem. How long will you need?" After a moment of contemplation, Luoya replied, 3 days. How does that sound?" Shi Yuan nodded in agreement, then patted Luoya on the shoulder, saying, "Luoya, you still do not have a mentor, do you?" Loya felt a twinge of confusion but nodded in agreement. "Indeed. I have only awakened my martial soul for less than a month. How could I possibly have a mentor? What do you think of the elder ghost from our spirit hall? Ghost Douluo?" Loya paused momentarily, then smiled as if he grasped the underlying intention. It appeared that Xiaoyu sought to introduce himself to Gue Mei as a disciple. However, after contemplating, Loya shook his head and remarked, "Although Ghost Douluo possesses formidable strength, I am merely a spirit master of the first rank. I may not yet warrant his attention." Xiaoyu was inclined to persuade him further, but Loya had already gestured for him to stop. "Very well, let us wait until your cultivation progresses further before making any plans." After finishing their lunch, the two sought out separate training rooms to hone their skills. The afternoon hours at the Spirit Hall Academy were left to the students' discretion, aimed at fostering their self-discipline. Loya sought out the finest training chamber to continue his practice of the Void Flash. In his mind, he reflected on the battle with Qian Renxue from the previous night. Confronted by an adversary 2 realms above him, his still-recovering void body proved to be of little consequence. He relied solely on the ghostly speed of Gliza and the formidable power of the Void Claw to engage in combat. Furthermore, the unexpected advantage provided by the Void Fist technique, acquired upon awakening his martial soul, combined with the still nascent Void Flash, allowed him to retreat unscathed from Qian Renxue's grasp. To his pleasant surprise, he found that the Void Flash, released at the first ring of his cultivation, possessed sufficient might to contend with the third soul skill of the 6-winged angel. A smile crept upon Loya's lips as he vividly recalled the scene. Just imagine. If he were to attain the 3rd ring of cultivation, Qian Renxue's fist would scarcely harm him, and the power of the Void Flash would be significantly amplified. Should he still find himself defeated under such circumstances, he might as well abandon his martial soul and return to the sacred soul village to till the land. With this thought, Loya felt a wave of relaxation wash over him, allowing him to concentrate on perfecting the Void Flash. As his soul power increased, the strength of the Void Flash had grown considerably, with the gathered orbs of light becoming ever more substantial and the preparatory movements for its release shortening. Time passed swiftly, and Loya practiced diligently throughout the afternoon. At last, he withdrew his martial soul, exhaling a deep breath of stale air, and prepared to depart. Applause erupted suddenly, and Loya turned slowly, casting a fleeting glance. In that moment, his pupils constricted sharply, his expression turning serious, and a sense of vigilance washed over him. The person before him was none other than Qian Renxue, the very one who had forced him to flee the night prior. Now standing at the doorway with a radiant smile, Luoya endeavored to maintain his composure, stepping back with his left leg and in a low voice inquired, "Might I ask, dear sister, are you not yet inclined to spare me?" He recognized that he was no match for Qian Renxue at present, despite his affections for her. It did not imply that he relished the prospect of being beaten. Qian Renxue let out a light laugh and replied, "What is your name? Shouldn't one introduce oneself before inquiring about another?" "Qian Renxue," she stated. "Luoya," he responded. Qian Renshue's expression returned to tranquility as she casually took a seat. Her gaze towards Luoya tinged with a hint of apology. "Please, take a seat. I truly apologize for striking you indiscriminately yesterday." Luoya was taken aback. Could it be that Qian Renxue was apologizing? Such a proud girl, offering an apology to herself? When had she become so accommodating? Nevertheless, if that were the case, future interactions would undoubtedly be much simpler. Regaining her composure, Luoya sat opposite Qian Renxue with an air of tranquility. She waved her hand dismissively and said, "It's nothing, in fact. I have never used my self-created soul skill before, so I should thank you for allowing me to test its power. You truly are a little genius. May I inquire what your martial soul is?" After all, defeating a 3-ringed opponent as a 1-ring fighter is akin to slicing through vegetables with ease. Luoya replied with irritation, "Do you not realize, dear sister, that you are taking advantage of those weaker than yourself?" Qian Renxue, feeling somewhat embarrassed, responded, "I apologize. I was simply in a foul mood yesterday." Luoya shook his head and smiled, saying, "I am perfectly fine. It was merely the significant consumption of soul energy during my escape. You fled so swiftly last night. I wonder what your martial spirit truly is." Qian Renxue remarked with a smile. "Gliza, a spatial-type martial spirit. You witnessed its capabilities last night," Luoya replied. "Spatial type." Qian Renxue was initially taken aback, followed by a hint of confusion. "But I have never heard of a beast martial spirit named Gliza. That is a name I bestowed upon it, initially. I had no idea what kind of martial spirit it was," Luoya chuckled. "Ah, that makes sense. Names are merely labels," Qian Renxue mused, nodding thoughtfully after a moment. She then sat quietly, her gaze fixed on Luoya, reflecting, "I did not observe closely last night. This little fellow is rather adorable. Sister, why do you keep staring at me?" Luoya inquired, his lips twitching slightly. He genuinely feared that Qian Renxue might suddenly leap up and strike him. "Well, little Luoya, I find myself somewhat intrigued by you. Defeating an opponent across 2 soul ring levels is quite rare in the realm of soul masters." Qian Renxue remarked with a smile of admiration. Hee, it was merely luck." Luoya quickly waved his hand dismissively. In the presence of Qian Renxue, it was best not to indulge in self-adoration. He needed to earn some goodwill for future pursuits. "Ahem, I digress. So, shall we consider this our introduction through conflict?" Luoya smiled. Qian Renxue beamed back, causing Luoya to momentarily lose his focus. "Oh, by the way, our duel from last night remains unfinished, does it not?" Qian Renxue said with a playful grin, her 3 soul rings reappearing. "Wait, are you serious?" Luoya exclaimed, startled, as he hastily activated his martial spirit and attempted to flee towards the door, but Qian Renxue would not grant him such an opportunity. "Sister, spare me." Thus, anguished cries echoed from the training room, though fortunately, the soundproofing was excellent, or the other students outside might have thought someone was slaughtering a pig within the academy. Unsurprisingly, Luoya emerged with a bruised visage, utterly despondent. However, he donned a mask as he exited. After all, he was the academy's top disciple. And being so thoroughly beaten was a disgrace he could not allow others to witness. Such humiliation would be too much to bear. Chapter 18. Farewell, little Luoya. What happened? Why are you wearing a mask? Shiyue observed Luoya, who was dodging from side to side upon returning to the dormitory, feeling somewhat puzzled. Is there something about the academy's senior brother that is unfit for public view? Shouldn't he be striding confidently? Luoya touched his swollen face and forced a bitter smile, saying, "It's nothing. My skills are simply inferior." There was no remedy for the fact that his strength was now vastly overshadowed by that of Qian Renxue. Luoya could have barely matched his strength with the Void Claw, but upon the arrival of Qian Renxue, she unceremoniously unleashed the angelic domain to suppress him, leaving him unable to unleash his full potential. The disparity of their 2 soul rings rendered him hopeless, forcing him into a retreat, either fleeing or on the path to escape. He maneuvered around the pillar, employing various techniques and evasive maneuvers, missing only the elusive ghost shadow phantom record of Tang San. Once my strength increases, I shall see how this girl can resist my conquest. Luoya secretly harbored such thoughts. Qian Renxue was the girl he had resolved to pursue, and the first step naturally lay in enhancing his power. No matter how proud a girl may be, once subdued. Everything else would become negotiable. He vowed to work doubly hard, convinced that Qian Renxue would eventually regard him with newfound admiration. However, he was acutely aware that her relationship with his mother, Bai Dong, was rather strained. If she were still 6, it might not be so troublesome, but now, with plans to infiltrate the Heaven Do Empire next year, he realized that this historical rift was beyond his power to mend in one fell swoop. Nevertheless, if he could not immediately bridge the gap between mother and daughter, he could take his time. After all, at present, Tang San had yet to awaken his martial soul. Time was still on his side, and he could cultivate feelings over time. Resolute in his determination, a faint smile graced Luo Yi's lips as he settled down to heal from his injuries and restore his soul power. As time flowed like a gentle stream, it had already been a year since Luo Yi arrived at the Spirit Hall. At the age of 7, he had cultivated himself to the 19th level, with a breakthrough to become a Grand Soul Master just around the corner. Moreover, his position as the Academy's top disciple remained unassailable. Throughout the year, Qian Renxue would occasionally seek him out, whether for sparring or engaging in conversation. Initially, Luo Yi presumed that Qian Renxue's interest was merely a fleeting whim. Yet as time elapsed, he grew aware that their news must have reached the Spirit Hall, perhaps even the ears of the angelic representative. This would explain why Qian Renxue maintained her interactions with him. A spatial martial soul, rivaling that of a six-winged angel, managing to retreat unscathed despite the disparity presented by 2 soul rings, undoubtedly warranted their attention. Over the course of the year, Gliza's remnant soul had not compelled him to undertake any tasks, which brought a sense of ease to Luo Yi's existence. His daily routine was both fulfilling and orderly, attending classes in the morning, cultivating soul power, and developing unique soul skills post-lunch, and in the evenings. Should Qian Renxue not visit him, he would devote himself to alchemical pursuits. He had successfully crafted 2 foundation-building pills, which he entrusted to Xie for Yin and Hu Liena, as they were the second strongest in the academy aside from himself, fostering a pleasant camaraderie among the 4. On a night approaching the witching hour, Luo Yi made his customary visit to the training room, where Qian Renxue had been waiting. A serene smile gracing her features as she observed him. "You're here," she greeted. "Yes, do we have a duel today?" he inquired, a smile blooming on his face as he beheld the exquisite girl before him. Their year of companionship had fostered a profound understanding and a solid friendship between them. "No, I came to share something important," Qian Renxue replied, shaking her head, her gaze lingering on Luo Yi with a hint of reluctance. "What is it?" Luo Yi asked, a flicker of confusion crossing his features as he stepped closer. "I will be leaving Spirit City tomorrow," Qian Renxue murmured softly. Luo Yi was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained composure, his eyes locking onto Qian Renxue's. "When will you return?" he asked earnestly, his reluctance unmasked in his gaze. He refrained from inquiring about her destination, knowing it likely pertained to her mission in the Heaven Do Empire, disguised as Shui Qinghe to seize power. A warmth enveloped Qian Renxue's heart, and a smile graced her face. It was unexpected that this mere 7-year-old boy would express such concern for her. Having grown up devoid of affection, her encounters with Luo Yi had bestowed upon her an abundance of care. She felt a peculiar connection to him, one she could not quite define. Yet it brought her joy and tranquility. Qian Renxue shook her head. "I cannot ascertain that. It could be a few years, or even a decade." "What if I miss you?" Luo Yi blurted out, unable to contain his feelings. Qian Renxue lowered her head in contemplative silence for a moment. She too felt a pang of longing for Luo Yi, but for the grand scheme of the Spirit Hall, and to gain the respect of that woman, she had to depart. After a pause, she softly responded, "When you become strong enough, come to the Heaven Do Empire to find me." Upon hearing this, Luo Yi nodded vigorously and said, "Rest assured, I will definitely seek you out." Qian Renxue smiled as she embraced Luo Yi, saying, "Regardless of the circumstances, you are my dearest and indeed my only friend. Therefore, do not let me worry. Do you understand?" Luo Yi lay nestled in the gentle embrace of Qian Renxue, and at this moment of parting, he did not shy away. Upon hearing her words, he nodded softly, a sense of bliss permeating his entire being. "She cares for me. When do you leave tomorrow? Allow me to see you off." Qian Renxue shook her head, saying, "You cannot come. This journey of mine is confidential, and no unrelated parties must be informed." "Very well." Luo Yi withdrew from Qian Renxue's embrace, gazing at her tenderly, as if he wished to etch her image into his memory forever. Qian Renxue's cheeks flushed, and she turned her head away, yet her heart was filled with sweetness. As dawn broke, Luo ultimately bid farewell to Qian Renxue. He realized that whether in the past or present, he had completely fallen for Qian Renxue, a girl who appeared strong on the surface, yet was profoundly fragile within. Luo sat cross-legged on his bed, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, a clear indication that he had devoted the entire night to his cultivation. Schwer had departed, and he felt an urgent need to grow stronger. By the time he turned 9, he believed his cultivation level would approach that of a soul master. Ha ha ha. You little rascal still have the leisure to ponder such trivial matters? The derisive voice of Gliza's lingering soul echoed in Luo's mind. Human emotions, what do you truly understand? Luo cast a discreet, scornful glance inwardly. I have already attained a semblance of self-awareness. How could I possibly be ignorant? As a wandering soul, without me, what are you? Luo retorted without mercy. You. TSK. Humans are indeed all smooth-tongued. You are just like those hosts I encountered in the past. And yet you claim to comprehend human emotions? Luo suddenly recalled a phrase uttered by a wayward youth from M78. Gliza, if you were fortunate enough to encounter something or someone worthy of your cherishment and protection, then utter this phrase again. Ah, this human lad, your preachy demeanor makes me question whether you've ever laid eyes upon a light giant adorned with 2 ears. 2 years later, on the Academy's arena, a young boy stood, surrounded by soul rings of extraordinary hue, one yellow and one purple. His countenance radiated joy as he raised his left fist triumphantly. Congratulations to Luo for successfully retaining his title as the Academy's chief disciple for the 3rd consecutive term. The title Douluo rose from the stands, nodding approvingly at Luo. Congratulations, senior brother. 9 years old and already at level 26. The 2nd ring of a millennium. A true genius. The chorus of congratulations and praises from fellow students echoed incessantly, with several female students even confessing their admiration on the spot, causing Luo's lips to twitch involuntarily. Having finally evaded the throngs of students, Luo sighed in relief in a secluded alley. Goodness. I once thought the fury of a title Douluo was the most terrifying thing. It seems now that women are far more formidable. After calming his emotions, Luo emerged from the alley, only to be surprised by a graceful figure materializing behind him, a delicate hand resting on his shoulder. Senior brother Luo, whom did you just declare to be the most terrifying? The alluring voice reached Luo's ears, and upon turning, he was taken aback to find it was Hu Liena, her captivating eyes shimmering with a hint of purple, fixed intently upon him. Ahem. Oh, it's nothing, Sister Nana. You must have misheard. Luo stifled the unusual sensations within, forcing a sheepish smile. This little vixen was innately beguiling, and now her head was nearly resting on his shoulder, testing even his self-control. Hee, senior brother. Why is your face so flushed? Hu Liena flashed another enchanting smile, sending a surge of blood rushing to Luo's face, nearly overwhelming him. I must flee. The 36 stratagems dictate that retreat is the best option. Luo accelerated to his utmost, leaving behind fleeting shadows as he vanished from sight. Moments later, Hu Liena retracted her 2nd soul skill, murmuring to herself, little Luo was able to escape my allure 3 years ago. Why is he so frightened of me now? Humph. At least it shows that my charm has some effect on him. This little rascal. I have been bested for 3 years without a single victory. Just wait. I shall torment you henceforth. Humph. Luo took several deep breaths, finally managing to suppress his anger, a bitter smile creeping onto his face. He had not anticipated that Hu Liena's charm, after her 2nd ring breakthrough, would be so tormenting. The purple light in her eyes was clearly the effect of a soul skill, and he had nearly been unable to withstand it. Shaking his head and silently thinking of Qian Renxue, Luo exited the narrow alley and headed towards the place where they had previously encountered each other. It had been 2 years since he last saw Qian Renxue, and he missed her dearly. As he gazed upon the vast training arena, he noticed it was completely empty, devoid of any presence. Memories of the days spent with Qian Renxue flooded his mind, and a smile involuntarily appeared at the corners of his mouth. Those were truly beautiful reminiscences. If only I were strong enough, perhaps I could seek her out now, Luo yearned, eagerly anticipating his own strengthening. He lowered his gaze to his palm, pondering for a while. After a moment, he slowly raised his head, his gaze resolute. His fist clenched as if he had made a significant decision. I must fully master the power of Gliza. He retrieved his training notes, which he had been refining and amending over the past 3 years, and meticulously searched for something. Determined, he exclaimed, "This is it." Withdrawing the training notes, Luo summoned his martial soul, which floated in the air. His arms burst forth with streams of purple and gold light. Fixating his gaze on the luminous streams on his arms, Loya took another deep breath, gritted his teeth, and gathered the two wildly turbulent energies before him. This was undoubtedly a reckless experiment for Loya, with a high risk of losing control. However, if successful, he would possess a terrifying technique that could instill fear in the soul sect. The energy contained within the Gliza martial soul was overwhelmingly powerful, if Loya wished. He could elevate his soul power and control even greater forces through future soul rings. Yet, he did not want to wait, for someone was waiting for him. Boom. A deafening explosion erupted from the center where the purple and gold streams converged, trembling violently the moment they made contact. With Loya's mere 26-level soul power, he could no longer contain the primal force of Gliza, and clear signs of losing control began to manifest. Damn it, stabilize. Loya bit his tongue, forcing his mind to clear. Controlling such vast energy was beyond his mental capacity. As time passed, the agitation of Gliza's primal energy intensified, even beginning to leak. No, I cannot give up now. Spin for me. He roared inwardly, his eyes tinged with a hint of crimson, enduring the excruciating pain as he commanded the two energies to whirl incessantly. As the purple and gold energies gradually fused together, the Gliza phantom behind him became increasingly solid, distorting the space around him. Ha 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 ha. In the midst of his extreme concentration, Loya was oblivious to his surroundings. Unbeknownst to him, perched atop the towering walls was a venerable elder with white hair, his eyes fixed intently upon the boy training in the arena. Clad in a golden robe, the elder appeared somewhat aged, yet his gaze was sharp as he observed the energy coalescing before Loya. Filled with incredulity, it was utterly unprecedented. Until, at a certain moment, the world seemed to fall silent. Even the sound of the wind ceased to exist. Loya's expression shifted from defiance to astonishment, ultimately transforming into a mixture of joy and concern. The purple-golden radiance at his chest had completely merged, spiraling like a whirlwind, its rotation accelerating to a perilous speed, threatening to shatter at any moment. No matter. Before that happens, let me test your might. Gritting his teeth, Loya summoned the last of his strength, thrusting his hands forward. The purple-golden spiral erupted explosively, launching a beam of spiraled light as thick as a cement pillar. Bloom, Gliza's double spiral. Boom. In the astonished gaze of the elder atop the walls, the purple-golden spiral beam created a massive web-like crack upon striking the arena's wall. In just 3 breaths, the iron wall, capable of withstanding the full force of the soul sect, suddenly exploded, leaving a gaping hole 5 or 6 meters high. The elder, taken aback, hastily waved his hand to conjure a soul power barrier, halting the spiral beam's advance. Soon, the beam dissipated upon colliding with the barrier. Yet the residual spatial turmoil left the elder feeling a sense of trepidation. Although, given his cultivation level, disturbing space was trivial, this child, merely a great soul master, managed to achieve it. What overwhelming power and prodigious talent! The elder withdrew his hand and looked down at the now unconscious Loya, feeling a profound interest in him. With a gesture, Loya's body flew into the elder's grasp, who cradled him in one arm and soared towards another section of the martial soul hall. Let us take him back to help him recover. The mess here can be handled by a few Earth-type soul masters. TSK, if you, young man, possess a power-type beast martial soul, I would truly wish to take you as my disciple. Alas, it seems my brother will be interested in him. Within the innermost sanctum of the martial soul hall, the elder who had carried Loya appeared. Golden Crocodile, what is the matter with this child? A flash of golden light heralded the arrival of a handsome golden-haired man clad in a golden robe, who silently emerged in the grand hall. Golden Crocodile Douluo gazed at the still unconscious Loya, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. Ha ha ha, brother, I have stumbled upon a remarkable talent this time. And it seems he shares a good rapport with the young lady. Oh? The golden-haired man, intrigued by Golden Crocodile Douluo's words, considered the implications. To be favored by a peak Douluo at level 98, and to have ties to his granddaughter was indeed noteworthy. Chapter 20. The Pope's attention. What is this child's name? I checked before coming. He is called Loya, with a spatial martial soul, quite rare in the soul master realm. So it is he. The golden-haired man pondered for a moment before breaking into a smile. Brother, it seems you have been aware of him for quite some time? Golden Crocodile Douluo inquired, puzzled. Having been in seclusion, he remained oblivious to the happenings outside. Super Douluo often spent decades in seclusion, hence he had no knowledge of Luoya's connection with Qian Renxue. The golden-haired man smiled slightly and recounted the events from 3 years ago concerning Luoya and Qian Renxue. Golden Crocodile Douluo listened, and once he comprehended, his gaze towards Luoya reflected astonishment. After a long pause, he sighed. Indeed, the waves of the Yangtze River pushed the waves ahead. This child is a veritable anomaly, having created his own soul skill for the second time. As he spoke, Golden Crocodile Douluo gently waved his hand, releasing an invisible wave of soul power that flowed into Luoya's body. As Luoya felt the torrent of soul power mending his form, he slowly began to awaken. Where am I? Ah, right, the duel spiral went out of control. Struggling to recall the events, Luoya gradually stood, though his head still felt foggy. Human, you have awakened? 2 rather powerful humans are observing you. You must regain your composure. The voice of the remnant soul bolstered Luoya's spirits significantly. Little one, you're awake? It was I who brought you here, Golden Crocodile Douluo chuckled. Thank you, esteemed elder. May I inquire where this is? Luoya performed a respectful gesture towards the Golden Crocodile Douluo and then inquired, is this the Hall of Offerings of the Spirit Hall? It is indeed. And it is the Golden Crocodile who has brought you here, responded a man beside the Golden Crocodile Douluo. Luoya's heart stirred with tumultuous waves. He had been taken by none other than the second guardian of the Spirit Hall, the Golden Crocodile Douluo. Furthermore, the man beside him seemed unfathomably profound. Senior, might you be His Excellency, the second guardian Golden Crocodile of the Spirit Hall? Luoya asked. Oh, a mere child under 10 years of age recognizes me. The Golden Crocodile Douluo replied with a hint of surprise. It was rare for one in the current Spirit Master world to know of him, save for a few elder guardians within the Spirit Hall and the esteemed title Douluo of the 3 major sects. Earlier, that senior mentioned this is the Hall of Offerings. Only the 7 great guardians of the Spirit Hall are qualified to be here, and since you were referred to as Golden Crocodile, I dared to make an assumption. Luoya said with a smile, maintaining a humble yet confident demeanor. After all, he could not merely claim he had read the script and deduced the identity from a title. Ha ha ha, not only are you exceptionally gifted, but you are also quite astute. The Spirit Hall has a promising future. The Golden Crocodile Douluo chuckled, expressing his admiration. Hee, thank you for your kind words, Senior, Luoya replied with a grin. By the way, how did you find yourself in that training ground? That place is the private training area of our Spirit Hall's young master. The Golden Crocodile Douluo inquired with a smile. Ah, actually, I am acquainted with that elder sister. It has been 3 years since we last met, and I missed her. So I came to take a look, Luoya stated without hesitation, revealing his relationship with Qian Renxue. Upon hearing Luoya's response, the Golden Crocodile Douluo's smile grew warmer. Recalling what his elder brother had previously mentioned, I did not expect you to be friends with the young lady. I have been in seclusion for the past decade, unaware of external affairs. Oh, this is the young lady's grandfather. You may refer to him as the Grand Guardian, the Golden Crocodile Douluo introduced, gesturing towards the golden-haired man beside him. Indeed, the only individual who could be on such familiar terms with the Golden Crocodile Douluo was none other than Qian Douluo, one of the 3 great limit Douluo of the age. Junior pays respects to the Grand Guardian. Luoya bowed deeply to Qian Douluo. Well, child, let us converse over there, Qian Douluo said, regarding Luoya with approval and nodding. The 2 elders and the young one moved to a secluded chamber to sit down. I heard that 3 years ago, the Spirit Hall recruited a student with innate full spirit power, who has consecutively held the title of the Academy's top disciple for 3 terms. That would be you, I presume? Qian Douluo questioned. Yes, Grand Guardian. Luoya replied obediently with a nod. How could he not be compliant? He intended to pursue the Grand Guardian's granddaughter, and garnering a favorable impression with her grandfather would undoubtedly ease his endeavors. You must have been only 6 years old when you first arrived at the Spirit Hall. How did you come to know the young lady? The Golden Crocodile Douluo asked first. My acquaintance with Sister Shui was rather fortuitous, that night, after I finished cultivating my self-created soul skill and was about to return to rest. Meanwhile, in the Hall of the Pope, a woman languidly reclined upon the ornate throne above, adorned with a 9-curved purple gold crown and wielding a 2-meter-long purple scepter. Her noble aura was unmistakable, evoking a sense of reverence in those who beheld her. Your Holiness, according to my investigation, the disturbance originated from the young lady's private training area. Furthermore, a wall capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a soul master has been breached. A middle-aged man cloaked in black mist spoke in a hoarse voice from below the steps. Upon hearing this, the woman on the throne frowned slightly, her beautiful eyes momentarily closing in fatigue before she inquired, did she not go to the Tiando Empire? Who could intrude upon her training grounds? Her voice was soft and melodious, yet exuded a noble elegance that commanded respect. Your Holiness, I am unaware of the details. However, prior to my investigation, I detected the golden crocodile's presence there. Perhaps he had just departed. Upon hearing the mention of the golden crocodile, the Pope immediately opened her eyes and rose from her throne, an invisible aura radiating from her, causing the middle-aged man to break into a cold sweat. Ghostly Shadow, are you certain of what you speak? The Pope asked coldly, with a hint of anger in her tone. Your Holiness, my words are without exaggeration. The aura indeed belongs to the golden crocodile. Ghostly Shadow managed to respond, albeit with difficulty. The Pope resumed her seat, retracting the unintentional pressure she had exerted, and pondered in silence for a while. There are only 3 possibilities that could cause such spatial disturbance. The first possibility is that a Soul Douluo level bishop is attempting to break through to the tidal Douluo realm and has succeeded. The second possibility is that 2 Super Douluo level powerhouses are engaged in fierce battle. As for the third possibility, I believe it to be the least likely. However, there have been no reports of a bishop from the Sacred Hall in seclusion within the Spirit Hall recently, and secondly, which 2 Super Douluo would engage in battle out of sheer boredom, especially in Qian Renxue's training grounds. Thus, we are left with only the final possibility. Ghostly Shadow, did Yu Guan bring a child with innate full spirit power to the Spirit Hall 3 years ago? The Pope inquired calmly. Yes, that child is named Luoya, possessing a spatial type spirit, Your Holiness. Do you suspect? Ghostly Shadow began, but his tone turned uncertain as he continued. Indeed. If it is this child who caused the disturbance, you and Yu Guan must ensure he meets with me. The Pope commanded urgently, realizing that if the guardians of the Hall of Offerings were to seize the opportunity first, it would not bode well for her. Yes, I shall take my leave. Ghostly Shadow replied before dissolving into black mist and vanishing from sight. The Pope gripped her scepter tightly, murmuring to herself, innate full spirit power, spatial type spirit. Such a young age, yet possessing the ability to disrupt space. Child, I find you most intriguing. Meanwhile, within the Hall of Offerings, Luoya was engaging in lively conversation with the golden crocodile Douluo and Qian Douluo, recounting his experiences from his first day in the academy until 2 years ago when Qian Renxue departed. Haha, I did not expect you to be directionally challenged. Did Shrek hurt you? Qian Douluo chuckled after listening. Hiki, not to the point of injury, I managed to escape. But later, Sister Shrek came looking for me and turned me into a pig's head, Luoya replied, his tone tinged with a hint of grievance, striving to present himself as a boy of his age in front of Qian Douluo. Ha ha ha, the young lady is, after all, a girl and can be a bit petty. Do not take offense, child, the golden crocodile Douluo said with a smile, adjusting his white beard. Very well, very well. The future of our Spirit Hall is indeed promising. Qian Douluo responded with equal mirth. Luoya's eyes flickered, and she casually inquired, Great benefactor, where has Sister Shrek gone? I miss her dearly. Qian Douluo paused momentarily, a hint of nostalgia surfacing on his face. Indeed, it had been 3 years since he last beheld his granddaughter. With a gentle sigh, Qian Douluo replied, Shrek has journeyed to a distant land. It may be quite some time before you see her again. Luoya wore a sorrowful expression, speaking with a hint of melancholy. Sister Shrek is so beautiful and powerful. I admire her greatly. Rest assured, as long as you dedicate yourself to your training, I might consider allowing you to meet her, replied the elder with a chuckle. Upon hearing Luoya's words, Qian Douluo revealed a mysterious smile. Innocently, he believed that Luoya's affection was merely that of children. However, he couldn't help but contemplate the matter further. With Luoya's extraordinary talent, it was indeed possible that he could be a match for his granddaughter, the second individual after the six-winged angel to possess a divine, humanoid martial soul, surpassing conventional standards with a second ring at merely a millennium, and having devised 2 unique soul techniques before the age of 9. Such talent could easily be described as unparalleled genius. Really? Thank you, esteemed elder. Luoya smiled radiantly. By the way, child, I noticed that unique soul technique you practiced earlier. How do you manipulate space? At last, the golden crocodile Douluo voiced his initial curiosity. Despite the subsequent loss of control over energy, he still held high hopes for Luoya. Everyone encounters difficulties at times, especially when it comes to techniques developed through one's own exploration. Not to mention, this self-created soul technique was extraordinarily potent. Any non-defensive soul master struck by it would either perish or be grievously injured. Well, Sister Schwer mentioned that once I become stronger, I could seek her out. However, the speed of meditative training is ultimately insufficient, so I thought to create another soul technique to accelerate my growth. Loya explained patiently. Child, before I brought you here, I inquired about you. Your name is Loya, correct? The golden crocodile Douluo pondered for a moment before asking. Yes, Senior Golden Crocodile. You may call me Xiao Loya, he replied with a smile. Indeed, Xiao Loya, both I and the esteemed elder recognize your determination to grow stronger. However, some matters cannot be rushed. Do you understand? The golden crocodile Douluo said in a tone befitting a wise elder. What the golden crocodile says is true. Fortunately, he is present today. Otherwise, your loss of control over your soul technique could have had dire consequences. Qian Renxue nodded in agreement with the golden crocodile Douluo's words. Yes, I understand, esteemed seniors. Loya replied, cupping his fists in respect. Very well, you may remain here to train for the morning. I have already communicated with the Martial Soul Hall Academy before bringing you here. Ah, that's fine, Loya responded somewhat helplessly. Realizing that these two great figures wished to witness his martial soul and self-created soul techniques firsthand. Feeling the eager gaze of a limit Douluo and a peak Douluo upon him, Loya had no choice but to sit down, release his martial soul, and enter a meditative state. As he practiced, the Gliza martial soul manifested automatically. Its bizarre, distorted silhouette and eerie laughter astonished the two powerful figures standing at the pinnacle of the Soul Master realm. Though Xiao Loya's martial soul appeared somewhat strange, it bore no aura of malevolence or darkness. Indeed, it is the second ring of a millennium. I say, brother, why not take him on as a disciple? No. Xiao Loya's martial soul is of the spatial type. I am ill-equipped for such a role, as I lack experience in that area. Oh. He's about to use his self-created soul technique again. Brother, look quickly. Luoya had lost track of how long he had been cultivating. But the rumbling of his stomach indicated that it was already noon. As he was still growing, he needed to replenish his nutrition. Ahem, esteemed elders. I must return for my meal. At this moment, Qian Renxue had become deeply contemplative and waved his hand dismissively. Very well, young Luo. Do visit us often in the future. The golden crocodile Douluo smiled, his gaze following Luoya as he departed from the offering hall. Fearing that the two formidable deities might change their minds, Luoya activated his martial spirit and swiftly exited. Upon returning to his dormitory, Luoya took a moment to adjust his mindset and soul power. The most powerful elders of the Spirit Hall, Qian Renxue and the Golden Crocodile, had formed a favorable relationship with him during their first encounter. Luoya's ambitions extend beyond merely Thousand Rin Snow. He aspires to the position of the Holy Sun as well. With the support of he feels quite confident about his future prospects. As Loya was immersed in contemplation, a sudden knock at the door interrupted his tranquility. Slightly annoyed, he opened his eyes and rose to answer it. You are Gio, Elder Gio? Loya exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the visitor. Indeed, young man, come with me. His Holiness the Pope wishes to see you, Yueguan said with a smile, taking Loya's hand and soaring outwards. Loya's lips twitched, caught in a bewildering blend of laughter and tears. Should he laugh or cry? He had just been to the offering hall and now found himself in the Pope's chamber, feeling an undeniable sense of disquiet. Your Holiness, the person has arrived. The fierce winds howled in his ears, and after a tumultuous ride through the clouds, Loya finally returned to the long-missed ground, nearly losing his balance in the process. Although Gliza could also soar, it could not match the swiftness of the moon's passage at that moment. Ah, thank you for your efforts, Elder Gio. Loya shook his head, dispelling the sensation of dizziness, and then cast his gaze around before locking on to the exquisite figure seated upon the throne above in the grand hall. The delicate silhouette clad in pale lavender occupied the papal seat, a symbol of supreme authority, with a hint of aloofness in her brow, her skin like porcelain, radiating a beauty that seemed almost ethereal. She is none other than the Pope, Bibi Dong. Loya's pupils constricted, and he instinctively took a step back. The intensity of that gaze seemed to strip away his very soul. His heart raced. A mere glance exchanged with the female Pope left Loya feeling somewhat overwhelmed. The formidable Gio Douluo, Yueguan, offered a slight bow to Bibi Dong, shimmering in golden light, before standing to her left, while another man clad in black positioned himself on the Pope's right. The black-clad man's expression was impassive, with dark magical markings adorning his cheeks. standing shoulder to shoulder with Yu Guan. It was the ghost Douluo, Gui Mei. Although it was their first encounter, Loya had already discerned the identity of this enigmatic figure. Only they could stand beside Bibi Dong in such a manner. Ah, human. This woman possesses a divine power that transcends the mortal realm of this planet. You should find a way to ingratiate yourself with her. Should an opportunity arise, perhaps you might glean a sliver of divine essence to restore your ethereal form. Are you jesting, Gliza? She is the current pope of the Spirit Hall. So what? It requires compensation. A piece of weapon information from another advanced technological world. Deal. Chapter 22. The prototype domain. How audacious, to show disrespect to Her Holiness the Pope? Gui Mei's brow furrowed. Seeing Loya seemingly lost in thought, he unleashed a thunderous roar. Reminiscent of a wailing specter, as a chilling aura mingled with a terrifying pressure surged forth. As the oppressive force descended, Loya snapped back to reality. Acutely aware that the air around him had solidified, a colossal wave of soul power surged towards him, rendering his body immobile. Clenching his fists tightly, he straightened his posture. Bracing himself against the overwhelming force without releasing his martial spirit, Gui Mei, exuding a chilling smile akin to that of a ravenous wolf, emanated a dark aura like a malevolent dragon, while the Pope's expression radiated curiosity. Ah, I see. A test? Then let it commence. Loya smiled faintly, lifting his chin to meet the gaze of the exquisite Pope at the center of the hall. Increase it by 5 levels. An unmistakably frosty voice rang out as Bibi Dong commanded Gui Mei to elevate the pressure. She wished to witness Loya's true limits. Understood. Gui Mei's fingers gently closed, and an even greater weight descended, slicing through the air like a blade. Loya's body trembled, and a glimmer of violet light flickered in his eyes. An aura of dark blue light enveloped him, effortlessly dissipating Gui Mei's pressure amidst the astonished gazes of the 3 formidable beings present. To think he could utilize spatial distortion to relieve the pressure. Quite clever, Bibi Dong mused, mentally elevating her evaluation of Loya. Increase it further. Her voice remained as placid as ever. Yes. The expression on Gui Mei's face shifted as the pressure intensified, testing Loya's control over his soul power. 26, 27, 28. The dark blue halo encased Loya like armor, the distorted space around him continually resisting the pressure. However, as Gui Mei's force surged, the halo wavered, and beads of sweat began to form on Loya's brow. This child possesses an astonishing array of talents, nearly reaching the limits of a great soul master. Yet his martial spirit remains unprovoked. Your Holiness, we are at level 29, and his martial spirit has yet to be forced out. Gui Mei tilted his head slightly, seeking Bibi Dong's counsel. Level 32. A subtle change flickered across Bibi Dong's face, a faint smile gracing her lips. Gui Mei hesitated for a moment before executing the command. His fingers closing entirely, the pressure soaring to 32 levels. Ha ha ha. An eerie laughter erupted from within Loya as Gliza's martial spirit instinctively shielded its master. Floating behind him, revealing 2 soul rings of yellow and purple. Both Gui Mei and Bibi Dong were taken aback. Yu Guan nodded in satisfaction, after all. Loya's Millennium Second ring was procured with his assistance, and the acquired soul skill was exceptionally formidable, rendering him nearly invincible within his realm. Initially, this lad had been quite obstinate, refusing to accept any less than a century's worth. Yet he had achieved it, gazing at Loya beneath Gliza's ethereal form. Bibi Dong's amethyst eyes narrowed slightly as she murmured, such an enigmatic humanoid martial spirit. Gui Mei, 35 levels. Bibi Dong softly spoke, rising to her feet. Her purple gaze fixed intently upon Loya. Yes. This time, Gui Mei took noticeably longer to deliberate, as he too felt a sense of appreciation for Loya's potential. An immediate increase of 3 levels, and at such a threshold, Loya might not withstand it. Boom. Loya faltered, his knees buckling as he nearly collapsed, his youthful, handsome visage betraying a flicker of anguish, on the brink of succumbing. Yet, at that moment, an unexpected transformation occurred. Ah! A glimmer of golden light swirled within Loya's violet eyes as he could not help but cry out. Ha ha ha. Gliza emitted a strange chuckle once more. But this time, his form visibly began to ascend. 2 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters. The massive figure radiated light that enveloped the entire hall, reminiscent of the initial awakening of a martial spirit. However, Gliza's first form had not instilled any peculiar sensations then. Now, standing at a towering 10 meters in his second form, coupled with the chaotic spatial distortion within the hall, the oppressive aura had escalated to an entirely new level. Just half a meter shy of reaching the Pope's vaulted ceiling, the blue-purple light radiating from him rendered him akin to a specter that refused to fade into oblivion. What sensation does one experience when a 10-meter-tall specter suddenly materializes before them? In that instant, the air seemed to solidify. Even the Douluo involuntarily took a step back. The pressure exerted upon Loya abruptly diminishing. Only Bibi Dong remained relatively composed, though the way she gripped her Pope's staff and the unmistakable excitement in her gaze betrayed her emotions. This is a domain. Bibi Dong could scarcely believe that Loya had comprehended the concept of a domain amidst Guime's pressure. Or perhaps Gliza's martial spirit inherently possessed a primordial domain, now fully activated under the weight of the oppressive force. With a casual wave of her staff, a faint golden light glimmered, and Guime's pressure dissipated in an instant. While the colossal Gliza apparition behind Loya began to shrink, ultimately retracting back into his body, Loya had reached his limit, bending slightly at the waist and gasping for breath. The fine beads of sweat on his forehead nearly cascading down, his expression revealing a sense of relief. As anticipated by Bibi Dong, Gliza's innate domain had autonomously protected its master when Loya could no longer sustain himself. Child, you have performed admirably. Bibi Dong approached with her long strides, gently stroking Loya's head. A soothing and cool energy emanated from her palm, coursing into Loya's body, mending his injuries and replenishing his depleting soul power. Thank you, Your Holiness. Loya exhaled in relief, bowing in gratitude. Loya, Bibi Dong spoke again, her voice cold yet authoritative resonating in Loya's ears. You have demonstrated your worth through your talent and resolve. Henceforth, until your graduation, no one but I shall have the authority to alter your position as the chief disciple of the academy. Additionally, I wish to pose a question to you. Please. Your Holiness, ask away, Loya inquired eagerly. Do you wish to become my disciple? Bibi Dong's originally frigid tone softened slightly, her gaze toward Loya growing increasingly approving. Upon hearing this, Loya's countenance was filled with astonishment to have the opportunity to be mentored by the most exceptional pope in the history of the Spirit Hall, along with access to technological knowledge from other realms, was indeed a remarkable dual benefit. I am willing, Loya exclaimed, his voice brimming with enthusiasm. Before Luo Yu could finish his words, a glimmer of golden light flickered, and two somewhat aged figures silently appeared within the pope's chamber. Instantly, Bibi Dong furrowed her brow, expressing her displeasure as she spoke. Great offering, second offering, what brings you to my papal hall? Chapter 23, Choices. Observing the slightly heavy atmosphere, Luo Yu felt utterly helpless. Should a conflict arise, it would be a regrettable loss. I, along with the golden crocodile, have come for Luo Yu, declared the great offering. Please, exercise restraint. This child has already expressed his desire to take me as his master. The Pope interjected, order of arrival matters. This child was brought to the offering hall by me first. Oh, the Emperor dispatched Yu Guan to bring him to the Wuhuan Temple Academy 3 years ago. The second offering countered. Who do you believe arrived first? Humph. Did Luo Yu meet you first? Or did he meet me and my elder brother first? Loya covered his face, on the verge of tears, wishing to interject as a mediator, yet unable to conceive a solution. Ahem, Elder Ju, Elder Gue, what shall we do? In his helplessness, Loya turned to Yu Guan and Guime for assistance. Ju and Gue exchanged glances, and Guime spoke first. It is evident that the Grand Offering and His Holiness the Pope are vying for your attention. It would be inappropriate for us to intervene. TSK. Two of the most prominent figures in the Spirit Hall are competing for you. Shouldn't you feel elated, young man? Yu Guan remarked with a hint of teasing. Loya was about to speak when two voices simultaneously interrupted him. Loya, will you choose the Papal Hall or the Sacrificial Hall? The emotionless and impatient voice of Gliza echoed in his mind. Human, choose that woman. This is an order. After a moment of silence, Loya took a deep breath and said, I apologize, Great Sacrificial, I choose His Holiness the Pope. After much contemplation, he concluded that Gliza's demands and offerings were of utmost importance, and since he wished to alter the relationship between Bibi Dong and Qian Renxue, this was the most prudent choice. Upon hearing this, disappointment washed over the faces of Qian Douluo and the golden crocodile Douluo. Qian Douluo sighed softly and remarked, very well. As long as you remain a member of our Spirit Hall, that is sufficient. The golden crocodile Douluo was about to voice his thoughts, but seeing his elder brother's concession, he too decided to relent. After all, the three of them had only just met Loya and could not impose their will upon him. Despite his choice of the Papal Hall, he fundamentally remained a member of the Spirit Hall. Moreover, given his connection with the young lady, it was believed that even if Bibi Dong were to take action in the future, Loya would not disregard her feelings. Bibi Dong gazed at Loya with a tender yet slightly triumphant expression. Very well, Loya, This is your wise decision. Master, please accept my bow. Seeing this, Loya no longer hesitated. He knelt and performed a respectful gesture of apprenticeship. A warm smile graced Bibidong's face once more as she encouraged, "Come now, my good child." With that, she helped Loya to his feet. Gently stroking Loya's head, Bibidong softly said, "From this moment forward, you shall be my second disciple. Furthermore, you may not be aware, but your roommate, Shi Yue's sister, Hu Liena, is your senior sister, is she not? Although you may not have interacted much over the past 3 years, I trust that you will get along splendidly in the future." "Yes, master," Loya replied eagerly, though inwardly he couldn't help but scoff. What does she mean by no interactions? Just this morning, she secretly used her soul skill to enchant me. How is that not interaction? "Ah, golden crocodile, let us depart," Qian Renxue said, gently closing his eyes and gesturing for the golden crocodile Douluo to follow him. "Wait, great sacrificial," Loya called out to them. "I dare to speak. Although I am unaware of any conflict between the sacrificial hall and the papal hall, since we are all members of the spirit hall, we are family. How could there be a rift among us? A formidable force can fear nothing, but internal discord could lead to irrevocable doom." Loya's words momentarily stunned both Qian Renxue and Bibidong, causing Qian Renxue to pause for a considerable time before departing. Bibidong, feeling a twinge of complexity in her emotions, sighed softly before resuming her seat upon the papal throne. "All right, little Loya, now that you have become my disciple, there are 2 matters I must impart to you. Listen closely. Please proceed." "Master," Loya replied with a slight bow. "First, I will dedicate time to instruct both you and Nana. You are required to come to the papal hall every day at the hour of the unknown, without fail. Secondly, the fact that you are my disciple must remain confidential for the time being. Aside from those present today and your senior sister, you are not to mention this to anyone else." It seems the aura of this human woman is also linked to the ability to devour," he chuckled. "Young human, it appears you have chosen wisely this time. However, I must caution you, given the technological advancements and extraction methods of this dimension, it may prove challenging to create those high-tech weapons." The voice of Gliza's remnant soul echoed once more, yet before Bibidong, one had to maintain composure. And thus the smile on Loya's face faded slightly. After bidding farewell to Bibidong, he returned to his dormitory. Once he confirmed that no one was around, he delved into his consciousness to communicate with Gliza's remnant soul. "You actually visited that world, Gliza. Surprised, are you, young human?" "Not exactly. But it seems incredibly difficult to replicate." "Fear not. Even if we cannot perfectly manufacture a complete set, a prototype will suffice. I refuse to believe that anyone on this planet can withstand a strike from such a weapon. Your reasoning is indeed sound. I find myself at a loss for words. Let me ponder this further. Young human, you have feelings for that girl named Qian Renxue, do you not?" "Gliza, are you implying?" "I cannot believe she would refuse such offerings. After all, they are genuine creations of angels. Ah, it seems I must find time to visit Gengshing City, or else I will lack the iron or required to forge these items." Resolute, Loya continued, "Gliza, during the test conducted by Ghost Douluo today, it seemed you suddenly occupied my consciousness. That human's martial spirit is indeed enigmatic. I merely borrowed his strength to regain a fraction of my own. According to this planet's terminology, my domain ability has recovered to a small extent. Consider it a nascent form." "Then why was I caught off guard when my martial spirit awakened?" Loya asked, lowering his head in confusion. "Firstly, I had only just been awakened, and you were too weak at the time, making it easy for things to spiral out of control, much like my double helix technique." Upon hearing Gliza's cold reminder, Loya's lips twitched, and he sighed. Indeed, the power of the void beasts is not easily grasped, just like the former king of gods, the dragon god, who possessed the 4 distinct powers of good, evil, life, and death. It is only natural that one would struggle to maintain control over such forces. Even if you are a god king, it is inescapable. However, this revelation also bore good tidings. He now possessed an additional trump card, and it was likely that only Bibidong had realized his understanding of the domain. Behold, the Void Fist, Void Flash, and Double Helix, along with the nascent Void Zero domain. "Little Tang-san, you must have only just awakened your martial spirit, correct?" Recalling his friend far away in Saint Soul Village, Loya's lips curled into a charming smile. Chapter 24, 12 years old, 1 against 3 years later, in the Papal Hall. A young man and woman stood at the foot of the steps, and Bibidong, seated upon the papal throne, wore a look of satisfaction, particularly as she gazed at the leading youth with pride. The young man, handsome and striking, bore a faint smile, his dark purple eyes resembling unfathomable black holes, evoking a sense of depth and mystery. The second figure, a tall girl approximately 1 meter 67, possessed a delicate face, her shoulder-length purple hair dancing in the breeze, and her large fox-like eyes seemed capable of ensnaring souls. Nana, you have both worked diligently during this time, and I am quite pleased. Especially you, little Loya, who has reached level 34 at the age of 12, with a third soul ring from a 4,000-year-old soul beast. Thank you for your praise, teacher. Hu Liena and Loya replied in unison. Now that you are both 12, I present you with two choices. Bibi Dong paused before continuing. First, continue your studies at the academy and undertake the imperial trial to earn the purple record medal. Second, venture out into the world for a few years. But you must not return until you have reached level 48. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's options, Loya contemplated briefly. At 12, it would be the perfect time to join Shrek Academy, yet Tang San was only 9, making their paths unlikely to cross. He would only encounter the likes of Uncle Sausage and the colorful chicken, perhaps even a flirtatious tiger. Should he go or stay? Haha, young human. I sense that the fated individuals of this dimension are beginning to emerge. I suggest you investigate. Gliza's remnant voice resonated in Loya's mind. Investigate? How? You can devour fate? Indeed, as long as you maintain contact with him, striking or even defeating him, I will be able to devour his fortune. Without hesitation, Luoya declared, Teacher, I have resolved to venture out into the world. Oh? Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback, then regarded him with admiration. She had not anticipated that young Luo, nearly 12 years of age, possessed such audacity. However, teacher, is it not perilous for our young junior disciple at such a tender age? Bibi Dong was about to acquiesce, but Hu Liena's eager voice interrupted her. Sister, what is there to worry about? Have you forgotten that if I unleash my full power, I can contend with the Soul King? Luoya shot a glance at Hu Liena. Bibi Dong tapped the armrest of her throne thoughtfully, stating, Indeed. Little Luo's prowess cannot be assessed by ordinary standards of soul masters. Nonetheless, what Liena says holds merit. Here's what we shall do, Liena. Go summon your brother and Yin. The three of you shall engage. If little Luo emerges victorious, he may proceed with his training in the outside world. All right, teacher. I shall seek out my brother and the others at once. Hu Liena smiled, then swiftly departed the hall of the Pope, making her way towards the academy. Cough. Teacher. Should I show any mercy during the match? Luoya coughed lightly, inquiring. Bibi Dong found the question somewhat amusing, asking, Do you genuinely believe you can triumph over all three of them? After all, both Liena and Xie Yu had reached the Soul King level with their martial soul fusion technique, and with Yin possessing a top-tier dual-element martial soul of fire and earth, even a level 52 Soul King might find them formidable opponents. Rest assured, teacher, Luoya chuckled lightly, seemingly unfazed by Bibi Dong's caution. His confidence stemmed not from arrogance, but from a firm belief in his abilities. A moment later, they arrived at the martial arts arena of the Spirit Hall. Loya and the Golden Generation stood in opposition, flanked by Bibi Dong and Zhu Guidala. Sister, unleash your full strength, Loya urged. Humph, young man, I concede that none of us alone can match you. However, if we join forces, your defeat is inevitable. The hot-tempered Yan, unable to tolerate Loya's nonchalant demeanor, was the first to issue a fierce declaration. Don't just talk. Let's see what you're made of. Loya replied calmly. Let the battle commence. Remember to hold back. Bibi Dong casually settled into a position and proclaimed. At her command, all four activated their martial spirits simultaneously. The Golden Generation displayed 3 Soul Emperors, adorned with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Luoya, a Soul Master, possessed 1 yellow and 2 purple soul rings. Let us begin. I am pressed for time, Luoya stated, his gaze fixed firmly on Yan, unmistakably directing his words towards him. Such arrogance. Provoked by Luoya's remarks, Yan, consumed by fury, enveloped his right arm in molten lava and swiftly struck with a powerful punch. Second soul technique, Granite of the Earth. A peculiar smile crept across Luoya's lips as his right hand subtly curved, the claws of the void poised for action. Oh, little junior brother, do you find me beautiful? A voice, intoxicating and tinged with allure, resonated within Luoya's mind, as Hu Liena, with her large, enchanting fox-like eyes shimmering with a rosy glow, gazed directly at him. Second soul skill, Fox Charm. Unconsciously, Luoya exchanged a glance with Hu Liena, and the soul skill he had been gathering was on the verge of dissipating. Huh. What a splendid opportunity. You're finished. Yin laughed heartily, accelerating his movements as if he could already envision Luo Yu being sent flying by his punch. As Yan's fist drew nearer, Luo Yu remained motionless, as if his feet were anchored to the ground. A sense of unease washed over Hu Liena. The conjurer of the soul skill. Yan, return quickly. Yet, Yan's fist descended, as if he could not hear Hu Liena's warning. Thud. The ground of the arena trembled slightly under the impact, nearly cracking. TCH, is that all? Just a single punch. Yin scoffed disdainfully, convinced that Luo Yu would be incapacitated. However, a mocking laughter echoed in his ears, and Luo Yu's form darted through the air like a wraith, disregarding Yin entirely. He unleashed the Void Claw and charged directly at Xiaoyu. His true target had never been this dim-witted brute, but rather the output position of their martial soul fusion technique. Xiaoyu. No. This is impossible. Yin seethed with anger, feeling as though he had been made a fool of. Not good, brother. Be careful. Hu Liena hastily warned Xiaoyu. But Luo Yu's speed surpassed her own. Third soul skill, Crescent Blade. In a moment of panic, Xiaoyu activated his most formidable third soul skill. Fully aware of the fierce power behind Luo Yu's Void Claw. Clang. The sound of metal clashing resonated for just an instant before Xiaoyu was sent flying by Luo Yu's claw. Xiaoyu is eliminated. The calm voice of Bibi Dong echoed, announcing the ousting of one from the golden generation. That wretched boy. Yin bellowed, igniting his third soul ring as two massive fireballs, forged from molten lava, coalesced in his hands, which he hurled forcefully towards Luo Yu. Luo Yu retracted his claws and cast a disdainful glance at the two molten fireballs hurled by Yin. He then stood motionless, enveloped in a nearly transparent violet light, rendering his form ethereal. Bang! The lava fireballs passed straight through Luo Yu's body, crashing into the granite wall behind him. Have you lost your wits to the flames? Have you forgotten the humiliating defeat of yesteryears? In a tone tinged with sarcasm, Luo Yu's demeanor shifted, his gaze becoming piercing as he clenched his right fist and vanished from sight. Before Yin could react, a fist the size of a sandbag struck his face with astonishing speed. The three titled Douluo observing the battle were silently astounded. This velocity surpassed that of an agile attack-type soul master, with formidable mental strength. Hu Liena unleashed her first soul skill just as Luo Yu's fist was about to connect with Yin. The pink hearts in her beautiful eyes glimmered softly. Yet Luo Yu remained impervious to this mental assault, accelerating his strikes instead. Void Fist, shatter the sky. A deafening sound of air being torn apart filled the arena. In a graceful arc, Yin was sent flying by a single punch, the pain radiating from his nasal bone rendering him dizzy as he coughed out blood. Struggling to raise his head, he cast a fearful gaze towards Luo Yu. As a dual attribute soul master of fire and earth, he believed he possessed a certain degree of defensive capability. Surely, even an attack-type soul master could not eliminate him in a single blow. Yet, Luo Yu had done precisely that, without even employing a soul skill, and given their comparable soul powers, Luo Yu merely one minor rank higher. This was nothing short of inconceivable. Is that all? Just a single punch? Luo Yu taunted, echoing Yan's earlier words. Indeed. Upon hearing this, Yin pounded the ground in frustration, only to cough up more blood before collapsing unconscious. With a flick of his left hand and a rotation of his right wrist, Luo Yu then turned his unfriendly gaze towards the remaining Hu Liena. Chapter 25. A 3-against-1 counterattack. Will they train? Hu Liena prepared to unleash her most formidable charm soul skill, but at that moment, Bibi Dong spoke up again. All right, Nana, you've lost. Just look behind you. Initially puzzled by Bibi Dong's voice, Hu Liena turned to see an alarming sight, gasping in shock. Once again, like 3 years prior, Luo Yu's claws were poised at her abdomen, and the sinister smile on his face resurrected the fear she had endured over the past 3 years. Teacher, I'm sorry. We have disappointed you. Hu Liena ceased her resistance, bowing slightly with a remorseful gaze directed at Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong approached, gently resting a hand on Hu Liena's shoulder, channeling her soul power to replenish Hu Liena's energy. Turning her attention to Luo Yu, she gestured, Little Luo, you've won. Retract your soul skill. Yes, teacher. Luo Yu nodded, smiling as he retracted his martial spirit, while the Luo Yu behind Hu Liena twisted and gradually dissipated into specks of white light. Junior brother. Is that your clone soul skill? Hu Liena exclaimed in astonishment, nearly at a loss for words. Luo Yu nodded and introduced, my second soul skill, Void Phantom. Creates illusions using spatial energy. Unless one's mental strength exceeds mine by at least double, one cannot discern my true self. Moreover, these phantoms possess half the power of my original form. Impressed, Bibi Dong expressed her satisfaction. Nana, your defeat this time stemmed not from a disparity in soul power or soul rings, but rather from a lack of combat experience and skillful application of soul techniques. Ghostly admonished with a chilling tone. Indeed, Elder Ghost speaks wisely. Xiaoyu stood up from the side, clasping his fists in salute. In this defeat, all three of you must engage in deep reflection, particularly that brutish fellow still sprawled on the ground in slumber. You failed to even compel little Luo to unleash his third soul skill or his unique techniques, which clearly indicates he has yet to exert his full strength. Being overwhelmed in a 3-on-1 scenario, do you even train? Listening intently, Ghost continued, before little Luo returns from his trials. You all must complete the first task entrusted by His Holiness the Pope to obtain the purple record medal. Do you understand? Yes. Hu Li and her brother nodded vigorously, like chicks pecking at grains. Hu Li glanced up at Bibi Dong, noticing her teacher's expression remained as calm as a placid lake, signifying tacit approval of Ghost's reprimand. Hiki, this soul ring was procured with the assistance of Elder Ju, who deserves half the credit, Loya chuckled, promptly seeking recognition from Yu Guan. Upon hearing Loya's words, Yu Guan cast a grateful glance in his direction. This mischievous lad has truly earned his keep. Bibi Dong regarded Ju Douluo Yu Guan with a knowing look before clearing her throat and stating, very well, since you share such a close bond with Elder Ju. He shall oversee your safety during your external training. Huh? Loya was momentarily taken aback. The narrative was askew. Yu Guan was also surprised, yet as a super Douluo. He quickly regained his composure. Rest assured, Your Holiness, this matter is in my capable hands. Bibi Dong, seemingly unwilling to linger further, turned and departed with Ghost. Her voice drifted back from a distance. If little Luo meets my expectations within 5 years, I shall reward each of you with a soul bone. In the Tiando Empire, the Barak Kingdom, a carriage emblazoned with the emblem of the Spirit Hall slowly approached a colossal city. Soldiers clad in armor stood guard atop the city walls, their resolute gazes fixed ahead, illuminated by the morning sun. Above, 3 bold characters were engraved on the azure city wall, Soto City. After a prolonged moment, the carriage came to a halt. Let us proceed, little Luo. We have arrived. Yu Guan, who had kept his eyes closed in meditation, finally opened them and spoke softly. Loya nodded and disembarked from the carriage, following Yu Guan's lead, gazing at the bustling and vibrant streets illuminated by lights, filled with longing. After a week of travel, he finally had the chance to rest. Loya stretched lazily and walked into the city. Yu Guan, observing this, chuckled helplessly, remarking that after all, he was merely a 12-year-old child. And it was the Pope's decree that required him to ensure Loya's safety at all times. Concealing himself in the shadows, Yu Guan quietly trailed Loya, extending his mental energy to assess the number of high-ranking soul masters within the city. There were 3 soul saints, 2 soul emperors, 2 soul kings, and 1 soul sovereign, nothing too concerning. Although it was daytime, Soto City remained extraordinarily lively, with throngs of people bustling through the streets and various delicacies and fruits available at the roadside stalls. In no time, Loya found himself clutching a generous assortment of food, strolling confidently through the city. Having grown accustomed to the offerings of the Spirit City, he found his first visit to the Heaven Do Empire quite delightful. Just as he swallowed a mouthful of a local fruit from Douluo Continent, Loya abruptly halted, his gaze narrowing at a particular alleyway shrouded in darkness. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from his spot and reappeared within the alley. There stood a lecherous man, tall and lanky, with a pinched face and a tongue that flicked about his mouth. The man rubbed his hands together eagerly, eyeing a young girl with a single ponytail, dressed in a fiery red dress, who possessed a hint of beauty. She appeared to be of a similar age as Loya, exuding a faint aura of soul power. Likely around the 30th level, yet she lay helplessly on the ground, gazing up at the advancing lecher with despair. The girl stubbornly shut her eyes, tears of indignation welling up in her lashes. Just as the man's filthy hands reached for her, a slender wooden stick shot forth with lightning speed, piercing his palm. The man yelped in agony, spinning around in rage, heedless of the blood streaming from his hand, shouting into the air, Who dares to ambush me? Do you wish to meet your end in Soto? Before he could finish his tirade, a chili sauce-covered fruit struck his left eye with precision. The man held again, dropping to one knee as he rubbed his injured eye, leaving the girl, who had resigned herself to her fate, in a state of shock. Who was it that saved her from the shadows? Run outside, turn left, and go 100 meters to report to the Spirit Hall's enforcement team. A youthful voice instructed her. Thank you, young hero, for saving me. The girl exclaimed gratefully, seizing the opportunity to flee. Curse you. Show yourself. The lecherous man bellowed in frustration, summoning his spirit. From the void emerged a pair of pitch-black claws hovering behind him, and 4 soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, materialized around him. A languid yawn echoed from above. It was Loya, standing on a rooftop, leisurely bringing a crimson fruit to his lips, casting a dismissive glance at the lecherous man. Upon seeing the dark claws, Loya quickly recalled that this peculiar man was none other than Douluo. Encountering this unfortunate fellow upon his arrival in Soto City, was it luck or misfortune? You little brat. Was it you who ambushed me? Douluo demanded fiercely. You filthy lecher, flaunting your power like a tyrant. Your spirit must be a rat's hand, tainting Soto City like a drop of sewage. Taking a bite of his fruit, Loya spoke with a nonchalant tone laced with sarcasm. Feeling deeply humiliated by Loya's mockery, Douluo retaliated without hesitation, activating his second soul ring, his dark hands expanding as they lunged toward Loya. In Soto City, he had always acted with impunity. No one dared to challenge him. How could he tolerate being provoked by a mere child? At that moment, Loya chuckled lightly, bending his arm slightly, and extended a claw of his own, emanating a faint white light, yet he did not unleash his spirit. With a single swipe, Douluo's dark hands were sent flying, retreating rapidly, leaving behind traces of splattered blood. The black claws, emblematic of Douluo's spirit, suffered damage, causing him immense pain as he collapsed to the ground, wailing. The force of that single strike was merely an ordinary blow. Douluo had only just ascended to the rank of Soul Sovereign, and his second soul skill, akin to an ant trying to shake a tree, was insufficient. Not only lecherous, but pathetically weak, Loya mused, shaking his head as he turned to leave. Suddenly, his brow furrowed, and he pivoted sharply, kicking away a blue weapon that had been hurled at him. More accomplices? He pondered. No wonder, in the original tale, this lecherous fellow had 2 Soul King-level allies. Old Gu Tianya saved me. Douluo cried out in desperation upon spotting the weapon on the ground. Whoosh. 2 figures, one tall and one short, appeared before Douluo. The shorter figure retrieved the weapon and glared coldly at Loya. Kid, no matter who you are, for attacking our man, you're as good as dead. The towering figure threatened menacingly. Hidden in the shadows, Yuegwan furrowed his brow at the sight of the 2 Soul Kings, silently conjuring a golden petal-shaped throwing knife. Not only do you bully the weak, but you also plan to gang up on me? Loya retorted, unfazed. With a mocking tilt of his head. Humph. Sorry, kid, why fight one-on-one when we can gang up? The shorter Soul King brandished a kitchen knife, advancing menacingly toward Loya. You think you can summon your friends? We can do that too, Loya scoffed, stepping aside to reveal the alley's exit. Douluo Tianya Gokao. You 3, as Soul Masters, have been oppressing the common folk and forcibly abducting innocent girls. Witnesses are present. Come with us. A tall middle-aged man clad in a Spirit Hall uniform addressed the trio of lechers, his gaze stern. Behind him stood a dozen guards, each exuding an aura above the rank of Soul Master. The girl whom Loya had rescued earlier stood behind the captain, her eyes gleaming with satisfaction as she looked at the trio. Upon seeing this, the 3 instinctively took a step back, fear etched on their faces. It's over. We've been caught red-handed. Before they could explain themselves, the enforcement captain effortlessly lifted Douluo with his soul power, while 2 guards similarly seized Tianya and Gokao. The 3 wore expressions of utter despair, passively allowing themselves to be taken away by the Spirit Hall's enforcement team. Resist? That was out of the question. They faced a Soul Emperor and a dozen guards ranging from Soul Masters to Soul Sovereigns. Did they want to suffer even more punishment before being apprehended? Thank you, young friend, for ridding Soto City of this menace. We had been unable to arrest them due to a lack of evidence. The enforcement captain acknowledged Loya with an appreciative glance before departing. It was a simple matter, Loya replied nonchalantly, waving his hand dismissively, not allowing himself to bask in the praise from a Soul Emperor. May I ask your name, brave hero who saved me? The red-haired girl inquired gratefully after watching the 3 being taken away. No need for formality, I merely acted to right a wrong. My name is Loya, he replied. Loya waved his hand somewhat awkwardly, signaling the young girl not to take it to heart, before turning to leave. For reasons unknown, he felt an inexplicable familiarity with the girl, who appeared to be around 13 years of age, concealed in the shadows. Yuegwan observed as the 3 were taken away by the enforcement team. He released the petal daggers from his grasp, feeling a sense of relief while nodding toward Loya. This child, undaunted in the face of danger yet astutely perceptive, demonstrated remarkable intelligence. After dealing with the trio, Loya resumed his leisurely stroll through the city of Soto. Suddenly, the voice of Yuegwan reached his ears. Little Loya, there is another slightly stronger ant following behind. Upon hearing the words of Yuegwan, Luoya's footsteps momentarily faltered as contemplation took hold of him. Beneath the mantle of the title, all are but mere ants, within the confines of Soto City. No soul master of the Soul Douluo level exists, leaving only those of the Soul Sage rank. At Shrek Academy, there are 2 Soul Sages, Zhao Wujin and Flander, alongside a culinary Soul Sage instructor. Thus, only these 3 remain, excluding the culinary Soul Sage. The question arises, could it be Flander or Zhao Wujin? With this thought in mind, Luo Ye halted his steps and called out with a calm demeanor, "Come forth. What purpose do you have in following me?" "Oh, young man, how did you discern my presence?" A raspy voice responded as a middle-aged man emerged from the shadows. Adorned with glasses and sporting a scruffy beard, his face bore a sunken appearance, yet his eyes sparkled with vitality. With his hands clasped behind his back, he gazed at Luo Ye, a hint of perplexity flickering in his gaze. Luo Ye naturally could not claim that it was Yue Guan who informed him. With a faint smile, he remarked, "My martial soul possesses formidable perception, hence I naturally discovered it." The man let out a hearty laugh and then introduced himself, saying, "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Flander, the principal of Shrek Academy. I would like to extend an invitation for you to join our esteemed institution." Luo Ye's eyelid fluttered slightly as he regarded Flandre for a moment, neither hastily acquiescing nor dismissing the proposition. "I shall ponder this for a while." Luo Ye stood there, lost in thought, contemplating whether or not to venture to Shrek Academy at that very moment. "How many students do you have at Shrek?" Luo Ye inquired casually. "Hee. Currently there are 3, young man. If you choose to come, you will be the 4th, Flandre said, adjusting his glasses with a smile. 3. It seems that flirtatious tiger has already arrived, Luo Ye remarked. "Very well, I shall accompany you to take a look." Luo Ye nodded in agreement. "Little Luo Ye, I have never heard of this Shrek Academy, and with so few people, you ought to be cautious of being deceived." The voice of Yu Guan echoed once more in Luo Ye's mind, offering a word of caution. Uncertain of Zhu Douluo's whereabouts, Luo Ye slightly tilted his head, casting a reassuring glance behind him. "We have arrived. The academy is facing a bit of financial strain. Please bear with us," Flander chuckled awkwardly. At the entrance of a modest village, the words Shrek Academy were displayed prominently on a sign, albeit in a rather crooked manner. At the entrance, there was a stool and a chair, upon which sat a venerable old man with wispy white hair. Luo Ye followed Flandre to the village entrance, glancing back to see a dozen or so individuals, most of whom were parents accompanying their children. The elder, whose eyes were half closed, slowly opened them. Upon recognizing Flandre, he immediately rose and bowed, saying, "Director, you have returned." "Yes, teacherly, this time I have brought back a promising talent. There is no need for testing. He should proceed directly to the 4th trial." Li Yusong, responsible for admissions, felt somewhat perplexed. The director was usually one to be exceedingly selective. Why was he showing such interest in a child who appeared to be merely 12 years old? This boy hasn't even utilized his soul skills and has already severely injured a soul master. Moreover, his martial soul perceptiveness is remarkable. He was able to sense my covert following. Do you believe he is unworthy? Flandre stated plainly, addressing the skepticism of the admissions officer. This revelation stunned not only Li Yusong but also left the children accompanied by their parents in disbelief. They were all soul masters of similar ages. Yet he managed to defeat a soul master without even employing his soul skills. Who would believe such a tale? Is that even possible? No matter how exceptional your talent, it is inconceivable to surpass an entire realm, let alone win. One boy remarked coldly, casting a disparaging glance at Luo Ye. Once initiated, others quickly joined in, echoing the disbelief towards Luo Ye. Luo Ye remained silent, his expression devoid of emotion as he activated his martial spirit. The ethereal figure of Gliza floated behind him, accompanied by 3 soul rings, 1 yellow and 2 purple. At the tender age of 12, Luo Ye was a formidable soul master at level 34 in the assault category. A profound stillness enveloped the surroundings. All were left speechless, their astonishment palpable. Li Yusong regarded Luo Ye as if he were a monster, and even Flandre stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance. Although aware of the boy's extraordinary talent and powerful martial spirit, this was utterly preposterous. A 12-year-old at level 34 was indeed the youngest soul master he had ever encountered. A millennium for the 2nd ring was beyond comprehension. Is there a problem? Luo Ye inquired coolly as he retracted his martial spirit. The crowd collectively shook their heads, clearly still in shock. Ha. Come, little monster, let us meet your classmates. Flandre laughed heartily, taking Luo Ye's hand and leading him through the academy's entrance. Passing through a grassy area, Flandre brought Luo Ye to a small clearing where 4 figures stood, 3 young men and 1 middle-aged man. The latter was of short stature, with a somewhat fierce appearance. Clad in a brown leather jacket, arms crossed in front of him, resembling a slumbering brown bear. The three young men, two tall and one stout, were engaged in lively conversation. The two taller ones were handsome, with golden hair and mismatched eyes, exuding a sense of determination. The third, dressed in a gray long coat, possessed large, curious peach blossom eyes that were fixed on Loya. "Principal, who is this child?" the middle-aged man asked Flinder. "Haha, Wuji, today I am making an exception. And this child is far stronger than Mu Bai and the others," Flinder replied with a smile, taking a moment to praise Loya. "Ahem, Loya, allow me to introduce you. This is our academy's vice principal, Master Zhao Wuji. These three are your seniors, Mahongjun, my personal disciple, Oscar, a food-type soul master with innate full soul power, and Dai Mu Bai, who wields the white tiger martial spirit at 12 years of age with a level of 25. Oh, and excluding Mu Bai, he has also just enrolled and is on par with you." Flinder introduced each individual to Loya. "Hello, Vice Principal. Seniors," Loya greeted politely. In the shadows, the Duke of Jiu listened to Flinder's introductions and was taken aback upon hearing that Oscar possessed innate full soul power. He hastily released a trace of soul power to assess the three children. Upon further inspection, he was astonished to discover their exceptional talents: an exquisite variant martial spirit, the Phoenix, an innate full soul power food-type soul master, and a top-tier martial spirit, the Evil Eye White Tiger, at level 25. Such talents would hold their own even within the Spirit Hall Academy, rivaling the famed Golden Generation. "Did the principal just say you were far stronger than us?" Dai Mu Bai fixed his gaze on Loya, his eyes tinged with skepticism. "What the principal said is not mere self-praise," Loya shrugged innocently. Dai Mu Bai let out a cold snort, standing alongside Oscar and Mahongjun. He was eager to see what abilities this boy possessed to withstand Master Zhao for half a stick of incense time. "All right, young man, I am your examiner. If you can endure my attacks for half a stick of incense, you will pass. Is that clear?" Zhao Wuji assessed Loya before speaking. "Absolutely, let us begin," Loya nodded, stepping back to create distance between them. With a hearty laugh, Gliza's martial spirit enveloped him, its twisted form materializing, accompanied by an eerie laughter that echoed around them. The strange purple light surrounded Loya, and the sight of his one yellow and two purple soul rings struck the onlookers with a profound visual impact. "What?" Mahongjun, with a blade of grass in his mouth, gaped in astonishment, feeling as though his worldview had been shattered. Oscar and Dai Mu Bai shared similar expressions, with Dai Mu Bai's playful demeanor shifting to jealousy and reluctance. Why was it that he, a prince of the empire with exceptional talent among his peers, received resources second only to his elder brother before arriving at Shrek, yet this boy, of similar age, possessed a millennium for the second ring and 3 rings of cultivation? Your aura indicates you are at level 34. Zhao Wuji took a small step forward, his surprise and admiration evident, unlike Dai Mu Bai's envy. "Indeed," Loya affirmed, his gaze now filled with martial fervor. "Master Zhao, let the assessment commence." "Good lad, but be cautious. I am a level 76 soul sage." Zhao Wuji chuckled, activating his martial spirit. He grew taller and more robust, revealing 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black soul rings. Zhao Wuji scrutinized Loya, eager to witness his reaction. To his surprise, instead of fear, Loya's expression revealed increased interest and a hint of respect. Having spent 6 years at the Spirit Hall, the notion of venerating strength was deeply ingrained in him. On this continent, only power commanded true respect and admiration. Zhao Wuji had once faced 16 opponents of equal or higher levels single-handedly, annihilating them while managing to escape. That audacity and strength earned Loya's respect. Though that conflict involved the Spirit Hall, it did not diminish Loya's esteem for Zhao Wuji. He had not even been born at that time. The grievances of the past were not personal vendettas and bore no significant relevance to him. Zhao Wuji silently acknowledged Loya's mentality. Such bravery was the hallmark of true genius, one unperturbed by the presence of stronger foes, but rather emboldened to challenge them. In his youth, Zhao Wuji was a formidable figure, notorious across the continent, leaving behind a legacy of infamy. He held a particular admiration for Loya's fearless disposition. "Here I come, Master Zhao," Loya declared as he vanished from his spot, leaving behind only fleeting shadows, and in the blink of an eye, he stood before Zhao Wuji, his claw piercing forward into the void. How swift, Zhao Wuji thought, instinctively dodging as he countered with a palm aimed at Loya. However, Loya did not evade. Instead, he clenched his right hand into a fist, unleashing a powerful punch. Void fist, shattering air. The two forces collided with a resounding boom, sending shockwaves through the air. Zhao Wuji staggered back several steps before regaining his balance, while Loya was forced back a considerable distance. The might of the Void Fist at his three-ring cultivation was already comparable to a soul scholar's. Yet the significant disparity in soul power placed Loya at a disadvantage. My goodness! Mahongjun exclaimed, astonished that Loya was merely slightly weaker than Zhao Wuji in this contest of strength. This is impossible. Daimubai shook his head in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock. Loya's recent martial arts display lacked the radiant glow of a soul ring. Nevertheless, he could engage in a contest of strength with teacher Zhao, which seemed rather exaggerated. What a fascinating little anomaly. Zhao Wuji narrowed his eyes, his thoughts growing significantly more serious. Although he had not exerted his full strength in that previous strike, considering Loya's current prowess, failing to employ his soul skills might indeed lead to an unexpected downfall. Loya rubbed his somewhat numb right fist, and a glimmer of golden light flickered in his purple pupils. He soared into the sky once more, the claws of the void manifesting again, but this time, with both hands. With a powerful push from his feet, he dove down like a swift arrow. Zhao Wuji, whose martial soul was the formidable great strength diamond bear, boasted immense defense and power, yet his speed was his Achilles heel. Coincidentally, Gliza excelled in speed. He could even fly. Mahongjun gasped in astonishment, and then gazed at Loya with a tinge of envy. His own martial soul was the phoenix, yet due to insufficient soul power, he lacked the ability to fly, while Loya, with merely 3 rings, had already achieved this, igniting a flicker of jealousy within Mahongjun. First soul skill, a movable king body. Zhao Wuji bellowed, a surge of golden light enveloping him as an invisible wave of energy burst forth from his being. Humph. The dual claws were obstructed by the energy wave, but Loya remained undeterred. With a snort, he spread his arms outward, slowly tearing apart the protective energy surrounding Zhao Wuji. Such formidable offensive power. Zhao Wuji was taken aback. The sharpness of the claws of the void exceeded his expectations, and he sensed that his defenses were on the verge of being breached. He never anticipated that Loya's claws of the void were sharp enough to shake the very fabric of space itself. And with merely the defensive capabilities of his first soul skill, it was only a matter of time before they would break through. Crack. In mere seconds, the claws of the void tore through Zhao Wuji's defenses, their razor-sharp grip making contact with his body. The once invulnerable immovable king body was shattered by a mere first soul skill from a soul respect. Great strength diamond palm. Zhao Wuji, in pain, unleashed his second soul skill, a golden energy palm crashing down towards Loya. Void. Loya's form flickered with a faint white light, swiftly retracting his arms and retreating several meters. His figure gliding like a feather, floating in midair, narrowly evading Zhao Wuji's fierce strike. Come again! Loya shouted, activating his second soul ring, which made Zhao Wuji more vigilant. He was eager to witness the power of a millennium-old second ring. Bring it on. Zhao Wuji swung his palm again, aiming at Loya. Too slow. Loya's figure split into 2, instantly encircling Zhao Wuji. The 2 forms moved swiftly around him, leaving him unable to discern which was real. A doppelganger soul skill? At the opportune moment, Zhao Wuji aimed a palm at one of the figures, which shattered into purple light, dissipating without a trace. Haha. It seems this one is the true body. Zhao Wuji chuckled inwardly, activating his third soul ring to enhance gravity. With a powerful stomp, the immense gravitational force cracked the ground, the surge of soul power sending the last remaining Loya flying. However, upon closer inspection, he discovered that this figure too had transformed into purple light and vanished without a trace. Another illusion? Zhao Wuji was astonished, never expecting to be outmaneuvered by a mere 12-year-old child after years of navigating the Soul Master realm. He realized it was too late to comprehend. In the air, the real Loya let out a low growl, the energy in his hands gathering and ready to unleash its might. Third soul skill, Void Thunder. As his words fell, Loya thrust his hands forward, unleashing a thick, purplish-black bolt of thunder towards Zhao Wuji with fierce intensity. The thunder from the void, imbued with destructive energy, made Zhao Wuji's heart race. He was certain that if he failed to counter it properly, he would be reduced to ash. Immovable king body, gravity compression. In his panic, Zhao Wuji gritted his teeth, activating his first and fifth soul rings. A fist-sized black hole began to expand, attempting to devour the raging thunder. Zhao Wuji's arms were enveloped in layers of golden light, serving as a secondary defense. One was a terrifying soul skill from a divine martial soul. The other a fifth soul skill from a level 76 soul saint, who would ultimately prove stronger. The 2 forces clashed, each vying for dominance, and in the end, Void thunder broke through the gravitational compression, striking Zhao Wujia's body directly. Boom. Dust swirled in the air, and as the black smoke cleared, Zhao Wujia's figure was embedded into the ground, his arms tingling painfully, marked with signs of charring. Luoya executed a flawless backflip, landing gracefully not far from Zhao Wujie. A chorus of astonished gasps erupted simultaneously, as the onlookers regarded Luoya with a gaze akin to that reserved for a prodigy. Nearby, the incense had already burned down considerably. Fixating on Zhao Wujie, who lay in the pit, Luoya discerned that despite Zhao's disheveled appearance from the impact, he had sustained no significant injuries. The resilience of a soul saint specializing in offensive abilities was formidable, had Zhao not afforded him the time to gather his strength. Breaching his defenses with merely the third soul skill would have been no simple feat. Zhao Wujie rose from the pit, his face dusted with debris, his eyes flickering with a mix of fury and, soon after, admiration and amusement. "Well done, young man. You have triumphed," he remarked lightly, though a lingering astonishment shone through his gaze. This young individual before him possessed strength rivaling that of a soul king, particularly evident in the formidable void thunder. That level of destructive power surpassed even the most potent attack from a soul master specializing in offensive capabilities. "Thank you, Teacher Zhao," Luoya replied, nodding gently. Though his complexion was somewhat pale, a testament to his excessive soul power expenditure, he had dwindled to approximately 20% of his soul energy. While the void thunder was indeed powerful, the consumption it demanded was second only to his ultimate technique, the dual helix. Naturally, the dual helix was a trump card he could not afford to employ frivolously, especially during what was merely an entrance examination. Did I truly win? Daimobai's expression was one of disbelief. Luoya's prowess exceeded his wildest expectations, compelling Teacher Zhao to unleash his fifth soul skill and successfully breach it. In his own encounter with Zhao, he had only managed to provoke the use of the third soul skill, ultimately scraping by with a victory. Alas, it seems my position as leader is no longer secure. Daimobai sighed, thoroughly impressed and, to some extent, envious. If only he possessed Luoya's strength. Would he still consider fleeing? "My goodness, this new junior is extraordinary," Oscar exclaimed, awestruck. "He seems to be a year older than you. Do you dare call him junior?" Mahongjun inquired. "If not junior, then what do you intend to call him?" Oscar asked curiously. "Certainly, I shall call him boss. With him as my shield." Daimobai, "No. I dare not bully me any longer, ha ha ha." Mahongjun chuckled, his small eyes squinting with mirth. "Shameless glutton, a fair-weather friend." Oscar's voice dripped with disdain. High upon a concealed tree, the spirit Douluo, Yueguan, watched as Luoya triumphed over a soul saint, stifling a smile before vanishing from sight. He needed to promptly report the developments here to His Holiness the Pope. Luoya's lips curled into a subtle smile. The battle had been exhilarating and thoroughly enjoyable. A fierce and spirited confrontation is indeed a source of immense pleasure. Alas, his prowess was overwhelming. Since his debut, he had encountered no rivals among his peers. "What? You mentioned Qian Renxue? Well, that is a different matter entirely. Not only is she 3 years his senior, but her martial soul is of divine quality. And she possesses 2 additional soul rings. Even if he were to exert himself to the utmost, victory over her would not be guaranteed. However, Qian Renxue is the girl he cherishes. He could hardly bear to inflict harm upon her. Sigh, being invincible can indeed be a lonely existence at times." As Luoya pondered silently, the voice of Zhao Wuji resonated. "Daimobai, stop idly standing by and take Luoya to his room." At Zhao Wuji's command, Daimobai promptly approached. "Let us go," Daimobai said coolly, though a palpable tension simmered in his eyes. The path to the dormitory was not far, and with leisure on his hands, Luoya struck up a conversation with Daimobai. "Teacher Zhao just referred to you, Daimobai. And you seem to be the leader of the other 2, correct?" Daimobai nodded slightly, curiosity piquing as he asked, "Your earlier display of power astonished me. May I inquire about your martial soul?" "Gliza," Luoya replied nonchalantly. Daimobai's eyes darted about, for even with his experience as a prince of the empire, he had never heard of such a martial soul. "By the way, what is your martial soul?" "A white tiger," Daimobai replied without hesitation. "You are from the Star Luo Empire?" Luoya feigned surprise, yet his words caused Daimobai to stiffen, his expression darkening. "You are mistaken," Daimobai retorted, resuming his pace with increased urgency. Do not feign ignorance. With the surname Dai, should I elaborate further on the white tiger martial soul?" Luoya chuckled lightly, unraveling Daimobai's pretense. Luoya had made his intentions crystal clear, and Daimobai no longer concealed his resolve as he sharply questioned. "Have you been sent by Davis to capture me?" "No. I am unfamiliar with Davis. It is merely that you have revealed a weakness, lawyer replied. Gently shaking his head before continuing, however, it appears you share a close relationship with this Prince of Douluo. Heh, Davis is my elder brother, and I am, in fact, also a Prince of Douluo. Yet, even with my exceptional talents, I cannot surpass him, for he is 6 years my senior, Daimubai lamented, his clenched fists trembling with frustration. Is this the reason you have fled to the Heaven Do Empire? Loya scoffed, then pressed on. As far as I know, the Douluo royal family has historically intermarried with the Netherworld family. Surely, you have a fiancée as well? Why did you not bring her along? Because I truly lack the ability to ensure her survival, Daimubai growled in discontent, his fists tightening further. What sort of man are you? Loya exclaimed, momentarily losing his composure as he grasped Daimubai's collar. Acknowledging his own shortcomings, Daimubai did not resist, allowing Loya to grip him. Now, allow me to enlighten you on what it means to be a true man, Loya said slowly, locking eyes with Daimubai. In this realm, while strength is undeniably significant, soul power does not encompass everything. Age is merely a matter of time. Remember, as a man, you must grow stronger for the sake of others. No matter the adversities faced, you must grit your teeth, and if you are determined, you must see it through to the end. Even if you fall, it matters not. Rise again and press onward. This, in essence, is what defines a true man, a true hero. Boom. As Loya's words resonated within him, Daimubai's expression shifted, his tightly clenched hands gradually releasing as he pondered Loya's profound message. To grow strong for others, to persevere unwaveringly, to rise repeatedly after falling, after a moment of contemplation. He inhaled deeply and replied, Thank you, Loya. I need some time to reflect. I hope you find clarity. Luoya claimed to cherish tranquility, prompting Daimubai to lead him to a somewhat secluded dormitory, a short distance from their own room. In truth, he merely sought solitude during the night to practice his cultivation and alchemy without interruption. In the stillness of the night, Luo Yapan sat cross-legged on his bed, diligently cultivating his soul power. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind swept through, flinging open the window to his left. A familiar wave of soul energy washed over him, prompting him to open his eyes and reciprocate with his own soul force. Xiao Luo, he remarked, you performed admirably today. Even in the face of an opponent several levels above you, you remained composed and ultimately unraveled his fifth soul skill. Such an achievement is indeed worthy of pride. Luoya smiled gently and said, Elder Chu, your visit at such an hour cannot merely be to offer me a few compliments, can it? Indeed. It is not just that. Although this academy may be somewhat dilapidated, the talents among these children are truly exceptional. I have already communicated the circumstances here to His Holiness the Pope, and I trust that it will not be long before she is informed. After a moment of contemplation, Luoya spoke, Elder Chu, among these three individuals, we must not take Daimubai lightly. You must be aware that he is the prince of the Douluo Empire. Moreover, I will be in their company for at least 3 years. So I kindly ask you to inform our teacher to refrain from excessive interference during this period. I have my own methods. Tomorrow, I shall first assess the strengths of these three, and additionally, observe the instructional capabilities of this academy. This arrangement is satisfactory. With that, the window was drawn shut, and the voice of Yu Guan vanished into silence. Hey, human, is it really necessary for you to meddle? Just as Yu Guan departed, the voice of Gliza echoed within his mind. It's nothing, merely an attempt to see if I could guide him back onto the right path. After all, do we not have but one enemy at present? Ah, I find that unnecessary. That human appears rather ordinary, Gliza scoffed, revealing its characteristic laugh. Listen to me. You should frequently strike that tiger human, instilling in him more negative emotions. What purpose does that serve? Luoya inquired, perplexed. Negative emotions lead to unstable power, which offers me an opportunity. The great fortune of the child of the plain has yet to arrive, and I wouldn't mind indulging in some minor treats beforehand. Very well, I shall heed your advice. Luoya acquiesced to Gliza's suggestion and resumed his meditation and cultivation within the sea of consciousness. As Luoya delved deeper into his practice, Gliza gradually released a hint of its aura. Instantly, Luoya's eyes were tinged with a faint shade of black, and an invisible vortex twisted around him. Human, do not blame me. The energy of this wretched planet is simply too feeble, it chuckled. Chapter 29, Nightmares, Gliza at dawn, the bell signaling the gathering in the square rang, awakening Luoya from his meditation. Upon stepping outside, he found Daimubai and Mahongjun ready to depart alongside him. It is time to assemble. The trio waited for a few minutes until Flinder emerged from a distant room, approaching the four students. Fixing his magnetic gaze upon Luoya, he spoke in a gravelly voice. This year is quite remarkable. Our academy has welcomed a true prodigy among prodigies. I am Flinder, the head of Shrek Academy, and on behalf of the institution, I extend a warm welcome to you. Luoya nodded in acknowledgement, anticipating Flander's subsequent remarks. There are 2 classes scheduled for today. The first commences now, while the second will take place in the evening. Now, Luoya, please step forward. Luoya nodded, taking a step forward, a smile ever present at the corners of his mouth. You possess the greatest strength among the participants present now. Can you confidently defeat Dai Mubai and his 2 companions one by one in this battle of attrition? Luoya waved his hand dismissively and smiled. Dean. There's no need for such formality. Let the 3 of them face me together. Flander was momentarily taken aback, but quickly acquiesced. Very well. I respect your choice. Dai Mubai and the others, standing at the back, initially felt displeased at Luoya's audacious challenge to take on 3 opponents. However, they soon came to terms with it. His arrogance was indeed remarkable, yet it was justified by his ability to break through the 5th soul skill of a soul sage. Come on, Luoya, I won't concede easily. Dai Mubai's wicked gaze gradually turned crimson, and he dared not underestimate Luoya. Little did they know, today's contest would become an indelible nightmare for the 3 of them. Fatty, boss, you focus on offense. I will provide support. Oscar proposed. All right. From the very beginning, Luoya remained unfazed. Yet he could distinctly sense the taut muscles of Dai Mubai and Mahongjun, a tiger and a phoenix, both top-tier beast martial spirits, complemented by an exceptional food-type spirit. 3 formidable soul masters pitted against a mere 3-ringed soul venerable. Who was truly the stronger? Flander observed the fervent spirits of the 4, chuckling softly, before gracefully leaping onto a rooftop, declaring, Begin. White tiger, phoenix, possession. A resounding roar erupted. Brilliant white and purplish-red lights suddenly burst forth from Dai Mubai and Mahongjun, accompanied by the sounds of a tiger's roar and a phoenix's cry, as 2 rings of yellow soul power ascended beneath their feet. With a devilish smile, Luoya activated his martial spirit, levitating effortlessly, his form becoming ethereal. Dai Mubai and Mahongjun swiftly adopted a defensive formation, their expressions grave, positioning themselves to protect Oscar, who was firmly nestled between them, against Luoya, whose speed surpassed that of an agile attack-type soul master, and who possessed flight capabilities. They could not afford to be careless. How about I let you 3 strikes first? Luoya mused, an inkling of mischief sparking within him as he regarded the trio braced for combat. You, Dai Mubai, hearing the taunting undertone in Luoya's words, felt a surge of anger, his tiger claws trembling. How arrogant! What is so impressive about being a 1,000-year 2nd ring? What does it matter if you're a 3-ring soul venerable? White tiger's radiant wave. With a powerful roar, Dai Mubai unleashed a brilliant white orb from his mouth as his 2nd soul ring illuminated. Phoenix Fire Line. Mahongjun, unwilling to be outdone, activated his 1st soul skill, releasing a torrent of purplish-red flames toward Luoya. They had not lost their wits in response to Luoya's provocation. Perhaps it was merely a baiting tactic. The white orb and purplish flames converged, seemingly intent on sealing off any escape route. Yet, Luoya faced their coordinated assault with perfect composure. He merely extended a hand, his lips barely moving as he uttered a single word, twist. In an instant, a shaft of white light emanated from his palm, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Yet the distorted void before him testified to its formidable power. Upon contact with the warped space, the white tiger's radiant wave and the Phoenix Fire Line abruptly halted, as if slamming on the brakes, before redirecting and erupting in the sky above. What? Dai Mubai and Mahongjun were once again taken aback. How had Luoya managed this? He had forcibly altered the trajectory of their soul skills to achieve such a feat, unless he surpassed them by 2 major realms. There was but one explanation: space distortion. From his vantage on the eaves, Flander, with his keen perception, gasped in astonishment, his gaze toward Luoya growing ever more fervent. What a remarkable lad! He must have held back in his battle with old Zhao yesterday. Damn it! Then let us measure our strength. Dai Mubai cursed under his breath, instructing Mahongjun to safeguard Oscar while he confronted Luoya in a test of power. Super recovery, giant sausage. Oscar chanted his soul incantation, tossing a red sausage toward Dai Mubai's retreating form. Without looking back, Dai Mubai caught it midair and swallowed it whole, feeling his soul power rapidly replenish. No longer holding back, he activated his 1st soul ring and launched a powerful punch toward Luoya. Luoya gazed at the fist poised to descend upon his face, a barely perceptible smirk gracing his lips, before his form became enveloped in a violet luminescence, rendering him increasingly ethereal. Gliza's phantom echoed with sinister laughter, as if mocking Daimubai's audacity. A resounding thud. Daimubai swung but struck nothing, passing through Loya's incorporeal body, nearly stumbling headlong into a large rock. What in the world? Am I seeing things? Mahongjun rubbed his eyes, still bewildered by the bizarre scene that defied logic. Little chubby, are you filled with questions? Loya taunted, standing still as he twirled his wrist, the soul power in his grasp beginning to coalesce. I refuse to accept this. Daimubai seethed with indignation, feeling insulted. He charged forward, continuing to strike at the empty air. Indeed, he could not touch Loya's true form, as several blows landed on nothing but the void. 10 seconds elapsed, and faced with Daimubai's impotent fury, Loya's patience waned. He raised his hand and seized the impending 31st punch. After such a lengthy exchange, isn't it time for my turn? Loya's icy voice whispered like a demon in his ear, sending a shiver down Daimubai's spine. Instinctively, he attempted to withdraw his arm, only to find it firmly ensnared. Ha ha ha. Gliza's ghastly laughter reverberated through the surroundings. The academy square had been shrouded in layers of blue-violet halos, the space enveloped in those halos beginning to distort. The second soul ring illuminated, and 2 doppelgangers sprang forth from Loya's being, while Gliza's phantom behind him loomed higher. Ha ha ha. Within the uncanny space, 3 Loya figures moved slowly, their forms occasionally warping, their cold gazes fixed upon Daimubai and his companions. The towering 20-meter Gliza phantom echoed with chilling laughter, filling the atmosphere with dread. Despair. Only this word encapsulated the emotions of Daimubai and his companions in that moment. Trapped in an unknowable space, with unspeakable distortions, an immense humanoid monstrosity looming, and the haunting laughter of a specter echoing incessantly in their ears. The oppressive presence of Gliza was magnificently manifested through Loya-esque grasp. The 3, encircled, stood on the precipice of collapse, their legs trembling, beads of sweat dotting their foreheads. Even the soul power sustaining their martial spirits showing signs of wavering. I can't take it anymore. Spare me. Mahongjun was the first to succumb, his legs giving way as he crouched down, clutching his head and roaring in desperation, the flames of his phoenix spirit extinguished. I can't endure this either. I concede. I concede. Oscar was the second to falter, hastily admitting defeat, collapsing to the ground, rendered motionless as if paralyzed with fear. I too concede. Daimubai ultimately reached his limit, his knees buckling as he nearly collapsed to the ground. The dual onslaught of psychological and visual torment pushed him to the brink. A profound sense of helplessness and despair overtaking him, a sensation he had never encountered even when facing Davis alone. Little did they know, Loya had infused his laughter with traces of psychic energy, intensifying the discomfort in their minds. Loya simply wished to ascertain the efficacy of the Gliza sound wave she had diligently studied for so long. I brazenly utilized the 3 of you as subjects for a practical test, yet astonishingly, no one seemed to notice. Chapter 30, The Arena of Souls. Ho ho ho. Human lad, quite impressive indeed. How did I fail to realize before that I appear so formidable in the eyes of you insignificant humans? That was likely because you lacked any semblance of self-awareness back then. After a brief moment of sarcasm, Luoya smiled gently, retracting his avatars and domain, and embraced himself while observing the 3 individuals who appeared utterly frightened. As the violet-blue aura dissipated, Flander hurriedly approached the fallen Mahongjun to assess his condition. With continuous infusions of soul power, Flander's anxious heart gradually found solace. It was merely a shock to the spirit that would heal with some time for rest. Ahem. Luoya, let us conclude the class. This evening, accompany me to the designated classroom. Flander coughed lightly and summoned several teachers to carry Daimubai and the others back to their quarters for treatment. Healing the wounds of the spirit is no simple task. Ultimately, it hinges on the patient's own recuperation. Luoya had returned to his chamber, sitting cross-legged on the bed to restore his expended soul energy. The injuries sustained by Daimubai and the others were of no concern to him. As long as they did not delay until nightfall, it sufficed. Even without Flinder's words, he could surmise the plan. They were merely to participate in the soul fighting competition at Soto City's Grand Soul Arena. To be candid, prior to Yu Xiaozhang's arrival, Shrek's pedagogical methods could be distilled into 3 categories: physical training for auxiliary system cultivation, participation in soul battles, and, inevitably, instigating trouble. Indeed, in Flinder's eyes, a soul master who refrained from causing disturbances was deemed mediocre. This, in Luoya's perspective, translated to an encouragement for students to bully the weak while fearing the strong, essentially advocating for self-destructive behavior. If they were so adept at stirring up trouble, why had they not dared to provoke a tidal Douluo? One could only imagine the consequences should they truly encounter a tidal Douluo. There would be no time for tears, let alone to engage in a skirmish. Before Tang San's arrival, Dai Mubai and his companions, with the exception of Oscar, could be bluntly described as two powerful ruffians. One was a fickle-hearted tiger, balancing on numerous boats, while the other was a hot-headed rogue whose lust could not be contained. Thus, Luoya had no need to ponder their fates. They would inevitably become genuine adversaries in the future, albeit the time for confrontation had yet to arrive. What was his purpose for joining Shrek? Merely to await Tang San's arrival to seize his fortunes. By the time he graduated as a Soul Master, it would coincide with the commencement of the Soul Master competition. Once the Shrek 7 encountered each other in the future, he could indulge himself once more, though he was uncertain whether Tang San would recognize him after nearly a decade apart. As long as he remained, even if the Shrek 7 continued to grow as one, they would ultimately meet their demise at his hands. He harbored such confidence. The powers of Dark Thunderstorm Energy, Void Devour, Gliza Shatter, and the capabilities of Devour and Reproduction, along with the complete form of Void Zero Domain and the yet-to-awaken third form, these were all strengths he must acquire for the future. Moreover, the advanced technological concepts bestowed upon him by Gliza sparked a marvelous idea within Luoya's mind. Despite the night having fallen, Soto City seemed to awaken, buzzing with an energy even more vibrant than during the day. The streets were aglow with lights from all the shops lining either side. The four, comprising teacher and students alike, halted before a colossal edifice nearly 100 meters high, its immense silhouette appearing profoundly solemn against the night sky. Luoya smiled and inquired, "Director, are we attending classes at the Great Soul Arena?" Flinder nodded and replied nonchalantly, "You are all extraordinary beings, not ordinary individuals. As such, your training must align with your extraordinary nature." He paused momentarily before stating solemnly, "For a Soul Master, the most crucial element is practical combat experience. When levels and strengths are equivalent, the quantity of combat experience will ultimately determine the outcome. Only through continuous real-world combat can you enhance your adaptability in battle." At this juncture, Flinder's gaze swept over the four of them. "Moreover, your graduation criterion is to obtain at least the Silver Soul Badge." Flinder turned to Luoya with a smile, saying, "Of course, Luoya, with your prowess, I believe you are unmatched beneath the Soul Sect. As for Mahongjun, please share your recent performance." Mahongjun's eyes reflected a sense of helplessness. "Teacher, you shouldn't expose my past records like this." He sighed. "In 11 matches, I've won 6 and lost 5, currently standing at 1 point." After speaking, Mahongjun felt utterly embarrassed, overwhelmed by the humiliation. Luoya's face twitched slightly before he turned to Flander and inquired, "Dean, where do I register?" Flander gestured towards a certain reception desk and advised, "You need only to provide details regarding your martial soul and cultivation level. As for your name, you may choose to keep it concealed if you wish." Upon hearing this, Luoya chuckled lightly and took the lead in registering for the Soul Arena. The registration fee amounted to 10 gold soul coins, which he generously tossed to the receptionist. "Name, martial soul, cultivation level," she stated in a rather chilly tone, maintaining a strictly professional demeanor. "My name is Void Demon. My martial soul is Gliza, and I am a 34th level assault-type Soul Master." The announcement echoed, "Next match, contestant Void Demon versus contestant Mad Rhino. Please welcome both participants to the stage." As the voice resonated, Luoya smiled and swiftly entered the arena. His opponent was a towering figure, exceeding 2 meters in height. An extraordinarily muscular man who appeared to be in his 30s, his bare torso showcasing exaggeratedly dark muscles. "Mad Rhino, I see," Luoya pondered, suddenly recalling the individual. In the original narrative, he was the captain of the Berserker team, with a martial soul of a rhinoceros. To his surprise, he encountered him earlier than anticipated. As both contestants made their entrance, the audience erupted in fervor, their enthusiastic cheers reverberating throughout the venue. Shouts of "Tear him apart! Kill him!" not only created an atmosphere of pressure but also heightened the excitement. "Kid, what are you doing here at such a young age? Does your mother know?" Mad Rhino scoffed, looking down at his opponent, who appeared to be merely a teenager. "I'm just in a hurry," Luoya replied, twisting his right wrist with his left hand, his tone remaining indifferent. "Humph, you will meet a grim fate," Mad Rhino retorted with a cold snort, channeling his soul power and ceasing further conversation. Both competitors were participating in the Soul Arena for the first time, leaving the audience in anticipation of the surprises that awaited. "Prepare yourselves. Soul battle, begin." The host's voice had scarcely faded when Mad Rhino let out a low roar, stomping the ground. 3 soul rings of white, yellow, and purple emerged, enveloping his already formidable frame and scales, his eyes glinting with ferocity, and a 1-centimeter-long horn protruding from his forehead radiating an icy aura. Loya disdainfully curled his lips, concealing his 2 millennium soul rings to avoid drawing the attention of others, for the raging rhinoceros was hardly a match for him. The raging rhinoceros, noticing Loya's reluctance to unleash his martial soul, inquired with confusion, "Hey, the soul battle has commenced. Are you not planning to release your martial soul? Or do you intend to concede?" Loya cast a casual glance at the frenzied rhinoceros, remarking nonchalantly, "There is no need for me to unleash my soul rings to deal with you." Infuriated by these words, the rhinoceros glared at Loya with fierce intensity, vowing to teach him a lesson about the vastness of the heavens and the earth. With a roar, he invoked his second soul skill, Barbaric Charge. The ethereal silhouette of a rhinoceros behind him solidified, emanating a sanguine glow, as it charged violently towards Loya. Loya's lips curled slightly as she took a delicate step forward, causing the void before her to distort. In the next instant, she found herself beside the startled figure of the mad rhinoceros. Too slow. Loya's violet pupils glimmered faintly, and in a heartbeat, she unleashed a punch imbued with a subtle purple light towards his head, exclaiming, "Void Fist, shatter." Chapter 31. Invitation with a resounding thud. The mad rhinoceros plummeted from the air, crashing into the ground of the battle arena and leaving a small crater in his wake. He struggled to his feet, only to discover that a portion of his horn had been shattered. Such was the power of a single punch, which had left the mad rhinoceros's martial spirit in tatters. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of astonishment as they gazed at Loya, most of them finding it hard to believe what they had just witnessed. Those who came to observe the battle were well versed in the ways of spirit masters, the notion of overwhelming an opponent within the same realm, without even utilizing one's martial spirit, seemed almost impossible, even with the absolute suppression of levels and martial spirits. It was inconceivable to defeat an adversary without employing one's own spirit. Among the throngs of spectators, a heavily made-up woman clad in purple stared at Loya, her initial shock giving way to contemplation as she pondered the implications of the display before her. "Do you wish to continue?" Loya inquired nonchalantly, shaking her hand lightly. Cough. "No, I concede." The mad rhinoceros spluttered, blood spilling from his lips as he hastily shook his head. Though brash, he was no fool. His opponent had not even unleashed her martial spirit, yet she had severely injured him with a mere punch. It was wise to be prudent in such circumstances. The host, witnessing the mad rhinoceros's concession, brightened with excitement and announced, "The battle is concluded. The contestant from the Void Demons emerges victorious, earning 1 point." The audience erupted once more into enthusiastic applause, this time in celebration of Loya, as they bore witness to the birth of a new star in the arena. Many female spirit masters in attendance gazed at Loya's composed demeanor, their eyes seemingly entranced, unable to look away, glimmering with admiration. Loya returned to the lounge, where Flandra had been waiting for him. Beside him stood a captivating woman. Her mature and alluring visage was complemented by wisps of silvery hair cascading over her delicate shoulders. Her mesmerizing crimson eyes possessed an enchanting allure, and her audacious attire revealed ample expanse of her fair, tender skin. "Director, she is." Loya greeted Flandra before turning his gaze towards the woman, inquiring, "Shao Loya, she has come seeking you. Please, take your time to converse. Mahongjun and the others have yet to finish." With a slight cough, Flandra made his exit from the lounge. Loya turned around and scrutinized the enchanting woman before him, questioning with curiosity, "Esteemed sister, what brings you to me?" "Greetings, Void Demon. I am Lin Yao, and I wish to discuss certain matters with you." The woman offered a slight bow, introducing herself. Given her age, she could indeed be considered Loya's elder sister, rendering the bow unnecessary, however, in the realm of soul masters. Respect for the powerful is customary, a mere token of reverence. "What is it that you wish to discuss?" Loya nonchalantly retrieved a fruit from his soul guide and began to nibble on it. "Well, I would like to extend an invitation for you to join the Berserker Squad." Lin Yao's tone was respectful, yet imbued with sincerity. Luoya was momentarily taken aback, his gaze towards Lin Yao filled with astonishment. Could this woman be the only female soul master of the frenzied battle squad? He had just effortlessly defeated the rampant rhinoceros with a single strike, and now the vice captain had come to him, seemingly ready to abandon the rampant rhinoceros. The frenzied battle squad? Luoya refrained from hastily declining and continued to inquire. "Let us find another place to converse," Lin Yao suggested with a smile. "Very well," he replied. "In a lavish private box at the Grand Soul Arena." Luoya and Lin Yao sat across from one another, the aroma of the fragrant tea wafting between them. You may speak now, Luoya gestured invitingly, encouraging Lin Yao to begin. With a sigh, Lin Yao spoke earnestly, to be candid, your previous punch left the rampant rhinoceros severely injured. It will take him several months to recuperate. Furthermore, the frenzied battle squad has only just been established, and he is our captain. Tomorrow marks our first group battle in the Soul Arena. Luoya smirked, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. What concern is your team's fighting spirit to me? Moreover, soul skills are blind. It is already fortunate that I did not eliminate him on the spot. Lin Yao clenched her silver teeth and continued. The Berserker team has only just been established and is not yet officially registered. Today's battle of souls involved each of us. Merely to test the waters and allow for some leeway. Luoya adjusted into a comfortable position and said casually, since your intentions are sincere, enlighten me on the advantages of joining the Berserker team. In the future, the team will prioritize your will. And I can guarantee that you will receive half of the gold soul coins earned from our victories in team competitions. Luoya pondered for a moment and inquired. Pray tell, what is the swiftest method to accrue dual spirit points? Lin Yao contemplated briefly before responding. A contestant may partake in a maximum of 3 dual spirit matches each day, which include 1-on-1, 2-on-2, and team battles. However, should one achieve consecutive victories, both the dual spirit points and the golden spirit coins rewards may be doubled. Luoya nodded gently, took a sip of tea, and smiled as she said, I can agree to your request, but I require 60% of the gold spirit coins. Deal. Lin Yao exclaimed with delight, immediately extending her hand to shake Luoya's. Regardless of the fact that Luoya demands a 60% reward, aligning oneself with him guarantees an abundance of golden soul coins. Henceforth, you shall assume the role of our captain, demon god? Lin Yao chuckled softly, casting a flirtatious glance at Luoya. Brothers, come in and meet your new captain. With a wave of her hand, Lin Yao called out towards the entrance of the private room. The door swung open, and the remaining 5 members of the Berserk squad entered. Captain. The 5 bowed respectfully to Luoya. Luoya waved his hand and inquired. You all heard my conversation with your deputy captain just now, did you not? I trust there are no objections? None whatsoever. Luoya nodded in satisfaction and promptly retrieved the soul fighting badge from his storage soul guide, presenting it to Lin Yao. He had no intention of dealing with the formalities. It was merely a collaboration with the frenzied battle team. When the time was right, he would ultimately have to depart. As for whether the frenzied battle team would choose to follow him in the future, that was entirely up to them. After conversing for a while longer, Luoya made his way back to the resting area. Xiao Luo, what did that woman discuss with you? Flandra inquired directly upon Luoya's return. Nothing much. They formed a team and wished to invite me to join as their captain. Joining the frenzied battle team was not a clandestine matter, especially since there would be soul battles in the future. Revealing it a day sooner or later mattered little. Oh, a team? Do tell me more, Flandra said. His interest piqued. He was not opposed to Luoya joining a team. With only 4 students at Shrek Academy, they were not yet ready for team soul battles. Luoya's earlier involvement in team battles would greatly benefit his future development. The team is called the Frenzy Battle Team. The person I previously defeated was their former captain. And their vice-captain came to me, recounting the entire story in detail. After listening, Flandra pondered for a moment before smiling and saying, sounds good. This team seems quite promising. Moreover, it will allow you to acquire soul fighting points more swiftly. Yes, Dai Mubai and the others should have finished their match by now. Let's head back for today, as my team battle is scheduled for tomorrow. All right, when the time comes, I shall call them to witness the match. It will be a valuable experience. Chapter 32, A Fateful Reunion the next night, at the Soto Great Soul Arena. Luoya sat languidly in the lounge, observing the fierce soul battles below. I remarked, isn't the fight between the twin goats and the twin monkeys rather sluggish? Lin Yao replied with a wry smile, there's nothing to be done. Although their soul power surpasses that of their opponents, their soul ring configuration pales in comparison, making it difficult to determine a victor in the immediate future. Luoya could only nod helplessly in understanding. It seemed that during this period, he had to showcase his true abilities. Otherwise, who knew when he would accumulate enough points and gold soul coins? Having finished the battle, which was not easily won, he suggested they leave, for a grand team battle awaited them in 2 hours. Upon witnessing her teammates' victories, Lin Yao's tightly furrowed brows finally relaxed. 2 hours? That seems rather excessive, Luoya remarked, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. What can be done? Other teams need time to prepare as well. Lin Yao shrugged, her expression one of innocence. Luoya tapped his forehead with his fingers and inquired, "Shall we partake in a 2-on-2 match to pass the time?" That could work," Linya responded, momentarily taken aback. Managing a feeble smile. It was indeed a novel notion to describe a 2-on-2 soul duel as merely a way to kill time. And Luoya was the first to do so. "Let us proceed to register," Luoya said, leading the way toward the front desk, with Linyo following closely behind. "Greetings. I would like to register for a 2-on-2 team at the Soul Master level," he announced. "The registration fee is 10 gold soul coins. Please provide the name of your team," the attendant replied in a matter-of-fact manner. Thanks to the Iron Soul badge, which recorded their names, aliases, martial souls, and soul power, there was no need for additional cumbersome procedures. The staff simply explained the rules and collected the registration fee in a professional manner. Luo Ya and Lin Yao exchanged glances, perceiving the questions reflected in each other's eyes. With a charming smile, Lin Yao took the initiative to say, "Demon God, I shall heed your words." After a moment of contemplation, Luo Ya lifted his head, his eyes sparkling with inspiration. "Let us call ourselves the twin gods of the spider. My code name is the Void Demon God, while Lin Yao wields the soul of the abyssal spider. The spider and the demon, a harmonious union of duality." Excellent. The registration for the twin gods of the spider is complete. Shortly, you shall engage in a competition. The staff returned the Iron Soul badge to the two, now adorned with the radiant inscription of the twin gods of the spider. Upon seeing it, a flicker of pride danced in Luo Ya's eyes. "My naming ability is quite commendable, I must say." I did not expect our captain to possess such literary flair," Lin Yao teased lightly. "A minor detail. Let us proceed. He mentioned that we have a match ahead, so prepare yourselves." "Very well." Half an hour later, at the 5th competition venue. "Ladies and gentlemen, tonight you shall witness a thrilling 2-on-2 soul battle. Allow me to present the first pair of contestants, the illustrious Tianxia dance duo, who have achieved an impressive 4 consecutive victories in the 2-on-2 soul arena. With their seamless cooperation and formidable soul abilities, they have attained great success at the Soul Sovereign level. Will they secure a glorious 5th victory this evening?" A wave of enthusiastic applause erupted as a male and female duo ascended the soul battle stage from the left side. The host gestured to the right, further stirring the atmosphere. Standing in their way towards a 5-win streak is a fresh duo, the Twin Gods of the Spider. The members of the Twin Gods of the Spider are the Void Demon God and the Spider Demoness. Some spectators may have already heard of the Void Demon God's renown, as he effortlessly dispatched a power-type Soul Sovereign in his debut battle, emerging as a rising star. The fervor of the audience intensified once more, with most eyes fixated on Luo Ya. Tonight, shall the Tianxia dance duo triumph over the Twin Gods of the Spider, extending their illustrious reign? Or will the Twin Gods forge their own legend by toppling the dancers? Let us await the outcome. As both teams took the stage, the red-haired female soul master of the Tianxia dance duo gasped in delight upon seeing Luo Ya. "It's you." Luoya gazed at the woman, recalling for a moment, and then realized that she was indeed the girl he had rescued when he first arrived in Soto City. Luoya chuckled. "What a coincidence. You two have come to the Soul Arena." However, at that moment, their companions were taken aback. The red-haired woman's companion appeared to be a slightly older youth than Luoya, his face bearing a youthful innocence, yet possessing a certain charm. With silver short hair and clad in a sleek azure outfit, he exuded boundless energy. His light purple eyes fixed on Luoya, harboring a hint of animosity. "Sister Huwu, who is he? Do you know him?" The red-haired woman glanced at the young soul master with mild disdain and replied, "Feng Xiaotian, don't overthink it. I secretly came here to participate in the soul arena and encountered a rogue. He was the one who saved me." "Huwu, Feng Xiaotian." As Luo Ya listened to their conversation, his composure faltered. What a twist of fate. The original narrative had not alluded to any past between Feng Xiaotian and Huwu. He never anticipated encountering it himself. Upon hearing Huwu's words, Feng Xiaotian immediately felt a wave of relief wash over him. She was not a rival, but a benefactor. "Esteemed friend, I am deeply grateful for your assistance in saving Huwu," Feng Xiaotian expressed, clasping his fists in gratitude towards Luo Ya. "It was but a trifling matter. Let us commence the spirit battle." Luo Ya waved his hand dismissively, smiling. "Very well, I look forward to your guidance." Feng Xiaotian's eyes brimmed with fighting spirit. He was eager to witness the strength of the one rumored to be capable of defeating a power-type spirit master with a single blow. The spirit battle commenced. With a sharp and piercing howl, Feng Xiaotian unleashed a faint azure glow from within, transforming his short hair into a shade of blue. From his shoulders emerged 2 wolf heads. 3 spirit rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, materialized, and the azure wolf heads fixed their chilling gaze upon Luoya, exuding an aura of icy dread. The swift-wind twin-headed wolf, a variant of the swift-wind demon wolf, was an unequivocal top-tier martial spirit, rivaling the renowned blue lightning tyrant dragon. Meanwhile, Huowu's shadow beneath her feet glowed crimson, in a flame-like silhouette, equal in size to her, floated behind her, sparks flying. She too bore the same configuration of 2 yellow and 1 purple spirit rings. Her martial spirit, Fire Shadow, was among the rarest in the world of combat. Linyo had also summoned her abyssal demon spider martial spirit, her expression grave as she observed Feng Xiaotian and Huowu. In contrast, Luoyu cast a meaningful glance at the two, then smiled. In that case, allow me to showcase my martial spirit. The onlookers could only utter a single phrase in their hearts. This is impossible. They regarded Luoya as if he were a monster. Feng Xiaotian felt as though a heavy stone had settled upon his chest, struggling to breathe not merely from the terror of Luoya's spirit ring configuration. After witnessing the emergence of the Gliza martial spirit, he realized that his own spirit seemed to retract beyond his control. This was an absolute suppression of martial spirits. Demon god Lin Yao observed Luoya beside her, her emotions transitioning from shock to elation, then to reverence. It appeared she had truly found the right person. In the days to come, the names of the Berserk Squad and the Void Demon God would be etched into the memories of all in the Soto Great Spirit Arena. Come, we shall not concede defeat. Without waiting for Feng Xiaotian's response, Huowu stepped forward, eager for battle. Now this is the spirit and pride a genius should possess. Luoya softly praised, then fixed his gaze directly on Feng Xiaotian, gesturing towards him. As a man, let us engage in a one-on-one duel. Chapter 33. The Gale. Ever unyielding, Feng Xiaotian shook his head, forcibly suppressing the agitation of his martial spirit as he faced Luoya head-on. So be it, as you wish. With a wolfish howl, he activated his first spirit ring. Sharp wolf claws erupted from his palms, his merciless gaze locking onto Luoya. 5 semicircular blades of wind, accompanied by a piercing sound of slicing air, surged towards Luoya in a sweeping attack. First spirit skill, Wine Blade Array. Luoya let out a light chuckle, his feet subtly shifting as he effortlessly ascended into the air, weaving gracefully amidst the 5 swirling blades of wind. He had no intention of utilizing his ethereal form just yet. He preferred to indulge in a playful exchange with Feng Xiaotian. In an instant, as Luoya's afterimage flickered, Feng Xiaotian was astonished to discover that he was utterly unable to pinpoint Luoya's presence. The violet luminescence danced within the wind blades, and what initially appeared to be unavoidable was effortlessly traversed by Luoya, leaving him unscathed. Luoya burst through the encircling wind blades, his left palm already charged with the void claw. The two were now less than 5 meters apart. At such close quarters, only a single move could be made between them. Close combat, is it? Then come. Second soul skill, Twin Wolf's Possession. Feng Xiaotian's aura surged dramatically as a phantom of the swift-wind twin-headed wolf materialized behind him. With a flick of his wrist, his razor-sharp wolf claws clashed against Luoya's void claw. Yet, the moment their palms truly collided, Feng Xiaotian realized something was amiss. Though Luoya's void claw lacks the wind elemental attacks of his wolf claw, its sharpness surpasses his own significantly. The moment the two claws clashed, the air itself twisted. The pain from the recoil of the wolf claw sent a chill down Feng Xiaotian's spine. A seasoned warrior, he promptly retreated several dozen meters without hesitation. It soon became evident that Feng Xiaotian's choice was wise. Luoya's void claw could even disturb the fabric of space. Had he delayed even a moment longer, he might have rendered his hand useless. Indeed, in no time, Luoya's gaze sharpened, retracting his claws to form a fist, and he swiftly launched himself towards Feng Xiaotian once more. After a brief period of testing, Feng Xiaotian dared not engage Luoya in close combat again. It was now essential to maintain distance and employ a hit-and-run strategy. Thus, as Feng Xiaotian retreated, his first soul ring illuminated once again. "Receive this blow," Feng Xiaotian shouted, as he summoned a flurry of wind blades, this time conjuring no less than 25. A 5-fold array of wind blades. In the face of this onslaught, Luoya merely snorted, and his fist became enveloped in a layer of azure light, enhancing his speed slightly. Void fist, shatter, boom, boom, boom. The resounding echoes of rupturing air were deafening, yet Feng Xiaotian's 25 wind blades could not halt Luoya's advance by even a single step. All were effortlessly dismantled by that seemingly unremarkable punch. Meanwhile, Huowu, who was engaged in a fierce battle with Lin Yao, glanced at Feng Xiaotian's soul skill being so easily countered by Luoya, her heart filled with concern. Demon God, It is not yet time to conclude. Feng Xiaotian bellowed, leaping into the air, executing a front flip to land above Luo Ye. I shall ride the winds and break the waves. In his hands, he once again manifested 2 wind blades, this time larger than before, and with a mighty swing, he brought them crashing down upon Luo Ye. A peculiar smile danced at the corners of Luo Ye's mouth as he observed Feng Xiaotian wielding the wind blade, engaging him in close combat. The sight was almost comical, reminiscent of a certain being of light. His opponent appeared devoid of any sense of pain. Should Feng Xiaotian utter such words again, it might truly evoke that essence. However, it seemed that his own Gliza genuinely lacked the capacity for pain. Clearing his throat, Luo Ye reminded himself that this was not the moment for such reflections. With a subtle tilt of his head, his form was enveloped in a layer of white light, instantaneously creating 2 clones that deftly evaded Feng Xiaotian's ferocious strike. Is this the sole skill of the second ring after a millennium? As Feng Xiaotian's attack fell short, he gazed at the 3 Luoyas surrounding him, his expression gravely serious. Without further hesitation, he activated his 3rd soul ring, and a pair of magnificent azure wings unfurled from his back. Soaring into the air, he harnessed the winds above, his body ascending with remarkable speed. As Luo Ye observed, Feng Xiaotian ascended into the sky, retracting his doppelganger. He understood that this action signified Feng Xiaotian's intention to reveal his true capabilities. With his wings unfurled in the air, Feng Xiaotian gazed down at Luo Ye, declaring, "You are far more formidable than I had anticipated, yet I shall still triumph over you. Allow me to showcase my self-created soul technique, which has never been tested in battle." The ethereal image of the Gale dual-headed wolf gradually merged with Feng Xiaotian's form, amplifying his powers to their zenith. With an ear-splitting howl, he surged forward, his body plummeting like a meteor, the sharp edges of his wings glinting with a ghostly azure light under the sun. In that moment, he resembled a fierce eagle diving towards its prey. Howling Gale Wolf, 36 slashes. He roared, charging downwards with unrelenting force, the tempest swirling around him. Covering 100 meters in an instant, this velocity approached Gliza's current limit. Luo Ye narrowed his eyes, sweeping his hands outward, releasing a dark blue aura that enveloped him. The space contorted, forming a protective barrier. With a resounding thud, Feng Xiaotian's wings were halted by the luminous aura, unable to advance even a fraction. Before he could marvel at Luo Ye's formidable defense, his wings flickered in the air, desperately seeking the weakest point of the enigmatic glow. However, reality proved harsh. The distorted space negated the power of each of his strikes. Ultimately, the winds, though sharp, found it exceedingly challenging to rend the fabric of space. With a thunderous crash, the intense backlash sent Feng Xiaotian hurtling back into the sky, the pain resonating through his very bones, disrupting his breath. No matter where he attacked from, his gale wings could not breach the peculiar light surrounding Luo Ye in the slightest. He forced himself to stabilize, spiraling down while the wolf's howl echoed faintly. His wings once more descending with a fierce slash. Yet, it was all in vain. Feng Xiaotian coughed up a mist of blood and was flung away again. "Save your energy. Without the strength of a soul sect, you cannot shatter my spatial barrier," Luo Ye remarked, unable to suppress his pity as he observed Feng Xiaotian's unwavering resolve. Undeterred by Luo Ye's words, Feng Xiaotian continued his relentless assault, his eyes growing ever more resolute, though the blood trickling from his lips and the cracks in his wings betrayed his condition. With one final strike, Feng Xiaotian epitomized the splendor of a generation's prodigy. The 36 slashes were nearing their conclusion. With a fierce howl, he unleashed a torrent of azure light. The gale wings fused into a colossal azure blade. Feng Xiaotian roared in desperation. Following a resounding explosion, a series of shattering sounds erupted. The impact of his soul power still reverberated as numerous azure shards erupted into the air, remnants of Feng Xiaotian's final blade. The shards scattered, obscuring the spectators' view. As they widened their eyes, anticipating the climax of this battle, Feng Xiaotian, Wu gasped, instinctively moving to catch him. Having triumphed over Linya due to her martial spirit's advantage, she turned just in time to see Feng Xiaotian being propelled out of the battle arena on a collision course with a spike statue. Chapter 34, The Invincible Demon God Have I Lost? Feng Xiaotian thought, gazing at Luo Ye, who remained untouched and composed. His vision blurred as blood streamed down his shoulders and along his arms. He longed to move, yet found himself utterly drained of strength. Luo Ye gazed at the shattered spatial barrier before him, then turned his attention to the crimson figure on the verge of descending. A flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes, followed by a resigned sigh. He raised his hand, grasping at the void, and a faint white light enveloped Feng Xiaotian's body. halting it midair before gently lowering it outside the arena. Feng Xiaotian, are you all right? Please, don't die. Wu rushed down, her face etched with worry. No longer concerned about the outcome of the battle. I have never bested her, Lin Yao murmured as she returned to Luo Ye's side. You should leave now. I can handle things here. Luo Ye gestured for her to depart. Lin Yao nodded vigorously, feeling as if she had been granted a reprieve, and made her way off the stage. She had feared that Luo Ye would blame her for her lack of strength. I concede, you have accomplished it. Among your peers, you were the first to disrupt my spatial distortion, Luo Ye remarked, his tone laced with a hint of appreciation. Truly. He was the strongest prodigy outside of the golden generation of the Spirit Hall. Although he had allowed Feng Xiaotian to unleash a full set of attacks without retaliation. Cough. What of it? I still lost to you. Feng Xiaotian coughed up blood, a self-deprecating smile gracing her lips. Luo Ye turned to the dazed host and spoke in a low voice. You may announce the results now. With Luo Ye's prompt, the host seemed to awaken from a dream, hastily adjusting his spiritual energy before proclaiming loudly, the soul battle has concluded, and the Spider God duo emerges victorious. The applause of the audience reverberated all around. However, Luo Ye did not revel in this fleeting vanity. He paced towards the duo of Feng and Hua. From the soul guiding device, he retrieved 4 medicinal pills and extended them towards Hu. Administer these to him. He will recover swiftly. Hu gazed at the pills in Luo Ye's hand, instinctively accepting them, yet she scrutinized the small pills with a hint of disbelief. Could these few tablets truly mend the injuries of a soul sovereign? Luo Ye paid little heed to Hu's inquiries and instead began to elaborate on the effects of the elixirs. The revitalizing pill aids in the restoration of both soul energy and injuries, while the foundation establishment pill enhances potential and accelerates the cultivation process. What? Hu felt as though she had misheard. She could perhaps believe in the healing of injuries, but the notion of enhancing cultivation speed seemed rather exaggerated. Whether one believed it or not, it wouldn't harm to try. Luo Ye shrugged dismissively, ignoring Hu, and turned to leave. Upon returning to the resting area, the 6 members of the wild battle team had been waiting for some time, and upon seeing Luo Ye's return, they all rushed forward. Captain, how are you? Captain, the team battle is about to start. Are you all right? Luo Ye's gaze swept across the 6 individuals as he calmly stated, what could be the matter? Hurry and prepare. Remember, resolve the battle with utmost swiftness. Understood. In this team battle, the Berserk squad emerged victorious. The audience erupted in applause, their cheers nearly lifting the roof of the venue. Luo Ye retracted the tumultuous purple lightning that ravaged the surroundings, casting a fleeting glance at the 7 fallen figures on the stage before departing without a backward glance. Prior to the match, he had resolved to conclude swiftly, thus opting to allow his teammates to buy time while he charged a formidable void thunder, sending all adversaries crashing from the platform. In the resting chamber, the smiles on the faces of the duel monkeys and duel goats belied their weakened state, as they jubilantly celebrated the triumph of their hero. Following this team battle, they wholeheartedly acknowledged Luo Ye's prowess. Captain, you are truly remarkable. Indeed, it's astonishing. Even without Berserk support, you can eliminate the opponents in a single blow. Captain, are you truly a soul sovereign? Luo Ye cleared his throat, signaling them to silence. The 6 members of the Berserk squad understood immediately, ceasing their flattery and awaiting Luo Ye's words. Do not rejoice too soon. We have merely won a single battle. In future team skirmishes, as long as I remain standing, we shall not face defeat. Do you comprehend? We understand. A faint smile graced the corners of Luo Ye's lips as he turned to convey some matters to Lin Yao before hastily returning to the academy. It was now evening, and Oscar was on his running circuit. The elusive color grass chicken and the whimsical flower-hearted tiger had ventured out for reasons unknown, leaving only Flandra to greet him. Welcome back. Today, you truly made quite an impression, Flandra remarked with a chuckle. Nothing worth mentioning, Luo Ye replied, shaking his head. He then produced 2 small bags of gold soul coins, tossing them to Flandra. One bag contains 200. That amounts to 400 in total. This should sustain the academy for a while, wouldn't you agree? Flandra's eyes widened as he beheld the gold coins Luo Ye had thrown, utterly captivated and unable to divert his gaze. Ah ha ha. This is more than sufficient. You are indeed a great benefactor of the academy, little monster. Luo Ye cast a glance at Flandre and promptly returned to his dormitory to engage in his training. Subsequently, each night, Luo Ye returned to the academy, bearing either several bags or a box of gold soul coins. The duration of each team battle at the Grand Soul Arena seldom exceeded 2 minutes, Loya, utilizing only the Void Thunder, found it more than sufficient. Amidst a series of victories, Loya's points surged rapidly, and by the 5th day, he embarked on a streak of 10 consecutive wins, each victory earning him 10 points. Due to Loya's remarkable winning record, coupled with his charming appearance and formidable strength, he swiftly ascended to stardom within Soto City's Grand Soul Arena, earning the moniker the Invincible Demon God. Initially, the members of the Frenzied Battle Team were taken aback by Loya's astounding achievements, yet they soon acclimated to his prowess. With such a captain leading them, what could they possibly find dissatisfactory? After a while, Loya's badge ascended to the level of Gold Soul Fighter, a feat accomplished in a mere 2 months. Under his leadership, the Frenzied Battle Team created a legendary 30-game winning streak. Ultimately, after 2 months of uninterrupted victories, every member of the Frenzied Battle Team achieved their aspirations, with various factions eagerly extending olive branches to recruit the other 6 members. They were about to part ways, each pursuing their individual dreams, a longing that had been the foundation of the Frenzied Battle Team since its inception. However, in contrast to the team, their captain, the invincible demon god Loya, remained the true prize in the eyes of all scouts. Regrettably, no temptation of wealth could sway Loya. Attempts at coercion or assassination would leave no trace behind. If one were to inquire about the whereabouts of those who vanished, one might as well ask why Yueguan had such an abundance of fertilizer for his flowers during that period. Director, the battle team disbanded today. This is the last of our winnings, 300,000 gold soul coins. Loya produced a purple card and casually tossed it to Flanders. Ha, dear Loya. Thanks to your generosity, Shrek can now sustain itself for at least 5 more years. Flanders remarked as he received the purple card, cherishing it with great fondness. Loya chose to disregard Flanders and returned to his dormitory to continue his training, as he had merely come to deliver financial support. After all, despite Flanders' somewhat avaricious nature, he is fundamentally a man of honor, willing to step back from romantic entanglements to support his friends and endure humiliation for the sake of his students. Such a dean can be considered quite commendable. Loya returned to his dormitory, retrieving a golden card and a larger sack from his storage soul guide. Sitting in a chair, he contemplated the various uses of the soul coins. Over the past 2 months, the gold coins he had given to Flinder constituted, at best, merely 20% of his earnings. The remaining 60% of the winnings from the Frenzied Battle Team was firmly in his possession. This golden card contained a staggering 1 million soul coins. Chapter 35. Correspondence. Soul Sect. What are you pondering, little Luo? Just as Loya was lost in thought, a somewhat effeminate voice whispered in his ear. As expected, it belonged to the Moon Douluo, Yueguan. However, there was an unusual scent of blood surrounding him. Another fool seeking their demise? Loya was unperturbed. During this period, his brilliance had attracted the attention of numerous factions, including the nobility of the Barak Kingdom. Bring on as many as you wish. I shall slay them all. They will serve as excellent nourishment for my flourishing plants. Yueguan's expression was one of disdain, accompanied by a cold chuckle. I must express my gratitude to Elder Ju for ensuring my safety, Loya remarked with timely appreciation. Well, considering your demeanor, how do you intend to manage these soul coins? The Spirit Hall is not in need of funds. These are your private assets. Loya pondered for a moment before arriving at a significant decision. It was time to bring forth the cosmic-level technology from that world into the humble Douluo dimension. Elder Ju, you need not worry. I have my methods. However, I would appreciate it if you could make a trip to Gangshin City. Gangshin City? Elder Ju was taken aback, then inquired with curiosity. I require some iron blocks, so I would be grateful if you could take this money and make the journey. As Loya spoke, he handed a golden card to Yueguan. Though unsure of your intentions, I shall make the trip. Yueguan mused for a moment before agreeing. However, even at the fastest pace, it will take me at least half a month to reach Gangshin City. During this time, you should keep a low profile. I understand, Loya replied. And could you kindly deliver this letter to my teacher? He then produced an envelope from his pocket. Yueguan nodded, accepting the envelope without opening it, as it was addressed to Her Holiness the Pope. To read it would be somewhat disrespectful. 5 days later, within the Pope's chamber, Yueguan stood respectfully at the lower end while Bibi Dong sat majestically above, a smile gracing her lips as she read the letter. This letter was precisely what Loya had instructed Yueguan to deliver, and with the speed of a tidal Douluo, he had swiftly returned it to the Pope. Bibi Dong felt a twinge of curiosity upon Yueguan's return. Wasn't he supposed to be safeguarding Loya? Why was he back with a letter instead? Could there be something amiss? However, as she perused the letter, her pupils slightly constricted, and an unusual smile appeared on her face. Your Holiness, what has Loya written? Ghostly, standing beside Bibi Dong, gathered his courage to ask. You may read for yourselves, Bibi Dong replied, channeling her soul power to send the envelope back to Yueguan. Ghostly swiftly joined him, and as they read, their eyes met in astonishment, both looking up at Bibi Dong. Your Holiness, is this true? Yueguan gazed at Bibi Dong with fervor, seeking confirmation. Ghostly remained silent, yet the fingers hidden beneath his dark armor trembled incessantly. Is it true? We shall know when Loya returns, Bibi Dong's smile unmasked, fading like a shadow within the grand hall. Her disciple had truly stumbled upon a remarkable opportunity. 3 years passed. In the center of Shrek Academy's plaza, Loya levitated in a cross-legged position, teetering on the brink of a breakthrough. Gliza's phantom flickered in and out of sight, surrounded by a purple aura, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. He hasn't noticed that I've secretly consumed a bit of his cultivated soul power, has he? Gliza chuckled softly at Loya's diligence, deciding to observe his responses further. After 3 years of arduous training, Loya had reached level 39, his aspirations for a 10,000-year soul ring still lofty, while the crafting of interdimensional technological weaponry could not be neglected. Thus, his training had slightly lagged behind. Nevertheless, the spatial barriers he now created could withstand even the onslaught of high-ranking soul kings. Yet, more than the otherworldly technological weaponry, Loya prioritized mastering Gliza's primordial power. Over the past 3 years at Shrek, his strength had increased by 6 levels, a rapid ascent, but controlling it proved challenging. Gliza's primal energy was overwhelmingly potent. If unleashed carelessly, it could lead to catastrophic backlash, as evidenced by the duel spiral incident from years past. Hence, enhancing his mental acuity was Loya's pressing need. Now, after 3 full years, his mental fortitude was finally sufficient to release the duel spiral without losing control, and Gliza's true power was gradually being unearthed. The unknown void from another universe was beginning to reveal itself. Once he unlocks Gliza's third form, it may signal his transformation. With a muffled groan, Loya felt his soul power surge once more, his entire being trembling violently. At this moment, he had reached his limit. His eyes widened suddenly, and Gliza's phantom expanded, distorting the space around him as he slowly descended from the air. It's done. Level 40 achieved. Exhaling a heavy breath, Loya's eyes sparkled with unrestrained joy. Soon, with the acquisition of a suitable soul ring, he would become a true soul master. Ha ha ha, human boy, your pace seems to have slowed. What can I do? If I were to devour someone publicly in the arena, I would become a pariah among soul masters. TSK, this dimension is not only weak but also so dreadfully mundane. Enough of that, Gliza. Do you think this has been easy for me? I'm fatigued and need a respite. Loya shot Gliza's residual spirit a reproachful glance before departing Shrek towards Soto City. Since arriving at Shrek, he had not only taken time to visit the arena but had also delved into the study of cosmic technology, all while enduring relentless training. Most would have long since collapsed under such pressure. Loya strolled down the street, a fruit in hand, savoring its taste as he ambled leisurely. A sigh escaped his lips as he pondered the well-being of Shuer in Tiando City after 9 long years. The enchanting smile of Qian Renxue resurfaced in his mind, evoking a sense of nostalgia. If I have not transcended to the soul sovereign level by the age of 15, she might harbor a tinge of disappointment towards me. Our first encounter was when I was merely a 9-year-old soul master, and now she is likely nearing the rank of soul king. Such thoughts cast a shadow of melancholy over Loya as he wandered aimlessly through the streets. By chance, he found himself standing before a somewhat dilapidated shop, and upon raising his gaze, he was taken aback to discover it was the merchant establishment owned by his own academy's headmaster. Oh, I recall that Flandra had a piece of soul crystal in his store. Perhaps I could experiment with it to forge a silver wing. Loya pondered carefully and resolved to procure the crystal. A cursory glance would suffice. If he desired it, he would simply pay. Flanders lounged in his chair, his voice languid. Dean, it's me. Loya rolled his eyes and replied, Oh, little Loya? What brings you to Soto City at this hour? Shouldn't you be training? Upon recognizing Loya's voice, Flanders straightened, a hint of surprise flickering in his gaze. Nothing much. I just broke through to level 40, felt good about it. And thought I'd take a stroll, perhaps inspect our dean's nefarious shop. Loya's lips curled slightly, though his tone held a teasing edge by the end. Oh, level 40 already? Ha ha ha, splendid. Once the recruitment period at Shrek concludes, I shall personally assist you in acquiring your soul rings. Flanders beamed with delight upon hearing this, a satisfied chuckle escaping him. Ahem, But what do you mean by nefarious shop? What do you know, you rascal? Flanders coughed lightly, tilting his head slightly. Money isn't everything. But without it, one can achieve nothing. Hearing Flanders' words, Loya's lips twitched as he fought the impulse to pounce on him. Indeed, a rogue in business. Dean. I recall you have a piece of semi-transparent crystal in your shop. Might you part with it? Loya, unable to counter Flanders' reasoning, shifted the topic. Oh, that isn't expensive, just 100 gold soul coins. However, since you're one of us, how about this? I'll sell it to you for 99 coins. What do you say? Flanders grinned, unaware that Loya's expression had darkened ominously. Calm down, calm down. I mustn't summon Grandpa Jew. Loya diligently restrained the urge to lash out. Indeed, a four-eyed cat-eagle. Its nature is hard to change. Take this. Loya snorted, tossing a pouch that contained precisely 99 gold soul coins. You cunning merchant. You shan't fleece me a single coin. Heh, do visit again. Flanders nimbly caught the pouch, chuckling to himself. Rogue Dean, Loya scoffed. Then turned on his heel and departed from Flanders' shop. Wait, little Loya. I have one more thing. Chapter 36. Hurry back to the academy. Little Loya. Tomorrow is the Academy's annual recruitment day. You need to summon that Demingbai back. He is probably at some hotel now. Flanders' voice floated out from the shop. Upon hearing Flanders' words, Luoya paused momentarily before replying, I understand. Tomorrow is the recruitment day. The hotel is fine. I comprehend. Having spent 3 years in Soto City, he was well acquainted with every blade of grass and tree. Luoya effortlessly arrived at the entrance of the Rose Hotel. Sensing the fluctuations of soul power emanating from within, a slight twitch appeared at the corner of his mouth as he let out a quiet sigh and stepped inside. Indeed, the familiar scene unfolded once more. Dai Mubai, Tang San, and Xiao Wu were confronting each other at the hotel counter. Dai Mubai, what are you doing? Luoya exclaimed sternly. At the sound of his voice, Dai Mubai turned to look at Luoya, a flicker of fear passing through his eyes as he quickly forced a smile, saying, Luo, Boss Luo, what brings you here? What a coincidence. Loya's expression darkened as he let out a cold snort. Stop with your frivolous antics. Have you come here to stir up trouble again? Do you not realize that tomorrow marks the enrollment day for the academy? Are you here to dally and cause distractions? Hurry back to the academy at once. Loya admonished once more. Luoya's words were undeniably powerful, striking with such intensity that they nearly sent Dai Mubai away on the spot. He trembled in fear, inwardly lamenting. Oh dear, could you perhaps grant me a modicum of respect in public? Yet, he maintained a facade of compliance, nodding vigorously as he replied, Yes, yes. I shall return at once. With that, he swiftly turned to Tang San and Xiao Wu, explaining, That room is now yours. I must take my leave. Tang San and Xiao Wu exchanged glances, each reflecting a hint of astonishment. How could the formidable Dai Mubai transform from a fierce tiger into a feeble cat upon encountering this youth? He was a 37th level soul ancestor. Yet he referred to this young man as his superior. Could it be that this youth possessed even greater strength? Was he perhaps from the Soul Clan? While they pondered this, Luoya had already glided before them, prompting Tang San to instinctively take a step back, a flicker of shock crossing his gaze. Such swiftness, and not a sound to be heard. I apologize for the trouble Dai Mubai caused you, Luoya said with a smile, extending his hand. Tang San suppressed his astonishment and reached out, grasping the delicate, jade-like hand offered to him. It's quite all right. Merely a minor altercation between soul masters, he replied, offering a gentle smile in return. Loya beamed as he spoke. I apologize on his behalf, and I must say, your prowess astonishes me. It is indeed rare for someone at the 29th level to contend so fiercely with a 37th level opponent. I shall await your arrival at Shrek Academy. After releasing Tang San's hand, Loya's figure vanished into thin air. Once he departed, Tang San retracted his hand and remarked to Xiao Wu, This individual is quite extraordinary, and he evokes a sense of familiarity within me. Xiao Wu nodded gently, adding, Moreover, his aura is peculiar, ethereal like a wisp of air. However, she continued with a scoff, mingling with someone like Dai Mubai, he surely cannot be a good person. Tang San cleared his throat and cautioned, Xiao Wu, refrain from speaking recklessly. He claims to be affiliated with Shrek, and we may need to coexist for several years. What of it? I have no desire to associate with him, Xiao Wu retorted, clearly unimpressed by Loya, though she dared not voice her thoughts aloud. Tang San sighed and shook his head. Conceding, very well, let us retreat inside and rest. Indeed, Xiao Wu replied, following Tang San toward the hotel. Meanwhile, the innkeeper exhaled a sigh of relief. Grateful that the tumultuous guests had finally settled down, he had been on the verge of a fright. In a certain elevated area of Soto City, Loya stood alongside the powerful Hu Liena, who appeared visibly excited. Little Loya, you are indeed fortunate this time. Do you know the identity of that girl in pink? Yuguan's gaze remained fixed on the Rose Hotel below, as if attempting to decipher something. A spirit beast transformed after 100,000 years, correct? Loya chuckled lightly, revealing his understanding of Yuguan's implication. How do you know this? Yuguan was astonished. Loya was not a title Douluo, so how could he discern such details? Elder Ju, I understand your thoughts, but now is not the appropriate time, Loya replied, shaking his head. Why is that? Is there anyone in Soto City capable of opposing me? Yuguan furrowed his brow, perplexed. You must have sensed it too. A formidable presence resides here. After a moment of contemplation, Yuguan recalled the overwhelming aura he had felt at the Rose Hotel, a power both potent and domineering. Eerily reminiscent of a title Douluo he had once battled, yet surpassing him in strength. Nodding slightly, Yuguan inquired, if that is the case, should I report to His Holiness the Pope? Not for now. I shall inform my teacher upon my graduation from this academy, Loya assured him. Very well, Yuguan acquiesced. And then, with a flash of golden light, he vanished from sight. The following morning, Tang San and Xiao Wu departed from the Rose Hotel, heading toward their destination from the southern city gate. Brother, look, there is a small village over there, Xiao Wu pointed ahead, where a village could be seen about a mile away. Thanks to his purple extreme magic eye, Tang San could clearly discern a large crowd gathered at the village entrance. As they approached, Tang San and Xiao Wu noticed a considerable gathering, most of whom were youths of similar age, accompanied by their parents. A table was set up at the entrance, behind which sat an elderly man in his 60s. Above the silver iron archway hung a sign inscribed with 5 simple characters, Shrek Academy. Thanks to the income Loya had generated from the Grand Soul Arena over the past 3 years, Shrek Academy was no longer in the dilapidated state portrayed in the original tale. The elderly man responsible for registrations was none other than teacher Li Yusong. While Daimubai reclined against a nearby tree, resting his eyes, ready to intervene should any trouble arise. However, the failure of the first 2 children to register left many parents with disappointed expressions as they silently led their children away, lamenting their inability to reach the required level of soul power by the age of 12. Soon enough, Daimubai spotted Tang San and Xiao Wu, a faint smile breaking through his previously stoic demeanor as he nodded to them. Just as they exchanged glances, teacher Li Yusong's surprised voice snapped Tang San's attention back. You are here, but does your family know? He inquired, eyeing the girl in the white dress before him. The girl did not directly answer, instead smiling. It is said that education knows no boundaries. As long as I meet the academy's requirements, there is no reason for you to refuse my admission. Very well, Mobai. Take her inside, Li Yusong decided after a moment's hesitation, waving toward Daimubai. The fated encounter of the 7 monsters was now unavoidable. Chapter 37, a warning not far along, Daimubai led the trio to an open area surrounded by wooden houses, roughly 500 square meters in size, perfectly situated at the heart of Shrek Academy. Daimubai stepped out to greet more eligible new students while Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the girl stood in line for the second examination. At that moment, a soft voice echoed through the air. Sausages for sale. Come and get them. Don't miss out. Oscar's sausages, delicious and sweet, affordably priced at just 5 copper coins each. Turning their heads, Tang San and Xiao Wu spotted a man pushing a cart nearby, calling out to passers-by. The enticing aroma of meat wafted from the cart, drawing several students in line to purchase some. Remembering Xiao Wu's meager breakfast, Tang San approached the cart with a smile. Excuse me, sir, could I have 2 sausages, please? Oscar froze, his expression abruptly stiffening. What did you call me? He asked incredulously. Sir, is there a problem? Tang San replied, puzzled. Oscar chuckled wryly. Of course there is, brother. I'm only 14 this year, and you call me sir? Tang San was at a loss for words, glancing at Oscar's bushy beard and thinking to himself that such facial hair could hardly be attributed to mere abundance. Tang San, what are you doing? Daimubai approached, bringing along the last registering student, the previously observed cold girl. Upon seeing Daimubai, Oscar's face contorted into a mix of despair and frustration. Brother, would you like a sausage? Get lost, Daimubai retorted, glaring at him. You're embarrassing the academy. I've warned you more than once not to sell sausages here. Tang San, you shouldn't eat those sausages, he cautioned. Tang San questioned, why not? What could possibly be wrong with a sausage? Daimubai's expression turned somewhat peculiar. Oscar, make a fresh batch. To his surprise, Oscar erupted in anger, exclaiming, "Brother, are you being unreasonable? You're targeting me too much. Do you believe I want to have Loya teach you a lesson?" Daimubai trembled with rage. Fully aware that if Oscar informed Loya of this incident, he would undoubtedly face another beating. Among the 3 Shrek students, Loya and Oscar shared the closest bond, leaving Daimubai to settle for second place. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to remain calm. "Fine, you win this round." "Hee." Oscar grinned slyly. "I knew you feared Loya the most. TSK, you're not off the hook either. Don't forget, back in the day, he beat all 3 of us together." Daimubai curled his lips in disdain as he glanced at Oscar. "The boss Luo you mentioned, could it possibly be?" Tang San suddenly felt a premonition, directing his gaze towards Daimubai and Oscar. "Indeed, you have guessed correctly. It is the individual from the hotel yesterday," Daimubai shrugged. "One person can single-handedly defeat a high-ranking soul master and 2 grandmasters." Tang San's mouth fell agape, incredulous. "It is indeed him," Daimubai nodded gravely. "Additionally, I must remind you that during the final test, Boss Luo will personally supervise and may even intervene directly. You must exercise utmost caution." "Understood," Tang San replied with a nod. However, Oscar, upon hearing this, grew anxious. "Junior, why are you so calm about this?" Tang San looked at Oscar, puzzled by his agitation. Yet, both Oscar and Daimubai regarded him with pity. "Ignorance breeds fearlessness. This is forgivable," Oscar sighed, shaking his head. "Alas, you young ones are far too impulsive. When you confront Boss Luo, you will realize just how misguided you truly are." "All right, Oscar, this matter is beyond our control," Daimubai waved his hand. Then turned to Tang San, solemnly advising, "In any case, be cautious. If Boss Luo takes action, do not entertain thoughts of retaliation. Simply aim to prolong the encounter." Tang San nodded, contemplating the strength of this Boss Luo. "It seems I must seek an opportunity to meet him." Daimubai said nothing further, patting Tang San on the shoulder. "Let us proceed. I will guide you through the examination without the need to queue. Is that appropriate?" Tang San hesitated. "Rest assured, I am not showing favoritism. This treatment is well-deserved," Daimubai assured as he led the 2 towards the front of the line. Approaching the supervising teacher, Daimubai whispered a few words in his ear, gesturing towards Tang San and Xiaowu. "Very well, take them directly to the 4th test," the teacher nodded. Then addressed the gathered students, asking, "Is there anyone with a soul power exceeding level 25? If so, you may also bypass the examination." Soon, 2 young girls stepped forward, successfully passing the test with levels 26 and 27. The presence of 4 individuals exceeding level 25 silenced the previously defiant candidates. While the teacher's expression revealed an unmistakable astonishment, monsters appear every year, but this year, there are particularly many. "Mubai, take these 4 to the 4th test as well. Oh. And remember to advise Xiao Luo to go easy on them. We cannot afford any mishaps with these little prodigies," the supervising teacher said with a knowing smile. Daimubai and Oscar exchanged looks of resignation. Their only hope was that Luoya would refrain from direct involvement. Otherwise, Tang San and the others could find themselves in dire straits. "Very well," Daimubai agreed, turning towards Xiaowu and Tang San. "Let us proceed." Tang San exchanged a glance with Xiaowu. They nodded in unison and walked alongside the 2 young girls into the academy. Along the way, Tang San felt a twinge of unease. After hearing the teacher's words, even he could sense a hint of anxiety, though he knew his strength was formidable among his peers. The opponent could very well be a soul sect master. "Tang San, relax. Remember what I told you. If possible, prolong the encounter," Daimubai whispered earnestly in Tang San's ear. Tang San nodded, choosing not to speak further. After a few minutes, Daimubai halted. They had arrived at another open area, where a table and 2 chairs were set up. Luoya was engaged in a relaxed conversation over tea with Zhao Wujing, appearing to share a camaraderie akin to that of friends rather than teacher and student. "Teacher Zhao, Boss Luo, I have brought the candidates for the 4th test," Daimubai said with a slight bow. Luoya set down his teacup and stood up, smiling as he said, I understand now. You may observe from the sidelines." "Oh, this year there are indeed 4 contenders for the 4th round? Remarkable. Little Luo, your predictions are quite accurate," Zhao Wuji remarked as he also rose to his feet. Teasingly, Luoya rolled her eyes and replied with irritation, "Old Zhao, when have I ever let you down?" Zhao Wuji chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate further. He scrutinized Tang San and his companions, a playful smile emerging on his face. Each of them surpassed level 25, quite impressive indeed. It seems this year has produced quite a few little monsters. Luoya smiled at the 4 individuals, stating, Since all four of you have successfully passed the second and third challenges without assessment, Zhao and I shall personally accompany you in this endeavor. You may select one of us to face. You now have the duration of an incense stick to familiarize yourselves with one another and deliberate. After this period, the test will commence. The task at hand is for the four of you to collectively withstand either my or Zhao's assault for the span of an incense stick. Should even one of you endure until the end, you shall be deemed successful. What? Chapter 38, Evaluator Loya. What? Daimubai exclaimed, hurriedly approaching Loya. His expression fraught with concern. Boss Loya, this seems rather unwise. Loya cast a dismissive glance at him and remarked, what is there to be concerned about? The dean is absent, and I, alongside old Zhao, hold the highest authority here. Let them make their choice. With that, Loya and Zhao Wujie returned to their seats. Closing their eyes to rest, Daimubai sighed heavily, a grave expression on his face, as he approached Tang San and the others. Come here for a moment. He said seriously, I cannot assist you this time. However, for this test, I still recommend you choose Teacher Zhao. Xiao inquired. What level of soul masters are Teacher Zhao and the esteemed Loya you mentioned? Daimubai shook his head, his fists clenching unconsciously. Teacher Zhao is a soul sage at level 76, while Loya is a soul master at level 39 and only 15 years old. The group was taken aback upon hearing this, and Xiao Wu, in disbelief, exclaimed, how is that possible? You are also 15 and only at level 37. Daimubai forced a smile. That is the extent of Loya's prowess. When he enrolled, he was already at level 33. Capable of exchanging blows with the soul sage level Teacher Zhao. Ahem, I just broke through to level 40 yesterday, Loya interjected. Daimubai's expression stiffened as he turned to Tang San. Make your choice swiftly. Face the seasoned soul sage at level 76 or the prodigious soul master at level 40. Without a doubt, I choose the soul master at level 40, Tang San declared resolutely, although Loya's strength was indeed formidable. The disparity in level compared to Teacher Zhao was too significant, leading him to believe that the odds of selecting Loya were more favorable. Upon hearing Tang San's unequivocal decision, the short-haired girl beside him nodded in agreement. Yes, let's go with him, even if there is a considerable gap in soul rings. All four of us are above level 25. We may not necessarily be defeated. Daimubai regarded the short-haired girl with a look of incredulity. Well then, I wish you all the best. With that, he turned and said, Loya, they have chosen to battle you. What do you think? Loya opened his eyes. A flicker of violet light passing through them before returning to normalcy. Calmly, he declared, since you have chosen to fight me, I shall oblige. With those words, Loya rose to his feet, while Zhao Wuji let out a hearty laugh, standing alongside Daimubai, both wearing smiles as they gazed at the four. With a deft twist of his wrist, Luoya produced an incense stick, deftly igniting its tip with a mere flick of his fingers. In an effortless motion, he planted the fragrant stick into the ground, unwavering and steady. Daimubai, you may inform them of my unique abilities, so that these little monsters can prepare themselves. Luoya remarked nonchalantly. Daimubai nodded, turning to face Tang San and his companions with a grave expression. The esteemed Luoya possesses the martial soul known as Gliza, belonging to the space category. His speed is formidable. Despite only being at the 40th rank, he surpasses the agility of a soul king. At this juncture, Daimubai hesitated. A flicker of fear crossing his countenance as he recalled the terror he felt when Luoya had dominated him alongside Oscar and Mahongjun. Moreover, his martial soul's capabilities are exceedingly enigmatic, making it exceedingly difficult for soul masters of the same rank to pose a challenge to him. Wait, what did you say his name is? Tang San interjected abruptly, his gaze at Luoya tinged with a hint of delight. Daimubai was momentarily taken aback. His name is Luoya. Why do you ask? Is that so? Tang San smiled, turning his attention to Luoya with a tone infused with excitement. Luoga. I am Tang San. Do you remember me? Upon hearing Tang San's words, the expressions of everyone shifted into something peculiar, especially Daimubai's. Could it be that the two were acquainted long before? Tang San seemed oblivious to the strange looks from the others as he continued, Luoga. We were quite the friends back in Holy Soul Village. Daimubai finally grasped the reason behind Tang San's odd reaction. It turned out that Tang San and Luoya were old acquaintances, having grown up in the same village. Daimubai turned his gaze towards Luoya, a glimmer of hope sparking within him. If that were the case, might Luoya be inclined to show some leniency due to their shared history? Luoya glanced at Tang San with a calm smile and remarked, so it's you, little San. It has been 9 years. I hope you have fared well. Indeed. Luoga. After 9 years apart, you have truly grown stronger, Tang San replied with a hint of admiration. Thank you. But I must inform you that I will be impartial in the upcoming assessment. I will not go easy on you, Luoya said with a slight smile. So, prepare well. With that, he closed his eyes again, disregarding Tang San. Tang San looked at Luoya's figure and couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. He had not anticipated such a transformation after 9 years. Back in Saint Soul Village, Luoya was merely a somewhat precocious child. Yet now he had become a soul master of rank 39. It appeared that he had underestimated him back then. Dai Mubai felt a twinge of disappointment but remarked, "Since Luoda has made his decision, we cannot alter it. The outcome now rests in your hands." "Understood," Tang San replied, taking a deep breath before turning to the three girls. "Let us first get to know one another. I am Tang San, a control system soul master of rank 29, with the martial soul blue silvergrass. I am Xiao Wu, a rank 29 assault system soul master with the martial soul soft bone rabbit. Ning Rongrong, a rank 26 support system soul master with the martial soul 7 treasure glaze tile. Zhu Zhiqing, a rank 27 agility attack system soul master with the martial soul ghost cat." Tang San looked at Ning Rongrong in astonishment and asked, "Your martial soul is the 7 treasure glaze tile. Does that mean you hail from the 7 treasure glaze tile clan?" The entire Soul Master world regards the 7 treasure glaze tile as the most formidable support martial soul on the continent, bar none. Ning Rongrong stuck out her adorable little tongue and said, "Don't stare. I sneaked out from home. Let us first pass this assessment, and then we can discuss. My 2 soul skills can enhance speed and strength by about 30% for a duration of 1 incense stick without any issue." Dai Mubai cast a deep glance at the cold girl, Zhu Zhiqing, and remarked, "Your team's combination is quite commendable, with no overlapping martial souls. As for how to withstand Luoda's attacks, that is for you to decide." After a moment of contemplation, Tang San produced 5 stones, 1 large and 4 small, from the night of the Moonlit Bridge and arranged them on the ground to strategize with the group. "Ning Rongrong will support the 3 of us. Xiao Wu will take the lead in offense, while I will focus on controlling Luo Ji's attacks to the best of my ability, assisting Xiao Wu in her frontal assault. Zhu Zhiqing, I would like you to use your speed to create diversions from the flanks." Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong nodded in agreement. Zhu Zhiqing shot a glance at Tang San and finally gave a slight nod, signaling her acquiescence to his plan. However, Dai Mubai suddenly cleared his throat and interjected, "Hold on, Tang San. I warned you not to think about attacking, let alone trying to outpace him. Luoda's speed is at least on par with that of an agility attack system soul master, even with the enhancement from the 7 treasure glaze tile. It would be impossible to surpass him." Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong exchanged looks of astonishment. They had indeed not considered this aspect. It seemed that relying on the support of the 7 treasure glaze tile to defeat Luoya was, fundamentally, an implausible endeavor. Hearing Dai Mubai's words, Luoya's lips moved slightly as he spoke. "Dai Mubai, time is drawing near." Dai Mubai promptly nodded and then turned to Tang San. "Tang San, you must decide for yourselves. I cannot offer much assistance." Tang San surveyed the crowd and declared, "Everyone, let us fight according to my plan. We shall strive to endure until the end. If we find ourselves unable to continue or sustain injuries, we shall concede defeat without hesitation." His concern for Xiao Wu's safety outweighed his eagerness to enroll in Shrek Academy. He could not afford to let a moment of impulsiveness jeopardize her well-being. Upon hearing Tang San's words, Xiao Wu, Dai Mubai, and Ning Rongrong all nodded in agreement. Rising to his feet, Tang San gazed at Luoya and earnestly stated, "Brother Luo, I seek your guidance." Luoya opened his eyes and stood up, revealing a peculiar smile. "Let me see what progress you have made over the past 9 years." He exclaimed, "Gliza, possess." A wild laughter echoed as Luoya soared into the air, surrounded by a faint purple light. The phantasm of Gliza writhed and twisted, while 3 soul rings, 1 yellow and 2 purple, rose around him. The second ring of a millennium. The 4 exclaimed in unison, gazing at Luoya in disbelief, particularly Tang San, who shook his head in a daze. "This is troublesome. Luoya has actually broken through to level 40, just 1 soul ring away from advancement. When did this happen?" Dai Mubai's expression grew serious as he cast a worried glance at Tang San. Could it be that the teacher's theory was incorrect? Is 800 years not the limit for the second soul ring? Tang San murmured, lost in thought. "I'll tell you after the fight," Luoya chuckled lightly. As the purple light on his arms began to swirl, and he dove directly towards Ning Rongrong, Tang San felt a surge of alarm in that moment. He understood Luoya's intent. His teacher had once advised that if he were to encounter an opponent with a soul master from the 7 treasures glaze tile school, the priority should always be to eliminate them first. With a swift motion, he unleashed a strand of blue silvergrass, attempting to save Ning Rongrong. However, Luoya merely tilted his head slightly and waved his hand, conjuring an invisible barrier that blocked the blue-silver grass. The space warped slightly, and the ensnaring vines were torn into countless fragments. Luoya's body suddenly accelerated, charging straight towards Ning Rongrong, unaffected in the slightest. What manner of power is this? How could it possibly shatter my blue-silver grass out of thin air? Tang San widened his eyes in astonishment, inwardly cursing his own carelessness. Whoosh! Luoya extended his hand, seizing Ning Rongrong's throat, lifting her into the air with such swiftness that the other two were unable to intervene in time. Let go of me! Ning Rongrong exclaimed, her expression reflecting a tinge of pain. Although Luoya had not exerted his full strength, the pressure was still suffocating, leaving her gasping for breath. This was her first encounter with a formidable battle spirit master, and her heart felt as if it might leap from her chest at any moment. You have been eliminated, Luoya scoffed. Bang! With a sudden and forceful flick of his right hand, Luoya sent Ning Rongrong tumbling from the air, yet his strength was perfectly measured, allowing her merely to roll half a circle on the ground before regaining her footing. I have already stated that you are out, Luoya declared, gazing down at Ning Rongrong with an icy demeanor, as though pronouncing a death sentence. A flicker of defiance sparkled in Ning Rongrong's eyes as she clenched her teeth. Standing resolutely still, Luoya then turned his attention back to the remaining combatants, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Shuqing, his lips curling into a smirk. The renowned First Auxiliary Martial Soul indeed posed a significant threat. I beg your pardon for my rudeness. Tang San took a deep breath, striving to calm himself. He was acutely aware that their current predicament was far from optimistic. The loss of an auxiliary at the onset was detrimental, and Luoya's martial soul possessed the ability of flight, a fact that had caught him off guard. Moreover, Zhu Shuqing was entirely unable to match his opponent's speed. Thus, they could afford no lapse in vigilance. Xiao Wu, Zhu Shuqing, maintain your defenses, Tang San instructed the two women, fixing his gaze upon Luoya. In contrast, Luoya's expression was laced with mockery as he regarded Tang San. His first soul ring ignited, and his left hand transformed into a purple claw, lunging towards Tang San's chest with astonishing speed. Tang San's brows arched slightly as his palm instantaneously transformed into a lustrous white, meeting Luoya's claw with a powerful punch. The impact resonated with a sharp crack. Luoya's body trembled slightly as he stepped back a few paces, while Tang San retreated dozens of steps. His right fist quivered ever so slightly. How sharp! Tang San gazed in astonishment at his own palm. The moment Luoya's claws made contact with his hand, he felt as if his right hand had met a razor's edge, a searing pain penetrating to the marrow, as if his very flesh were being torn asunder. The Xianyu hand is renowned for being impervious to toxins and indestructible. Yet, against Luoya's claws, it appeared surprisingly frail. Are you astonished? This is merely the beginning. Luoya's voice echoed in his ears once more, and then his left claw struck again. Tang San's expression darkened as he raised his left fist to meet the oncoming assault. Crack! Thud! Tang San's foot slipped, sending him sliding back several dozen meters, his left shoulder sinking as he knelt on one knee. With his head bowed, his complexion turned pale, veins bulging on his forehead, clearly struggling against the excruciating pain radiating from his right hand. Third brother, Tang San. Xiao Wu and Zhu Shuqing simultaneously cried out, their faces filled with horror. Tang San, it's futile. My first soul skill, Void Claw, can even shake the fabric of space, let alone your flesh. Luoya floated down before Tang San, a mocking smile playing on his lips. One more strike, and your hand will be rendered useless. Is that so? Then let us see. Tang San struggled to rise once again, but someone was quicker. How dare you harm third brother? Xiao Wu shouted furiously as she lunged at Luoya, her speed akin to lightning. Her feet seemed glued to Luoya's shoulders, her toes suddenly retracting as her delicate form twisted with all her might, spinning through the air. Huh! Luoya let out a cold chuckle, his figure suddenly becoming ethereal, yet quickly returning to normal, allowing Xiao Wu to hoist him into the air. In an instant, her long legs wrapped around Luoya's waist, her hands gripping his ankles, her first soul ring radiating brilliance as she spun Luoya's body violently in the sky, sending his head crashing down towards the ground. But suddenly, Luoya, ensnared by Xiao Wu, vanished into thin air. Due to inertia, she found herself suspended mid-air, unable to move. While Tang San's purple extreme magic eyes could not discern Luoya's whereabouts until Xiao Wu glanced upward, realizing that Luoya hovered directly above her. Meanwhile, onlookers Dai Mubai and Zhao Wujing regarded this scene with sympathetic eyes, with Zhao Wujing fervently praying that Luoya would refrain from unleashing void thunder. lest Xiao Wu face a life-threatening peril. You, how could this be possible? Xiao Wu's face turned ashen in an instant. Luoya remained silent, responding instead with a fist imbued with the force of thunder, which sent Xiao Wu crashing into the ground. Tang San's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes ablaze with fury, yearning to rush forward. But alas, it was too late. Luoya's figure flickered and appeared beside Xiao Wu, gripping her neck with a firm hand. He cast a cold gaze at Tang San and stated, "She is out of the game as well." Upon witnessing this scene, Zhao Wujin finally felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, young Luo exercised restraint, inflicting only a superficial injury. Xiao Wu merely lay unconscious, and a night's rest would suffice for her recovery. Tang San took a deep breath, enduring the excruciating pain coursing through his body as he slowly rose to his feet, his right hand forming a fist, every joint cracking audibly. "What do you intend to do? Do you wish to face me in a duel?" Luoya scoffed, his body enveloped in a flickering purple light, his violet eyes radiating an intensity as if they could penetrate the very essence of existence. "Indeed," Tang San replied coldly, his gaze fixed on Luoya. The radiance of his purple extreme demon eyes surged, eclipsing the light in Luoya's gaze. "Luoga, you have crossed the line." As soon as the words left his lips, Tang San's hands, which had been hanging limply at his sides, ascended gracefully beside his waist. A dozen shards of cold light erupted as he deftly manipulated them with his fingers, shooting towards Luoya as if they were free of cost. "Do you think I would allow history to repeat itself?" Luoya's heart sank at this thought as he hurled Xiao Wu out of the arena and then gently stepped forward. Void. The purple light emanating from Luoya burst forth, allowing all incoming projectiles to pass harmlessly through his form, ultimately cascading to the ground. In an instant, his body regained its solid presence. You think you can harm me with such trivial attempts?" "Tu Navi," Luoya sneered at Tang San, disdain evident in his eyes. "Oh no, Luoya is serious now." Dai Mubai glanced at Tang San, concern etched in his expression. As a plant-type soul master, Tang San lacked offensive capabilities and was incapable of inflicting harm on Luoya. The projectiles are ineffective. Tang San's heart jolted, a hint of gravity emerging in his gaze. He raised his hand to execute the crane-catching dragon maneuver, seemingly testing Luoya's defenses, which, as he anticipated, wavered slightly. It appears he possesses a soul skill that nullifies physical attacks. Tang San's thoughts raced, and without hesitation, he channeled his soul power, activating the second soul ring skill, Parasite. Earlier, when the blue-silver grass had obstructed Luoya's advance, the parasitic seeds had discreetly embedded themselves within him. Now, suddenly activated, they ensnared Luoya in place. Chapter 40. Stand down, what a splendid opportunity. Tang San felt a surge of elation as he unleashed the brilliance of his purple extreme demon eyes. Locking his gaze on Luoya, as the purplish light enveloped Luoya, he momentarily found himself in a daze, but he swiftly regained his composure. A tumult of astonishment and fury surged within him. The purple extreme demon eye could still exert its influence over him. It became evident that he could no longer afford to hold back. With a cold snort, the second soul ring glimmered, and Luoya manifested two doppelgangers, darting swiftly around Tang San, relentlessly launching attacks. Each strike unleashed a powerful gust of wind, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Tang San, upon sweeping his purple extreme demon eye, was astonished to discover that he could not discern which of the figures was the true body. The purple extreme demon eye was reputed to pierce through all illusions, yet now he found himself unable to identify the genuine form among the phantoms. It was utterly bizarre. Tang San was at a loss for how to proceed. Luoya's strength far surpassed his own, and that enigmatic soul skill rendered physical attacks ineffective. Neither the Hulena hammer nor his hidden weapons could inflict any harm upon him. Luoya discerned the unease in Tang San, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his lips. "Ah, are you flustered? Then let us conclude this." In an instant, Luoya's figure flickered and vanished from his original position, reappearing before Tang San. With a single punch, he manipulated the surrounding distorted space, compressing the air to produce a series of explosive crackles. The void fist technique, strangle. Tang San was taken aback, realizing that he was ensnared by Luoya's overwhelming aura. The space around him temporarily constricted. There was no evading this strike. Gritting his teeth, he summoned the Hulena hammer and met the impending blow head-on. Bang! As Luoya's fist struck the Hulena hammer, a formidable shockwave instantly sent Tang San crashing to the ground, sliding several meters away. With a cough, Tang San spat out a mouthful of blood, his complexion pale, and his body trembled slightly, his eyes reflecting a look of horror. Coughing, Luoya completed 2 somersaults in midair before stabilizing himself, hovering above, still a bit dazed. He had not employed his ethereal form. That single punch had drained approximately 40% of his soul power, and the might of the Hu Liena hammer had indeed caused him considerable pain. The recoil left him somewhat disoriented, yet his physical prowess was remarkable, rendering such minor injuries negligible. Struggling to rise from the ground, Tang Sen gazed up at the airborne Luo Ye with lingering trepidation. After 9 years apart, Luo Ye had grown so powerful that he realized he was no longer a match for him. Luo Ye observed as Tang Sen rose from the ground, his expression darkening. Your soul power is nearly depleted, isn't it? Perhaps it is time to concede. No. Tang Sen shook his head defiantly. Though he recognized the vast chasm that separated him from Luo Ye, he refused to surrender easily. As long as he could endure for a while longer, he believed he would ultimately triumph over Luo Ye. It has been 9 years, yet you remain as tenacious as ever, Luo Ye chuckled, descending gracefully from the air to stand before Tang Sen. Very well, that was merely your final test. Indeed, you possess an indomitable spirit. You have succeeded. Luo Ye pointed to the extinguished incense stick, a faint smile gracing her lips. Tang Sen finally revealed a subtle smile, his entire being relaxing as he swayed slightly, nearly losing his balance. Seeing Tang Sen in such a state, Luo Ye furrowed his brows and extended his right hand to support his shoulder, channeling soul power to heal his injuries. Take good care of yourself, and you will be fully recovered by tomorrow morning. Thank you, Brother Luo, Tang Sen nodded, his complexion gradually regaining its rosy hue. He was aware of his physical condition and knew he would be completely healed by the next day. However, the same could not be said for Xiao Wu. Brother Luo, could you possibly extend your healing to Xiao Wu as well? Tang Sen hesitated for a moment before succumbing to the urge to inquire. Luo Ye gazed at Tang Sen, hesitating for a moment before saying, let her take this. Luo Ye, with a swift motion from his waist, produced a red elixir and handed it to Tang Sen. The potion exuded a delightful fragrance. Upon receiving it, Tang Sen examined it briefly, casting a puzzled glance at Luo Ye. This is a recovery pill, Luo Ye elucidated. It can swiftly restore soul power and injuries, though its efficacy diminishes for soul masters of rank 3 and above. Understood, Tang Sen nodded, administering the recovery pill to the unconscious Xiao Wu. The elixir melted within her, its effects gradually manifesting, though not instantaneously. It required some time to take effect. Seizing the moment while Xiao Wu regained her strength, Tang Sen inquired, Luo Ye, what exactly is this elixir? I have never encountered anything like it before. I am acquainted with a highly esteemed healing soul master, and this was a gift from him. Luo Ye had prepared his response well. In truth, had he not been apprehensive about Tang Sen's father seeking him out later that night, he would have been disinclined to aid Tang Sen in healing, let alone offer this mid-tier elixir to the rabbit like Xiao Wu. One must know when to stop. While it is exhilarating to engage, one must not overindulge. It is wise to withdraw in due time, lest one provoke the ire of the older generation. With only the formidable Duke Douluo Yuedwan by my side, I cannot withstand the might of Tang Retian's colossal hammer. Tang Sen, acknowledging Luo Ye's words, nodded in understanding and refrained from further questioning. Luo Ye observed that Tang Sen had no further inquiries, and thus continued, make sure to rest well. Tomorrow the dean will come to impart the inaugural lesson to you new students. Tang Sen nodded in acknowledgement. Luo Ye's figure flickered and vanished, leaving behind a single statement. You and Oscar share a dormitory, while Xiao Wu resides with the girl from the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile School. After Luo Ye departed, Tang Sen cast a glance at the unconscious Xiao Wu, sighed inwardly, and entrusted her to Ning Rongrong. With Oscar's assistance, he made his way back to his room to rest. Oscar helped Tang Sen sit on the bed and summoned a sausage using his soul skill, all the while scrutinizing Tang Sen as if trying to glean some insight from him, though ultimately he discerned nothing significant. Hey, Oscar, what are you doing? Tang Sen felt somewhat uneasy under Oscar's gaze. Oh, nothing, Oscar exclaimed in surprise. I never expected that you, a control-type soul master, could actually withstand a punch from Luo Ye. I must say, even Dai Mubai would likely struggle against that blow. Tang Sen smiled knowingly, fully aware that Luo Ye's punch was several times more formidable than Dai Mubai's. Yet, the fact that he was able to withstand it with his left hand's hammer martial spirit, devoid of a soul ring, suggested that his second martial spirit was indeed extraordinary, enabling him to contend with Luo Ye's punch despite a significant difference in their realms. By the way, to try the sausage, my food-type martial spirit has remarkable effects. Oscar cheerfully offered the sausage to Tang Sen. Thank you. Tang Sen nodded appreciatively, accepting the food and consuming it eagerly. Upon devouring the sausage, a warmth enveloped him, and he felt his soul power revitalized, coursing through his body with remarkable vigor. The sensation was undeniably pleasurable. All right, you should get a good night's sleep. You can't afford to be late for the first class tomorrow, Oscar remarked before collapsing onto the bed, seated cross-legged on his own bed. Tang San reveled in the abundant soul power within him, a wry smile gracing his lips. He truly was unfortunate. His hidden weapons, his strongest trump card, had proven ineffective against Luo Ye, and he had sustained severe injuries from a single punch. I shall check on Xiao Wu's recovery tomorrow, he murmured to himself, closing his eyes to begin circulating his Xiantian skill to restore his soul power. The night passed in silence. The following morning, as dawn broke, Tang San opened his eyes to find his injuries fully healed and his soul power restored to its peak. Rising, he stepped outside, noting that Oscar was still asleep. He chose not to wake him and instead ventured out to seek Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu was practicing in her room. Upon hearing the knock, she opened the door, and a flicker of joy crossed her face upon seeing Tang San. Brother San, you're awake. Yes, Tang San nodded, relieved to see that Xiao Wu appeared to be in good health. How are you feeling after last night? I'm completely recovered, Brother San. I feel like my soul power has increased significantly, much stronger than before. Xiao Wu exclaimed excitedly. Is that so? Tang San felt a surge of happiness within. This was splendid news. He wondered where Luo Ye had found such an advanced healing soul master. Such potions were unheard of to him. Yes, Brother San. When shall we report in? Xiao Wu inquired eagerly. Let us have breakfast first, Tang San replied, affectionately ruffling her hair and smiling. All right, I'm hungry too. Xiao Wu nodded, taking the initiative to link arms with Tang San. Chapter 41. Mahongjun. It's over as they were new arrivals, having just recovered from yesterday's battle. They knew little about Shrek Academy. Consequently, they could only look around for any signs of smoke rising, attempting to locate a dining area. The village was small, and as they wandered, they unknowingly ventured beyond the confines of Shrek Academy. While the vicinity of the academy was tranquil, the villagers were bustling with activity. Rising with the sun, a common habit among ordinary farmers, they relied on agriculture to support their families. Uncertain of where breakfast was served within the academy, Tang San decided to buy some food in the village to quell their hunger. As they prepared to seek out a farmhouse for provisions, they noticed, not far ahead, Luo Ye engaged in a heated argument with a chubby boy. Luo Ye cast a glance at the chubby boy, a hint of displeasure flickering in his eyes. Mahongjun, I believe I have advised you on more than one occasion. Do not harass the young lady. Boss Luo, I am powerless in this matter. You know how my martial spirit is, Mahongjun replied with a sigh. Humph. Luo Ye snorted disdainfully. That is your own predicament. If you refuse to resolve it in the city, must you insist on causing a ruckus in the village? Mahongjun felt somewhat disheartened. Yet he lifted his head, donning an innocent expression as he gazed at Luo Ye. Boss Luo, you understand. Distant waters cannot quench a near thirst. Get lost. Luo Ye retorted with a cold huff, raising his hand as the power of space surged forth. Do you require my assistance to send you off? No. I can go by myself. Seeing the formidable soul power coalesce in Luo Ye's palm, Mahongjun hastily shook his head. Boss, we are brothers. Please lend me a hand. Scram. Do not try to ingratiate yourself with me. Boss. Mahongjun forced a bitter smile, wishing to say more. However, at that moment, Xiao Wu could no longer contain herself and shouted, Hey, Luo Ye. Hearing the voice of Xiao Wu, Luo Ye turned around to find her and another person observing from a distance. After a moment's hesitation, he withdrew his hand. Upon seeing Xiao Wu, Mahongjun's lips quivered slightly and his eyes sparkled with delight. What a beautiful girl. Do you wish to be my girlfriend? No problem. I agree. You must be joking. Xiao Wu retorted angrily, lifting her foot to kick Mahongjun. Just moments ago, she believed Luo Ye was bullying this chubby fellow, and she had wanted to act heroically. However, it turned out he was nothing but a rogue. Wait. Just as Xiao Wu's kick was about to land, Luo Ye swiftly stepped in and grasped her calf. Let me teach him a lesson first. With a gentle flick of his hand, Xiao Wu stumbled, nearly losing her balance. Boss Luo, I was wrong. I truly regret it. Mahongjun pleaded, his face filled with desperation as he looked at Luo Ye. Perpetually incorrigible, you lecherous fool, be gone. Luo Ye waved his fist at Mahongjun before turning to leave. Mahongjun stood rooted in place, watching Luo Ye disappear, before he finally plopped down onto the ground with a woeful expression. Chubby, what are you doing? Xiao Wu asked, clearly displeased. This guy is too ruthless. Treating me this way. Mahongjun groaned, clutching his stomach in pain. You little rogue, Xiaowu scoffed. You brought this upon yourself. With such a pitiful appearance. Mahongjun had lost all semblance of a rogue and appeared utterly miserable, prompting Xiaowu to stifle a laugh. How dare you laugh? Mahongjun glared at her. Just wait until I get my hands on you. On whom? Tang San suddenly appeared before Xiaowu, his expression somewhat grim. You. Mahongjun took a step back, sensing the formidable aura emanating from the youth. Boss Luo, help. At that moment, a surprised voice rang out. Tang San, fatty. What are you doing? Both Tang San and Mahongjun turned towards the voice, seeing Dai Mubai approaching, impeccably dressed in white with neatly combed hair. Xiaowu huffed. What is going on? Ask him. This fatty dared to speak disrespectfully to me in broad daylight and just got taught a lesson by Luo Ye. A sudden grin broke out on Dai Mubai's stern face. Xiaowu, I think you've misunderstood. Moreover, it's quite routine for Boss Luo to discipline him. Tang San, now beside Dai Mubai, questioned with curiosity, what exactly happened? Dai Mubai shook his head and turned to both Tang San and Xiaowu. Let us eat and talk while we walk. As the four made their way to the Shrek cafeteria, Dai Mubai slowly recounted Mahongjun's misadventures. After finishing, Dai Mubai cleared his throat, suppressing laughter. This is precisely why he often gets disciplined by Luo Ye. Among us, he has the most strained relationship with Boss Luo. Mahongjun shot an indignant glare at Dai Mubai. You're no better. Don't think I'm unaware of your daily escapades with different girls. Dai Mubai's eyes flashed mischievously as he glanced back, lowering his voice. Fatty, you can eat whatever you want, but don't speak carelessly. Mahongjun chuckled. What's wrong? Aren't you usually proud of your exploits? Dai Mubai shot him a warning look. Enough chatter. Some things should remain unsaid. If you tarnish my reputation further. Don't blame me for being angry. Tang San, bemused, commented, Fatty, you've really crossed the line this time. Mahongjun merely pouted and fell silent. Oscar glanced at the time and suggested, let us head to the cafeteria. I suspect Luogu is already waiting for us. All right. The four returned to the confines of Shrek Academy, where Dai Mubai led them to the cafeteria. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing were already present. Aside from a slightly pale complexion, Zhu Zhuqing appeared to be in good spirits. Mahongjun stared at the two girls, unabashedly swallowing hard. Dai Mubai nudged him with his elbow, whispering, behave yourself. It's best to keep your desires in check. Mahongjun retorted, what is there to fear? At this hour, Luo Ye, that training fanatic, should be occupied with his practice. He won't bother us. With that, he refocused his attention on the two girls. Apologies. I just finished training, a cold voice echoed from behind Mahongjun. His heart sank as he thought, I'm doomed. Luo go, Mahongjun stammered. No need for explanations. Come find me tonight for practical training, double the time. Luo Ye's voice rang out once more. Double? Upon hearing this, Mahongjun felt a chill run down his spine. As a level 27 soul master, facing Luo Ye, a 40-level quasi-soul king, was nothing short of pure torment. No need. Boss Luo, I was wrong. I truly regret it. He exclaimed in a panic. Humph. Luo Ye's impatient voice echoed once more. You insufferable fool, I will not be swayed. My word is my bond. Listening to Luo Ye's ominous tone, Mahongjun's face turned ashen. He wanted to speak, but the words caught in his throat. It was over. The situation was dire. Chapter 42. Surveillance and running. At that moment, a sudden ringing resounded from outside. Dai Mubai quickly rose to his feet and exclaimed, that is the bell calling us. Summoned by the dean. Everyone, hurry to assemble. With that, he hastened out of the dining hall. The other four, seeing Dai Mubai leave, also quickened their pace, finishing their meals and making their way to the Shrek Square. When they arrived, the drowsy Oscar was already there, standing beside Luo Ye, engaged in conversation. Oscar had undergone a remarkable transformation. His beard was gone, and his deep-set peach blossom eyes lent him an air of profundity. His visage was akin to a jade crown. Handsome and harmonious, with eyebrows of moderate thickness and a playful smirk that suggested a roguish nobility. Your beard? Tang San approached Oscar and pointed at his face. Unable to contain his curiosity. With a few new beauties in the academy, I must pay attention to my appearance, Oscar replied, flashing a bright smile. Well, I must admit, little Oscar, I never imagined you would care about such things, Luo Ye remarked, surveying Oscar with an amused expression. Is that so strange? Should I not care for my appearance while awaiting the pursuit of young ladies? Oscar retorted, casting a discontented glare at Luo Ye. That is a valid point. Luo Ye conceded with a nod, choosing not to elaborate further. As they conversed, Flander approached from the opposite side of the playground, halting before the eight of them. His distinctive, slightly gravelly voice resonated. This year is promising. We have welcomed 4 new little monsters. I, Flander, the Dean of Shrek Academy, extend a warm welcome on behalf of the institution. Each of you is to submit 100 gold soul coins to Teacher Lee, who manages the finances. He paused momentarily before continuing. Mubai, please inform the newcomers of the Academy's rules. Afterward, return to your quarters and rest, striving to restore yourselves to peak condition. The first class will commence this evening. Understood. Flander then turned to Oscar and Ning Rongrong. As auxiliary soul masters, you both require the protection of companions. Otherwise, survival will prove challenging. He nodded at them after his lengthy discourse, stating, your task for today is physical training. From this point, run 20 laps around the village. You may utilize your martial spirits for assistance. Now commence. Yes, Ning Rongrong replied, dashing out without hesitation, while Oscar cast a forlorn glance at Tang San and the others before trailing behind her. As Oscar and Ning Rongrong sprinted away, Flander turned to Loya with a smile. Little Loya, please monitor them. I must attend to the other little monsters for their lessons. Of course, Dean, Loya responded with a light chuckle, summoning his spatial power and vanishing from sight. Tang San and the others engaged in self-cultivation within the academy, while Oscar and Ning Rongrong ran outside. Loya, employing Gliza's concealment ability to shroud his presence, floated silently behind the pair in the air. Oscar, just how far is this lap? Ning Rongrong's voice carried a note of exasperation. Initially brimming with confidence, she had yet to complete even 1 lap, and the young lady was beginning to grow restless. Oscar sighed. I mentioned from the outset that this was an impossible task. But fear not. As auxiliary soul masters, we shall not go hungry together. Care for a sausage? Ning Rongrong shot him an odd look and retorted, please, I have my super invincible bean paste buns to eat. With that, the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda floated gracefully, augmenting her agility as she sped ahead. Oscar was momentarily taken aback. Rongrong, that's not the right direction. Yet, regardless of how he called out, Ning Rongrong remained oblivious, continuing her reckless dash until she soon left him behind. In the air, Loya observed Ning Rongrong racing away from the academy, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. With a burst of speed, he swiftly caught up to her. Stop. Loya descended from the sky, landing before Ning Rongrong, his voice icy. Ning Rongrong halted, momentarily taken aback, then glared at Loya. Loya, are you following me? Loya's expression suddenly turned icy. The dean had entrusted him with supervision, and thus he felt accountable for their actions. You wish to leave the academy without permission? Absolutely not. Humph. Ning Rongrong curled her lip defiantly, questioning, what gives you the right to obstruct my path? I shall go wherever I please, and your authority does not concern me. Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's arrogant tone, a surge of indignation ignited within Loya. You think I have no authority over you? He retorted. With that, he raised his left hand and made a sweeping gesture toward her. The power of the void erupted, and she instantly found herself ensnared, unable to move. You scoundrel, Loya, release me at once. Ning Rongrong struggled vehemently against her invisible bonds. Loya remained unmoved, coldly fixing her gaze upon Ning Rongrong and stated, are you going to run laps or not? If not, you may as well stay here for the night. Upon hearing Loya's threat, Ning Rongrong let out a derisive laugh. Loya, who do you think you are to threaten me? Is that so? Loya scoffed disdainfully and replied, then let us put that to the test. Just as Ning Rongrong was about to retort, Loya suddenly waved her hand, sending Ning Rongrong's body hurtling several meters away, crashing violently to the ground. After the fall, Ning Rongrong sprang to her feet immediately, her eyes filled with venomous resentment. You dare to strike me. My father and both my grandfathers have never laid a hand on me. Luoya cast a cold glance at Ning Rongrong and said indifferently, I am aware of your origins from the 7-treasure glazed tile school. However, I am a student of Shrek Academy, not a subordinate of your sect. Here. You are merely an ordinary support-type soul master. What can you possibly do to me? Upon finishing his words, Luoya raised his hand, intending to seize Ning Rongrong once more. However, he was taken aback to see Oscar emerging from an unknown source, placing himself before Luoya to obstruct him. Xiaoyao, what are you doing? Luoya furrowed his brow, regarding Oscar with a stern expression. Oscar cast a glance at Ning Rongrong and replied, Boss Luo, let it be. After all, Rongrong is a girl. I assure you that I will ensure her safety as we complete the course together. Loya's expression softened slightly as he lowered his arms, hoping for the best. After saying this, he vanished once again. Oscar, you're such a coward, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, clearly dissatisfied. Oscar shrugged helplessly, saying, Rong. Loya must be sent by the dean to supervise us. If we wish to avoid further beatings, we should hasten our pace. With that, Oscar grasped Ning Rongrong's hand and resumed running. Observing Oscar's retreating figure, the concealed Loya smiled wryly, his form flickering as he pursued them once more. As time passed and nightfall descended, the evening breeze grew cooler. Finally, they reached the finish line of the 20th lap, both utterly exhausted, panting heavily as they collapsed onto the grass. Are we done running? A sudden voice broke the silence. Yes, we are, Oscar replied, turning to see Loya standing beside him. Startled, he quickly straightened his posture. Loya responded indifferently. You may return to rest now. Ning Rongrong's gaze towards Loya turned increasingly hostile, and she shouted at him in frustration, Loya, you'd better watch out. I'm sorry, but I have no intention of waiting, Loya retorted coldly, casting a disdainful glance at Ning Rongrong before raising his hand once more, suspending her in midair. You scoundrel, let me go. If you don't, my father and 2 grandfathers will surely kill you. Ning Rongrong struggled incessantly, glaring at Loya with fury. What are you but an insignificant ant, daring to provoke me? Loya's eyes briefly glazed over, and in the next moment, her pupils darkened. She swiftly raised her left hand and delivered a sharp slap to Ning Rongrong's right cheek, causing her head to tilt and tears to cascade down her face. Chapter 43. Frightened to tears you actually struck my face, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, covering the reddened half of her face as tears streamed down uncontrollably. The darkness within Luo Ye's pupils intensified as she coldly scoffed. Do you still believe you are the esteemed lady of the sect here? Luo Ye, I will kill you. Ning Rongrong glared fiercely at Luo Ye. Loya replied nonchalantly. Kill me? You, a mere support-type soul master? Don't be ridiculous. At that moment, Flander, accompanied by Tang San and the others, arrived at the academy's entrance and overheard Loya's words. Xiao Luo, have they finished their run? Why did you strike Ning Rongrong? Flander asked instinctively. But upon noticing the red mark on Ning Rongrong's face, he was taken aback. Dean, they have completed their run, but this young lady is excessively arrogant and overbearing. I simply could not tolerate it, which is why I slapped her, Loya explained, the darkness in his eyes gradually dissipating. Moreover, you may not be aware of what this young lady said to me during the lapse. Oh? Flander raised an eyebrow and turned to Ning Rongrong, inquiring, Rongrong, what did you say to Xiao Luo? Did I say anything wrong? He is just a somewhat talented soul master. What is there to be so arrogant about? Ning Rongrong scoffed. You seek death. Loya seethed, unable to restrain himself any longer. A flash of blue and purple shadows danced behind him, and suddenly, a dark blue arc of electricity surged from his palm. The violet lightning crackled ominously, as if on the verge of an explosion. If you dare, repeat those words to me. Loya's eyes glinted with a dark light, fixating on Ning Rongrong, his frigid tone threatening to freeze her in place. Ning Rongrong had never witnessed such a terrifying side of Loya. She was so frightened that she collapsed onto the ground, her legs trembling, unable to meet his murderous gaze. Boss, calm down, please. Mahongjun, startled by the situation, quickly interjected. He realized that Ning Rongrong had pushed Loya too far, provoking him to unleash his true power, even summoning the Void Thunder. He had only seen Loya employ such a formidable third spirit skill during the entrance examination. This was a terrifying attack capable of threatening the life of a high-ranking Soul King. If Loya were to strike in earnest, Ning Rongrong, merely a level 26 Great Soul Master, would likely perish on the spot, leaving no trace behind. Boss, you must control your emotions. Do not stoop to the level of a little girl, Oscar added hurriedly. Xiao Luo, do not act impulsively, Flander urged, grasping Loya's arm as he was about to approach Ning Rongrong. Calm down first, and let me handle this. After a moment of silence, Luo Ye withdrew his soul power and let his arm slowly fall, yet he remained silent. He pondered what had just transpired. His body had felt unresponsive, but he could assure himself that it was not his intention. Although he was indeed angered, he merely wished to frighten Ning Rongrong, yet inexplicably unleashed the Void Thunder. Observing Luo Ye's calm demeanor, Flandra let out a sigh of relief and turned towards Ning Rongrong, who was slumped on the ground, her cheeks swollen like steamed buns. He gently inquired, Rongrong, are you all right? I'm fine, Ning Rongrong trembled, tears streaming down her face, clearly terrified by Luo Ye's earlier expression that had seemed to convey a genuine desire to harm her. The formidable little witch of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School was, astonishingly, reduced to tears by fear. Loya was also slightly perplexed. What had transpired moments ago that had caused him to lose control of his emotions so suddenly? Could it be that Gliza? What have you done? TSK, this human lad. What you can tolerate, I cannot. This insignificant creature must be taught a lesson. The cold voice of Gliza's lingering spirit scoffed within his mind and then ceased to pay him any further attention. Loya sighed, resigning himself to the reality of the situation. Dean, I apologize. My martial spirit momentarily spiraled out of control. Not a problem, not a problem. Flander waved his hand dismissively, glancing at Oscar. Little Oscar. Please comfort Ning Rongrong. Her nature is not malevolent, merely a bit willful and capricious. I shall take the children to class now. Little Loya, will you join us? Flander inquired before departing. He was aware that Loya had already surpassed the graduation criteria and no longer needed to attend the battle arena. I shall not. Loya shook his head, turning to return to his chamber. Very well, focus on your training. I will return with the little monsters. Flander waved goodbye. With that, Flander departed with Tang San and the others, heading towards Soto City. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong regarded Loya's retreating figure with a flicker of resentment, dismissing Oscar beside her, and followed suit back to her room. Not far off, concealed in a thicket, a figure clad in black observed Ning Rongrong's vexed return, shaking his head in disappointment, muttering, Alas, this young lady's capriciousness is becoming increasingly severe. The sect leader had hoped for her transformation at Shrek Academy, and now it seems all is in vain. Within his room, Loya unleashed Gliza's martial spirit, sensing the chaotic energy surrounding him, a bitter smile crossing his face as he murmured, Ah, could you not endure for a moment? Humph. I am the absolute powerhouse that reigns across the cosmos. I had no intention of taking action, but the words of this insignificant creature have truly vexed me. All right. I understand you are a creature of the void and entitled to your arrogance. But I cannot afford such liberties. What if Ning Rongrong decides to seek her guardians for retribution? I am currently ill-equipped to handle that. TSK, what is there to fear? Is there not a human by your side with some measure of strength? Can he not protect you? Gliza's lingering spirit chuckled coldly, even if he cannot shield you. I shall. You make a compelling point. I find myself at a loss for words. But let us agree, should anyone come knocking, you must lend me your aid. Fear not, young one, though my current strength is but a fraction of what it once was, in this dimension, only the most formidable beings give me pause. Little Loya. What seems to be the trouble? A flash of golden light heralded the appearance of the esteemed Douluo, Yueguan, who inquired with mild curiosity. In nothing, Elder Yueguan, Loya stammered, hastily severing the connection, recounting the recent events and his earlier lapse in composure. He merely reframed Gliza's influence over his consciousness as his own loss of control. I see. Yueguan mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. First and foremost, you are still quite young. Emotional upheaval is not uncommon. Furthermore, a Soul Master's martial spirit can indeed affect one's temperament. The higher the rank of the Soul Master, the more their character aligns with that of their martial spirit. For instance, a Soul Master wielding a fire element martial spirit may become increasingly arrogant and tempestuous as they grow stronger. Conversely, one connected to an earth element martial spirit may develop a more composed demeanor. Upon hearing Yueguan's elucidation, Loya nodded in realization, so that is how it is. Precisely. Thus, those who can surmount the negative influences of their martial spirits are invariably exceptional individuals, Yueguan affirmed, continuing, it seems, little Loya, that your mental fortitude is commendable. At least you are able to regain your composure swiftly. Indeed. Thank you for your guidance, Elder. Loya bowed respectfully. Do not mention it, Yueguan waved his hand. And in an instant he vanished, leaving behind a cascade of golden petals. Luo Yu ceased to ponder further and devoted himself to a tranquil period of recuperation. Meanwhile, in the capital of the Tiando Empire, within a grand 7-story castle, a disciple of the 7 Treasures glazed tile school, clad in white garments, knelt half-heartedly on the floor, holding a letter. Seated upon an ornate chair above him was a man whose visage resembled that of jade, elegant and gentle, draped in a pristine white robe, unblemished by dust. He appeared to be in his 40s. Beside him sat a gaunt elder, his skin withered and his eye sockets deeply sunken. His countenance was darkened, and his hand trembled slightly as it gripped a teacup. Chapter 44. The arrival of Bone Douluo. The middle-aged man accepted the letter from the disciple below. Glancing at it briefly, his expression tinged with anger, yet after a prolonged moment, he sighed heavily. Fengji, what does it say? The elder inquired in a low tone. Uncle Gu, please restrain yourself after reading it. Ning Fengji replied, concern etched on his face. Gu Rong scoffed dismissively. then waved his hand gently, causing the letter in Ning Fengji's grip to drift into his own. As he perused the paper, a surge of fury ignited in his eyes, and with a sudden, fierce grip, he shattered the teacup in his hand. "This boy is utterly intolerable," Gu Rong exclaimed, rising in anger, inadvertently releasing a hint of his formidable aura, causing the entire hall to tremble. Ning Rongrong, the little princess of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, was cherished and protected by both him and the Sword Douluo, as if she were a fragile treasure. To think she had been bullied to tears by an ignorant child outside. Could he possibly endure such an affront? If he could, he would no longer be Bone Douluo Gu Rong. "Fengji, this matter is far from over. I shall seek justice for Rongrong," Gu Rong declared, slamming his hand down on the chair, which shattered with a resounding metallic clang, splintering into several pieces. A dark mist erupted from beneath his feet and swiftly surged forth, vanishing in the blink of an eye at the hall's entrance. Before Ning Fengji could react, Gu Rong had already disappeared, leaving him to sigh deeply. "Our little demoness has suffered a significant loss this time. However, I fear that with Uncle Gu's departure, that boy named Luoya is surely doomed." After an indeterminate duration of cultivation, Luoya finally emerged from his meditative state, exhaling a breath of turbid air. Feeling the surging soul power within him, he hastily reined it in, suppressing the agitation of his Gliza martial spirit, a flicker of joy illuminating his eyes. "The strength of Gliza is still too overwhelming. I require a pivotal opportunity or a refinement of my mindset," Luoya mused. Just as he contemplated resuming his training, a commotion outside drew his attention, prompting him to frown and hasten to investigate. At the entrance of the academy, Dai Mubai confronted Ning Rongrong, his voice raised in anger, his sinister gaze glinting ominously. "Ning Rongrong, do not provoke my patience. This is Shrek Academy, not your home. Anger me, and I shall end you." Ning Rongrong responded with a playful smile, brushing aside Dai Mubai's accusatory finger. "Oh, I'm so scared." Luoya leaned against the door, observing the heated argument between the two, a faint smile gracing his lips as he continued to watch the unfolding drama. Dai Mubai could no longer contain his fury. A fierce aura surged forth, and his soul power erupted instantaneously, sending Ning Rongrong hurtling away in an instant. "Does the white tiger not show its might? Or do you truly perceive me as a sickly cat?" Oscar, standing nearby, hurriedly stepped forward to catch Ning Rongrong, only to find himself knocked to the ground by the force of the impact. At that moment, Tang San rushed in from outside, swiftly grasping Dai Mubai's arm and shaking his head. "We are all classmates. Let it go." Dai Mubai regarded Tang San, who stood before him, his soul power retracting as he replied in a low voice. "Fine, Xiao San, I will grant you this favor." He cast a cold glance at Ning Rongrong and warned, "Remember this, Ning Rongrong, there shall be no next time." With that, he strode purposefully into the academy. Ning Rongrong wiped the tears from her eyes and suddenly called out Tang San's name with fervor. "Help me kill him. If you do, you will be a distinguished guest of our Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. I will pay you 10,000 gold soul coins. What do you say?" Tang San approached Ning Rongrong slowly, replying calmly, "Ning Rongrong, not everything in this world can be exchanged for money and power. If you continue to harbor such a mindset and cling to the lofty feelings that the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School affords you, I advise you to leave this place. Do you have any idea how powerful our Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School is?" Ning Rongrong glared at him defiantly. "The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School? It's merely average," he responded. Just then, Luoya emerged from within the academy, patting Dai Mubai on the shoulder, offering him an approving glance before teleporting to stand before the three of them. Luoya gazed at Ning Rongrong and remarked with a hint of indifference, "Little witch, I had anticipated that you would acknowledge your mistakes and amend your ways. Yet it appears that your pampered disposition remains unchanged." "Humph, Luoya, do you truly believe you hold any significance? Let me enlighten you. You have found yourself entangled in a serious predicament, one far graver than that of Dai Mubai," Ning Rongrong retorted fiercely, her eyes fixed on Luoya with an unwavering intensity. Luoya scoffed dismissively and said, "Oh, I am quite curious to see what you can do to me. You too, return for now. I am eager to witness the tricks this young lady possesses." He turned to Tang San, yet his gaze remained fixed on Ning Rongrong. Tang San glanced at Ning Rongrong, sighed softly, and replied, "Very well." He then led Xiao Wu and Oscar back to the academy. As soon as Ning Rongrong saw Tang San and Xiao Wu depart, a sinister expression crept onto her face. She turned her gaze towards Luoya, gritting her teeth as she declared, "Luoya, I will make you regret this." "Oh?" How do you intend to make me regret it? Luoya replied, his expression one of amusement as he regarded Ning Rongrong. I will make you pay dearly. Ning Rongrong glared fiercely at Luoya, vowing, I will ensure you have no place to rest in death. However, before Luoya could respond, he suddenly sensed a terrifying aura approaching him. His pupils constricted sharply, and he vanished from his spot, reappearing several dozen meters away. With a thunderous crash, the ground where he had just stood was reduced to rubble, debris flying in all directions, and not far off, a tree of considerable thickness came crashing down. Luoya gazed apprehensively at the spot where he had just stood, now marked by a pit half a yard deep. Had he hesitated for even a second longer, he would undoubtedly have been reduced to a mere pulp. Ah, you possess quite the vigilance, young one, but today shall be your end. A figure, somewhat aged yet formidable, descended from above, his gaze directed at Luoya brimming with murderous intent. Grandfather Bone. Ning Rongrong, upon recognizing the long-missed figure, immediately collapsed into the old man's embrace, bursting into tears, overwhelmed by the events of the night. Utilizing the spatial traversal abilities afforded by his bone dragon martial spirit, Guyong reached Shrek Academy in a mere 2 hours. As he comforted the weeping Ning Rongrong, his eyes reflected a profound tenderness. Title Douluo. Luoya looked up at the elder, his expression turning grave. Good heavens, have you gone to report me? No wonder this girl feels so fearless in my presence. Moreover, judging by her address, this must indeed be the Bone Douluo, Guyong. Luoya's expression grew profoundly grave as he discreetly released a fragment of his mental energy, only for his countenance to darken further. For, at that moment, the formidable Ju Douluo Yuegwan was inexplicably absent, leaving Luoyu to confront the wrath of a super Douluo alone. Humph. Gurong snorted coldly, casting a scornful glance at Luoya. You audacious brat. To dare bully our precious Rongrong, you must be seeking your own demise. With that, a terrifying wave of energy swept across the entire village, causing the Shrek Academy to tremble in response. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, sensing the overwhelming aura, desperately concealed herself within her dormitory, striving to mask her presence. What on earth is happening? What a dreadful aura! Is this the power of a tidal Douluo? The inhabitants of the academy were taken aback, rushing out of their rooms to witness the unfolding scene. Heavens, that's Ning Rongrong's third party. We must rush to save Luoya. Oscar was the first to react, urgently calling out to Tang San as he prepared to charge in to rescue Luoya. Do not act impulsively. Tang San swiftly intercepted Oscar, shaking his head. The opponent is a tidal Douluo. Our intervention would only lead to our demise. No. Xiao San, Shrek cannot abandon anyone. Oscar's eyes brimmed with tears, reflecting the deep gratitude he felt for Luoya's unwavering care over the past 3 years. Before the arrival of Tang San and the others, he had shared the closest bond with Luoya. He had witnessed firsthand the gradual transformation of Shrek Academy from its dilapidated state into its current form. Without Luoya's winnings from the fighting arena, Shrek might very well have faced closure this year. Standing beside the two, Dai Mubai observed the scene before him. Remaining silent for a moment before sighing, Xiao San, this is a matter we should not involve ourselves in, nor can we. Are Luoya and he friends? Perhaps they are, but it is not to the extent that he would confront a tidal Douluo on Luoya's behalf. Upon hearing this, Tang San hesitated for a moment, ultimately refraining from taking action, simply observing in silence. Mahongjun, on the other hand, regarded Luoya with a hint of schadenfreude, thinking to himself, at last, someone will put this arrogant Luoya in his place. You're finished. Clearly, at this moment, no one harbored any intention of aiding Luoya, with Flender absent. Even if there was a desire to assist, it would be an exercise in futility. Chapter 45, Death Struggle at the Entrance. Ning Rongrong incessantly lamented to Gurong, her expression brimming with grievance. Grandpa Bone, he is bullying me. You must deal with him. Very well. A sharp glint flashed in Gurong's eyes as he raised his hand, striking towards Luoya, with a determined grit of his teeth. Luoya instantaneously activated his martial soul, propelling himself high into the air to evade Gurong's formidable strike. There was no time for hesitation. It was a battle to the death, and he was resolved to fight with all his might. A resounding laugh echoed as Gliza's phantom materialized behind him, becoming strikingly solid. 3 soul rings, 1 yellow and 2 purple, rose around Luoya, his hands transforming into formidable purple claws, exuding an unrestrained aura of power. Interesting, indeed, Gurong remarked, momentarily taken aback by the exceptional configuration of Luoya's soul rings. However, a cold smirk soon graced his lips. Let us see what you can do. As his words fell, a purple soul ring emerged on his right arm, dazzlingly radiant, akin to a purple sun suspended from his wrist. Fourth soul skill, Bone Prison. Gu Rong bellowed, clenching his fist and striking the ground with tremendous force. Instantly, a multitude of bone spikes erupted from the earth, surging violently towards Luoya. Each spike resembling a ferocious bone dragon in its ferocity. Luoya's expression darkened as he observed the numerous bone spikes hurtling towards him. He dared not be careless. Propelling himself to his utmost speed and soaring to a height of 100 meters within a mere second, a distance beyond the reach of the bone spikes. Additionally, he maximized his velocity. Oh, a martial spirit with the ability to fly? Gu Rong squinted at Luoya, now suspended in the air. Let me see how long you can endure. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than Gu Rong's left foot slammed into the ground, propelling him forward like a cannonball. Boom! The ground buckled beneath him, and Gu Rong's figure shot skyward, charging at Luoya with a menacing curve of his hand, exuding an overwhelming pressure. Second soul skill, Bone Claw. With a low, resonant dragon's roar emanating from within Gu Rong, his right arm transformed into a gray-white bone claw. Reaching out to grasp Luoya, the claw emanated a chilling aura, stirring a fierce tempest around it. Thunder. Decimation. Luoya, unwilling to be outmatched, activated his third soul ring. A purple lightning aura swirling around his right hand, distorting the very fabric of space. His fist collided violently with Gu Rong's gray-white bone claw, resulting in a tremendous explosion and a powerful shockwave that radiated outward. Crack, crack. Fragments of stone cascaded from above, producing sharp sounds. As shards of gray-white bone mixed with purple electric sparks scattered in all directions, nearly tearing the space apart. Ugh! Luoya groaned, propelled backward. And a mouthful of blood erupted from him mid-air, nearly causing him to plummet to the ground. What a formidable boy! Gu Rong was taken aback. During that collision, a piece of his bone claw had shattered against Luoya's force. His earlier soul skill could have easily slain a high-ranking defensive soul king, yet Luoya had withstood it. Although injured, his strength remained largely intact. Your prowess is indeed commendable. Gu Rong's expression sharpened as he propelled himself forward with fierce determination. Illusory shadows. Luoya roared, his second soul ring radiating brilliant light as his figure distorted, and two clones instantly separated from him, charging alongside his true self towards Gu Rong. Clones of soul skills? A cold smirk crossed Gu Rong's face. His mental prowess far surpassed Luoya's, allowing him to pinpoint Luoya's true location with a mere glance. Humph, a trivial trick. He raised his left arm, gray-white mist swirling around his hand, which then morphed into countless bone spikes that surged towards Luoya's true position. Luoya was taken aback. He had not anticipated such swiftness in the opponent's attack. He attempted to evade, but it was too late. Swoosh! A bone spike grazed Luoya's true form, leaving a 5-centimeter gash, blood gushing forth and staining his attire. Cough! Luoya clutched his chest, spitting blood, his complexion pale and his stance slightly unsteady. The wound was severe, but not fatal. Fortunately, my reflexes were quick enough. Otherwise, that strike would have pierced my heart. Wiping the blood from his lips, Luoya's gaze remained fixed on Gu Rong. The disparity in their cultivation was monumental. His ethereal form felt utterly insubstantial before Gu Rong, who also possessed spatial abilities, rendering escape nearly impossible. His only recourse was to buy time, awaiting the arrival of Yueguan. Youngster, I must admit, you have surprised me considerably. Gu Rong retracted his right hand, his eyes gleaming with approval. However, it is a pity that prodigies tend to have short lives. You shall fall here today. I shall fall. Huh, what a jest. A sinister grin flashed across Luoya's face, his eyes ablaze with purple light. Even in death, I shall not allow you to rest easy. Ha ha. The shadow of Gu Rong erupted in maniacal laughter, his form rising higher as a vast expanse of blue-violet light enveloped a 100-meter radius. Gu Rong's brows furrowed, his pupils contracting in alarm. What is this? A domain. He had not expected this young man, possessing such extraordinary strength, would also wield a domain, a soul skill typically reserved for those who have reached the rank of title Douluo, with a mere 1 in 10 chance of comprehension. Yet, here stood a mere 15-year-old who had achieved such a feat. What an astonishing talent. No wonder he dared to provoke the 7 treasures Gliza tile school. Within the void domain, Luoya's injuries healed significantly, yet he remained vigilant, aware that defeating Gu Rong was beyond his capabilities. The void domain was still in its nascent stage. Should Gu Rong unleash his 5th soul skill, it would undoubtedly shatter. For now, all he could do was delay, awaiting Yueguan's arrival, his only option. Youngster, I acknowledge you as a rare talent, yet today your demise is inevitable. Gu Rong's voice dripped with chilling malice as he raised his palm, illuminating his 3rd soul ring. A dense sphere of black energy materialized in his hand, which he then hurled towards Loya. Third soul skill, reverse bone power. Swish. A stream of black energy shot forth like an arrow, instantly appearing before Loya, cleaving through the surrounding space and emitting a spine-tingling sound. Loya swiftly retreated, evading the energy attack with agility. Simultaneously, he flipped his palms, coalescing a vast halo of golden light between them. Suddenly accelerating, Loya propelled the golden halo above Gu Rong's head, which then erupted into a dazzling cascade of brilliant golden rays in the air. The void shimmered with brilliance. Bang, bang, bang. A series of intense collisions resounded, sending forth a multitude of sparks that erupted in that ethereal expanse, reminiscent of fireworks. The explosive sounds resonated as the space warped, and terrifying ripples of energy radiated outward. Gu Rong's expression shifted slightly, sensing the impending barrage of golden rays from all directions. His countenance hardened, and he crossed his arms, igniting his first soul ring. 10,000 Bone Soul Spirit Art. Gu Rong bellowed, enveloped by a faint purple shield that deflected all incoming attacks. The thunderous sounds echoed as the golden light rain struck the purple barrier, only to be repelled and vanish into nothingness. How could this be? Loya's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing the scene before him. Instantly, a surge of silvery light enveloped him, rapidly healing his wounds as he drew closer to the edge of the Void Zero domain, where his eyes gleamed with a resolute determination. Our relationship has become irreparably strained. Thus, I shall not allow a genius destined to become a tidal Douluo to escape unscathed. In Gu Rong's eyes, a chilling murderous intent flickered, fueled by a growing hatred towards the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, culminating in his desire to ultimately overthrow it. A frenzied expression overtook Gu Rong's face as he raised his arm slowly, a pitch-black soul ring erupting from his form, while an ethereal skeletal dragon, nearly 100 meters long, materialized behind him, poised for action. As Loya observed this unfolding spectacle, his countenance grew increasingly grave. In the next instant, his eyes turned crimson, and a vibrant blue-purple radiance ascended from behind him, creating ripples in the surrounding space, accompanied by a devilish laughter escaping his lips. Outside the Void Zero domain, the members of Shrek Academy were unable to perceive the events within. Not even Tang San's purple extreme demon eye could penetrate the veil. However, the anguished cries Loya had emitted earlier indicated that the situation inside was dire, intensifying their anxiety. Aside from Ning Rongrong, who glared with lingering resentment, the other 6 members grew restless, though they had only met Loya briefly. The bond forged over 3 years with Dai Mubai and the others made it impossible for them to remain indifferent. Oscar, particularly anxious, paced back and forth, fervently praying, "Loya, please hold on until the dean returns." In his distracted wandering, Oscar inadvertently cast a glance at Ning Rongrong and noted her persistent malice, her lips curling into a sly smile. Observing this, a hint of disappointment glimmered in Oscar's eyes. He pondered whether he was unworthy or if Ning Rongrong simply held no affection for him. A sharp pang in his heart left him breathless, as if something had pierced through. Within the domain, the purple-gold luminescence swirling around Loya's arms converged at his chest, solidifying the image of Gliza, ultimately coalescing into a colossal purple-gold vortex before Gu Rong's astonished gaze. "Is this your final trump card?" Gu Rong's eyes were charged with lethal intent as he beheld the swirling light at Loya's chest, while the massive skeletal dragon behind him emitted a low, resonant roar. "Humph. I shall see if your last ace can withstand my 5th soul skill." Gu Rong's gaze glinted with icy ferocity as he forcefully thrust his arms forward, the colossal skeletal dragon unleashing a thunderous roar and lunging towards Loya. "Let the dragon roar." The skeletal dragon, with its formidable wings, charged at Loya, creating a cacophony of explosive sound as it struck the void, sending shockwaves rippling through the air. "Come forth." Loya remained undaunted, pushing his hands forward with equal vigor, causing the purple-gold spiral to erupt instantaneously. A beam of light, as robust as a concrete pillar, shot forth to meet the skeletal dragon. "Unleash Gliza's dual spiral," Loya bellowed, the Gliza phantom towering nearly 20 meters, exuding an overwhelming presence. As Loya's roar echoed, the solid beam of dual-colored light collided with the skeletal dragon's form. Boom! The clash of 2 monstrous energies annihilated each other. Rippling waves of force surged outward, wreaking havoc within the domain, obliterating all surrounding structures and foliage into mere dust. Coughing violently, Loya tasted blood in his throat and was sent reeling backward. The cumulative injuries and the immense expenditure of energy from that strike left him devoid of sufficient soul power to maintain the Void Zero domain, causing it to dissipate into a myriad of fragments, showering down like blue-purple raindrops. Loya collapsed onto the ground, his garments at the chest reduced to ashes, revealing the skin beneath. His body was marred with shocking scars, whereas the spot where the two had collided remained undisturbed, with Gu Rong standing serenely. Having merely taken a slight step back with his left foot, his expression calm as he gazed upon Loya. Is this truly your final trump card? Indeed. Its might rivals the full-force strike of a Soul Emperor. For it to compel an elderly defense-type Super Douluo to retreat a step, you have every reason to feel proud. Gu Rong looked down from his elevated position at the fallen Loya, a cold smirk playing upon his lips. Grandpa Bone is truly formidable. Ning Rongrong, witnessing Loya's plight, could not restrain her applause for Gu Rong. Loya had finally been reduced to a pitiful state before her, which brought her immense satisfaction, filling her heart with joy. Loya slowly rose, bending slightly as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a smile gracing his face that seemed to mock both Gu Rong and himself. Observing the expression on Loya's face, Gu Rong's smile faltered, his brows knitting in concern. Hey, Gliza, I can't go on. Haha. It just so happens that I haven't fought in centuries. Human, watch closely. Ding. A surge of bluish-purple ethereal light erupted, as Loya gradually levitated in midair. The surrounding space becoming chaotic, akin to the laughter of a malevolent spirit echoing from his lips. Haha. In that moment, Loya's formidable aura surged forth, rivaling even that of a tidal Douluo, if not surpassing it. Gu Rong felt an inexplicable sense of pressure wash over him, a chilling realization dawning within. It was akin to facing the sword of Jian Daoqinshin without activating his martial soul. Loyana's gaze, as cold and sharp as the blade of a sword, fixated on the ancient banyan tree. The ethereal figure of Gliza soared upward, ascending to a height of 50 meters. Void and distortion enveloped the surroundings. Loya grasped the ancient banyan tree with a single hand, and in an instant, an immense pressure of space descended upon him, accompanied by a faint mental oppression. Who exactly are you? In that moment, Bone Douluo felt an overwhelming sense of dread, realizing that a defense-type tidal Douluo was unexpectedly controlled by a quasi-spirit master. You need not know who I am. Merely understand that I am not someone you can provoke. Loya's gaze was sharp, tinged with mockery. As the colossal phantom of Gliza behind him erupted with a brilliance of purple-gold light, magnitudes greater than before. Human boy, behold the true power of my dual spiral. As Gliza's massive form twisted, the spiral beam was unleashed once more. Oh no. Bone Douluo sensed impending doom as an intense sense of crisis surged within him, warning him that this attack could very well obliterate him. Bone Dragon True Form. A deafening roar erupted as an immense soul power storm exploded, shattering the gray light enveloping Bone Douluo, which quickly became thin under the storm's destruction. Bone Dragon True Form break. With a sickening taste in his throat, Bone Douluo was sent flying. Hee, human boy, the one responsible for your safety has returned, although he seems to carry the scent of some herbs. Has he fainted? TSK? Indeed, he is merely human, unable to bear my overwhelming power. Gliza's remnant voice dripped with disdain as it withdrew from Loya's consciousness, returning to slumber. In reality, the 50-meter-tall phantom of Gliza and the dark light in Loya's eyes dissipated, causing him to stumble and collapse to the ground. Ning Rongrong, witnessing Loya's survival against Bone Douluo, was in disbelief as she rushed forward to embrace the arm of the now grounded Bone Douluo, her face filled with concern. Grandpa Bone, are you all right? At Ning Rongrong's inquiry, Bone Douluo paused momentarily, using his soul power to disperse the blood on his lips, donning a loving smile as he patted her head. Child, how could Grandpa be in trouble? I am a Super Douluo. It is just that this lad has indeed caused me a bit of trouble. Ning Rongrong's eyes lit up with excitement. Grandpa Bone is truly amazing. Quickly, go and deal with him. Observing Ning Rongrong's youthful face brimming with enthusiasm, Bone Douluo then turned his gaze to Loya, who lay unconscious and battered nearby, a hint of regret flickering in his eyes. This young man concealed his abilities far too well. With an extraordinary soul ring configuration, a gifted domain of spatial mastery, 2 self-created soul skills, and an explosive display of power, he had directly shattered Bone Douluo's martial soul true form. Truly a prodigy among prodigies, invoking a sense of admiration within him. Such a pity you are not a disciple of the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile School. Should you grow strong in the future, you will undoubtedly pose a significant threat to my sect. With that thought, Bone Douluo's eyes narrowed as he exuded an aura of terrifying might, his second soul ring glowing once more as his gray-white bone claws reached for Loya's head. At that critical moment, a soft yet chilling voice resonated. Golden radiance flows. A burst of golden light suddenly illuminated the space, striking Bone Douluo in the chest and sending him hurtling away, skidding across the ground for several meters. Moonlight. Upon seeing the figure that had appeared behind Loya, Bone Douluo's brow furrowed. "Grandpa Bone," Ning Rongrong screamed, her face paling in fear. "Old Bone, you are quite audacious. Daring to strike while my presence is absent, and even attempting to kill him," Moonlight remarked coldly, casually brushing off some residual green liquid from his body. The golden glow in his palm coalesced into a petal-shaped flying knife. He gently cradled Loya's battered form with his soul power, casting a complex glance at him before retracting the flying knife and vanishing from sight. His voice echoed back, "Old Bone, Loya is a core disciple of our Spirit Hall. The Seven Treasure Glaze Tile School must provide a satisfactory explanation to the Spirit Hall regarding this matter. Otherwise, prepare for the wrath of the Tidal Douluo." Moonlight's declaration struck the plaza like a thunderclap, leaving an immense echo in its wake. The Spirit Hall, a sacred place in the hearts of soul masters across the continent. Its overt strength could rival that of the two great empires and any of the three holy sects. The seasoned soul masters knew that the Tidal Douluo of the Spirit Hall were no fewer than 5 in number, and if they so desired, they could easily obliterate a mere 7 treasure glaze tile school with minimal effort. Ning Rongrong was evidently shaken by Moonlight's words, standing frozen in place. Bone Douluo trembled, a bitter expression crossing his face as he muttered, "The Spirit Halls might, it seems I have stirred up great trouble." A core disciple of the Spirit Hall. Regardless of the truth behind Moonlight's claims, Loya's status within the Spirit Hall was assuredly not low. If he were to kill him, he would inevitably face the ire of the Spirit Hall, and the 7 treasure glaze tile school could very well suffer catastrophic consequences. The night passed, and in the city of Tiando, at the Spirit Hall, Moonlight brought Loya to meet the Platinum Bishop, Sarath. "Greetings, Elder." Sarath respectfully bowed, a look of confusion flickering in his eyes. "Who is this child you are carrying? His injuries seem severe, yet there remains a faint trace of life." "Indeed. I must report to His Holiness the Pope. This child is entrusted to your care. Should anything happen to him before my return, I will hold you accountable." Moonlight shot Sarath a cold glance before vanishing from the hall. "Yes." Sarath trembled slightly, quickly responding, but inwardly he was astonished. Who exactly is this child? To warrant the intervention of an elder from the Spirit Hall? Could it be he is the biological grandson of a Tidal Douluo elder? The thought surged in Sarath's mind, his expression turning exceedingly peculiar, but he proceeded to follow Moonlight's instructions. Bring forth the finest healing soul master in Tiando City, and if possible, summon the esteemed Nine-Hearts Saint. "Qian Renxue." "Yes." The guard outside quickly acknowledged and departed. Meanwhile, Sarath carried Loya into a room, using his soul power to purge the remnants of foreign soul power from his body. As a soul Douluo, Sarath's cultivation level was only second to that of a Tidal Douluo, allowing him to rid Loya of the residual soul power in a short time. It must be said that the Spirit Hall's efficiency was remarkably high. Within half an hour, Qian Renxue arrived. Upon seeing Sarath, he also bowed slightly. "Elder Yi, no need for formalities. Please, assist in treating this child." Sarath promptly returned the gesture. Qian Renxue nodded, flipping his palm to release the martial soul, 9 hearts begonia. As 8 soul rings of optimal proportion rose behind him, in an instant, a gentle fragrance enveloped the entire room, and a flurry of pink and white begonia petals gently descended into Luoya's body, infusing him with a soft stream of soul power, causing him to emit a radiance akin to that of the 9 hearts begonia. This young man's injuries were quite severe, seemingly the result of a direct confrontation with a powerful soul master or soul beast far beyond his capabilities. Fortunately, he showed no signs of poisoning. Qian Renxue furrowed his brow and murmured, "His life force is remarkably resilient. It must be due to the strength of his martial soul. With my treatment, he should awaken soon." Sarath nodded appreciatively at Qian Renxue, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Senior Yi, for your assistance. Our Spirit Hall will forever remember your kindness." "No need for thanks. A healer's heart is akin to that of a parent towards their child. One must always give their all to their patients," Qian Renxue replied, waving his hand dismissively, but suddenly exclaimed in surprise. "What is it?" Sarath inquired. "This child is merely 15 years old, yet his cultivation has already reached level 40. However, why does it seem that my soul power is dissipating within him as if it were a drop in the ocean?" Qian Renxue's eyes widened in disbelief. "What?" Sarath was momentarily taken aback, his expression reflecting confusion. As they conversed, Luoya's body suddenly radiated a dazzling blue-purple light. He slowly levitated from the bed, sitting cross-legged in midair as the phantom of Gliza emerged behind him, distorting the space within the room. The strange laughter they had heard earlier was produced by this entity. Qian Renxue and Sarath exchanged glances, both recognizing a hint of shock in each other's eyes, and quickly stepped aside to observe the unfolding situation. The Gliza phantom twisted and emitted an intensifying blue-purple glow, while Luo Ya's complexion gradually regained its color, indicating his recovery. The soul power within him began to circulate, repairing his injured body, and his aura grew stronger, causing the surrounding space to hum. Spatial abilities. This martial soul is truly extraordinary. Yu Renxue's eyes widened in astonishment. Just as Saras was about to speak, the entire room suddenly trembled. Luo Ya's eyelids fluttered, and he unconsciously floated into the air, while the Gliza phantom released ripples of spatial energy. A powerful surge of soul power continuously emanated from Luo Ya, and before the astonished gazes of the two, the Gliza phantom behind him abruptly expanded to approximately 15 meters, bursting through the roof without causing any structural damage. The eerie laughter echoed throughout the spirit hall, as the immense form of the phantom twisted and spread a dense pressure, causing many weaker soul masters to tremble in fear. Moments later, the humanoid monster gradually shrank, ultimately vanishing within the spirit hall. In the previous room, a silver-haired youth slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of purple flashing within them, and the space around him rippled once more. Ah, human child, the healing effect of the begonia flower is quite remarkable. I have already regained 1% of my previous energy. Please, awaken quickly. How delightful, Luo Ya murmured, relishing the abundant soul power coursing through him, a flicker of joy shining in his eyes. Congratulations, young brother, Yu Renxue approached with a smile, patting his shoulder, his face filled with admiration. Thank you, Senior Yi, for your life-saving intervention. Luo Ya respectfully bowed and clasped his fist in gratitude. Although he had been unconscious, he retained a slight awareness of his surroundings and felt immense gratitude towards his benefactor. Saras stood nearby, his expression reflecting appreciation and relief. Truly, we are blessed by the heavens in our spirit hall. Chapter 48. The arrival of the ghostly presence in the papal chamber. Bibidong sat upon her throne, listening to Yu Guan's report below. Her expression darkened increasingly until, in a fit of rage, she shattered the cup in her hand on the floor. Yu Guan, do you not owe me an explanation? Bibidong's eyes glinted with cold light, and under her gaze, Yu Guan was drenched in sweat, completely devoid of any intent to resist. I acknowledge my fault. Please punish me, Your Majesty. Yu Guan immediately knelt, lowering his head and holding his breath. This incident was indeed his oversight. 3 years prior, he had assured Luo Ya's absolute safety. Yet, unexpectedly, due to a confrontation with a certain old man, Luo Ya had fallen into a life-threatening predicament, almost losing his life, a consequence of his negligence. However, he could not reveal the details of the duel, for Bibidong might send him to join the spirit Douluo in the afterlife. You did not disclose Luo Ya's true identity, did you? Bibidong's murderous intent receded, her tone softening somewhat. Reporting to Your Majesty, I did not. Very well. Bibidong let out a soft hum. You may rise now. Thank you, Your Majesty. Yu Guan sighed in relief as he quickly stood. What is the current condition of Xiao Luo? Bibidong inquired further. Your Majesty, before I came here, I entrusted him to the care of Platinum Bishop Saras at the Spirit Hall in Heavendoe City. Yu Guan respectfully answered. Good, you may leave. Furthermore, the safety of Xiao Luo will now be entrusted to the ghostly presence. Bibidong waved her hand in irritation, her murderous intent subsiding. If she were to act on her temper, it would not be out of character for her to resort to violence. However, she could not afford to do so at this juncture. She had only just grasped the reins of power within the Spirit Hall, making it imperative to utilize her resources wisely. Yu Guan was indeed loyal to her, and alongside the ghostly presence, they possessed a martial soul fusion technique. If she were to eliminate him, it would undoubtedly disrupt the Spirit Hall's future plans. Understood. Yu Guan exhaled, hastily expressing his gratitude for Bibidong's leniency before exiting the Grand Hall. Watching his departing figure, Bibidong's eyes glinted with cold light. 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Bone Douluo. You shall pay dearly for taking advantage of my disciple. When our Spirit Hall's plans come to fruition, you will be the first to perish. Clenching her fists tightly, her eyes seethed with fury as she struck the ground with her staff, sending dust swirling throughout the hall. Ghostly presence. Immediately proceed to Heavendoe City to find Xiao Luo. If any issues arise again, do you understand the consequences? She turned to the dark figure standing to her left, her gaze icy and her voice grave. Yes, I understand. The ghostly presence replied respectfully, leaving behind only a cloud of black mist before vanishing from the Grand Hall. Outside the papal chamber, a flash of lightning split the night sky, accompanied by the swift silhouette of Ghost Douluo rushing northward. In the early morning, The first rays of sunlight filtered through the curtains into a room within the spirit hall of Heaven Do City, where a young boy sat cross-legged on the bed. Suspended in midair, his body enveloped in a swirling blue-purple aura. At that moment, the ghostly presence stood beside the boy, his face obscured by dark mist, rendering his features unrecognizable as he vigilantly watched over the youth. Awake? The ghostly presence's voice was slightly hoarse and deep. Luo Ye opened his eyes, momentarily startled upon seeing the ghostly presence, before hastily descending from the bed. Elder Ghost, what brings you here? His Holiness instructed me to temporarily take over the responsibilities of the Chrysanthemum Pass, the ghostly presence replied. Last night, Bishop Saras summoned the esteemed Nine Hearts Saint to heal me, allowing my soul power to be replenished and my injuries to be completely healed. Loya replied. Upon hearing this, the specter scrutinized Loya for a moment and said, It appears that you have recently ascended to the Soul Master rank. There is no time like the present. Let us embark on a hunt for soul beasts today. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Ye replied, That is agreeable, Elder Ghost. Let us set off this afternoon and journey to the Star Do Forest by dawn tomorrow. Suddenly recalling the events that transpired while he was unconscious, Luo Ye added, Regarding last night's incident, I remember now. This enigmatic specter hesitated briefly before responding. His Holiness the Pope mentioned that she would personally escort you to the Seven Treasure Glaze Tile School for an explanation once you awaken. For now, should you seek out His Holiness or hunt a soul beast first? Loya pondered for a moment and remarked, Let us hunt the soul beasts. Please inform the teacher that I have my own plans regarding this matter. Moreover, given the teacher's temperament, it is likely that a mere disagreement could lead to the annihilation of the Seven Treasures Glaze sect. Upon hearing these words, the specter nodded in agreement and said, Very well, I shall convey this to His Holiness the Pope at once. Just as the specter was about to depart, Loya suddenly called out to him, Wait, Elder Ghost. Allow me to send a letter to the teacher instead. That would be prudent, the specter replied, pausing momentarily and nodding slightly, standing at the doorway in anticipation. His voice carried into the room, There is no time to lose. You should write swiftly. Loya nodded affirmatively, swiftly producing 2 sheets of paper and a pen from his waist, and commenced to write fervently at his desk. In truth, he had already contemplated this. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, Oscar was poised to surpass level 30 today, and the members of Shrek would venture into the Star Do Forest. His immediate task was to inform Flander. As for the second letter, it was naturally intended for Bibi Dong. Satisfied, he handed one of the letters to Gue Mei, releasing a sigh of relief. Very well, I shall deliver this to His Excellency now, Gue Mei remarked as he accepted the letter and turned to depart. Loya gazed at the vanishing silhouette of the specter and, with a soft whistle directed towards the window, summoned a messenger pigeon that soon appeared from the distance. Alighting gracefully upon his hand, Loya took a slender string and tied a message to the leg of a homing pigeon, releasing it into the sky. The dove soared high, vanishing into the horizon. This should suffice, Loya murmured, his gaze flickering with uncertainty. For my 4th spirit ring, I require a soul skill akin to teleportation. A glimmer of resolve flashed in his eyes. 3 hours later, the phantom returned to the hall of the Pope. Bibi Dong reclined on the papal throne, her eyes half closed, appearing somewhat fatigued. Upon noticing the phantom's return, her delicate brows furrowed slightly, and with a tone tinged with displeasure, she inquired, Why have you returned instead of remaining by little Loya's side? Your Grace, little Loya has penned a letter for you, the phantom replied respectfully. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong opened her eyes, gestured with her elegant hand, and the envelope floated into her grasp. She began to read it intently. After a considerable time, a flicker of surprise crossed her gaze, followed by a gentle smile as she murmured, This child, at times I truly question whether he is merely 15 years old. His intellect and talent are indeed extraordinary. The phantom, upon hearing this, glanced sideways at his longtime partner, his eyes revealing a hint of envy. However, his expression soon returned to calm as he softly asked, Your Grace, may I inquire what little Loya mentioned? Bibi Dong nodded, saying, He earnestly requested that I refrain from causing trouble for the Seven Treasure Glaze Tile School for the time being, promising to return to me after he hunts for a spirit ring and ascends in strength. As she spoke, Bibi Dong glanced at Yueguan, who stood to her right, having just completed his punishment. He even implored me not to blame Yueguan for this matter, attributing it to his own inability to control the negative impact of his martial soul. Bibi Dong chuckled softly, shaking her head. Yueguan felt a warm surge in his heart upon hearing Loya's plea for him, but quickly suppressed it, his eyes betraying a flicker of guilt before returning to their usual demeanor. The phantom, observing this, raised his gaze slightly towards his old companion, harboring a tinge of admiration. Yet, he soon composed himself and quietly asked, "Your Grace, what is your decision then?" Bibi Dong turned her gaze towards the phantom and declared, "In that case, I shall temporarily refrain from confronting the seven treasure Gliza school. Return to Loya's side at once, and lead him to the Douluo forest to hunt for spirit beasts. Do so as swiftly as possible." "Understood." The phantom nodded, enveloped himself in a shroud of black mist, and disappeared from the hall. At Shrek Academy, Flanders addressed the students. "Now, each of you should prepare to return. You have 1 day to rest and adjust. Tomorrow, we will set off, led by teacher Zhao Wujia, to assist Oscar in obtaining his third spirit ring. Moreover, until we encounter a 1,000-year spirit beast, teacher Zhao will not intervene. You must rely on yourselves." As Flanders concluded, a homing pigeon fluttered down from the sky and landed on his shoulder. Puzzled, Flanders reached out and retrieved an envelope from the bird's leg. Upon opening it, the contents left him astounded. The letter read, "Dean, I am fine now. Please inform Ning Rongrong that I will not involve any innocent members of the Seven Treasure Gliza school regarding last night's incident. Additionally, I have reached level 40 and will head to the Douluo forest today to hunt for a spirit ring before returning to the spirit hall. I shall be back at the academy in 5 days." A smile crept onto Flanders' face as he read Loya's letter, prompting curious glances from the Shrek 7 monsters. Flanders explained, "This is a letter from Loya. He promises to return in 5 days, having healed from his injuries. Rongrong, you truly went too far last night." He shot a disapproving glare at Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong lowered her head, overwhelmed with remorse. She regretted seeking the Bone Douluo to eliminate Loya, for now. He not only survived, but also antagonized the spirit hall, bringing calamity upon her sect. What did Loya say in his letter? Ning Rongrong asked anxiously, her voice tentative. Flanders sighed and replied, "What else could he say? He assured me that he would not implicate any innocent members of the Seven Treasure Gliza school. Is that true?" Ning Rongrong found it hard to believe that Loya would be so magnanimous as to overlook the matter. "Absolutely true. I know this young man well. Now, hurry and prepare. Time is of the essence." Flanders chided with a smile, addressing the group once more. Chapter 49. Creating trouble where none exists. The Douluo forest is situated in the southeastern region of the Barak Kingdom, with a small portion bordering the kingdom. It is approximately 700 kilometers from Heavendoe City. After a discussion, Luo Ye and Gui Mei decided to travel to the kingdom of Balak by carriage before utilizing their martial spirits for flight upon arrival, as Bibi Dong had instructed them to expedite their journey. With time still on their side, Luo Ye and Gui Mei sat facing each other inside the carriage. Luo Ye was engrossed in the documents he held, an informational compendium on soul beasts provided by Gui Mei for his selection. Loya perused the tome in his hands, his gaze fixated on the section regarding spatial soul beasts, ultimately honing in on 3 distinct creatures. "Shall Loya, have you decided which one you desire?" Gui Mei inquired softly, his voice imbued with a hint of rasp. "Indeed, Elder Gui Mei, I wish to acquire a 10,000-year level spatial soul beast, preferably this one." Loya replied with a smile, his finger pointing eagerly towards one of the depicted soul beasts, his face alight with anticipation. Gui Mei followed his gesture, observing a colossal lizard draped in hues of purple, its form resembling an exquisite emerald carving, exuding an aura of icy coldness. It possessed a robust tail, its tip adorned with a slender bone spur. The emerald spirit lizard. Is it? Not overly complicated. However, how many years do you intend to pursue? Gui Mei pondered before posing the question. He had no qualms about Loya's ability to absorb this 10,000-year soul ring. Having achieved it once, he could do so again, perhaps around 30 to 50,000 years. Loya mused briefly before providing his estimate. "Very well, such soul beasts typically manifest in the mixed zone," Gui Mei replied after a moment's contemplation, nodding in agreement. 2 days later, the carriage finally crossed into the realm of the Balak Kingdom. Gui Mei and Loya disembarked, hastening towards the Douluo forest, both endowed with the ability to fly at remarkable speeds. I hadn't anticipated that after reaching the 40th level, your speed would markedly improve," Gui Mei remarked, glancing back at Loya, who was striving to keep pace. Although Loya lagged behind and Gui Mei was pushing himself to the limit, the ability to barely keep up with the title Douluo of agility without a 4th soul ring was indeed impressive. "Thank you for your kind words, Elder Gui Mei," Loya humbly replied, a smile gracing his features as he accelerated once more. The duo, an elder and a youth, traversed the distance with remarkable swiftness, reaching the outskirts of the Douluo forest within the span of 3 hours. As twilight descended, they began their search for a place to rest. Guimei scanned the area and pointed to a rather unassuming hotel ahead, saying, "Let us rest here for the night and venture into the forest at dawn." The hotel was a quaint 2-story building, with a simple dining area on the ground floor and accommodations above. As Loya compared the establishment to his gradually aligning memories, a peculiar smile crept across his lips. After securing 2 modest rooms, Loya and Guimei descended to the first floor to enjoy dinner. Within the dining area, Loya surveyed the surroundings and soon spotted a nondescript table occupied by 7 young men and women. At that moment, a group of 8 entered through the door. At the forefront was a middle-aged man in his 40s, possessing a handsome visage, clad in a moon-white soul master robe intricately embroidered with silver threads. Following him were 7 youths, 6 men and 1 woman, who appeared to be in their 20s, garbed in similar moon-white attire. Each bore a cyan circular emblem on their left shoulder, within which were embroidered the characters Songhue in matching hues. Upon their entrance, the restaurant owner hurried over, bowing and greeting them with excessive courtesy. For this small town thrived on the patronage of the Douluo forest, essentially depending on the soul masters for its livelihood. Luoya gently shook her head, then proceeded to sit beside Guimei, enjoying the small dishes offered by the restaurant. "That young lady possesses quite an appealing appearance," thought the imposing figure. "Undoubtedly these individuals must be from Songhue Academy." A somewhat lewd voice echoed through the restaurant. "It's merely a minor institution, Songhue Academy." What audacity! This was yet another brash voice. Neither of these 2 made any effort to lower their voices. A soul master's auditory perception naturally exceeds that of an ordinary person. Despite the lively atmosphere in the restaurant, the middle-aged man leading the group of 8 cast his gaze over, his brow furrowing. Upon realizing that the table was merely occupied by a group of children, his expression soured even further. Luoya let out a low chuckle and said, "Elder Gue, a splendid show is about to unfold." The ghostly figure slightly opened its eyes and replied, "You better not stir up any trouble again, you rascal." Loya took a sip of the unique beverage from Douluo Continent and chuckled. "It is not I who instigates trouble, but rather others who do." Guimei's eyelids flickered. Yet he refrained from further comment and continued to sip his drink. The 2 remained silent as they dined, when suddenly, they both sensed a surge of soul power approaching. Loya swallowed the morsel he had just consumed and distinctly felt a shadow hurtling towards their table. With a slight frown, he extended his index finger, causing ripples to manifest in the space around them. The individual who had been flying towards him abruptly halted mid-descent and landed on the table. "You nearly disrupted our meal," Loya remarked, retracting his finger with a nonchalant air. Guimei, feeling a tinge of impatience, cast a glance around the restaurant, which was now in an uproar. Aside from the 2 of them, the patrons from Shrek Academy and those near Songhue Academy hastily rose to the side to avoid any collateral damage. The members of Songhue Academy could no longer contain themselves. The remaining 6 stood in unison, glaring furiously at the table occupied by Shrek Academy. They attempted to charge over, but were halted by a middle-aged man. He assisted the young man whom Loya had caught, helping him into a chair, and then glanced at the silently observing Guimei. A chill running down his spine, his instincts warned him that this formidable duo was not to be trifled with. "Thank you, my lord," the middle-aged man murmured in gratitude before directing his gaze towards Shrek's table, his voice low and commanding. "Which academy do you children belong to?" Dai Mubai's eyes glimmered with a sinister light. "You are not worthy of knowing," he retorted, casting another look at Loya and Guimei, who remained calmly enjoying their meal. After a moment's hesitation, he too returned to his seat. Could it truly be a coincidence? The injuries inflicted by a title Douluo do not heal swiftly, and Loya had yet to advance to the soul master rank. He should merely be a soul master wielding a spatial type martial soul. The teacher from Songhue Academy's face had turned an ashen hue from rage. "What an arrogant bunch of youngsters. Teach them a lesson," he ordered. The students of Songhue Academy were poised for action, and aside from the one injured by Dai Mubai and the solitary female student, the remaining 5 surged towards Tang San and his companions at the table. Luoya observed the scene before him, a hint of amusement flickering across his face. He conveyed a few words to Guimei through soul power, took a sip of his drink, and turned his attention back to the unfolding drama. Upon receiving Luoya's voice in his mind, Guimei hesitated momentarily before nodding slightly. This time, he was determined to impart a thorough lesson to this group of wayward youths. In Shrek, avoiding trouble is the trait of the mediocre. What absurdity is this? The current situation is not merely inviting trouble. It is akin to creating trouble out of thin air. Flander's words implied that Shrek's students should bravely stand up against certain injustices, such as when a soul master is committing wrongdoings. They should not fear the adversary's background. When witnessing an injustice, one must raise their voice and take action when necessary. Clearly, this flighty tiger and frivolous chicken lacked comprehension and misinterpreted this essential message. How could one forget that Shrek is not a formal academy, likely devoid of any serious cultural studies? To provoke others without cause is utterly reckless. How does this differ from those malevolent soul masters who, emboldened by a modicum of power, act with impunity? If they believe themselves to be exceptional, why do they not dare to confront the individual seated beside them? It is evident that they instigated the conflict, yet still perceive themselves as blameless, taking such transgressions for granted while deluding themselves into believing they are champions of justice. Loya finally comprehended the situation. It was no wonder that Tang Xin became so hypocritical after tens of thousands of years, committing such repugnant acts. His emotions were inextricably linked to the education he received at Shrek Academy. In Chapter 50, Proper Education, it was expected that the individuals from Songhue Academy, who rushed in to reprimand Shrek, were swiftly subdued. Their teacher could no longer remain seated. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed soul masters, I beseech you, refrain from fighting within this humble establishment. It is but a small business, the proprietor pleaded as he rushed out, realizing that without intervention, the entire shop would likely succumb to a barrage of soul techniques. Yujichio glared at the notorious trio from Shrek, his anger transforming into a mocking smile. Very well. I shall educate you on behalf of your teacher. Let us step outside. With that, he turned and strode towards the exit. At that moment, Loya made his move, rather. It was the ghost Douluo, Guei-mei, who stirred. Wait. Guei-mei's voice, once slightly hoarse, now turned frigid, akin to a malevolent specter. He rose with authority, his imposing presence causing the entire inn to tremble. His gaze fell upon Shrek's group, and the oppressive aura he emitted forced them to stagger back 3 steps. You have disturbed my rest, he declared, his tone devoid of warmth, as if pronouncing a verdict. Everyone present was taken aback by Guei-mei's formidable presence. The faces of Shrek's members paled dramatically. They had inadvertently provoked a powerful figure, and judging by his aura, he was at least a soul sage. The individuals from Songhue Academy were also slightly flustered, fearing that this elder might direct his wrath towards them. Please forgive us for disturbing you, esteemed elder. We shall leave at once. Yujichio quickly bowed, expressing his contrition, fully aware of the danger posed by this elder. I am not addressing you. Guei-mei replied with a sidelong glance, dismissing Yujichio with a wave of his hand as he directed his focus toward Shrek. I speak of them. Upon hearing this, Yujichio looked at the Shrek trio, a smirk of schadenfreude creeping onto his face. The expression of Shrek's group had turned ashen. Ning Rongrong nearly collapsed, while Xiao Wu's complexion turned ghostly pale. The aura exuded by this mysterious powerhouse felt eerily similar to that of her 2 grandfathers, if not stronger. In this land, only titled Douluos or the leaders of the top 3 sects had the right to refer to themselves as this seat. Xiao Wu instinctively hid behind Tang San, trembling uncontrollably. What kind of power could summon a titled Douluo to assist in hunting for soul rings within the Stardow Forest? Had her previous actions been fully exposed? Guei-mei cast a knowing glance at Xiao Wu before continuing. You few youngsters are quite unlikable. Dai Mubai, bracing against the pressure, stepped forward. This is merely a conflict between us and Songhue Academy. Why do you involve yourself? Guei-mei's gaze shifted slightly backward, where Loya, clad in black robes, was sipping tea, casting him a knowing glance. Guei-mei understood the implication. I have been listening to your conversation, and though I had no intention of meddling, I am compelled to ensure that the future of the Soul Master world does not yield more powerful yet morally deficient Soul Masters, Guei-mei stated coldly. Elder, are you implying that there is an issue with Shrek's education? Mahongjun protested, feeling indignant. His mentor, Flander, had always guided him in this manner, and now it was being challenged. Even though this powerhouse was far beyond his teacher's level, he could not suppress his outrage. Humph. While I have not heard of Shrek, I did overhear your so-called educational principles. However faintly, Guei-mei chastised them mercilessly. The hearing of a titled Douluo was exceptionally acute, even if Oscar had merely whispered. It would not have escaped Guei-mei's mental probing. To avoid trouble is to be mediocre, is it not? This phrase essentially teaches students to bully the weak while fearing the strong, does it not? You are so bold in causing trouble. Why do you not dare to challenge me? Guei-mei's dark aura swirled menacingly. as if he were poised to impart a lesson that Shrek's 7 misfits would never forget. Had anyone else maligned Shrek, Mahongjun and Dai Mubai would have been the first to retaliate. However, standing before a title Douluo, a pinnacle of the Soul Master world, his words carried absolute authority. Indeed, Gue Mei's remarks rendered Mahongjun speechless, and even Dai Mubai found himself at a loss for words, while Tang Xin fell into deep contemplation. Ning Rongrong, Zhu Qing, and Oscar, who remained seated, nodded unconsciously at Gue Mei's words. In truth, they had felt something amiss when Mahongjun and Dai Mubai provoked Songhue Academy earlier. However, being part of the same team, they thought it unwise to speak out. Xiao Wu, on the other hand, clearly did not heed his words, though she dared not show it. I acknowledge that you possess remarkable talent. Even within the Spirit Hall, you would be considered exceptional. However, it is the responsibility of an academy to cultivate that talent. A failure in cultivation indicates a flaw in education. Spirit Hall? Dai Mubai interjected, filled with pride. Our Shrek Academy once had an outstanding student who is now the youngest elder of Spirit Hall, second only to the current pope. Upon hearing Gue Mei mention Spirit Hall, Dai Mubai's expression transformed into one of pride as he spoke of Shrek's most accomplished disciple, firmly believing that their academy could not possibly be as lacking as Gue Mei suggested. The members of Songhue Academy were equally astonished, glancing at Shrek. They had witnessed the prowess of Tang San and his companions. They were indeed formidable. So, was it not possible that Shrek had another student of even greater talent? Was there truth to their claims? Is that so? Gue Mei, despite his aloof nature, could not help but chuckle at Dai Mubai's words. Young man, do you prepare your drafts well before boasting? Do you even know this individual's title? Moreover, the elders of Spirit Hall are all titled Douluos. If your academy had a title Douluo backing it, would it remain obscure? Absurd. I have worked alongside Yueguan in Spirit Hall for many years. Yet I have never heard of any elder claiming to have graduated from Shrek Academy. Moreover, there has been no news of any archbishop breaking through to level 90 recently. Such a tale would only deceive children below the 4th ring. At that moment, Zhao Waoqi, who had been hiding upstairs, felt a flush of embarrassment. Wishing to find a crack in the ground to hide in, secretly cursing Dai Mubai for his foolishness. Why bring up such boastful claims made during casual conversations with Flander in front of a genuine title Douluo? This was utterly humiliating. Dai Mubai found himself momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Flander had indeed never mentioned that senior S title, and Oscar too began to doubt whether their principal S words were mere boasts. Would this legitimate title Douluo truly not recognize their esteemed senior? Enough. I shall not prolong this matter to avoid being accused of bullying the young. But a lesson must be imparted. As soon as Gue Mei finished speaking, his figure vanished from the inn. In the next moment, he reappeared abruptly before Tang San and the others, causing the trio to constrict their pupils in shock as a gigantic hand materialized before them. This hand resembled a ghostly claw, entirely black, emanating an eerie glow. Bang, bang, bang. Tang San and his companions were sent flying by Gue Mei's strike, crashing through the inn's walls and colliding with the buildings lining the street. Puffed. Tang San and the others spat blood, with the weakest among them, Mahongjun, fainting from the ordeal. After completing this act, the specter withdrew his hand, giving it a casual shake before tossing a small bag of gold soul coins to the tavern owner as compensation for damages. He then resumed his drinking. Who dares to provoke a member of the Spirit Hall? What audacity do you possess? Initially, he had no intention of striking, merely wishing to educate the young ones on proper conduct, but Dai Mubai's words incited his wrath. Since they dared to challenge the Spirit Hall, they deserved no mercy. The onlookers regarded the flung figures of the Shrek trio with not an ounce of pity, only disappointment and disdain. The crown was right. To dare insult the Spirit Hall is unforgivable. As the sacred haven for all soul masters, how can you dare to desecrate it? The reprimand was well-deserved. The dignity of the Spirit Hall shall never be trampled. The soul masters present voiced their agreement, filled with reverence and respect for the Spirit Hall. Observing this scene, the specter nodded slightly, realizing that under the leadership of the crown, the Spirit Hall had garnered immense prestige among the common soul masters. Chapter 51. The Emerald Spirit Lizard. The specter turned his gaze towards the terrified Xiao Wu, a cold smirk forming within him. Little rabbit. Had it not been for Xiao Luo's warning of other powerful presences, you would have met your end. Witnessing the frigid smile on the specter's face sent shivers down Xiao Wu's spine, prompting her to recall her mother's plight, leaving her in tears, overwhelmed by deep regret and helplessness. The specter then averted his gaze, returning to his silent drinking. Just then, a burly shadow stealthily descended from the second floor, hastening outside to assist the trio who had been flung aside by the specter. Tang-san, are you all right? Zhao Wujie inquired with concern. We're fine, Teacher Zhao. Tang-san replied, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth and shaking his head. The specter had only employed less than 30% of his strength, otherwise the trio would not have survived even a single strike. Zhao Wujie cast a glance at the specter, unable to suppress a bitter smile. Quickly ushering the 7 upstairs to rest, wary of lingering. He hoped that this elder from the spirit hall had not recognized him. Otherwise, he too might face a severe beating. Cough, Teacher Zhao, you're not planning to stay up there out of fear, are you? Mahongjun said, lying on the couch, coughing up blood, visibly displeased. The trio had sustained internal injuries from the tidal Douluo's palm strike. While not life-threatening, the pain was indeed unbearable. Cough. You probably don't know, but in my youth, I crossed the spirit hall. If this elder from the spirit hall recognizes me, my fate might be worse than yours. Zhao Wujie remarked with a weary smile, speaking the truth without embellishment, despite it being over a decade ago. Had the individual merely been a bishop, he would have stood up to protect his students. However, facing a tidal Douluo, an elder of the spirit hall, his intervention would be futile. Fortunately, this crown had no intention of delivering a fatal blow, merely incapacitating the trio. Had it been another tidal Douluo, they might not even comprehend how they met their demise. Is that so? But Teacher Zhao, you are being overly cautious. Though the spirit hall is powerful, surely they wouldn't commit murder here, Dai Mubai retorted, still somewhat unconvinced by Zhao Wujie's explanation. Alas, today has been a humiliating experience. Let us return and rest. Tomorrow we shall hunt for soul rings for Xiao Ao and return early. Zhao Wujie sighed, feeling disheartened. The others, with no choice, nodded in agreement and swiftly made their way upstairs. Once they had departed, Luoya raised his gaze to the retreating figures of Zhao Wujie and the others. A cold smile gracing his lips. Shrek, I hope you remember this lesson. The following day, the sun gradually ascended from the eastern horizon, expanding the pale light of dawn, gradually illuminating the sky. Loya and Gueme entered the forest just as the hour of Qian approached. In the distance, Loya faintly sensed a gentle breeze wafting towards him, imbued with a refreshing vitality that was indescribably delightful. Taking a deep breath of the crisp air, it felt as though all 36,000 pores of his body were unfurling in unison, a sensation of unparalleled exhilaration. Let us proceed directly to the mixing zone, Gueme declared. And with that, he surged forward. Luoya nodded, unleashing his martial soul, and quickened his pace to follow closely behind. The two soared over thickets and across meadows, their velocity steadily increasing. The Stardow forest was undeniably dense. The phrase a canopy that obscures the sky aptly captures its essence, as glimpses of sunlight within its depths were a rarity. After approximately an hour of flight, they approached midday. During this hour, they encountered numerous soul beasts, predominantly those of a century or millennium in age. However, upon the slightest display of the ghostly conqueror's imposing aura, no soul beast dared to approach. Soon, they arrived at the mixed zone. A flicker of excitement involuntarily appeared on Luoya's face. This forested region is teeming with soul beasts, boasting a diverse array of species and a plentiful population, ensuring the perfect soul beast will not be difficult to find. The two descended from the sky, commencing their search for the emerald spirit lizard. You shall guard this place while I extend my spiritual energy to probe the surroundings, Gueme declared, releasing his mental power to scan the area. Loya summoned forth his martial spirit to guard by the side of the ghostly charm, his mind intensely focused. As a super Douluo, the ghostly charm possessed formidable mental prowess with an extensive range. After a quarter of an hour, he retracted his mental force and pointed towards the northwest. 100 miles away, two ancient soul beasts were engaged in a fierce struggle, one of which was the emerald spirit lizard. Upon hearing this, Luoya's expression brightened, and he immediately dashed off with the ghostly figure. They arrived at a fractured valley, where they beheld two colossal creatures locked in combat. One of these titanic beings was the emerald giant lizard, while the other, engaged in fierce struggle against it, was a dark purple spider with an abdomen resembling a human face. Although this spider was somewhat smaller than the emerald spirit lizard, its body was remarkably resilient, with claws as sharp as blades and 8 eyes gleaming with a haunting green light, instilling fear in all who gazed upon it. It is the human-faced demon spider, Luoya remarked, somewhat astonished. Indeed, and this one has attained a cultivation level of 30,000 years, the ghostly figure replied, furrowing his brow as he concentrated a surge of black soul energy in his hand, poised to strike at any moment. After listening to his words, Luo Yi cast a peculiar glance at the faceless spider. Could this magical arachnid possibly be the same one that obstructed Tang San and Xiao Wu's escape from the encirclement of the Spirit Hall 7 years later in the original narrative? However, upon contemplating this, a smile crept upon Luo Yi's face. The enigmatic spatial abilities of the emerald giant lizard and the faceless spider's capacity to render itself invisible while cloaking mental perception. One wonders which of the two is superior? With such thoughts in mind, Luo Yi and the ghostly charm concealed their presence high in the trees, intending to wait for the 2,000-year-old soul beasts to weaken each other before swooping in to claim the aftermath. The battle between the two soul beasts raged with fervor, saturating the entire valley with a dense scent of blood. Hidden among the lush foliage, Luo Yi and the ghostly charm observed the conflict unfold. Elder Ghost, what is your estimation of the cultivation level of this emerald spirit lizard? It exceeds 20,000 years of cultivation, and to contend so fiercely with a 30,000-year-old faceless spider. Its level must be at least 40,000 years or more. Is that so? It seems quite suitable for my fourth soul skill. As Luo Yi conversed with Gui Mei, the two soul beasts engaged in a fierce and unyielding battle. Suddenly, a glimmer of white light flashed from the purple crystal atop the emerald spirit lizard, rendering its form ethereal. Witnessing this, Luo Yi's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, Elder Gui, that creature intends to flee. Block its escape. Gui Mei leaped forward, condensing a sphere of pitch-black soul power in his hand, launching it towards the emerald spirit lizard. Sensing the impending threat, the lizard emitted a terrified roar, its white light intensifying as it successfully vanished into the fractured valley just a heartbeat before Gui Mei's soul skill struck. Damn it, it escaped. Gui Mei cursed under his breath, then turned his attention to the ancient man-faced demon spider lurking nearby, eyeing it with intent. He called out to Luo Yi, Little Luo. You possess spatial abilities and should be able to sense the location of that beast. It has sustained severe injuries and cannot endure much longer. Leave this spider to me. Yes, leave it to me. Luo Yi nodded, promptly releasing his mental energy to sense the surroundings. Moments later, he activated his martial soul and soared in the direction the spirit lizard had fled. Chapter 52, An Unexpected Reunion. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the forest, the Shrek team encountered the serpent granny and her grandson, Mahongjun, who were in a standoff over the phoenix-tailed chicken snake. Sister Chow, this matter may prove troublesome. Zhao Wujie expressed his concern. Standing beside Xiao Tianxiang, Mahongjun stomped her foot and declared, What is so troublesome about it? We discovered this 1,000-year-old phoenix-tailed chicken snake first. Return it to us at once, or we shall not be polite. As she spoke, she raised her serpent-headed staff. The serpent granny, Xiao Tianxiang, furrowed her brow and glared at Zhao Wujie, saying, Brother Zhao, does this imply you have no intention of returning the phoenix-tailed chicken snake to us? Zhao Wujie chuckled awkwardly and replied, Sister Chow, your statement is somewhat flawed. The soul beasts of the Stardow Forest are, by nature, ownerless. To insist that it belongs to you is rather unfair. It may suit your granddaughter, but it equally suits my student. Xiao Tianxiang paused, asking, Are you saying that among your students, there are those who have reached the 30th level? Zhao Wujie nodded and gestured for Oscar to step forward. This young lad has just reached the 30th level. Alas, my fate compels me to bring them here. The serpent granny's eyes twinkled with cunning as she stroked her silvery hair, a smile creeping onto her face. Brother Zhao, if that is the case, let us abide by the rules of the Soul Master community. Allow these two children to decide the ownership of the Soul Ring. What do you think? Just as Zhao Wujie was about to respond, he sensed two formidable presences approaching from the depths of the forest. The serpent granny noticed second and quickly released her soul ring, shielding her granddaughter Meng Iran behind her. Little monsters, be cautious, Zhao Wujie bellowed, summoning his powerful golden bear martial soul to protect the Shrek 7, ready for confrontation. According to his perception, these two potent auras belonged to soul emperors. What is your opinion, Brother Zhao? Xiao Tianxiang inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Wujie replied, Elder, let us first safeguard our children. If my guess is correct, at least one of those entities is a 10,000-year soul beast. A 10,000-year soul beast. Xiao Tianxiang gasped, her wrinkled face growing serious. A 10,000-year soul beast is a force beyond the typical soul emperor. Even she, with her less than optimal soul ring configuration, would find it challenging to contend with such a being without utilizing her martial soul's true form. Moments later, the emerald spirit lizard roared as it burst forth before them, its left leg and back still oozing blood from its wounds. What kind of soul beast is this? Qiao Tianxiang, Zhao Wujia, and the others instinctively dodged, shielding their children behind them, their expressions grave. With its emerald scales and barbed tail, Tang Xin pondered for a moment, recalling the knowledge of soul beasts imparted by Yu Shaojiang. He spoke up, Teacher Zhao, Elder Chao, this is a 10,000-year spatial soul beast, the emerald spirit lizard. Spatial type? Tang San, you seem to know more than us old-timers, Zhao Wujia remarked in astonishment. Tang Xin smiled and replied, these are lessons from my teacher. Teacher Zhao? It appears that this emerald spirit lizard has been injured in a battle with another powerful soul beast. We must resolve this swiftly, should its opponent arrive. We may face even greater trouble. Zhao Wujia nodded, placing his trust in his students. Qiao Tianxiang glanced at Tang San in surprise, contemplating. Who could this boy's master be to possess such knowledge of such rare soul beasts? Is he perhaps even more formidable than my own husband, a title Douluo? If so, it would be truly astonishing. With that thought, her attitude towards Tang San shifted, and she addressed Zhao Wujia, Brother Zhao, let us first deal with this predicament. Zhao Wujia nodded, and just as the two were about to engage, a familiar furious shout echoed from behind the emerald spirit lizard. You oversized lizard, you shall not escape. A purple figure soared through the air, its hands crackling with violet arcs of electricity, hurtling towards the emerald spirit lizard. This time, the Shrek team recognized the figure. It was none other than Luoya. Luoya! Zhao Wujia exclaimed in astonishment. Luoya's attack speed was remarkably swift, striking the emerald spirit lizard in an instant. The creature shuddered momentarily as its scales cracked open, and torrents of crimson blood gushed forth. The emerald spirit lizard let out a mournful cry, the agony from its shattered spine proving unbearable, and it ultimately collapsed, a pitch-black soul ring slowly forming and hovering in the air above it. The scene of a single blow taking down a millennium-old soul beast left everyone astounded once more. Zhao, who is this young friend? Qian inquired, her expression a mixture of uncertainty and intrigue. She sensed that the young man's cultivation was likely at the pinnacle of soul master. Yet even an injured millennium soul beast would pose a considerable challenge for a soul master to defeat in one strike. Yet, the reality was that Luoya had dispatched the emerald spirit lizard with ease, appearing to have only expended considerable energy in doing so. Zhao Wujing awkwardly scratched his head and explained sheepishly, this Luoya is a disciple of our academy. He suffered severe injuries 2 days ago and was taken back by his family for treatment. It seems he has not only recovered but has also broken through to level 40. Upon hearing this, both Qian and her granddaughter Mahongjun were left in stunned disbelief. Is he truly your student? Zhao Wujing nodded vigorously. Such exceptional talent for cultivation. To have advanced to level 40 so swiftly. Qian's face brimmed with envy, secretly lamenting. How wonderful it would be if such a promising talent belonged to my own family. At that moment, Luoya noticed the group below and, recognizing the familiar scene, couldn't help but twitch his lips. Zhao, what a coincidence. Who has broken through to level 30? Initially thinking he would not encounter Shrek after entering the forest, he was surprised that the emerald spirit lizard had come this way. Oh, it's little Ao, Zhao Wujing chuckled, then turned to Luoya, asking, have you fully recovered? Yes. I am completely healed, Luoya affirmed with a nod and a smile. That's good to hear. Standing at the back, Ning Rongrong looked at Luoya with a complex expression, sighing inwardly and muttering to herself. I hope what he wrote in the letter is true. Otherwise, the 7-treasure glazed tile school will indeed face calamity. Hey, Ning Rongrong. Luoya noticed her seemingly anxious demeanor and chuckled lightly. What are you thinking? Do you believe I, Luoya, am the type to hold grudges? Ning Rongrong bit her lip and slightly inclined her head. I apologize, but the other night, stop. Luoya waved his hand, glancing at the snake matriarch and her granddaughter, stating coolly, let your grandfather speak for himself. You should know that the forces behind me are not as accommodating as I am. Upon hearing this, both Qian and Mahongjun were taken aback, utterly unprepared for the revelation that this seemingly youthful lad possessed such formidable backing. Chapter 53. The Titan Giant Ape approaches little Luoya. Did you capture the emerald spirit lizard? Just as Luoya engaged in conversation with the others, a ghostly figure silently appeared before them, its dark eyes scanning the surroundings. Yes, Luoya nodded. Good, then these people. The ghostly figure's eyes flickered with curiosity as it looked at Luoya. Oh, these are my classmates and teachers from the academy, Luoya replied, gesturing towards Qian and Mahongjun. These two are the snake matriarch of the legendary dragon serpent and her granddaughter. It's you. The Shrek 7 instinctively recoiled upon seeing the ghostly figure, especially Tang San, Daimubai, and Mahongjun, whose eyes were filled with terror, vividly recalling the moment they were sent flying by the ghostly figures strike the previous night. The events of yesterday had left a profound impression on them, and without the capability to defend themselves, they dared not provoke trouble any further. "Oh, you little rascals," the ghostly figure remarked with an eerie smile, observing their reactions. Elder Ghost, do you know Tang San and the others?" Loya inquired with a feigned look of confusion. "Know them? How could I not? Last night, these little rascals were causing mischief right under my nose, even daring to provoke a tidal Douluo of the Spirit Hall." The ghostly figure replied, casting a knowing glance at Loya. "Ahem, esteemed elder, we acknowledge our mistakes. We have already learned our lesson," Mahongjun quickly apologized. TSK. "You audacious fools. While I was resting last night, you dared to offend Elder Ghost. One must admit, you possess quite the audacity." Loya shook his head, expressing his astonishment. Loya, brother Oscar." From the back, Oscar looked at Loya with an awkward expression. Although Mahongjun and his companions had indeed acted somewhat recklessly, they felt they had not crossed any significant lines, clinging to a flicker of hope that Loya might intercede on their behalf. Offending a tidal Douluo of the Spirit Hall was certainly not a trivial affair. "All right, little Ao. Elder Ghost is not the type to hold grudges. You all should have learned your lesson and know how to conduct yourselves in the future," Loya reassured while patting Oscar's shoulder in a brotherly manner. "We understand, brother Loya." Oscar nodded gratefully at Loya. "Well then, you all go about your business. I shall proceed to absorb the soul ring." "Elder Ghost, let us depart," Loya said. Using his soul force to lift the Millennium Soul Ring formed from the deceased Emerald Spirit Lizard, signaling for the ghostly figure to follow. The ghostly figure offered no further words and accompanied Loya as they left. "Zhao Wujing, is this child truly your student?" The snake matriarch, Xiang, having regained her composure, asked incredulously while watching Loya and the ghostly figure depart. "Indeed, but this child came to the forest with his family elders, so he is not with us," Zhao Wujing explained with a smile. "Not only does he hail from the Spirit Hall, but he has also already surpassed level 50 at such a young age. His talent is truly astonishing." "Ahem, it's not as exaggerated as that. Little Loya has merely reached level 40, Zhao Wujing modestly waved his hand. "What? Level 40? Then why would he choose to absorb a Millennium Soul Ring?" That elder just now did not intervene. "Esteemed elder, you are unaware of my student's talent. However, this is his cultivation privacy, and as his teacher, I cannot divulge it," Zhao Wujing replied, shaking his head with a smile. "Hee, indeed." The snake matriarch chose not to pursue the matter further and redirected the conversation. "Now, let us return to discussing the phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake. Of course." On the other side of the forest, Loya sat cross-legged in the air, the Millennium Soul Ring of the Emerald Spirit Lizard hovering above his head. Threads of black light entering his body, Loya emanated powerful fluctuations of soul force, causing his martial soul to activate automatically. The ethereal figure of Gliza behind him shifted continuously, as wisps of pale blue energy flowed steadily into his being. Absorbing a soul ring of 40,000 years posed no apparent challenge. This child always managed to surprise those around him. The specter inspected Loya's condition, nodding in satisfaction. After an hour, the soul ring of the Emerald Spirit Lizard was finally assimilated in its entirety, and Gliza's spectral form returned to reside within him. Boom! Loya abruptly opened his eyes, and a radiant beam of purplish golden light burst forth from his gaze. With a deep exhalation, Loya rose to his feet, a look of exhilaration gracing his countenance. "Well done, Xiaoluo," the specter remarked as he stepped forward, giving Loya's shoulder an encouraging pat. Loya smiled and nodded, his mind stirring as he unleashed his martial soul. For soul rings emerging from beneath his feet, one yellow, two purple, and one black. "Oh, the ethereal form of your martial soul seems to have grown slightly," Guei observed, a glimmer of astonishment flashing in his eyes. "What about your fourth soul skill?" "Indeed, my fourth soul skill is named Spatial Transfer. I can teleport within a range of 200 meters at will. Apart from transporting myself, I can also transfer other individuals, objects, or soul beasts, as long as they do not exceed this distance," Loya replied with a nod, pride evident in his expression as he spoke of the prowess of his newfound soul skill. "Remarkable. It serves not only as a means of self-preservation but also as a skill for capturing foes and saving lives," Guei remarked, slightly taken aback. The spatial abilities of the Emerald Spirit Lizard could originally only transport itself, yet upon your inheritance, it can now also relocate other entities. Truly extraordinary. Hee, Elder Gue. Allow me to demonstrate right now, Loya said, glancing around before finally fixing his gaze upon a towering tree, standing 100 meters high. The fourth soul ring shimmered brilliantly as Loya raised his hand and grasped at the air towards the great tree. Fourth soul skill, spatial transfer. With a hum, the air began to warp, and a colorless vortex swiftly engulfed the towering tree, uprooting it entirely. With a swift motion of his left arm, Luoya summoned a colorless vortex that materialized high above the ground, 100 meters in the air. It hurled the colossal tree, which had been previously devoured, back down to the earth. Thud. The tree crashed onto the ground, shattering into several sections upon impact. Fragments of splintered branches, withered leaves, and debris scattered everywhere, littering the ground. A glimmer of astonishment crossed the ghostly spectre's eyes as he chuckled with a mix of delight and self-deprecation. It seems that in the future, the title of the continent's foremost agile attack type, title Douluo, may very well be snatched away by you, young lad. Haha, not at all. In the future, I shall remain the continent's strongest assault type, Luoya declared unabashedly, an unmistakable pride radiating from his countenance. Hee, the ghostly spectre chuckled lightly, glancing at the sky, which had transitioned into evening. Let us rest in the forest for the night. Tomorrow, we shall fly back to the spirit hall at the swiftest pace. Agreed. Loya nodded slightly, contemplating the situation in her heart. According to the original plot, the Titan giant ape was destined to appear tonight. Its aura would undoubtedly stir their senses, allowing them to trace the precise location of the Star Lake, thus enabling them to report the intelligence of the two great soul beasts to their teacher. Moreover, she could also attempt to seize Tang San's 8 spider lance's soul bone. After all, the Star Doe forest was vast, and the humanoid demonic spiders were indistinguishable. Finding a 2,000-year-old demonic spider that could yield a soul bone or even an external soul bone was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. If all else failed, she would simply have to wait for another opportunity to extract it later, perhaps to aid Gliza in recovering. Meanwhile, the Shrek team had gathered, and Oscar had successfully acquired his 3rd soul ring. Tang San, too, had reached a breakthrough to the 30th level during his battle with Meng Yiran, prompting Zhao Wujie to remain behind to help him hunt for a 1,000-year soul ring. As night fell, it was time for rest. Fire could not be lit within the Star Doe forest. Although most soul beasts feared flames, a small fraction reveled in them, and among these were often lethal entities. As the teacher, Zhao Wujie naturally took on the responsibility of keeping watch. He sighed, reminiscing about the days when even in the outskirts of the forest, 1,000-year soul beasts were commonplace. Now, whether they had retreated deeper into the woods or for other reasons remained a mystery. Tang San shook his head and remarked, regardless of the cause, it is a result of our own actions. A soul master's journey from novice to formidable power takes only a few decades. To be truly powerful, one requires at least 6 soul rings. The cultivation of soul beasts is far more arduous than that of humans. Despite their numbers, the relentless slaying will only diminish their ranks. Years hence, the profession of soul master may find itself in a dire predicament, facing a scarcity of soul rings. Zhao Wujie nodded in agreement. Indeed, but this is beyond our control. At most, we can only strive to prevent excessive slaughter. Teacher Zhao, Tang San began, but suddenly, both sensed an overwhelming aura swiftly approaching. Everyone, be on high alert. Zhao Wujie's voice turned grave. A thunderous roar reverberated through the forest, causing the faces of the Shrek members to pale, save for Xiao Wu, whose expression was complex. As Zhao Wujie gazed intently, 2 towering trees parted, revealing a colossal silhouette emerging silently. Upon sighting this behemoth, every breath seemed to halt. It was an entity akin to a mountain, its dark fur glistening faintly under the starlit sky. Though it crouched, its shoulders exceeded 7 meters in height. This creature bore resemblance to both an ape and a gorilla, its body entirely black save for its lantern-sized eyes that sparkled like yellow gems. Its physique was astonishingly robust, every muscle more formidable than granite, resembling small hills protruding from its form. It was the king of the forest, the Titan giant ape. Even the usually composed Tang San's voice wavered. The Titan giant ape not only possessed immense strength but also intellect comparable to that of humans. Within the forest, it was the undisputed sovereign. Neither Tang San nor Zhao Wujie could fathom why this king of soul beasts, which should reside deep within the core of the Star Doe forest, had appeared here. Respected king of the forest, we mean no offense. If this is your territory, we shall withdraw immediately, Zhao Wujie spoke solemnly, aware that the Titan giant ape could comprehend human speech. However, his mind raced, fixating on 3 words, what to do. From a distance, atop a large tree, Loya and Gue Mei concealed themselves, quietly observing the unfolding scene. Little Loya, this is a perilous creature. We should leave swiftly, Gue Mei urged, his face etched with concern. If Yuguan were present, the two could potentially contend with the Titan giant ape, perhaps even capture it, but now he was alone, tasked with ensuring Loya's safety. The consequences of being discovered by the Titan giant ape were unimaginable. Do not worry, Elder Gue, Loya reassured, waving her hand with a smile. Are you not curious as to why the Titan giant ape, as the king of the forest, has appeared at the forest's edge? Are you referring to that rabbit? Gue Mei exclaimed, suddenly enlightened as he glanced at Xiao Wu. Precisely, Loya affirmed, continuing, the Titan giant ape likely intends to take her away. And we merely need to wait for the opportune moment. Gue Mei's gaze towards Xiao Wu intensified. He had not anticipated that she could attract the Titan giant ape's attention. This was indeed a rare opportunity. Fear not, I shall seize the rabbit amidst the chaos, Gue Mei declared, excitement evident in his voice. Elder Gue, patience is key. Once the Titan giant ape has succeeded, we need only follow it to discover its hiding place, Loya cautioned, signaling Gue Mei to remain calm. Their hiding place? Gue Mei queried, puzzled. Loya nodded and said, you must be aware that within this vast Douluo forest, there exists more than just the Titan giant ape. A soul beast of 100,000 years, correct? Gue Mei paused momentarily, then, with a slap to his thigh, exclaimed, are you suggesting that by following it, we might discover the Azure Bull Python? Precisely, Loya affirmed with a nod. Although your strength is formidable, capturing something so fiercely protected by 100,000-year soul beast poses considerable difficulty. Therefore, let us adopt a secondary approach, first locating their hiding place. There will be ample opportunities in the future. Although Luo Yu was aware of the existence of the Star Lake within the forest, he was uncertain of its precise coordinates. In the original narrative, the Spirit Hall dispatched 30 soul saints and 2 titled Douluos to hunt down Xiao Wu, and even after several days, they only managed to locate the Star Lake. Thus, the present moment presented a splendid opportunity. Haha, you were quite clever, Ghost remarked with a smile, acknowledging Luo Yu's insights. Alone, he could not hope to subdue the Titan giant ape. Even if he managed to seize Xiao Wu from its grasp, it would require an immense effort. Therefore, it was wiser to heed Luo Yu's counsel, to ascertain the exact locations of the 200,000-year soul beasts, then return to report to His Holiness the Pope, and subsequently mobilize the other elders of the Spirit Hall to capture them all at once. While the two conversed, the battle between the Titan giant ape and the Shrek group was nearing its climax. Don't let Xiao Wu go. As Xiao Wu fell into the clutches of the Titan giant ape, Tang San's eyes turned crimson. His heart plummeted. With the Titan giant ape's might, a mere squeeze would surely spell doom for Xiao Wu. Zhao Wujie finally landed, witnessing the scene of Xiao Wu ensnared by the Titan giant ape. Letting out a furious roar, his 7th soul ring erupted in a deep black explosion. Intense black light enveloped Zhao Wujie entirely. The true form of his martial spirit. His brownish-yellow fur transformed, radiating a brilliant golden hue as Zhao Wujie, now resembling a giant bear, charged without hesitation towards the Titan giant ape's hand gripping Xiao Wu. At that moment, the Titan giant ape merely stood upright, swinging its other enormous fist to collide with Zhao Wujie's body. Boom! Employing his martial spirit's true form, Zhao Wujie barely withstood the impact of the Titan giant ape's fist. He was not sent flying this time, yet the disparity in strength was still overwhelmingly vast. Amidst the thunderous clash, Zhao Wujie staggered back 7 or 8 steps before regaining his footing, while the Titan giant ape remained unfazed, unleashing another roar before leaping into the air and disappearing into the woods 100 meters away. Now's our chance, Elder Ghost, let us pursue. Seeing the Titan giant ape succeed, Luo Yu wasted no time. His martial spirit instantly manifested as he soared into action. Good, Ghost replied, his body leaping into the air, transforming into a wisp of black mist as he followed the direction the Titan giant ape had taken. The duo, 1 elder and 1 youth, flew swiftly, their figures vanishing almost instantaneously, leaving behind only subtle ripples in the air and the sound of rushing wind. Having broken through the 4th ring, Luo Yu's speed rivaled that of a soul emperor specializing in agility, and with the aid of spatial power, it was no challenge to keep pace with Ghost. Their forms darted through the dense foliage, swiftly catching up to the Titan giant ape, stealthily trailing behind it. The Titan giant ape raced through the forest, seemingly familiar with the terrain of the Douluo Great Forest, undeterred by any obstacles in its path. Its massive form exhibited astonishing agility, each leap covering 100 meters with ease. At this moment, Xiao was no longer held in its enormous hand. Instead, She sat upon the Titan giant ape's broad shoulder, her face etched with concern as she frequently glanced back toward the direction from which they came. Erming. It must be here. I need to hurry back. Erming, you shouldn't have come looking for me. Upon hearing Xiao Wu's words, the Titan giant ape astonishingly halted, allowing her to descend from its shoulder. It shook its head, its eyes revealing a look of innocence. Brother is hurt. You took me away. And he must be very worried. Erming, you shouldn't have acted rashly. Xiao Wu murmured with anxiety. Next time you see me, you must observe carefully first. You cannot hurt my friends again. The Titan giant ape nodded gently, its eyes filled with concern for Xiao Wu. Damn it, why has this behemoth stopped? Ghost figure came to an abrupt halt, concealed in the shadows. Loya emerged from the spatial vortex, landing calmly beside the specter. Do not be hasty, Elder Gue. Our objective has been accomplished. Look, Loya smiled, gesturing towards the forest behind the Titan giant ape. The specter utilized its mental prowess to probe the woods, soon uncovering a radiant lake beyond, its waters crystal clear and emerald green, rippling gently. Is that the Star Lake, the hiding place of the azure bull python you mentioned? The specter inquired, furrowing its brow. Indeed, Loya nodded. The rabbit is beyond our reach now, but we have discerned the habitats of 200,000-year soul beasts. Let us hurry back, otherwise, our teacher will surely be anxious. Agreed, the specter responded. In that case, let us promptly return to report to His Holiness the Pope. Chapter 55. Conspiracy Gue Mei, can what you say be trusted? Bibi Dong rose from her papal throne, her expression tinged with excitement. Yes, Your Holiness. We have located the rabbit that escaped, and the lairs of the Titan giant ape and the azure bull python were also discovered by young Loya, the specter reported respectfully. Excellent news indeed. Bibi Dong waved her hand in approval, her gaze towards Loya, growing ever more appreciative. Young Loya, you are remarkably astute. You have achieved a significant feat. By the way, have you secured your 4th spirit ring? What is its level? Teacher, it was quite successful. My 4th spirit ring is a 4,000-year-old emerald spirit lizard. Loya replied with a slight bow, a smile gracing his face. Wonderful. You have once again successfully absorbed a spirit ring beyond your level. A subtle smile appeared on Bibi Dong's otherwise stern visage. Your expedition to the Stardoe Forest has indeed yielded dual benefits. Splendid work. Thank you for your praise. Your Holiness, the specter smiled. The discovery of the 200,000-year soul beast's lairs was entirely due to young Loya's strategy. I merely fulfilled my duty. Very well. Elder Gue, you may take your leave. Bibi Dong nodded and waved her hand. Yes, Your Holiness, the specter responded and withdrew. In the Pope's chamber, only the master and disciple remained. Bibi Dong stepped forward, instantly appearing before Loya, gently ruffling his hair. Good child, you are destined for greatness. I believe that in 20 years, you shall become the 3rd limit Douluo of our spirit hall. Yes, teacher, I shall not disappoint your expectations, Loya replied, lowering his head. Now that you have returned, let us discuss the events of a few days ago. Bibi Dong resumed her seat on the papal throne. Certainly, teacher. Loya nodded and recounted the occurrences at Shrek Academy, detailing how he nearly lost control of his spirit, the battle with the Bone Douluo, and how Yuguan arrived just in time, culminating in his recovery in Heaven Do City, without omitting any details. I see. It seems I have overlooked the profound impact a spirit can have on a soul master. Your loss of control must have been prompted by that little girl from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School's provocations, Bibi Dong mused, tapping her fingers on the table. Indeed, Elder Ju mentioned the same to me, Loya affirmed. Huh. Regardless, that insolent girl cannot invoke the title Douluo's authority to bully the young, especially since you are a disciple of this sovereign. Bibi Dong's voice brimmed with indignation. Had it not been for your prudent advice in your letter, I would have personally visited the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Teacher, I have already stated that I have my own plans regarding the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. A slight smirk curled at the corners of Loya's mouth. He was well prepared. Oh, you have a solution? Pray, share it with me, Bibi Dong inquired with keen interest. Teacher, first allow me to show you something. Loya produced a gleaming silver blade from his pocket, emanating a faint ripple of soul power. What is this? Bibi Dong questioned. Her curiosity piqued. It appears to be a soul tool, though aren't soul tools typically used for storage and decoration? This is a silver wing, though for now. I shall refer to it as silver feather, Loya declared, gripping the blade and aiming it at a wall of the Pope's chamber. Teacher, do watch closely. Whoosh. Bang. The silver feather effortlessly penetrated the wall, leaving behind a nearly flawless incision, while Loya summoned it back to his hand using spatial soul power, gazing at Bibi Dong with anticipation. Indeed, Bibi Dong stepped forward to gently touch the cut made by the silver feather, unable to suppress her admiration. So sharp. And there are not even cracks around it. Young Loya, did you craft this? No, Loya shook his head, having devised an explanation. Teacher, you should recall Gingxin City, yes? During my previous journey, I fortuitously acquired a blueprint for the Silver Wing. I then won some money at the Soul Arena and requested Elder Ju to commission some master blacksmiths to forge it. I never expected you mean this weapon was crafted by those blacksmiths? Bibi Dong expressed her astonishment. Luoya pondered for a moment before handing the silver feather to Bibi Dong, inquiring, Master, are you unaware of this? Or is it possible that someone has failed to report it? Upon hearing Luoya's inquiry, Bibi Dong instantly sensed an underlying implication in his words, and a flicker of coldness crossed her beautiful eyes. Summon Cardinal Myers of Gengxin City to the Papal Palace within a fortnight. She commanded. As you wish, replied the knight guarding the entrance, promptly acknowledging her request. Soon, both master and disciple were greeted by the sound of warhorses neighing. Bibi Dong, toying with the silver feather in her hand, resumed her seat upon the papal throne, her voice taking on a somewhat frigid tone. Xiao Luo, should this matter escalate upon investigation, I hope you will handle it well, as it will lay a solid foundation for your future. I understand, master. Luoya replied earnestly before departing the papal palace. After watching Luoya's departure, a dark mark upon Bibi Dong's forehead suddenly illuminated, causing her to feel a wave of dizziness, which she forcefully suppressed. Rascal, return. He is indeed a remarkable child. You seem quite concerned about him? None of your business. Very well. At Shrek Academy, Flinders stood on a balcony, his gaze fixed intently on Yu Xiaojiang as he trained his students, nodding in approval. It appears that Xiaojiang possesses considerable talent in this regard. Indeed, Director, Zhao Wujie remarked with a smile. Despite his lower soul power, his teaching ability is commendable. Flinder turned to Zhao Wujie, patting him on the shoulder with a grin. Wujie, Xiaojiang is an old friend of mine. We've known each other for over a decade. And I never realized he had such exceptional educational skills. Zhao Wujie nodded before inquiring, by the way, has Luoya not returned yet? He mentioned in his letter that he would be back within 10 days. Today marks the 7th day, so he should be arriving soon, Flinder replied. At that moment, as the two conversed, a voice suddenly reached Flinder's ears. Director, old Zhao? Upon hearing this voice, both Flinder and Zhao Wujie turned to the entrance of the academy. Their eyes filled with astonishment at the sight of a figure clad in purple. Loya's speed was astonishing, as he instantaneously appeared before the two, offering a slight bow. How swift! This thought echoed in the minds of Flanders and Zhao Wujie, their expressions brimming with astonishment. Flanders chuckled, inviting Loya to take a seat. Ah, Loya. You have finally returned. I hear you have ascended to the Soul Zone rank? Indeed, the 4th ring after 40,000 years, Loya replied with calm composure. Another leap in soul ranks. Flanders nodded in appreciation, then continued, Loya, Xiao Ao, and the others are already in class. Allow me to escort you down and introduce you to someone. Very well, Loya agreed, though inwardly he mused. So, that Yuxia Gang has indeed arrived? Chapter 56. The return. The two made their way to the Academy's playground, where they could faintly hear the conversation between Yuxia Gang and the Shrek 7 monsters. Luo, you're back. Oscar, initially perturbed by Yuxia Gang's reprimand, brightened at Loya's arrival and rushed to his side, clasping his hand. Ah, you've also advanced to Soul Zone. Well done, Loya said, smiling as he patted Oscar's shoulder. Loya, you've returned so swiftly. The remaining 6 greeted Loya with cheerful smiles. Hee, Xiao Gang, this is the Loya I mentioned to you. What do you think? Quite impressive, isn't he? Flanders remarked with a note of pride in his eyes. Loya slightly tilted her head, her gaze landing directly upon Yu Xiaojiang. It was their first encounter. Loya scrutinized Yu Xiaojiang for a moment. He possessed an average build, appearing somewhat slender, and seemed to be in his 40s or 50s. With short black hair and an unremarkable appearance, he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his eyes oscillating between a sense of languor and despondency. As Yu Xiaojiang met Loya's eyes, he felt as though he were enveloped in an abyss, confronted by a pair of immense, amethyst-hued eyes that fixated upon him intently. Loya observed Yu Xiaojiang's reaction, a flicker of intrigue ignited within him, and a subtle, meaningful smile graced his lips. Flandra and the others noticed the change in Yu Xiaojiang, casting curious glances at Loya before turning their attention back to him. Xiaojiang, what is wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Flandra inquired with genuine concern. It's nothing, Flandra, Yu Xiaojing replied, quickly shaking his head to dispel any worries. Flandra shot a puzzled look at Dai Wei, but refrained from probing further, instead addressing Loya. Xiaojing is an old friend of mine, and he also happens to be Tang San's mentor. You may refer to him as master. Indeed. Loya nodded slightly, his gaze now fixed on Yu Xiaojing. Dai Wei, greetings. Upon hearing this, Dai Wei felt an inexplicable flutter in his heart, an odd sensation he couldn't quite articulate. His breath quickened, as if the surrounding air had constricted around him, and he felt a tinge of nervousness. Greetings, Loya. I am Tang San's mentor and will be your special training instructor, Dai Wei managed to say, suppressing his unaccountable anxiety and speaking slowly. Oh, special training instructor? Loya regarded Yu Xiaojing with keen interest, seemingly trying to decipher something from Dai Wei's expression. Indeed, as the special training instructor, I will primarily oversee your training. Dai Wei replied calmly. Splendid. Pray tell, what kind of special training do you have in mind for us? Loya inquired, his eyes narrowing slightly. Dai Wei, noticing Loya's gaze, felt an unusual sensation rise within him. That look was oddly familiar. However, he quickly shook his head, casting aside his distractions, and continued. This special training will focus on soul power. I am already acquainted with the circumstances of Tang San and his companions. We had a day of special training yesterday. As for you, I still need to understand your capabilities better, so I hope you will compete against them. Very well, Loya responded, glancing at the Shrek 7. A confident smile playing on his lips. Who will step forward first? The 7 exchanged glances, and apart from Tang San, they instinctively took a step back. What are you joking about? A one-on-one duel with Loya? That would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. What is this? Dai Wei looked at the Shrek 7 with a mix of disappointment and exasperation. You are all exceptional beings. Do you lack the courage to face a single opponent? If you're so capable, why don't you step up? Damu Bai and Mahongjun thought simultaneously, their frustration evident. Dai Wei, witnessing their reluctance, felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. Teacher, could we perhaps all fight together? Tang San stepped forward, raising his hand with a hint of resignation. What? All 7 at once? Dai Wei was taken aback, then scoffed. Little San, are you backing down too? A control system Soul Master is the strongest at the same rank in one-on-one combat. I advanced to Soul Master 3 days ago, Loya said nonchalantly, his tone remaining indifferent. What? Dai Wei exclaimed, staring incredulously at Loya. Are you really only 15? Does the dean have any reason to deceive you? Loya remarked, rolling his eyes dismissively before turning to the 7. So shall we begin? Would you like to fight together? All right, since you insist, let us commence. Dai Wei understood that Loya was not being arrogant. However, he firmly believed his disciple Tang San could triumph over him. Wait a moment, Loya. Could you refrain from using that technique? Mahongjun asked cautiously, a hint of trepidation in his voice. Very well, I shall grant you a taste of battle experience. Loya replied with a light chuckle, fully aware that Mahongjun was referring to the void body technique. To Yu Xiaojing, this scene felt unsettling, though he couldn't quite articulate why. Moments later, the 7 positioned themselves in formation, while Loya stood alone before them, a faint golden-purple glow radiating from his eyes. Are you prepared? Loya casually inquired, observing the 7. Let us go, brothers. Unleash your martial spirits, Dai Mubai shouted. And the Shrek 7 activated their martial spirits at lightning speed, their expressions grave as they regarded Loya as a formidable adversary. Come forth. Loya disregarded their apprehensive gazes, a golden-purple aura enveloping him as his Gliza martial spirit manifested, lifting him slightly off the ground, while 4 soul rings, 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, hovered around him. What? Dai Wei's eyes widened in astonishment. This is impossible. Oh, Xiaojing, I told you back then, yet you didn't believe it. Now you see it with your own eyes, don't you? Flandra, standing beside him, shook his head slightly, a smile on his lips. Yu Xiaojing cast a glance at Flandra, ignoring his words, his mind reeling with shock as he murmured to himself, I don't believe it. Impossible. My theories cannot be flawed. Xiaojing, stay calm. Flandra's heart sank upon witnessing Yu Xiaojing's reaction, his worry intensifying. No, it's fine, Flandra. Let me think. Yu Xiaojing took a deep breath, regarding Loya with a contemplative expression. 2 consecutive soul rings that transcend ranks. Could he be a twin martial spirit? If not, then he is indeed a monster among monsters. Dai Wei exhibited a barely perceptible smile. If I could recruit this individual as a disciple, my reputation would surely shine. Yu Xiaojing secretly rejoiced, casting a fervent gaze at the suspended Luoya, his determination solidified to take him as a student. His own disciple, Tang San, already possessed a twin martial spirit. If he could acquire another, once they were cultivated into talented individuals, he would no longer be regarded as a worthless failure in the eyes of the world, for I, Dai Wei Yu Xiaojing, would have two disciples of tidal Doa caliber. Sensing Dai Wei's gaze, Luoya slightly turned his head, revealing a hint of disdain. Xiaojing, later on, I shall enlighten you on the principles of material reality. In the arena, facing Luoya, who had the cultivation of a four-ringed soul master, the seven were cautious. Almost instantaneously, Tang San unleashed his soul skill, as blue-silver grass erupted from beneath Luoya, ensnaring his right leg. Prevent him from ascending. Tang San shouted urgently. Hearing Tang San's call, the other six quickly released their soul skills, but Luoya had already detected the presence of the blue-silver grass. He raised his left palm and struck down upon the grass binding his leg, which shattered under the force of his formidable attack. Simultaneously, Dai Mubai's white tiger radiance wave and Mahongjun's phoenix flame followed closely, while Zhu Zhuqing had already appeared behind Luoya, her purple claws poised to strike at his neck. Excellent tactics, Luoya smirked, his body vanishing in an instant as the attacks of Tang San and the others fell short, grasping only at a fleeting shadow. As Tang San frantically sought Luoya's whereabouts, a gust of wind suddenly rushed towards him, compelling him to instinctively retreat. He thrust his palm forward, aiming to counter. With a resounding thud, Tang San's arm went numb, and he was flung backward several meters, rolling on the ground multiple times before regaining his footing. Puffed. Tang San coughed up blood, unwilling to linger, for Luoya was already in pursuit, moving with a speed that left Dai Mubai and the others powerless to assist. Third brother. Hold on. Ning Rongrong activated the second soul ring of her seven treasures glazed tile, sending a blue light flying towards Tang San. Second, speed. The azure light surged swiftly into Tang San's body as he executed the ghost shadow perplexing steps, narrowly evading Luo Ya's fierce claw. Look here. Xiao Wu's beautiful eyes shimmered with a pink glow as her second spirit ability activated, propelling her toward Tang San. Don't look. Luo Ya remained unfazed, sneering coldly as his right palm radiated purple light, launching a spatial claw aimed at Xiao Wu. His own senior sister, Hu Liena, specialized in spiritual power, vastly surpassing Xiao Wu's charm. How dare this rogue rabbit attempt a mental assault on him, utterly lacking in self-awareness? Xiao Wu's expression shifted slightly. She was acutely aware of the formidable power behind Luo Ya's claw, powerful enough that even Dai Mubai and San Ge dared not engage recklessly. It was better for her to avoid direct confrontation. As her third spirit ring illuminated, Xiao Wu's figure vanished into thin air, causing Luo Ya's purple claw to strike nothing but air, crashing forward instead. Boom. The spatial claw Luo Ya unleashed cleaved a tree cleanly in half, splintering debris everywhere. Trying to escape? Luo Ya let out a cold snort, swiftly pursuing Xiao Wu while glancing at the approaching Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing. His second spirit ring glimmered, and two purple lights separated from his body, transforming into doppelgangers that intercepted Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing. With an increase in speed, Luo Ya appeared behind Xiao Wu in the blink of an eye, his left palm striking out, the spatial claw generating an invisible wave that instantly locked onto her. Not this again. Xiao Wu's complexion paled. She dared not withstand it head-on. Her third spirit ring flashed once more as she attempted to teleport away. However, Luo Ya had already anticipated her move, shifting to block her path, and a claw locked firmly around her neck, spatial soul power immobilizing her in place. Panic coursed through Xiao Wu as she struggled fiercely for a time, only to discover that even her teleportation ability had become ineffective. Xiao Wu. Tang San roared in fury upon witnessing the scene, gritting his teeth as he shot forth, his target not Luo Ya, but the Xiao Wu suspended in his grasp. You've taken the bait. Luo Ya noted the four encroaching upon him with a cold smile, waving his right hand to summon back the doppelgangers that had blocked Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing. Sengu now. Oscar swiftly crafted a restorative sausage and tossed it to Tang San. Catching the sausage, Tang San swallowed it whole, immediately feeling a significant recovery in his body. A warm current flowing down his throat into his abdomen, replenishing his expended soul power. Grateful, he glanced at Oscar before fixing his furious gaze upon Luo Ya. Everyone, ascend. Tang San commanded loudly. Sengu, this deviates from our previous strategy, Mahongjun remarked, gazing at the flying mushroom sausage Oscar had prepared. No time for chatter. We must rise. Luo Ya's strength is formidable, We must adapt our tactics, Tang Sen urged, his eyes never leaving Xiao Wu, who remained ensnared midair by Luo Ye. Oh. With no alternative, Mahongjun complied, swallowing the mushroom sausage, translucent wings sprouting from his back as he soared into the sky. Rong Rong, boost my speed. Fatty Dilaoda. Provide aerial cover. Tang San instructed as he ascended rapidly. San Ge, what about you? Zhu Shiqing inquired. I must rescue Xiao Wu. Tang San's eyes remained fixed on her suspended form as he surged toward Luo Ye. Tang San, your arrogance will be your downfall. Luo Ye scoffed, vanishing once more, leaving two doppelgangers to guard Xiao Wu while his true self appeared before Tang San. Void thunder. Luo Ye bellowed, gathering a sphere of purple lightning in his left palm, the fierce wind of his punch propelling the purple arcs toward Tang San. Tang San was taken aback, instantly recognizing the terrifying power contained in Luo Ye's strike. His third spirit ring erupted, unleashing a purple light that transformed into a vast net, enveloping him and blocking Luo Ye's purple lightning. Boom. An explosive sound echoed as Tang San plummeted to the ground, blood streaking down both arms. The third spirit ability barely held against the onslaught. Tang San felt a numbing sensation in his arms, forcing a bitter smile. Humph. Luo Ye coldly snorted, refraining from pursuing Tang San any further. Sensing that Dai Mubai and the others were on the verge of breaching the doppelganger's blockade, they could not be allowed to rescue Xiao Wu. She was a hard-won bait, not something he could easily relinquish. Luo Ye turned his gaze to the rear, where the fourth eternal soul ring faintly glimmered, with a swift motion of his right hand. The space before him bizarrely warped. Get out of the way. Tang San, disregarding his own injuries, raised his voice and shouted urgently to Dai Mubai and the others. Luo Ye's third soul skill is already immensely formidable. If his fourth soul skill were to strike Dai Mubai and the others, the consequences would be dire. It is Luo Ye's fourth soul skill. Retreat quickly. Dai Mubai was the first to hear and react, swiftly grabbing the defenseless Oscar and Ning Rong Rong, darting away into the distance. However, their judgment was flawed. A hum resonated as ripples of space emerged, and a colorless vortex instantaneously engulfed the recently freed Xiao Wu, drawing her in. Xiao Wu felt a chill around her neck as Luo Ye seized her, his grasp tightening around her delicate throat, rendering her breathless. Luo Ye. Release Xiao Wu. Tang San roared in a fit of rage, his eyes ablaze with fury. He realized he had misjudged. Luo Ye's fourth soul skill was not an offensive one, and now, with Xiao Wu unable to be rescued, their strategy had been thrown into disarray. With soul power surging through him, he unleashed several beams of cold light with a flick of his hands, disregarding Yu Xiaojiang's warnings, hurling his hidden weapons at Luo Ye without restraint. Humph. A hint of disdain curled at the corners of Luo Ye's mouth as he raised his other hand and gently waved it before the void, conjuring a dark blue barrier that absorbed all of Tang San's projectiles, rebounding them with force. I have long proclaimed that hidden weapons are ineffective against me. Luo Ye sneered at Tang San, lifting his right fist as the surrounding space distorted, an invisible pressure enveloping the area. Here, take her back. With a single hand, he hurled Xiao Wu towards the ground, the air around his fist swirling violently as he lunged downward. Xiao Wu, seeing Luo Ye release her, Tang San hastily unleashed his blue-silver grass, attempting to catch Xiao Wu, but just as the tendrils wrapped around her waist, he sensed an ominous presence behind her, accompanied by an overwhelming surge of soul power, advancing at a steady pace. Tang San, if you do not save her, she will become a meat pie. If you do, then you shall bear the brunt of this punch. Luo Ye chuckled coldly in his heart, eager to witness Tang San's choice. His fist drew ever closer to Xiao Wu's back, and dread filled Tang San's eyes. Gritting his teeth, he pulled Xiao Wu back with all his might, shielding her behind him. At that moment, Luo Ye's fist was less than half a meter from his nose, the wind from the punch whistling in Tang San's ears, quickening his heartbeat. Defend. Tang San disregarded everything else, launching the 8 spider lances from his back to shield his head, while simultaneously ensnaring himself and Xiao Wu with the blue-silver grass. Bang! The blue-silver grass was instantly shredded by the distorted space, crashing into the 8 spider lances without hindrance, causing Tang San to feel a surge of blood rush to his head, his face burning with pain. Did you think relying on a soul bone could withstand this? Naive. A sinister smile crept across Luo Ye's face as he forcefully swung his right arm, coldly commanding, shatter. Bang! The 8 spider lances shattered upon impact. The agony from the broken soul bone surged into Tang San's mind, nearly eliciting a cry from him, yet he endured the excruciating pain, employing the ghost shadow perplexing step to evade the residual force of Luo Ye's punch. TSK, though resilient, you're still a bit poisonous. Luo Ye refrained from pursuing further. Observing the small cuts on his fingers from the 8 spider lances, revealing a dark brown liquid that made him frown slightly. This only solidified Luo Ye's resolve. If given the chance, he would extract this external soul bone from Tang San. Qian Renxue would surely have no use for such a soul bone. If Hu Liena desired it, he would gladly give it to her, and if neither wanted it, he would consume it himself. It was high time. Since Gliza's remaining soul had resided within him, he had not partaken of sustenance even once. Chapter 58. Taking a disciple, are you worthy? All right, it can cease now. Yu Xiaojiang sighed, bringing an end to this one-sided battle. Luo Ye's punch had shattered the 8 spider lances, leaving even him astonished. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it was true, although only the tips of the 8 spider legs were broken. The hardness of a soul bone is incomparable to ordinary steel, imbued with potent toxicity. Any ordinary soul master who came into contact would undoubtedly perish within a day. The fact that Luo Ye shattered it with a single punch speaks volumes of his terrifying offensive power. Upon hearing this, Luo Ye retracted his fist, channeling his soul power to forcefully expel the poison of the 8 spider lances. He glanced at Yu Xiaojiang and said indifferently, I have won. Indeed, you have triumphed. Yu Xiaojiang nodded, a stiff smile breaking across his face in admiration. He realized that Luo Ye's speed had reached an astonishing pinnacle, rivaling that of a soul king specializing in agility. Teacher, I am sorry for disappointing you. Tang San's voice was raspy, revealing the severity of his injuries. It is of no consequence. You have done your utmost, Yu Xiaojiang replied, shaking his head as he helped Tang San to his feet. The soul bone possesses self-recovery abilities. You merely need to rest well. Once you have recovered, train with your companions again. Your performance was indeed commendable. You are truly my student, and exceptional. Teacher, you flatter me. This is all due to your excellent teaching, Tang San humbly responded. You are already remarkable. There is no need for modesty. Yu Xiaojiang said with a smile, gently ruffling Tang San's hair. He then inquired, somewhat enviously, I have heard that you and Luo Ye have known each other since childhood. Is that correct? Yes. What is the nature of your relationship now? Yu Xiaojiang probed. Tang San fell silent for a moment before slowly responding, to be honest. I am unsure of how he perceives me. Ah? Yu Xiaojiang looked somewhat bewildered. Both Luo Ye and I grew up in Holy Soul Village. But he is 3 years my senior, Tang San said with a bitter smile. We were childhood friends. But when he awakened his innate, full soul power beast martial spirit at the age of 6, he left Holy Soul Village and vanished. It was only 9 years later that we reunited at Shrek Academy, but we had become strangers. Is that so? Yu Xiaojiang pondered, sensing something but unable to pinpoint it. After some time, he raised his head, his eyes gleaming, and comforted Tang San. Do not worry, Xiao San. I have a way to mend your relationship. Tang San's eyes brightened, and he eagerly asked, What do you mean, teacher? Let Luo Yu become my disciple as well, then you will be brothers in arms. Yu Xiaojiang declared confidently, patting his chest. With Luo Ye's talent and strength, should I be able to take him as a disciple? I am certain that he can be trained into an outstanding soul master. In that case, you will not be enemies, and you can once again become friends. If that is the case, that would be wonderful, Tang San exclaimed, clenching his fists in excitement as he glanced at Luo Ye, who was meditating nearby. Then back at Yu Xiaojiang. Teacher, I will leave this matter in your capable hands. Do not worry. Leave it to me. Yu Xiaojiang waved his hand dismissively. Luo Ye had been listening to the conversation between Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San, his eyes flickering momentarily, yet he ultimately remained unresponsive. Luo Ye, Luo Ye. Yu Xiaojiang approached and nudged him gently. Luo Ye opened his eyes and glanced at Yu Xiaojiang, speaking in a calm tone. What is it? Well, I wish to take you as my disciple. May I inquire about your thoughts on this matter? Yu Xiaojiang inquired with a somewhat vulnerable demeanor. Oh? It was apparent that Luo Ye had anticipated his next remark. He swiftly brushed aside the wet hand of this individual and chuckled coldly. I am afraid I must decline. I already have my own master. Yu Xiaojiang was momentarily taken aback, his confusion evident as he asked, Why not? You could still be my registered disciple. I could impart to you my theories on soul masters. In response, Luo Ye, filled with indignation, retorted with a mocking laugh. What merits are there in becoming your disciple? Do you possess any real strength? Aside from Ning Rongrong and Oscar, who could you possibly defeat? Theories? Does your theory include Tang San's 2,000-year third ring? Do my 1,000-year second ring and 10,000-year fourth ring fit into your theories as well? A master. I do not hesitate to inform you that my master is a title Douluo. Do you truly believe you can teach better than a title Douluo? A hint of pride surfaced on Luo Ye's face at the mention of Bibi Dong. Let us be real. Your theories were gleaned from the spirit hall. Were it not for your connection to Bibi Dong, you might not even have been granted access to the library. Indeed, upon learning that Luoya's master was a titled Douluo, Yu Xiaojiang appeared momentarily dazed, and with a hint of despair, he said, "Yes, you are correct. My strength is indeed lacking, and I cannot compare to a titled Douluo. However, I must inquire, who is your esteemed teacher? I wish to pay her a visit." Yu Xiaojiang gazed at Luoya with a glimmer of hope. Do not waste your efforts. A titled Douluo is not someone you can simply meet, Luoya replied with disdain. How can you know without trying? Do you not wish to learn my theories on soul masters? Yu Xiaojiang persisted, refusing to give up. Take on a disciple? Do you even deserve that? It is laughable that a nearly 50-year-old, yet still under 30-level failure, believes he can instruct me. Luoya cast a scornful glance at him. Yu Xiaojiang trembled with anger. Beside them, Ning Rongrong and Oscar watched Yu Xiaojiang with sympathetic eyes, yet they remained silent, for Luoya's words were grounded in harsh reality. Tang San, upon hearing Luoya's derision towards his master, could no longer remain passive. He stood before Yu Xiaojiang, his expression forbidding as he addressed Luoya. Luoya, I respect you as an elder, but please do not casually insult my teacher. Am I mistaken? This is the truth, a failure who can never surpass level 30. That is a fact, Luoya replied nonchalantly, twisting his wrist and sneering. Enough, Luoya. Tang San interjected, his tone cold. You have no right to comment on my teacher. Nor do you possess the qualification to insult him. I merely state the facts. Not only is his strength lacking, but his character is also despicable. Luoya regarded Yu Xiaojiang with the contempt usually reserved for refuse, nearly causing him to faint with fury. On what grounds do you call my teacher despicable? Tang San glared at Luoya. What? Are you dissatisfied? If so, I shall name 2 individuals, and you may observe his reaction. Tang San furrowed his brow, uncertain of Luoya's intentions, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Very well, I wish to see what basis you have for labeling me as despicable. Yu Xiaojiang glared at Luoya, his teeth clenched in frustration. Luoya smiled faintly, transmitting her thoughts through mental resonance to the damp-eared individual, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. The daughter of the vice clan leader, Lu Erlong, and the current pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong. What do you think, Dampier? Does it evoke any memories? A smirk danced upon Luoya's lips. Upon hearing this, Damp Ear's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes widening in disbelief. How could you possibly know them? Luoya chuckled darkly. The truth cannot remain hidden forever. Your misdeeds will inevitably be unveiled. It's not a matter of if, but rather when. With a cold laugh, Luoya's eyes glimmered with golden light, unleashing a wave of mental assault directed at Yu Xiaojiang. Startled, Yu instinctively shielded himself with his soul power. Yet Luoya's mental prowess was beyond the capacity of a mere 29th level weakling to withstand. He could not endure even for a second, and was immediately struck by Luoya's mental onslaught. Dampier let out a pained cry, staggering backwards several steps. Luoya gazed at Yu Xiaojiang clutching his head with a livid expression, inwardly sneering. How pathetically weak, not even knowing his own limitations. With that, Luoya turned to Flinder and said, Dean, I need to consolidate my recent breakthrough. As for whatever absurd special training he's planned for me, spare me. With those words, he strode away. Yu Xiaojiang watched Luoya's retreating figure, his eyes brimming with fury and resentment, yet utterly powerless to act. Flinder sighed, stepping forward to gently help Yu Xiaojiang up. Xiaojiang. Luoya is the most exceptional young soul master I've ever encountered. His pride is understandable. For now, focus on guiding the other little monsters. With that, he too departed. Tears welled in Yu Xiaojiang's eyes. He could scarcely believe he had fallen to such depths, humiliated by a junior. The disgrace burned within him. No. If I cannot grow stronger myself, then I shall mold my disciple, Tang San, to surpass him. I will prove to the world that I, the Grandmaster, am no failure. I am the foremost authority in theoretical mastery, and I too can nurture a prodigy. Tang San observed silently from the side, sensing the bitterness and hatred festering in his mentor's heart. The incident had clearly wounded Yu Xiaojiang deeply. Yet as his disciple, he could do nothing. The truth was undeniable. Luoya was simply too formidable. Even the combined might of the 7 monsters could not withstand a single strike from him. Still, Tang San held unwavering faith in his teacher's greatness. I will stand by him, he vowed. Chapter 59. Graduation nightfall once again draped the familiar Great Spirit Arena in its usual bustle of training. Yet Luoya seldom participated in combat these days, unless a truly worthy opponent crossed his path, like Wind Laughing Sky and Fire Dance 3 years prior. But in a backwater like Sutuwa City, finding a peer of Luo Ye's caliber was a futile hope. Though he no longer fought, he still observed with detached amusement, idly nibbling on fruit while Yu Xiaojiang and Flinder oversaw the Shrek 7 Devils matches. Yu Xiaojiang frowned at Luo Ye's leisurely demeanor. This is the golden age for cultivation. How can he waste it so carelessly? And why, he demanded of Flinder, does Luo Ye not spar with the others? It hinders their camaraderie. Flinder gave an awkward chuckle, but before he could respond, Luo Ye flicked a sapphire blue badge into Yu Xiaojiang's hand. Will this suffice, Grandmaster? He drawled. Yu Xiaojiang stared at the insignia, engraved with the words, Void Demon God, Spirit, Gliza, Sapphire Combat Badge. His hands trembled slightly as he handed it back, defeated. Flinder sighed. Now you understand, Xiaojiang. Remarkably, Yu Xiaojiang had regained his composure after the day's earlier humiliation. Yet Luo Ye's disdain for him was palpable, an unshakable defiance toward a mentor whose abilities he had already eclipsed. Xiaojiang, I advise you not to interfere with Luo Ye's training, Flinder murmured uncomfortably. If the young prodigy lashed out again, mediating between his dearest friend and the Academy's brightest star would be an impossible task. Yu Xiaojiang opened his mouth, poised to lecture Luo Ye with the authority of a teacher, only to realize he had no right. Nor would Luo Ye ever heed him. To witness such a peerless talent emerge in the Soul Master world, yet remain barred from guiding him. What cruel irony. Though Luo Ye's earlier words had left him speechless, Tang San's encouragement had restored a sliver of his confidence. I am a master of theory, he reaffirmed. I am still worthy of instructing others. Upon observing Yu Xiaojiang's actions, Luo Ye couldn't help but let out a cold chuckle, his animosity intensifying. This Yu Xiaojiang truly seemed oblivious to his own peril. However, it was not yet the opportune moment for him to reveal his identity. Bai Dong had entrusted him with the task of advancing to the Soul King within 5 years, and with 3 years already passed, he was still one significant realm away. Disclosing his identity at this critical juncture would only introduce unnecessary variables. Nevertheless, some matters were now due for consideration. Dean, I believe I have met the graduation requirements of the Academy, have I not? Luo Ye suddenly turned his gaze towards Flinder and spoke. Flinder was momentarily taken aback but soon nodded in agreement, saying, Indeed. Your cultivation in the Soul Sect and the Silver Fighting Spirit Badge indicate that you have exceeded the requirements. Very well then. After Tang San and the others conclude their match, I shall bid them a brief farewell, Luo Ye replied, nodding as he accurately tossed the remnants of his fruit into the trash bin. Both Flinder and Yu Xiaojiang were taken aback, not anticipating Luo Ye's imminent departure. Are you leaving so soon? Flinder inquired, unable to contain his surprise. I miss home. It has been 3 years since I left. And I should return to take a look, Luo Ye shrugged nonchalantly. My home is in the capital of the Heaven-Do Empire, Heaven-Do City, which is quite far from this Suatuwa City. Upon hearing Luo Ye's words, Flinder and Yu Xiaojiang fell silent, recognizing the truth in his statement. Indeed, after 3 years away, it was time for him to return home. Since Flinder brought him to Shrek on that fateful day, the place he had frequented most was the fighting arena, or he would be holed up in his room fervently cultivating. Well, I did not realize your family resided in Heaven-Do City. Why not attend the Royal Academy instead? Flinder asked curiously. With a smile, Luo Ye replied, What is there of merit in a place that only admits noble offspring and royal relatives? Besides, being of common birth, I would find nothing of value there. Flinder fell into thoughtful silence, as he had indeed heard that the students of the Heaven-Do Royal Academy were often spoiled and arrogant, viewing common folk with disdain, hardly considering them worthy of attending the Royal Academy. Very well, Shaluo, I respect your decision, and I hope you will remember me as your dean in the future. Flinder sighed softly, patting Luo Ye on the shoulder. Yes, I will make a point to return to the Academy when the opportunity arises. Luo Ye replied with a gentle smile. The following morning, on the Shrek Academy playground, Luo Ye received the meticulously prepared graduation badge from Flinder, officially graduating from the Academy. You rascal, from now on, the sea is vast for you to leap as a fish, and the sky is high for you to soar like a bird. No matter what achievements you attain or if you find yourself at the nadir of life, never forget that Shrek will always be your home, Flinder said. His eyes filled with warmth. He had seen many graduates depart, each leaving him with a lingering sense of melancholy, especially this first genius in the history of Shrek. Zhao Wujing approached, patting Luo Ye on the shoulder, and said earnestly, Shaluo, throughout these years, you have been my most trusted student. I need not say much more. Should you ever encounter difficulties, just send a message, and as long as I am still able to move, I will certainly come to your aid. Yes, old Zhao. I will remember, Luoya smiled and nodded, then performed a respectful salute to both Flander and Zhao Wujing. Suddenly, Yu Xiaojian cleared his throat and spoke, Luoya, you are the most gifted genius I have ever encountered, possessing a martial spirit that is unparalleled. I hope you will not stray from the righteous path as you grow stronger in the future. Luoya furrowed his brow slightly and nodded gently. Today is a significant day. It is best not to allow any unpleasantness to intrude. After all, in just 6 months, he would meet Lu Erlong once more. As long as he brings back the news, Bibi Dong would likely come to terms with her despair. With a wave of his hand, Luoya activated the Gliza martial spirit and soared into the sky. The Shrek 7 monsters stood on the ground, gazing in the direction Luoya had departed, each lost in their own thoughts. Finally, that weirdo has left. Luoya, remember to come back and visit us. Luoya, one day, I shall surpass you. Oh, the Dark Lord has finally departed. This is the taste of freedom. Luoya soared far into the desolate wilderness before the specter emerged from the shadows. Little Luoya, since your matters here have concluded, let us return to seek out His Holiness the Pope, the specter suggested. Luoya replied. And together they flew towards the city of Heaven Do. He certainly recalled the unsettled score with Bone Douluo from that fateful night. Chapter 60. A visit to the Seven Treasures Heaven Do City, Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. The headquarters of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was established near the Heaven Do Imperial Palace, and the castle, constructed from 7 colored precious minerals, was known as the Glazed Castle, an aspirational destination for many soul masters. As an immensely wealthy sect, the financial resources of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School were incomparable to those of other sects. The valuation of this castle alone was astronomical. At this moment, however, within the confines of the castle, someone was confronting a rather troublesome predicament. A disciple had just reported that the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School had received 2 uninvited guests. The sect master, Ning Fengxi, along with 2 protecting elders, Bone Douluo Gu Rong and Sword Douluo Qian Renxue, were seated in the highest conference room of the glazed castle, engaged in discussion. Fengxi, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, and that Luoya have already arrived at the main hall, Gu Rong's slightly aged voice echoed, only to trail off abruptly with a faint sigh. Old Bone, if it weren't for you and Sword Uncle spoiling Rong Rong, I truly wouldn't know how to handle this. Ning Fengxi remarked with a wry smile. He was acutely aware of the methods employed by the current Pope, Bibi Dong. If this negotiation faltered, the threat of Douluo encroaching upon them would be no empty threat. Old Bone, it is futile to speak now. You instigated this situation. When facing Bibi Dong and that junior, you must manage it as you see fit. Do not blame me for not forewarning you. Sword Douluo Qian Renxue gently shook his head. Very well. Moments later, the 3 of them proceeded to the grand hall of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, where Bibi Dong and Luoya awaited in the center. Upon witnessing this, Ning Fengxi's expression turned awkward. Hee, Sect Master Ning, arriving so late, were you preparing lunch? Bibi Dong's cold voice resonated as she observed Ning Fengxi's entrance. Ning Fengxi quickly clasped his hands together and replied, Your Holiness, I was merely attending to some trivial matters. I hope for your understanding. Oh, Bibi Dong responded nonchalantly before signaling Luoya to step forward. I do not favor beating around the bush. Let us address the matter directly. My disciple Luoya has been subjected to such indignities by you, the esteemed Douluo, merely for reprimanding an arrogant little girl. Is this not excessive? Although Bibi Dong's words were calm, they bore an overwhelming aura of dominance, causing Ning Fengxi and the others to tremble slightly. Your Holiness, this incident was purely a misunderstanding, Ning Fengxi began. A misunderstanding that resulted in my disciple being gravely injured, and you even contemplated his demise? Bibi Dong's lavender eyes flickered with a hint of frost. Upon hearing her words, Ning Fengxi's body involuntarily shuddered, as if his heart had been gripped by a monstrous beast, causing him great discomfort. Yet, he still stifled his fear and replied, Your Holiness, indeed, it was my protecting elder Bone Douluo who acted excessively. What would you have us do? Bibi Dong sneered, turning her gaze toward Gu Rong. Bone Douluo, you should count your blessings. Were it not for Luoya's fervent intervention, I doubt I would be here alone today. Your Holiness, I have indeed acted in excess, Gu Rong said with a bitter smile, offering his apologies to Bibi Dong. Humph. Bibi Dong scoffed, then turned back, instructing, Luoya, reveal your conditions to them. Luoya acknowledged, fixing his gaze upon Ning Fengxi. Sect Master Ning, should you fulfill 3 conditions, I can assure you that the Spirit Hall will refrain from sending troops to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Please, young friend, articulate your demands, Ning Fengxi urged. casting a glance at Bibi Dong behind Loya and forcing a gentle smile. The first is quite simple. I require Bone Douluo to apologize to me in front of all present, Loya stated with a light laugh, raising a finger. Agreed. Ning Fengji released a slight breath of relief and gestured for Gu Rong to apologize. Gu Rong nodded with a wry smile and bowed to Loya, saying, "Young brother, I apologize for my earlier actions. Hee, Elder Gu Rong need not be so formal. After all, I am not one to be unreasonable." Loya replied with a cheerful wave of his hand. "And the second?" Ning Fengji inquired. "This one is even simpler. 100 tons of rare iron ore," Loya said, extending 5 slender fingers with a smile. The funding for the research of technological weapons from the super divine realm was secured, yet resources remained insufficient. Loya had spent an inordinate amount of time crafting a singular silver feather for Silverwing. And due to the inferiority of metals from the Douluo realm compared to the cosmic-grade dark silver, the manufactured silver feather exhibited less than 1% of its potential power. However, for the life forms of the Douluo realm, even 1% of the Silverwing's power could still be classified as a one-sided massacre. Not a problem. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji exhaled in relief. The 7-treasure glazed tile school had around 100 tons of such precious minerals in its reserves, which he could easily provide. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong, observing the exchange from behind Loya, furrowed her brow, silently cursing, "You little rascal, we agreed to make this old fox bleed. And yet you are diverging from the script. All right, Sect Master Ning, you have been forthright, so I shall present my third condition." Loya smiled, his gaze taking on a more profound quality as he addressed Ning Fengji. "I have heard that your 7-treasure glazed tile school possesses a unique cultivation method. And to be honest, I am quite envious. I wish to learn this secret technique, so I hope Sect Master Ning can make an exception." Upon hearing Loya's request, Ning Fengji's heart raced. He had been rash. This young man actually desired to learn a cultivation method reserved solely for direct disciples of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. How cunning and devious. He had long heard from Old Bone that this child possessed an extraordinary talent, should he be granted this knowledge. Few among the younger generation would be able to rival him. Moreover, the most crucial aspect was that Loya was a disciple of Bibi Dong, a member of the Spirit Hall. If he were to master this technique and subsequently teach it to other disciples of the Spirit Hall, the implications for the future would be dire. "Ning Fengji, have you made up your mind?" Bibi Dong's tone turned icy as she noted Ning Fengji's silence, secretly reveling in her amusement. To be truthful, she too had a yearning for the unique methods of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, and she found them far more practical than the soul bones she initially considered. The effectiveness of soul bones depended on compatibility with the soul master's martial spirit, while the cultivation technique could be practiced by any soul master, barring those of pure strength. Ning Fengji lowered his head slightly, remaining silent for a moment before reluctantly uttering 2 words, "Very well." "Fengji." Qian Renxue glanced at Ning Fengji, feeling a mix of anger and helplessness. Gu Rong opened his mouth, intending to say something, but the growing regret in his eyes ultimately transformed into a sigh. "Thank you, Sect Master Ning," Loya beamed, then produced a bottle of elixir from his robes, tossing it to Ning Fengji with an air of mystery. "This is a pill I concocted myself. Consuming it will yield surprises. Consider it a token of gratitude." Ning Fengji was taken aback. This little fellow was attempting to deceive him with a mere pill. However, with Bibi Dong present, he could only accept it for the time being. "Take it," Ning Fengji said, retrieving a jade slip from his storage soul guide and handing it to Luaya. "Well, since that is the case, we shall not linger any longer." Seeing that their objective had been accomplished, Bibi Dong swiftly departed the 7-treasure glazed tile sect with Luaya. Once the Spirit Hall confirmed that Bibi Dong had moved far away, Ning Fengji murmured to himself, a surge of indignation swelling within him. When had he, as the master of one of the 3 upper sects, ever been humiliated? To think he was outwitted by a mere 15-year-old boy. With this thought, a flame of anger ignited in Ning Fengji's heart, and he slammed his palm onto the table. Beside him, Gu Rong was startled by the sudden display of fury and quickly consoled. "Fengji, do not be angry. It is I who have let you down and failed the 7-treasure glazed tile sect." Observing Gu Rong's self-reproachful demeanor, Ning Fengji held back the words of reproach that lingered on his lips. After a long pause, he waved his hand with a sigh. "Enough, enough. In the future, the 2 of you must not indulge Rongrong so excessively. She must learn of the dangers that lurk within the soul master world. Rest assured, Fengji." Gu Rong promptly assured him, exchanging a glance with Qian Renxue, both recognizing the concern reflected in each other's eyes. Chapter 61. Crafting Silver Feathers in the Spirit City. Within the Popus Hall, Luo practiced the distraction control technique diligently. Inform me immediately of any progress, Dong instructed. Over the next 2 years, do not slacken your efforts. By the time of the Soul Master competition in 2 years, I hope you will have mastered this technique. Yes, teacher, Luo nodded, solemnly placing the jade slip back into his storage soul guide. Well, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, Dong said, slightly nodding, ready to depart. Wait. Teacher, Luo suddenly called out. Dong halted and turned to Luo. Luo, is there something else? Teacher, do you remember the silver feathers I showcased to you before? Dong pondered for a moment before nodding, her beautiful eyes glinting with a hint of coldness. That fellow Myers is likely already on his way. Luo, with a sweep of his otherworldly bracelet, produced more than a dozen silver feathers. According to my estimations, it would require at least 100 of these to forge a single silver wing. Indeed, it is quite a monumental undertaking. After listening, Dong furrowed her brow slightly. Then an idea seemed to strike her, causing the corners of her mouth to curve upwards. Summon all the elders in Wuhuan City to gather at the Papal Hall. Yes, Your Holiness. Half an hour later, Dong summoned Luo to the Papal Hall. At that moment, the hall was filled with titled Douluo, all standing respectfully before Dong, greeting her with reverence. Greetings, Your Holiness. Please, take a seat. Dong nodded, signaling for everyone to sit down. She then began. The purpose of gathering you all today is to announce 2 important matters. The assembly listened attentively. Firstly, this is a weapon invented by young Luo. Starting today, we shall commence large-scale production, with plans for additional weaponry in the future. With a graceful wave of her hand, she revealed one of the silver feathers. Is this a feather? Made of iron? The elders exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions reflecting confusion. This item is called a silver feather. I have personally tested its sharpness. It is capable of penetrating the defenses of a soul emperor specializing in defense. Dong smiled calmly and continued. Moreover, there are no usage restrictions, meaning even support-type soul masters can wield it. The elders displayed expressions of astonishment, yet a few skeptics remained. Hence, the ghost leopard Douluo stepped forward. Your Holiness, is this not somewhat exaggerated? Can such a small feather truly possess such power? Luo stifled a laugh, struggling to contain himself. Dong cast him a sidelong glance, her tone indifferent. Since Elder Ghost Leopard harbors doubts, why not test it yourself? I shall only use 1% of my soul power. Very well. The Ghost Leopard Douluo hesitated momentarily but ultimately accepted. Even though Dong had reached level 98. Could a mere 1% of her soul power truly obliterate a title Douluo of level 94? With a flick of her finger, she infused the silver feather with a dark glow, causing it to levitate and point directly at the Ghost Leopard Douluo. Elder Ghost Leopard, be careful not to perish. Whoosh. The sound of the feather slicing through the air was deafening, creating ripples in the surrounding space. The Ghost Leopard Douluo's expression shifted dramatically as he summoned his martial spirit in an instant. Crash. Upon contact, the silver feather shattered his martial spirit with a swift motion, a chilling gleam slicing across his cheek and severing much of the hair near his ear. The Ghost Leopard Douluo gingerly touched the now empty space by his ear, a sense of dread washing over him as he turned to gaze at the silver feather embedded in the wall behind him. That will be all, Elder Ghost Leopard. You may step back. Dong waved her hand dismissively. Understood. The Ghost Leopard Douluo retreated respectfully, no longer daring to utter a word. Dong smiled gently. Now, do any of the elders have further objections? I should inform you that this is but one of the inventions by young Luo. The silver feather is merely a component of what is known as the silver wing, which is capable of assembly. According to him, there are other weapons yet to be unveiled. Dong paused, her words laced with allure, igniting fervor in the eyes of the titled Douluo present. If the Spirit Hall could mass-produce these weapons, it would undoubtedly create a sensation across the entire continent. Thus, I plan to establish an academy to ensure that the young soul masters of the Spirit Hall can also learn to create these. What do you call them? Luo? Super God technology. Ah yes, the academy shall be named the Spirit Hall Super God Academy. Your Holiness is truly wise, the title Douluo praised in unison. However, I expect all of you to keep this a secret. Dong's demeanor grew serious. I trust that everyone present will maintain confidentiality regarding this matter and not disclose it to anyone. Those who disobey shall face dire consequences. Yes, Your Holiness. The title Douluo bowed, pledging their loyalty. All right, elders, you may depart. Bibiong gently waved her hand and then turned to Hu Liena and Loya, smiling. Liena, Loya, you shall remain. Upon realizing she and Loya were being retained, the astute Hu Liena quickly inquired, Master, do you wish for us to be the first to produce these items? Very perceptive, Bibiong nodded lightly, then turned her gaze to the two. You are to study diligently alongside your junior, with the task of each crafting 25 silver feathers within 6 months. Liena, I have already excused you from your imperial trials. Once you complete the silver feathers, you may return to your brother. I believe you can accomplish this, correct? Yes, they replied in unison. Bowing respectfully before making their way to a side hall, they arrived at a room filled with metallic elements, the decor stark with 3 iron tables and wooden chairs, alongside an array of rare metal products. Senior sister, hold on to this, Loya said as he retrieved the blueprints for crafting the silver feathers from his bracelet and handed them to Hu Liena. Study carefully. Hu Liena's expression darkened. She had always been sensitive to metals, and as the saintess of the spirit hall, she had never focused on the techniques and processes that only blacksmiths engaged in. Now confronted with these metallic procedures, her head throbbed painfully as if pierced by needles. So complicated, Hu Liena murmured, glancing at Loya, hoping for clarification. Just give it a try. Start with the simplest tasks, Loya encouraged. All right, Hu Liena muttered, picking up the tools to begin carving the outline of the silver feather. Initially, her speed was impressive, quickly refining the materials. However, as she worked on the edges, a minor mistake caused her soul power to spiral out of control, resulting in an explosive detonation of the metal block. Boom. Ah, Hu Liena screamed, falling to the ground. Cold sweat beading on her forehead as she felt a searing pain at her temple. Loya hurriedly approached to assess the situation. Upon noticing the once fair forehead of Hu Liena marred by sharp fragments of silver feathers, he couldn't help but chuckle. Sister, you have now become quite the striking figure, he teased. Hu Liena, upon hearing this, instantly became indignant, glaring fiercely at Loya and retorting, You insufferable junior, do you possess no compassion? Must you mock me? Who told you to exert such force earlier? Loya replied, as he produced a bottle of white ointment and applied it to Hu Liena's forehead. Instantly, a soothing coolness spread over her fiery brow, providing her with considerable relief. All right, allow me to assist you, he declared. Once he had finished applying the ointment, Loya rose and positioned himself behind Hu Liena, gently grasping her delicate hands. What are you doing? Hu Liena felt the warmth radiating from Loya's palms, causing her heart to skip a beat and her cheeks to flush. Stay still, I shall guide you, Loya instructed, gently maneuvering her hands to pick up a piece of material once more. Firmly grasped the carving knife. Oh, Hu Liena responded, tightening her grip on the knife. Too apprehensive to move. No, not so tightly. Be gentle, a little softer, Loya remarked, sensing the perspiration in her palms. He furrowed his brow slightly and patted her shoulder, his tone turning serious. And then, Hu Liena's large, fox-like eyes were filled with confusion. Infuse your soul power. All the edges of the silver feathers must be perfectly aligned. Otherwise, it will be impossible to synthesize a flawless silver wing later. Loya observed Hu Liena's adorably oblivious expression and felt a wave of amusement. Oh, Hu Liena suddenly realized, gathering her soul power and carving several precise holes in the metal block. Wait, has the metal offended you? Loya exclaimed, grasping her wrist with a mix of exasperation and mirth. Keep your hands still. Upon hearing this, Hu Liena obediently halted, though her captivating gaze remained fixated on the metal block before her. Loya grasped Hu Liena's wrist, gently gliding over the surface of the metal block. Before long, fine beads of sweat began to form on her forehead, clearly indicating her exertion, yet her gaze remained unwaveringly fixated. Junior brother, be careful not to stray. Do not be anxious. Everything is fine. To the left, it's overlapping on the left. I am aware. Senior sister, please refrain from distracting me. After a quarter of an hour, a silver feather had been meticulously crafted by Loya. Hu Liena turned to observe Loya's earnest expression, momentarily lost in thought. Such a junior brother, so handsome and captivating. Loya also noticed the unusual expression on Hu Liena's face, a subtle smile gracing his lips, pride swelling within him. Indeed, his charm was formidable enough to leave even Hu Liena captivated. What's the matter, senior sister? Is there something on my face that has you so entranced? Loya teased with a deliberate grin. Upon hearing this, Hu Liena quickly gathered her thoughts, her cheeks flushing as she shot Loya a reproachful glare. You insufferable junior! Who would be captivated by you? My brother is far more handsome. Are you implying that I cannot compare to brothers yet? Loya arched an eyebrow, jesting. Humph. Hu Liena found herself at a loss for words, unable to formulate a retort, and turned her head away in frustration. In terms of strength, Loya could likely defeat 3 Xiaoyu. When it came to intellect, however, Xiaoyu would never craft soul-guiding devices and certainly lacked Loya's cunning business acumen. All right. I know precisely how remarkable I am, Loya declared, indulging in a moment of self-admiration before continuing. Aren't you going to hurry? Our task entails a total of 50 pieces. Humph, I assure you, I will complete the task within 3 months, not a day longer. Hu Liena retorted angrily, then picked up her carving knife and resumed cutting the silver feathers, seemingly intent on ignoring Loya out of spite. For the next several months, the metallic chamber reverberated with the rhythmic ding-ding of their work as the two figures moved incessantly around the metal table, periodically slicing metal pieces into fragments and arranging the silver feathers beside them. It's done. Loya wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, gazing at the perfectly arranged 100 silver feathers on the table, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Congratulations, junior brother. What are your plans now? Hu Liena chuckled, circling around the silver feathers. Next, do not blink. A faint smile played on Loya's lips as he manipulated the space with a graceful motion of his hands, causing the 100 silver feathers to levitate and align in an orderly fashion. Combined with Loya's commanding shout, the feathers began to converge, ultimately forming a magnificent pair of silver wings. The silver wings are complete. At last, we have fulfilled the task assigned by our teacher. It has been 2 months. Hu Liena reclined comfortably in her chair, stretching her body, fatigue evident in her eyes. Hee, sister, I recall someone boasting about completing it within a month, Loya teased, carefully retracting the silver wings. Humph, who knew this would be so challenging? If the teacher had asked me to enhance my cultivation within a month, I would have certainly succeeded. Hu Liena shot a glare at Loya in response. All right, it's time to report back to the teacher. Oh, indeed. Upon hearing this, Hu Liena immediately stood up and walked towards the door. Considering the days, Tang San and the others should be arriving at the Heaven Do Royal Academy soon. Loya mused as they walked, a hint of a sinister smile playing on his face. Before long, they reached the Pope's hall. Upon pushing open the grand doors, they saw a middle-aged man kneeling tremulously in the center of the hall, while Bibi Dong sat regally on the Pope's throne, her expression icy. Little Loya, have you completed it? Bibi Dong's demeanor softened slightly upon seeing her 2 disciples enter. It went smoothly, Loya replied nonchalantly, casting a fleeting glance at Myers, a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. Perfect timing. Come here, Bibi Dong beckoned with a wave of her hand. Myers, I am already well aware of your actions in Gingxin City over the years. To my shame, if it weren't for little Loya's reminder, I would have been oblivious to the existence of such filth within the Spirit Hall. Your Excellency, I was wronged. I had no idea those blacksmiths could craft such things. Myers, pale as a ghost, hurriedly kowtowed in supplication. Even so, Myers, your deeds in Gingxin City over the years warrant a punishment sufficient to see you perish 5 times under the laws of the Spirit Hall. Loya added, Little Luo. How to deal with him is your decision. In any case, I do not wish to see him again. Bibi Dong's eyes were half closed as she languidly reclined in the seat of the Pope, whom Loya nodded, then turned his gaze directly towards Miles. Speaking in a deep voice, Cardinal Miles of Gingxin City has committed acts of oppression against both men and women, deceiving those above and below him. His actions severely tarnish the reputation of the Spirit Hall among the people, and they are a gross violation of the conscience expected of a soul master. Therefore, I hereby expel him from the Spirit Hall, strip him of his powers, and banish him to the far north to fend for himself. The Knight Protectors stood by. Upon hearing Loya's ruling, Bibi Dong felt a sense of satisfaction within her heart. With a wave of her delicate hand, an invisible wave of soul power immediately struck Miles, shattering his meridians. Soon after, 5 or 6 Knight Protectors entered from the Great Hall's entrance. Take him away. Yes, Your Majesty. Your Holiness, please. Not to the far north. That is a place where even soul masters cannot survive for long. Yet, no matter how Miles pleaded for mercy, Bibi Dong remained unmoved. Little Luo, I am quite pleased with your method of handling this matter, though it is still lacking a bit, Bibi Dong said with a slight smile, gently stroking Loya's head. This matter should be made public, so that the common folk know that the Spirit Hall's true intentions remain unchanged. Let the stewards handle it. Yes, Master. I shall return to my cultivation now. Loya returned to his chamber, sitting cross-legged upon the bed to commence his meditation and cultivation. Over the past 6 months, he had fallen behind in his training, with his soul power stagnating at the 40th level for an extended period. Although the combined might of the Shrek 7 devils could not stand against him, the presence of a certain individual, the child of destiny, rendered the future unpredictable. In the Hall of Spirits, Luo Ye enjoyed a favorable environment for his cultivation. However, he rarely consumed herbs that could enhance his soul power, as such substances could lead to an unstable increase in soul strength, undermining his foundational solidity and impacting his future path, unless it were a transcendent elixir. Contemplating this, Luo Ye felt a headache coming on. Apart from the few varieties mentioned in the original texts, he was unfamiliar with others. Even the records within the Hall of Spirits were incomplete. Over the years, he had meticulously perused the archives of the hall, discovering only a scant few documented celestial herbs. Yet the information was far from exhaustive. Ju Douluo Yueguan. He could readily identify celestial herbs and surely possessed some records. If he inquired, Elder Ju would likely assist him. Resolute in his decision, Luo Yu concluded his training and proceeded to Yueguan's residence. At that moment, Yueguan was merrily engaged in revelry within his courtyard, sharing drinks with the elusive, ghostly spirit. Knock, knock, knock. A rhythmic tapping echoed at the door. Elder Ju, are you there? Luo Yu called out, his voice resonating with clarity. Oh, it's little Luo. Come in, Yueguan replied, setting down his cup and opening the door with a welcoming gesture. As Luo Yao pushed the door open and entered, he noticed two titled Douluo present. With a smile, he greeted, Elder Ghost is here as well. The ghostly elder, upon seeing Luo Yao, set down his wine cup and inquired nonchalantly, What brings you to the Chrysanthemum Pass today, little Luo? Luo smiled faintly and said, I have come to seek Elder Ju's assistance. Oh, you still require my help? Elder Ju inquired with newfound interest. The Luo of today was no longer the 6-year-old child of yore. After taking Bibi Dong as his master, his status within the Spirit Hall soared, and upon breaking through to the soul rank, his strength far surpassed that of his senior sister, Hu Liena. Bibi Dong herself had even remarked that Luo, when exerting his full strength, possessed power comparable to that of an ordinary soul sage, albeit without invoking his martial spirit's true form. Even the titled Douluo now regarded him with warmth and amiability, particularly since Luo had always maintained a cordial relationship with Yueguan. Luo chuckled, expressing his recent interest in certain celestial herbs. He had heard from his teacher that Elder Ju possessed a compendium of celestial herbs he authored himself, prompting Luo to seek it out for borrowing. So it's the compendium of celestial herbs, Ju Douluo remarked, delicately gesturing with his fingers. It is not entirely impossible, but you must demonstrate some form of goodwill. Goodwill? What do you mean? Luo felt somewhat perplexed at the glint in Ju Douluo's eyes. Little Luo, how would you describe our relationship? Yueguan inquired, pouring a glass of wine for Luo. Luo hesitated, pushing the glass back. It's quite good, after all. You were the one who brought me into the Spirit Hall years ago. Since our relationship is so amicable, why not address me as Uncle Yu from now on? Yueguan suggested with a hint of anticipation in his tone. All right, Uncle Yu. Under Yueguan's watchful gaze, Luo finally uttered the title. The old chrysanthemum shook his head with a ghostly grin and took another sip of his wine. After decades of friendship, could he not discern Yueguan's intentions? There is no doubt that Luo Yu will undoubtedly become a formidable figure on the continent, potentially even the foremost successor to the Pope. Moreover, considering the grievous injury Luo Yu suffered due to a moment of folly, it is only fitting that he be granted some measure of forgiveness. However, out of respect for his title as Douluo, he refrained from explicitly mentioning it. Splendid. A gentle smile graced the face of Ju Douluo as he remarked, Wait. With that, he transformed into a fleeting shadow and dashed back into the room. Whoosh. Yueguan's figure suddenly materialized before Luo Yu, having only taken the blink of an eye to retrieve a book. Observing the tome presented to him by Yueguan, Luo Yu eagerly accepted it and, upon opening it, discovered it was indeed a compendium of various celestial herbs. Thank you, Uncle Yu. Luo Yu expressed gratefully. Indeed. Yueguan nodded in satisfaction and said, Little Luo, I am lending you this precious tome on celestial herbs, but do remember to return it once you have finished. This is the culmination of decades of my hard work, and it must not be misplaced. Not a problem, Luo Yu replied with a smile, raising his cup to drink heartily. He then bid farewell, saying, I shall not intrude upon the revelry of you two uncles any longer. Luo Yu swiftly made his way back to his room, where he settled into a chair and meticulously perused the tome of celestial herbs in his possession. Aside from the immortal grade plants mentioned in the original text, every herb was accounted for with precision: the frosty snow wind crystal fruit, the holy celestial extreme flame flower, the nether water orchid, and the Heavenly Thunder Soul Grass. The book not only elucidated the medicinal properties of each herb, but also meticulously detailed their harvesting methods. This brought great joy to Loya, with this compendium of celestial herbs in hand. Locating the Eye of Ice and Fire would undoubtedly elevate the younger generation and elite forces of the Spirit Hall to new heights. Chapter 63. Return to Heaven Do. What? You intend to travel to Heaven Do City? Bibi Dong regarded Loya with a hint of confusion. What could this child possibly seek there? Should he not remain at the Spirit Hall to cultivate? Why the sudden desire to depart? Ever since Loya had been grievously injured by Bone Douluo in Soto City, Bibi Dong had resolved that it would be best for him to train at the Spirit Hall, alongside Hu Liena and the others, to complete the Imperial-level trials. After all, the safety of her disciple was of paramount importance, especially considering he was the Spirit Hall's foremost genius. Indeed, Loya nodded. Did Elder Gue not inform you? The soft-bone rabbit is currently in Heaven Do City. Oh, are you suggesting we go capture her now? A flicker of unease crossed Bibi Dong's eyes. Taking action in Heaven Do City was hardly a prudent decision, given that it was the capital of the Heaven Do Empire. I understand, but you must also recognize that the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and Poison Douluo are both in Heaven Do City. If they intercept us en route, we would find ourselves in a dire predicament. Loya presented his reasoning. That is a valid point. Bibi Dong's slender fingers tapped lightly upon the papal throne. In that case, I shall dispatch Elders Ju and Gue to accompany you, to avert any unforeseen circumstances. Thank you, Master. Loya bowed respectfully, though a glimmer of a different sort of smile crossed his features. His ruse of pursuing Xiaowu was but a facade. His true aim was to seek Douluo. Who could resist the allure of the Eye of Ice and Fire, or the temptation of celestial-grade herbs? Moreover, with a bit of effort, he might even deceive Douluo into entering the Spirit Hall. Such an abundance of rare treasures would likely bring Gliza to tears of longing. Very well, you may proceed. But prioritize your safety above all else, Bibi Dong said with a casual wave of her hand. Understood, Master. I take my leave. Loya stepped out of the Pope's Hall, and the two figures, Jugu and Gueme, appeared beside him. Xiaoluo, let us depart, they urged. All right. Loya unleashed his martial spirit and soared towards the direction of Heaven Do City, with Yu Guan and Gueme flanking him in flight. Xiaoluo, your speed has surprisingly matched ours, Yu Guan exclaimed in astonishment. Hee, Uncle Yu, you surely know the capabilities of my martial spirit, Loya replied with a hint of pride. Yu Guan chuckled softly, then shook his head, saying, the younger generation surpasses the older. In truth, Loya's true intention for visiting Heaven Do City was to procure the celestial herbs from Douluo's medicinal garden and to pay a visit to Qian Renxue. It has been 9 years. Shuai must have endured much alone in Heaven Do City. As thoughts of Qian Renxue flooded his mind, a wave of deep affection surged within Loya, compelling him to be by her side immediately. Xiaoluo, Gueme observed a rare tenderness on Loya's face, filled with curiosity, for he had never witnessed such an expression from him before. It's nothing. Loya quickly composed himself, sensing his lapse in demeanor, and urged them to continue their journey. After approximately 5 days of flight, the trio finally arrived above Heaven Do City. They descended from the skies and switched to walking. Although the Heaven Do Empire did not explicitly prohibit soul masters from flying within the capital, discretion was advised, particularly since the headquarters of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was located here. Uncle Yu, Uncle Gue, you two should remain hidden. I can manage alone. Understood. The two titled Douluos responded, their forms vanishing into the shadows as Loya began his search, guided by his memory. The Royal Academy of Heaven Do was not located within the city, but rather on its outskirts. After about half an hour, Loya finally located the main campus, though he dared not approach too closely, merely observing from a distance. That fluctuation of soul power belongs to Dai Mubai. Even before entering the gates, he detected the sounds of a scuffle and a familiar surge of soul power. It seems fortune favors me, Loya chuckled softly, concealing his presence as he entered the Royal Academy of Heaven Do. At that moment, on a vast expanse of grass, Dai Mubai was relentlessly attacking Shuebong, delivering strikes with fervor. All right, Mubai, Flandra quickly interjected. If you continue, it will not merely be a beating. We might witness serious injury. Dai Mubai finally ceased, his sinister gaze scanning for the source of the turmoil. You dare stir trouble in our Royal Academy? This is a provocation against the Empire, Shuebong roared, clutching his bruised cheek in fury. At that juncture, a robust voice resonated. What is happening? Why such a commotion? Emerging from the shaded path between the hills was a figure who appeared to be of similar age to Flandra, with a round face and prominent features, exuding an air of authority. "Teacher's son, they came here to stir trouble and even struck me. You must stand up for us," Xue Beng lamented upon seeing the newcomer. Upon witnessing Xue Beng's woeful demeanor, Teacher's son furrowed his brow. "Xue Beng, what manner of behavior is this?" He refrained from reprimanding his student further in front of outsiders, and instead turned his gaze towards the group from Shrek Academy, slightly bowing. "I am Sun Buyu. May I inquire what brings you to our Royal Academy of Heaven Do?" Recognizing the courtesy in Sun's demeanor, Flandra chose not to linger on the prior altercation and calmly replied, "We are here to find Qin Ming. These students referred to us as beggars and told us to leave, which led to the conflict." Sun Buyu's expression shifted to one of respect. "Ah, Shrek Academy. I hold great admiration for the genius cultivated by Teacher Qin. I sincerely apologize on behalf of the Royal Academy for the earlier incident. Please, allow me to guide you." With that, he gestured for them to proceed. Thus, the group from Shrek Academy followed Teacher Sun as they ascended the mountain towards the academy. Watching them gradually disappear from view, Xue Beng, who had been kicked away by Dai Mu Bai, harbored a glint of malice in his eyes. "Shrek Academy? They are merely here to scavenge from our academy. Humph, just wait. As long as I am here, you shall not remain." He, is that so?" A voice whispered ominously in Xue Beng's ear. "Who?" He spun around, his eyes widening in shock, yet he saw no one. The noble students accompanying him were equally filled with dread, glancing around in terror. "Is there a ghost?" "A ghost?" Loya scoffed, stepping from the shadows. "Though my martial spirit may resemble a ghost, I am certainly not one." Xue Beng was taken aback. He could not dismiss Loya's words as mere jest. Although this young man appeared youthful, the oppressive aura he exuded far surpassed that of Dai Mu Bai. Who are you?" Xue Beng gulped, attempting to feign composure. "I am the fourth prince of the Heaven Do Empire. If you dare to confront me, my father will not spare you." Upon hearing Xue Beng's declaration, a look of disdain crossed Loya's face. "Fourth prince? I shall take great pleasure in dealing with the fourth prince." With that, a resounding impact echoed. Loya raised his hand and unleashed a powerful punch, striking Avalanche squarely in the abdomen. A gasp escaped Avalanche's lips as his stomach caved in, and his anguished cries echoed across the grassy expanse, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "Help! Murder!" Avalanche exclaimed, utterly terrified, rolling on the ground while clutching his belly. "Is this for real?" Loya scoffed, feeling a sense of disdain wash over him. He hadn't even exerted 1/10 of his strength, yet Avalanche lay there in a pitiful state. Are the princes of the Heaven Do Empire truly this feeble? One cannot help but worry for the future of your royal lineage. Loya shook his head, feigning sorrow. "Who on earth are you?" Avalanche asked, struggling to rise with the support of his noble companions, his voice strained. "Me?" Loya replied with a mischievous smile. "I am also a student of the Shrek Academy." "Very well. You shall wait, my prince," Avalanche declared, limping towards the mountain peak, his expression grim, inwardly cursing, "Damn Shrek Academy, just you wait. I will not rest until I avenge this insult." Chapter 64. The first encounter with Dugu Bo within the esteemed council chambers of the Heaven Do Royal Academy. Loya concealed himself at the entrance using spatial soul power, observing Tang San undergo testing by the 3 Academy committee members, mentally calculating the time until the tests concluded. Dugu Bo and Prince Xuexing should be arriving shortly. It would soon be my moment to make an appearance. A smile crept onto Loya's face as he reviewed his plans in his mind. As time passed, Tang San ultimately succumbed to the mounting pressure, his 8 spider lances erupting from his back, startling the committee members and evoking their admiration for his talent. Naturally, they readily agreed to accept the Shrek students into the Heaven Do Royal Academy. Just as matters seemed to be settling, a somewhat arrogant voice resounded from outside. "Is Dream Machine the chief present?" The voice was loud and confident, albeit tinged with an air of superiority. 3 figures entered. Prince Xuexing, flanked on his left by the battered Avalanche, whose injuries from Dai Mu Bai's earlier assault still marred his face and body, and on the right stood Dugu Bo, his hair and beard a deep green, his eyes sparkling like emeralds. Prince Xuexing treated the Shrek group with disdain, despite the committee members' defense. He remained resolute in his intention to expel them, ultimately resorting to Dugu Bo as a last resort. He cast a cold glance at the Shrek students, declaring, "If you can endure 5 minutes against Mr. Dugu, I shall acknowledge you as talents. Otherwise, vacate my academy at once." Dai Mu Bai's anger flared, and he made to charge forward, but at that moment, Dugu Bo opened his eyes, fixing his gaze upon Dai Mu Bai. Without warning, Dai Mubai let out a muffled groan, his body trembling violently before collapsing to the ground, motionless. Dugubo paid no heed to this, calmly addressing the assembled Shrek Academy members. All of you, come forward together. As he spoke, a brilliant green light emanated from him, followed by the ascension of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black soul rings, casting a dazzling glow that transformed the entire committee hall. It's my turn. Loya observed Dugubo preparing to engage and withdrew his concealment. Leaning casually against the entrance of the hall, smiling as he said, Director, I hope I am not late? All eyes turned towards Loya, and Dugubo's expression betrayed a flicker of disbelief, soon masked. The fluctuations of Loya's soul power barely registered as level 40. And yet he had gone unnoticed by Dugubo. Little Loya, what brings you here? You should leave at once, Flender exclaimed, a mix of surprise and concern flooding his voice. What is the matter, Director? Loya replied nonchalantly, stepping into the room and feigning astonishment. A title Douluo? Uncle. That's him. My stomach still hurts, Avalanche shouted, pointing an accusatory finger at Loya. Loya turned to glance at Avalanche and jested, so it is you, the worthless prince. What is this? Can't fight your own battles, so you call for your parents? Truly a disgrace. Avalanche, infuriated, was about to retort when Shueshing, ignoring Loya, directed a question at Dean Flander. Is this rascal also one of your students? Indeed, and he is the most exceptional genius of our academy, though he has already graduated. Flander replied with a proud expression. Oh really? Shueshing glanced at Dugubo, a hint of derision appearing on his face. Mr. Dugu, I beg of you. Dugubo. His expression impassive, nodded slightly, emanating a tremendous aura that pressed down upon Loya. With poison as your blade and the title of a title Douluo. You must be the illustrious Dugubo, correct? Loya remarked, his demeanor unruffled, revealing Dugubo's identity with a single phrase. Humph, rather young, yet perceptive. Since you are aware of my identity, why not hasten your departure? Dugubo responded calmly. Though you hold the esteemed title of title Douluo, is it not beneath your dignity to humiliate our dean and fellow students? Loya countered, resisting the oppressive force from Dugubo, his tone steady and devoid of fear. Upon hearing Loya's words, Dugubo's face broke into a chilling smile. Young man, you possess quite the audacity to instruct me, since you are seeking your demise. I shall oblige. Avalanche, witnessing Loya's provocation towards Dugubo, could not suppress a laugh. You are utterly ignorant of your own limitations. The poison Douluo is a ruthless killer. You are doomed. Shaluo, flee. This does not concern you. Flander, noticing Dugubo's apparent fury, changed countenance and urgently urged Loya. However, Dugubo would not allow Flander to finish, raising his hand to unleash a venomous serpent, conjured from his soul power, that surged forth towards Loya. The serpent moved with astonishing speed, imbued with a potent toxin. If it struck, it would surely herald a fatal end. As Luoya observed the venomous snake approaching, a faint smile graced his lips as he nodded to the 2 figures concealed in the shadows. Gather, Cold Blossom. A glimmer of golden light emerged from behind Luoya, revealing a petal-shaped flying dagger that swiftly pierced through the snake, shattering it instantly. Before Dugubo could react, a black hand erupted from beneath him, seizing his right knee with a fierce grip. The familiar waves of soul power sent a chill through Dugubo, prompting him to violently shake off the hand, which crumbled to dust. Chrysanthemum Gate, Old Ghost. Dugubo retreated to Snowstar's side, his expression betraying a mix of wariness and concern. Suddenly, a flash of golden light illuminated the scene as Chrysanthemum Douluo Yuguan appeared at Luoya's right, while a sinister black mist rose from the ground, revealing Ghost Douluo Guei standing ominously at Luoya's left, their gaze fixed intently on Dugubo. The confrontation among the 3 title Douluo caused the onlookers to hold their breath, their hearts racing in trepidation. It seems this boy holds great significance for you, Dugubo remarked darkly, taken aback by the revelation that Luoya was affiliated with the Spirit Hall and likely of considerable standing, to have summoned 2 Daw simultaneously. Meanwhile, Tang San grappled with a whirlwind of emotions, astounded to witness 3 title Douluo in one day. His understanding was that there were scarcely a dozen title Douluo across the continent, yet here they were, congregated within the modest confines of the Tiando Royal Academy. Outside, perched upon a tree, Tang Hao, cloaked in black, discreetly monitored the situation. He resolved not to intervene unless the 3 posed a threat to Tang San. Old Poison. And you, Snowstar, should you dare lay a finger on Luoya, I assure you, I will raise this Tiando Royal Academy to the ground. You ought to comprehend the significance of someone whom both I and the old ghost are here to protect, Yuguan warned, twirling a petal dagger between his fingers. Poised for action, Douluo cast a long, penetrating glance at Luo Ye, acutely aware of the implications of being guarded by two super Douluo. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to steady his tumultuous emotions. His granddaughter remained within the Tiando Royal Academy, and while he had little to fear for himself, he would never permit his only remaining family, Douluo Yen, to be endangered. What do you truly desire? Snowstar, previously brimming with arrogance, now exhibited signs of panic. Luo Ye's lips curled in disdain. I merely find your haughty demeanor intolerable, Douluo Sr. What merit does the Tiando royal family possess that compels you to serve them? After a moment's silence, Douluo replied solemnly, regardless of the Tiando royal family's merits, I owe Snowstar a debt of gratitude. Old Poison, we both understand the arduous journey it took for us to attain the rank of title Douluo. Yet I would not wish for you to meet your demise over this trivial matter. Yuguan flexed his wrist, casting a deliberate glance towards Xiao Wu, who cowered behind Tang San, trembling at his scrutiny. Wise ones would do well to leave this place at once. Xiao Wu, quaking under Yuguan's intense gaze, felt her rabbit ears droop despondently. This is it. We may not escape through this door. Chrysanthemum Gate, do not overstep your bounds. Douluo's forehead glistened with sweat, yet he maintained a facade of defiance. Chrysanthemum Elder, let us defer the resolution of your grievances with Douluo Sr. for later. As for you, Luo Ye turned his cold gaze towards Snowstar and Snow Avalanche. Apologize to my dean. Fine, I accept defeat, Snowstar conceded. Confronted by Luo Ye's unwavering stance and the pressure from the two super Douluo, gritting his teeth, he ultimately acquiesced. Dean Flandra, I apologize. Sir Dean, my apologies. Echoed Snow Avalanche, following suit after witnessing his royal uncle relent. Flandra sighed, a wry smile gracing his lips as he shook his head. Little Luo, you may have defended them today, but the little monsters must continue their studies here. Who can predict whether Prince Snowstar will seek revenge against them in secret? Loya smiled faintly and shook his head, saying, Dean, you may leave. This place is unsuitable for Shrek. Upon hearing Loya's words, the chief dream machine became anxious and implored. Young friend, if there are any shortcomings in our hospitality, please do not hesitate to inform us. The students of Shrek are exceptionally gifted, and the thought of them departing filled Dream Machine with great sorrow. Indeed, Loya, we have come all this way. We cannot abandon our journey midway, Oscar said, casting a puzzled glance at Loya. Loya cast a glance at the members of Shrek Academy, shaking his head as he spoke. Esteemed members of the Education Committee, your institution is undoubtedly commendable, yet the students here leave much to be desired. My mentor and fellow students have come here to learn and cultivate, not to associate with certain dandy youths. Chapter 65, The Method of Antidote. As the teachers and students of Shrek Academy departed, the three members of the Education Committee were filled with sorrow. Jilin, seated next to them, pointed an accusatory finger at Prince Xuexing, exclaiming, Prince Xuexing, you are being foolish. Do you realize the caliber of those children and teachers who just left? With a dismissive scoff, Prince Xuexing replied coolly, it is too late for regrets. If the three of you wish to lodge a complaint with His Majesty, I have nothing further to say. Farewell. With that, Prince Xuexing turned and left, leaving the committee members with only his retreating figure. Wait, the formidable Zhu Douluo, Yuguan, interjected with a chilling smile, you may leave. But as for that old poison master, we have not seen him in half a year. Why not rekindle our old acquaintance? Rekindle our acquaintance? Douluo's lips twitched, sensing the undercurrent of malice in the suggestion. Upon hearing this, Prince Xuexing's expression shifted slightly as he cleared his throat, saying, the grievances between Mr. Douluo and Senior you are of no concern to me. I shall take my leave. With that, he hastily exited the scene. Watching Prince Xuexing's departing figure, Douluo felt a sense of betrayal wash over him. This is the capital of the Tiando Empire, Tiando City, and the Royal Academy. How could he be so heartless? Well, I too wish to observe the duel between the titled Douluos, Loya remarked with a smile, turning to Douluo. Senior Douluo, might we converse outside? Humph. Douluo snorted contemptuously, becoming the first to soar out the door, followed closely by Zhu and Loya. Moments later, the four of them arrived at a secluded hillside, where Loya and Gueme stood to the side, eagerly watching as Yuguan and Douluo prepared for their duel. Senior Douluo, I have heard you once proclaimed, alone in the world, I am Douluo, renowned for my boldness. Might I witness your prowess? Loya said with a friendly smile that belied his true intentions. Douluo snorted again, youngster, it seems you are well informed. I not only know of your past exploits, but I am also aware that while you currently dominate in poison, You are, in truth, afflicted gravely and do not have long to live. Loya shook his head, his expression one of feigned sympathy. What did you say? Dugubo's face twitched, his eyes revealing a flicker of shock. How could this young man know of his affliction? If I am not mistaken, Senior Dugu, your poisoning has reached a critical stage. During overcast weather, you experience numbness in your ribs, which intensifies gradually. It manifests twice daily, around noon and midnight, lasting over an hour each time. Moreover, at the witching hour, you endure stabbing pains in your head and soles, accompanied by full-body spasms lasting at least half an hour. It is a torment that, while not quite death, is certainly far from pleasant. Am I correct, Senior Dugu? You. How could you discern all this merely by looking? Dugubo's disbelief was palpable. This youth had accurately diagnosed his condition without missing a beat. This is but a minor issue. I can assist you in alleviating your poison, as I am an alchemist. Loya smiled faintly, his gaze towards Dugubo brimming with pity. Moreover, this poison within you must hinder your cultivation progress, does it not? Feeling the weight of Loya's pitying stare, Dugubo was suddenly gripped by an unsettling chill. Such looks made his skin crawl. Young Loya, how much are you concealing from us? Even Yu Guan regarded Loya with a newfound scrutiny. The only one privy to Dugubo's poisoning was himself and his longtime rival, Elder Ju. I shall explain everything shortly. However, before that, may I have the honor of witnessing a duel between title Douluos? Loya said, his expression cheerful as he looked at Dugubo. Dugubo's lips twitched violently. He felt akin to a hunted prey. Humph. Let us see what you've got. The old man fears not this ancient chrysanthemum. Dugubo gritted his teeth, reluctantly agreeing. Yu Guan chuckled, summoning forth the Qirong Tong Dianju. Old Poison Master, you seem quite brave. Joking. I have never backed down. Ah, no, Brother Ju. Come. Let me see if your cultivation remains intact. Brother Ju, please. In the small grove, Dugubo sat dejectedly on the ground while Douluo reveled in his victory. Old Poison Master, you are still too inexperienced, Yu Guan said with a beaming smile, his expression one of unrestrained joy. I shall reclaim my honor in due time. Dugubo shot a defiant look at Yu Guan, his eyes glinting with dissatisfaction. Is that so? Alas, as young Loya has noted, if your poison remains untreated, your cultivation will struggle to progress. Yu Guan shook his head, feigning helplessness. At this remark, Dugubo stiffened, suddenly realizing a grave truth. His cultivation was indeed stunted, leaving him unable to advance further. For a seasoned powerhouse, being unable to progress was a fate worse than death. Youngster, were your previous words sincere? Dugubo raised his gaze to Loya, speaking solemnly. If you truly possess the ability to cure my poison, I shall grant you 3 requests, provided they do not breach my bottom line. Rest assured, Loya replied with a gentle smile. I, Loya, always honor my word. However, I will require some herbs. Might you have access to them? That is easily arranged. I have a medicinal valley in the Sunset Forest filled with many precious herbs, some of which even I do not recognize. You may harvest at your leisure, but if you bring harm to yourself, do not expect me to take responsibility. Dugubo replied coldly, though a hint of anticipation shone in his eyes. That is precisely what I was hoping to hear. Loya inwardly rejoiced, maintaining a faade of sincerity. Then it is settled. A promise is a promise. With their agreement sealed, Dugubo rose, bidding farewell to Loya. I must prepare. Come find me in the Sunset Forest in 3 days. With that, he departed. As they watched Dugubo's retreating figure, Yu Guan furrowed his brow, then turned his scrutinizing gaze upon Loya. Young Loya, can you truly cure his poison? That old poison master has been tormented by it for most of his life, and he himself is at a loss. Indeed, Uncle Yu, you and that old poison master have battled for the better part of your lives. Your understanding of one another is second only to your own. This poison cannot simply be cured at will. Gue Mei also regarded Loya with skepticism. Fear not, Uncle Gue. I have my methods, Loya proclaimed with unwavering assurance. Moreover, the medicinal valley that Dugubo mentioned may indeed hold some treasures. Very well then, Gue Mei nodded slightly. The 3 sought refuge in a nearby inn to rest temporarily. Gue Mei and Yu Guan conferred to alternate watch, one safeguarding Loya while the other kept an eye on Xiao Wu, until the appointed time with Dugubo arrived. Loya sat in a chair, unfurling a meticulously inscribed blueprint, a smile curling at the corners of her lips. The poisonous pill, though not of the highest grade, combined with the potency of those celestial herbs, was sufficient, she murmured. With a swift motion, she tucked the blueprint away and commenced her daily meditation. Suddenly, a discordant yet familiar voice echoed from outside the door. What are you doing? Do you not realize that this room has been exclusively used by this prince? Upon hearing this voice, a playful spirit ignited within Loya. She donned a black feather mask and stepped outside. Gliza, I shall require your assistance in the ensuing dialogue. Though please maintain a low profile. Huh? Human lad, what do you take me for? I shall not comply. You must treat me to a meal in 3 days. Agreed. Chapter 66. I have arisen, one punch to victory. On the streets of Tiando City, Avalanche, under the protection of 2 elderly gentlemen clad in white, approached the entrance of an opulent hotel. Fourth Prince, please hold for a moment. I shall prepare the room at once, one of the elders respectfully stated. Hurry, hurry. Ensure it is the finest suite available, Avalanche replied, a slight grimace crossing her face as she placed a hand upon her abdomen. Luoya's punch had dealt a significant blow to him. The return to the royal palace was too distant. So he had no choice but to seek a place to rest and summon a healing spirit master to tend to his injuries. Yes, the elder replied promptly. However, moments later, the white-clad elder returned, trembling. Your Highness, that room has been reserved by someone in advance. What? Shuebeng's countenance darkened instantly. He pushed aside another elder and stormed to the hotel front desk, berating, how do you conduct your business? Are you unaware that this room is reserved long-term by this prince? The hotel attendant wore a helpless expression. She was equally unaware, and moreover, they could not afford to offend the guest currently occupying the room. Creak. Who are you? At that moment, the sound of a door creaking open accompanied by a cold voice resonated. Upon hearing the voice, Shuebing turned around, only to see a youth appearing to be in his teens. Infuriated, he bellowed, what are you? This room is reserved long-term by this prince, if you have any sense. Vacate immediately. Prince? Luoya's gaze turned icy as he raised an arm and flicked a finger towards Shuebing, a silver light flashing from his fingertip. Shuebing felt as though he had been struck by a heavy hammer in the chest. His body was hurled several meters away, crashing to the ground as he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face turning deathly pale. Is that all? Luoya disdainfully regarded Shuebing, retracting his finger. You cannot even withstand a mere ripple of spatial fluctuation. It seems Shuebing is even more feeble than I had imagined. You dare strike me? This is a provocation against the Tiando royal family. Shuebing clutched his chest, struggling to rise, pointing at Luoya and shouting. Enough. Luoya replied coldly, flicking his finger once more. This time, the spatial fluctuation was intercepted by the elder who had been guarding Shuebing, who staggered back several steps from the impact. The elder's eyes were filled with astonishment. As a Soul King, he was taken aback that this youth's casual strike could repel him. Could it be that this child was already a Soul Emperor? That would be impossible unless he had trained since infancy. Youngster, I implore you to refrain from overstepping. This is the capital of the Tiando Empire, and we will not tolerate your recklessness. The elder admonished loudly. I am not illiterate, Luoya replied disdainfully. I have resolved to deal with this spoiled prince today. Should you wish to protect him, do not blame me for disregarding the concept of respecting the elderly. Such audacity. Do you think we, the Tiando royal family, are without defenders? The elder in black retorted angrily. Even a clay figurine has its temper, let alone our royal family. Very well. If you can defeat me, I shall immediately kneel and apologize to this worthless one, Luoya stated unreservedly. Impudent. The elder revealed his soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, and a pair of pale yellow wings materialized behind him. I am Xuannan, a level 54 agility attack system Soul King, with the martial spirit of the white swallow. With a fierce cry, a massive white bird appeared behind him, exuding an overwhelming pressure. Luoya merely curved the corners of his mouth, displaying no hint of fear. It was evident that this individual, bearing the surname Shui and possessing a bird-type martial soul, was likely an elder from the Shui family of Tiando. Regrettably, his martial soul was rather weak. The Tiando royal family's inherited martial soul, the swan, paled in comparison to the white tiger of the Xinglua royal family. It was no wonder that the national strength of Xinglua consistently surpassed that of the Tiando Empire. I will strike you with a single punch. Should you withstand it, I shall immediately apologize, Luoya declared, and with a powerful push of his legs, he surged forth like an arrow released from its bow. Xuanan's pupils constricted. He sensed the formidable fighting spirit emanating from Luoya, a quality not possessed by an ordinary individual, let alone a typical young soul master. Yin Yu Blade, he shouted, as the white wings of the swan behind him unfurled dramatically. The third soul ring illuminated, and feathers scattered, transforming into white blades that shot towards Luoya with astonishing speed. Duantian, Luoya responded with a fierce shout, a layer of blue light enveloping his fist as he met the oncoming blades with piercing force. Boom. The blue light collided with the feather blades, resulting in a tremendous explosion. intertwining blue and white light engulfing the entrance of the hotel. The patrons within the hotel, terrified, fled in all directions, seeking refuge. As the dust settled, they beheld Hu Liena, who had once stood confidently, now sprawled on the ground. One of his martial soul's wings grotesquely broken, and his body marred with several deep lacerations, clearly suffering grave internal injuries. Gasped. The remaining guests in the hotel collectively inhaled sharply. Who was this masked youth with such terrifying strength? My heavens, who was this young man? How could he be so formidable? They murmured among themselves, bewildered. You. Hu Liena, in utter disarray, struggled even to rise. His eyes filled with disbelief and fear. He could scarcely fathom that he had been severely injured by a youth who appeared to be merely in his teens. Haha. You should take note, for this is the true essence of my void fist technique, Loya said, rotating his wrist as a flash of purple light flickered in his eyes. Who on earth are you? Another elder, who had yet to intervene, found his expression gravely somber. He was certain that this youth was anything but ordinary, potentially a pivotal disciple of one of the top 3 sects or even the martial soul hall. I am but a commoner. And it is merely your royal family's actions that I find repugnant, Loya replied, a glimmer of purple light flashing in his gaze as he addressed the terrified Hu Liena. Furthermore, one should learn to be more discreet. A mere soul master of barely 20 levels, if not for the Tiando royal family's backing, would have no right to boast in front of a soul sect. Buzz. Ha ha ha. As Luo Ye's voice faded, for soul rings, 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, manifested around him, and he levitated in midair. The surrounding space shimmered with eerie ripples, and faint whirlpools could be discerned. Everyone present was rendered speechless, unable to fathom that this youth, adorned with a black feather mask, was a soul master. No, it couldn't be. Those soul rings must be illusions. Anxious, Shuepeng collapsed to the ground, incoherently babbling. Youngster, I concede that you possess the potential for a titled rank, yet alas, you should not have offended our Tiando royal family. Another elder, his expression darkened, lightly pressed his foot down, activating 6 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black. I am Shuebe, a level 63 assault-type soul emperor, with the martial spirit of a swan. Should you be above level 65, I might have hesitated, but to me, an ordinary soul emperor is merely insignificant. Luo Ye let out a cold snort, and with a swift motion, his figure transformed into a blur, vanishing from sight. In the blink of an eye, a purple claw materialized before Shuebe, aiming directly for his throat. 5th soul skill, Feather Guardian. Shuebe was taken aback, his soul power surging wildly as he immediately unleashed a defensive 5th soul skill, forming a turquoise shield from a cluster of azure feathers to counter Luo Ye's ethereal claw. Crack. The void claw of Luo Ye collided with the azure shield, producing a crisp sound. Although Luo Ye's void claw shattered the feathered shield, the force of the rebound caused him to stagger back 2 steps before he regained his balance. How is this possible? Shuebe's expression changed dramatically as he retreated, distancing himself from Luo Ye. The defense of a soul emperor had been effortlessly breached by a mere soul master, had he not witnessed it firsthand. He would never have believed it. Chapter 67. Gliza's greed. Seeing Shuebe retreat, Luo Ye seized the opportunity to pursue. A brilliant blue light erupting from his being as 3 doppelgangers emerged from within him, encircling Shuebe completely. Falling feather, Shuebe called out, his wings flaring as his 4th soul ring illuminated. Swan feathers coalesced from the heavens, cascading downwards and exploding into countless sparks, forcing Luo Ye's 3 doppelgangers to retreat. Seizing the moment, he charged directly at Luo Ye. Upon witnessing the scene, Luo Ye let out a disdainful chuckle. The disparity in power is sometimes insurmountable, old man. As he spoke, he abruptly clenched his palm, conjuring a violet-black arc of electricity that swiftly shot towards Shuebe, its speed astonishing. Upon seeing the violet-black lightning approach, Shuebe's expression shifted, and he deployed his 5th soul skill to defend himself. However, this time, his defense crumbled within a mere second, sending him crashing to the ground. Observing this, Luo Ye revealed a chilling smile, the phantom of his martial soul shimmering ominously. Is this the extent of a soul emperor? He mused as he slowly approached the petrified Shuebe, his claw poised dangerously close to the latter's neck. You should consider yourself fortunate. You are a prince of the Tiando Empire, otherwise, you would already be dead. His tone was devoid of any emotional inflection. In response, Shuebong hastily shook his head, fear lacing his voice as he stammered, No, I was wrong. A hiss escaped him, though it is still insufficient to sate my hunger. I find myself somewhat famished. Luo Ye's gaze towards Shuebong shifted to something peculiar, briefly glancing at the 2 guards lying on the ground, groaning in distress. Gliza. That will suffice. We are done here. Luo Ye's voice resonated, filled with a hint of urgency. He truly feared that Gliza might suddenly succumb to his primal instincts and consume all three of them, making their departure from Tiando City exceedingly difficult. Though reluctant, Gliza, who was controlling Luo Ye's body, retracted his claws and turned back towards the hotel room, disregarding the already terrified Xuebang. Controlling your body is somewhat burdensome, lad. Do not forget your promise to me. You must ensure I am well fed in 3 days. I know. Watching Luo Ye's retreating figure, Xuebang exhaled in relief, collapsing onto the ground, his body chilled. The earlier atmosphere had been overwhelmingly terrifying, leaving him utterly devoid of any thoughts of resistance. After Luo Ye's departure, it was not long before other guards from the Tiando royal family arrived, one of whom was an elderly man of formidable Soul Douluo rank. Your Highness, are you unharmed? The elder inquired. No, I'm fine, Xuebing replied, regaining his senses upon hearing the elder's words. He looked at the guards, overwhelmed by a sense of survival after a calamity. That individual did not inflict significant harm upon the prince, but we must return to the palace promptly. At that moment, Xuebing's 2 guards had already risen, spitting out blood, with Xuebe bitterly remarking, "This time, Your Highness, we have truly encountered a formidable opponent." The elder scrutinized the two with a furrowed brow. Who on earth was that person, possessing such extraordinary strength to injure you so severely? It's a long story, Xuenan sighed. The elder, seeing their condition, refrained from pressing further and turned to lead everyone back towards the palace. The 2 guards responsible for Xuebing's safety hurried to the main hall after tending to their wounds to report the incident to the Emperor Xueye. Are you certain you did not misinterpret? Xueye expressed disbelief, as a 15-year-old soul master was within reason. But 3 soul rings exceeding the normal limits of soul masters was beyond comprehension. The 2 guards exchanged glances before finally nodding. Your Majesty, it is indeed true. And that youth emanated a strange soul power that would send chills down one's spine upon mere sight, one guard replied. But can a soul master truly transcend 1 or even 2 major realms to defeat you? Isn't that somewhat exaggerated? Xueye remained skeptical. Hearing this, the 2 men replied with bitter expressions, to not deceive your Majesty, it is indeed so, that youth's prowess is extraordinary and even united. We would not be his match. At that moment, a voice resonated from outside the palace, accompanied by a flash of swordlight. 2 figures appeared, one of whom, an elder wielding a sword, was clad in immaculate white, his silver hair meticulously arranged, standing upon a sword of approximately 3 feet in length, unadorned and entirely silver. Upon seeing the 2 figures, Xueye immediately approached. Master Ning, Sword Douluo, what brings you here? Your Majesty, earlier at the Tiando Royal Academy, Uncle Jian sensed the presence of 2 titled Douluos, and now hearing that Xuebing was injured in Tiando City, I grew curious. The newcomer was none other than Ning Fingji, the master of the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile School, along with the sect's elder, Jian Daoqin. Ah, Master Ning, regardless of Xuebing's shortcomings, he is still my child. And Uncle Nan and Uncle Bei are my royal relatives. I hope you can assist me in bringing the perpetrator to justice. Xueye's tone held a hint of plea. The Tiando royal family lacked a single title Douluo, and Digabo did not fully obey the Tiando royal family. Luo Ye could easily defeat a soul emperor. So how formidable could a soul sage be? Your Majesty, do you know the identity of that youth? Daoqin did not respond to Xueye but instead posed a question. As of now, I do not know. He claims to be merely a common soul master, Xueye replied truthfully. A commoner? Could he be a disciple of the Spirit Hall? Upon hearing Xueye's words, Ning Fingji and Jian Daoqin exchanged glances, both pondering. To defeat an opponent while transcending 2 major realms, there are only 2 possibilities. Daoqin mused for a moment before stating, absolute suppression in martial souls, or the individual possesses at least 3 soul bones. That explains the 2 title Douluo auras that erupted earlier within the Tiando Royal Academy, Ning Fingji added. It must be the Spirit Hall elder assigned to ensure that youth's safety. Spirit Hall. Xueye's eyes narrowed as he gripped the scepter of authority tightly. He had not anticipated that Spirit Hall would produce such a remarkably gifted young individual, and that the Pope would place significant importance on him, dispatching 2 title Douluos for his protection. Alas, with Spirit Hall's ascendancy, will there still be a place for my Tiando Empire on the Douluo Continent? Xueye sighed, hoping that Xinghe would mature swiftly so he could confidently entrust the empire to him. Upon hearing Xueye mention Xue Qinghe, Ning Fingji revealed a gentle smile. Your Majesty need not worry. While Qinghe may possess ordinary cultivation talent, he will undoubtedly not disappoint you in governance. Hearing this, Xueye gazed towards the Crown Prince's chamber. a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Indeed, appointing Qinghe as crown prince was the wisest decision. Meanwhile, within the crown prince's chamber, news of Luoya had already reached Qinghe, or rather, Qian Renxue's ears. Oh, little Luo has come to Tiando City? Upon hearing the elder's report, Qinghe's expression brightened momentarily before shifting to one of exasperation. To cause trouble so soon after arriving is truly reckless. After speaking, Qinghe turned to the elder and inquired, Uncle Shi, is he still present? Young master, that lad is currently resting at the Tiando Grand Hotel, Shilong respectfully replied. Is that so? I see. Qinghe waved his hand, signaling Shilong to depart. Yes, I take my leave. Shilong nodded and exited the room. Qinghe gazed at the mountain of documents piled on his desk, furrowing his brow. Ah, little Luo, I regret that I cannot meet you at this moment. Chapter 68. The Past of the Chrysanthemum Ghost Snow White Swan Kiss, Forget Poison, Flying Flower, and Star Spirit Grass. Yes, that will suffice. Luoya paused his pen, placing the completed medicinal formula on a nearby table. Little Luo, is this truly as miraculous as it seems? Yueguan picked up the formula for the poison-gathering pill, scrutinizing it closely. In my many years at the Spirit Hall, I have never encountered such a recipe. Luoya nodded reassuringly. Rest assured, Uncle Yu, there is no cause for concern. Where on earth did you learn such things, you rascal? Hiki, that's a secret. You mischievous little brat. Regardless of the secrets I may hold, I am now a member of the Spirit Hall. And I am still the Luoya that you have watched grow up. Luoya's words left Yueguan in silence for a moment. I understand. The night swiftly passed, and the morning light illuminated the land, a ray of sunshine streaming into the room. Good morning, Xiao Luo. Stop your training and wake up. Yueguan and Guei stood by the window, gazing at Luoya, who had been cultivating throughout the night, as Yueguan gently called out. Got it, Luoya replied, opening his eyes and rubbing them. You truly are diligent. No wonder you have held the title of the chief disciple of the Spirit Hall for 3 consecutive years. Yueguan teased. Having never married or had children, both he and Guei regarded Luoya as their own, viewing him with the affection one might reserve for a grandson, which allowed their conversation to flow freely without the formality expected of titled Douluos. There is still some time before the agreement with that old poisoner, so you should take a good rest these next few days, Guei sighed softly. You have been so obsessed with becoming stronger since childhood, utterly unlike a typical child. Luoya felt a wave of emotion at his uncle's words, unable to believe such sentiments could come from the usually taciturn Guei. Your Uncle Guei is feeling nostalgic. Yueguan gently shook his head, looking out the window. The way you are now truly resembles us in our youth. A hint of melancholy and sorrow intertwined with Yueguan's smile. Uncles, could you share with me the stories of your youth? Luoya's sudden proposal took both Super Douluos by surprise. After exchanging glances, they turned and sat beside him, each resting a hand on his shoulder as they recounted the era of upheaval on the continent. Over 70 years ago, in the southernmost and northernmost regions of the Heaven Do Empire, the tales of 2 future Super Douluos began in 2 inconspicuous villages. In a humble village in the northern part of the Heaven Do Empire, a frail child was embroiled in a quarrel with his companions. Is your name Guei? What a dreadful name. What of it? It's the name my mother gave me, so don't mock it. Humph, what a poor family you come from. Your martial soul is utterly useless. You're the real pauper. Do you see that lake? Legend has it that a devil is sealed within it. Are you brave enough to dive in? I'm not. Coward. If you don't jump in today, don't bother playing with us anymore. Fine, I'll jump. Who is afraid? With a splash, he plunged into the water. Ah, he really went down. No, we must rescue him. What if he drowns? No. It's not our concern. He chose to jump. Right, it's not our problem. In the depths of the lake, the child sank deeper, the icy water biting at his frail body until a chilling voice echoed in his ear. Hey, someone has come to deliver me a meal. You are that devil. Indeed. Become my sustenance, human. Am I to die? No. Please. This little one dares to plead? Do not consume me. I do not wish to perish. I have changed my mind. Would you consider a trade? A trade? What kind of trade? Take me out of this lake, and I shall grant you strength. What? I cannot do that. Oh, but you can, for your martial soul is not a mere waste. It is an extraordinarily unique ghost fire. Ghost fire? If you agree to free me, I can empower you to vanquish those who once scorned and belittled you. But what of my mother and sister? Did they ever truly love you? Are you happy? Do you possess genuine friends? Are you recognized and accepted? You are merely your mother's child laborer, responsible for caring for your sister. She continually compares you to those exceptional children. while that girl is the cherished darling of her heart. How could she love you with such disparity? I agree. You must grant me power. I wish to become strong. Heh. Then feel the awakening of your new martial soul. From this moment forth, you shall be known as the Phantom. Meanwhile, in the southern realm of the Heaven Do Empire, the moon shone full, but for the young Yu Guan, it was a night of cruelty. Steeped in painful memories of gray and crimson. Sister, I'm back. This is the money I earned from selling flowers today. Who are you? Oh, you are this woman's brother? The 200 gold soul coins owed from last year have now ballooned to 1,000. When do you intend to repay? Xiao Guan. Get out of here. Not repaying? Beat him to a pulp? Yes, boss. 3 or 4 burly men surrounded the 10-year-old child, raining down blows upon him. Ugh, ah. Cough cough. Hey, why aren't you fighting back? Boss, this little brat has a flower martial soul. He is utterly devoid of combat power. Haha, I beg you. Spare my brother. I will go with you. Consider the debt settled. Fine. After all, this waste only knows how to tend to flowers. He amounts to nothing. Stop. What? Do you still wish to sell your flowers? You do not deserve a spirit master? You'll regret it. Qian Renxue, Tornado Blade. TCH, block it. Thud. Sister, what have you done? Run. Sister, no. Don't leave me. Xiao Guan, this world is fraught with peril. You must protect yourself when I am gone. Sister, you are a spirit master, destined to carve your name upon this continent. Promise me you will do well. Luo Yu listened intently as Yu Guan and Gue Mei recounted their past. Observing the unprecedented sorrow etched upon Yu Guan's face and the tremor in Gue Mei's arms, his heart brimmed with sadness and helplessness. In that era, where chaos and darkness reigned, Yu Guan and Gue Mei were akin to orphans, forsaken upon that frigid terrain. They grew amid solitude, striving step by step towards the pinnacle, only to find, upon looking back, that they were left utterly alone. Loya could hardly fathom the extent of the incompetence and folly that had plagued the royal family of the Tiando Empire, leading the common folk to such a dire state. While the powerful nobles, akin to deities perched high above, gazed down upon them with arrogance. It was only at the age of 15, when the spirit hall took me in, that I encountered the old ghost, who was likewise sheltered. Together, we faced the entrance examination of the spirit hall. Enduring life and death trials, and ultimately, upon graduation, we swore brotherhood. From that moment on, through relentless experimentation, the old chrysanthemum and I successfully cultivated the martial soul fusion technique, catching the attention of the former pope, which significantly improved our circumstances. With a gentle sigh, Loya looked at Yu Guan and Gue Mei, and in that instant, he perceived the 2 illustrious super Douluos before him as remarkably fragile and helpless. Uncle Yu, Uncle Ghost. I really shouldn't have asked, he murmured. There is nothing you shouldn't ask, Yu Guan replied, shaking his head and affectionately ruffling Loya's hair. Indeed, Loya nodded, choosing not to pursue the matter further. Chapter 69. The Eye of Ice and Fire. 3 days swiftly passed, and Loya, along with Juhua and Gue, arrived at the agreed-upon meeting place with Dugubo, who had long awaited their arrival alongside his granddaughter, Dugu Yin. Senior Dugu, sorry to keep you waiting, Loya greeted first. Let us go. I hope you won't disappoint me, Dugubo replied with a nod, leading Dugu Yin as they turned to walk ahead, with Loya and the others closely following. Upon reaching a poisonous formation, Dugubo waved his hand, and the formation parted to reveal an entrance. The 5 entered in single file, and the formation sealed behind them once more. After navigating through the mist, they emerged into a valley resembling a hot spring, where an array of peculiar plants flourished. Yet, the most breathtaking sight was the lake at the center. The lake was divided into 2 distinct sections, one a serene ice blue, emanating a gentle chill, and the other a fiery red, the heat distorting the air above it. The icy white and fiery red coexisted peacefully, as if 2 exquisite pieces of jade were embedded within the lake. Everything within sight was indescribably enchanting, and the overwhelming beauty momentarily left the newcomers in a daze. Ultimately, Loya broke the silence, exclaiming, "What an alluring aura!" However, the most animated response came from the chrysanthemum Douluo, Yu Guan, whose martial soul, the heavenly chrysanthemum, surged uncontrollably, thrumming with excitement to express its elation to its master. "Have I arrived in paradise?" Yu Guan exclaimed, unable to contain his exhilaration as he dashed forward, his eyes fixed on the celestial herb, his martial soul, the heavenly chrysanthemum. Alas! Had I encountered this earlier, I could have reached the pinnacle of Douluo, he sighed wistfully, diverting his gaze from the herb. Yu Guan, with such behavior, can you not exhibit the poise of a tidal Douluo? Gueme remarked, somewhat displeased. Uncle Ghost, such flora is a rare treasure, only encountered by chance. Uncle Yu's reaction is entirely justified, Loya explained. Little Loya is correct. Old Ghost, you failed to comprehend this, Yuedwan agreed, then turned to Dugabo, saying, Old Poison Master. I finally understand how you have endured for so long. It's a pity you lack appreciation, what a waste. Listening to their exchange, Dugabo merely snorted. Choosing not to respond, Loya produced the formula for the poison-gathering pill along with a large cauldron, stating, Elder Dugu, I am about to commence preparations. But I require a small favor from you. Speak your mind. What is it? Dugabo inquired with a hint of indifference. I need a portion of the innate venom from the Emerald Serpent Emperor. This is easily arranged. Dugabo raised his fingers, slightly curling them, as a vibrant green liquid coalesced at their tips. Thank you. Loya supported the liquid with his soul power and ventured into the valley in search of the necessary herbs. At the valley's edge, Dugabo observed Loya's receding figure, musing to himself, if this lad truly possesses the antidote, then Yin Yin shall not suffer the same fate as I, becoming neither human nor ghost. Grandfather, who is that person? Why did he say you were poisoned? Dugu Yin tugged at Dugubo's sleeve, her eyes filled with curiosity. Dugabo gently ruffled his granddaughter's hair, sighing softly, Yin Yin, you are still young and unaware. Our Dugu clan has long relied on the Emerald Serpent as our martial soul. While it is indeed powerful, the backlash it inflicts is equally severe. Once one reaches the Soul King realm, the poison will flare up at intervals. You are only at the 37th level, still within the Soul Master realm, so for now, you are safe. The sorrow and pain in Dugubo's eyes were unmistakable as he gazed into a distant part of the valley, letting out a deep sigh. Grandfather, why didn't you tell me this? Dugu Yan's eyes shimmered with unshed tears. With only Dugubo as her family, the thought of losing him was unbearable. Yin Yin. This has always been the way of our clan, thus, I cannot allow you to come to harm. Dugubo stroked Dugu Yan's hair tenderly, his tone gentle. Yet the sadness was palpable. If that lad named Loya can indeed concoct an antidote, then my life shall be entrusted to him. With this declaration, Dugabo cast his gaze skyward, letting out a long sigh. I say, old poison master, you needn't fret so, Yuguan interjected. Standing nearby with the peculiar mushroom he had just harvested, inhaling its fragrant aroma. Little Loya never boasts. If he claims he can neutralize the poison, he undoubtedly has his methods. Indeed, it would be prudent to await the outcome with patience, Gueme concurred. Let us hope so, Dugabo replied with a bitter smile. His eyes filled with hope. After all, Dugu Yin was his only kin. How could he not worry? Beside the searing, fiery spring, Loya held 3 herbs along with Dugubo's innate venom, casting them into the cauldron. Using his soul power, he ground the herbs into a fine powder and began the intricate process of refining them, which required considerable time. As time passed, an hour later, a rich fragrance of elixir wafted from the cauldron. Almost there, it just needs a little more nurturing. Sensing the concoction slowly taking shape within the cauldron, Loya promptly reduced the heat, allowing a few lingering embers to continue refining the elixir. Minutes tick by. It is ready. With a gentle clap of his right hand against the cauldron, a radiant pill shot forth, which Loya swiftly grasped, gazing at the smooth, round elixir in his palm. A smile graced Loya's face. Not bad. After all, it was crafted from spiritual herbs, which suffices. By the way, Gliza, do you possess any memories of recipes from higher realms? My previous host was an alchemist, but alas, he could not bear my power, resulting in his stagnation at the 3rd-tier alchemist level. It is fortunate I could inherit this fragment of memory, yet you still dare to be picky? Ahem, very well. Luoya severed the mental link with an awkward smile, then produced a small porcelain vial. After filling it, he stored the large cauldron back into his storage soul guide and turned to face Dugabo. Upon seeing the poison-concentrating pill that Luoya had presented, Dugabo furrowed his brow and inquired, can this pill truly cure the stubborn ailment afflicting me? Esteemed Elder Dugu, this is not meant for you. It is intended for your granddaughter, Miss Dugu Yin, Luoya replied with a smile. Dugubo's eyes gleamed with curiosity as he eagerly asked, then what about the poison within me? The poison in your body has lingered for decades. The poison-concentrating pill alone cannot eradicate it. Luoya shook his head and then shifted his tone. However, I have other methods. Upon hearing Luoya's words, joy flickered across Dugubo's face. What method do you propose? Follow me, esteemed elder, Luoya said with a smile, turning to walk deeper into the valley, a glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes. After a moment's contemplation, Dugubo handed the poison-concentrating pill to Dugu Yin, instructing, Yin Yin, do not consume this carelessly. Wait for your grandfather to return. Yes, Grandpa. I understand. Dugu Yin replied obediently as she accepted the pill. Dugubo hastily followed Luoya until they reached the spring at the center of the two instruments' eye. Young man, what exactly is your plan? Speak, Dugubo urged impatiently. It is quite simple, esteemed elder. Release your martial soul and do not resist. Luoya said with a grin. Observing the peculiar glint in Luoya's eyes, Dugubo frowned slightly, pondering for a moment before responding, very well. As his words fell, the martial soul of the emerald phosphor snake emperor manifested, with emerald eyes shimmering with vibrant light. A formidable power erupted from Dugubo, and an enormous green python appeared from the void, baring its fangs at Luoya. Seeing the scene, a sly smile crept upon Luoya's lips. Now is the moment. Esteemed elder, remember not to resist. As soon as he finished speaking, Luoya unleashed his Gliza martial soul, suspending himself in midair, radiating a dazzling blue-purple aura. Gliza. It's time to feast. With a terrifying force of suction emanating from his mouth, Luoya opened his lips slightly, beginning to absorb the harmful toxins from the emerald phosphor snake emperor. In merely 10 minutes, he consumed all the harmful toxins within the beast. And the process was remarkably smooth, devoid of any violent clashes. Enough. Cease your feeding. Do not harm him, Luoya hastily reminded Gliza through their mental link, as it showed no signs of stopping. Huh? I am not yet sated. Are you not aware of the plethora of celestial herbs I witnessed earlier? All right, fine. Luoya conceded. As Luoya devoured the toxins, Dugubo's eyes widened in astonishment. Your martial soul possesses the ability to consume toxins? Esteemed elder, do not be surprised. Take a moment to sense your body, Luoya gently prompted after savoring the last remnants of poison. Upon hearing this, Dugubo closed his eyes in meditation. And a moment later, ecstasy illuminated his face. I can feel it. All the poison within me has been purged. Ha ha ha, splendid. However, esteemed elder, do not be overly excited. This method will leave you in a state of weakness for a month. So it is advisable to refrain from combat with soul masters above the soul sage rank during this period, Luoya cautioned. Rest assured, I comprehend. Dugubo waved his hand dismissively. I shall take my leave now. I wish you a swift recovery. Luoya offered a respectful bow before departing. Little Luo. How should that pill be used by Yin Yin? Dugubo called out urgently after Luoya's retreating figure. Acquire a soul bone for her. One that is over 1,000 years old will suffice. Then channel the poison into the soul bone before consuming the poison concentrating pill. Luoya's voice echoed back. Dugubo was momentarily taken aback, muttering to himself. This young man actually thought to use a soul bone as a medicinal guide. Very well. I must hasten to procure a soul bone for Yin Yin. In high spirits, Dugubo hummed a tune as he made his way out of the valley, eager to share Luoya's method with Dugu Yin. At the heart of the ice and fire spring, Luoya floated in the air, enveloped in a swirling emerald flame. The ethereal form of Gliza appeared behind him, adorned with emerald scales and a long serpentine tail that swayed gracefully. My strength seems to be gradually returning, not much, but sufficient, Luoya smiled, his eyes gleaming with purple light. Haha. Chapter 70. Devouring the dual dragons as Luoya descended slowly from above the ice and fire spring. He felt a surge of potent toxic soul power within him, bringing an overwhelming sense of relief to his entire being. The devouring ability of Gliza was incredibly dominant. Although the soul power absorbed was immense, it still fell short of rupturing the belly of the void beast. Dugubo stood on the ground, observing Luoya's descent, his gaze flickering with unspoken thoughts, a mix of concern and anticipation. Esteemed elder, should you not be seeking a soul bone for your granddaughter? Luoya inquired. I have stated that as long as you can resolve the poison afflicting me, I shall grant you 3 requests. I am a man of my word. Dugubo replied cheerfully. Very well, then my first request is that this medicinal valley be ceded to the spirit hall. And I trust you will not go back on your word. Luoya articulated his initial condition. That is agreeable. I have no need for it. And now that the poison has been lifted, it is yours, Dugubo assented without hesitation. Thank you, esteemed elder. Luoya felt a surge of joy within and continued. As for my second request, I ask that you assist me in eliminating someone. Oh, who might that be? The 4th prince of the Tiando Empire, Shuebeng. No? Dugubo's brow furrowed slightly. Although he owed a favor to Prince Shuexing, Shuebeng was merely his nephew, and he had no particular feelings towards him. As a pinnacle entity in the realm of soul masters, a titled Douluo would not concern himself with a mere great soul master. No. The act of killing him must be seamless. Thus, I will notify you when the opportunity arises, and I would appreciate your cooperation at that time. Very well, I agree. Dugubo nodded. Now, please state your third condition. Luoya pondered and said, "My third request is quite simple. Senior, you shall follow me personally, rather than the spirit hall." "Oh, your appetite is rather grand, isn't it? Not only do you wish to take my medicinal valley, but you also desire my very person?" Dong Gubo scoffed. "What difference is there between following you and submitting to the spirit hall? Indeed, there is a distinction. Senior shall heed only my commands. Even my teacher has no authority to command you directly." "Young Luo, you truly dare to make such a claim. And who, pray tell, is your teacher?" Dong Gubo inquired with great interest. A reverent expression graced Luoya's face as he remarked with a smile, "Is Holiness the current pope of the spirit hall? Be beyond?" De Gubo gazed at Luoya in astonishment. "So, you are the son of the spirit hall?" If Luoya were to affirm this, it would indeed justify the simultaneous protection from Zhu Huaguan and the old ghost. "No, my master has yet to designate me as the son." Luoya replied with a shake of his head and a chuckle. "Then why not strive for it?" De Gubo inquired. "I certainly intend to vie for the position of son. However, prior to that, I wish to establish my own unique influence." "Ha ha ha, good lad, you possess ambition." The old man laughed heartily, growing increasingly fond of Luoya. "In that case, may I also refer to you as Old Poison from now on?" Luoya chuckled mischievously. "Call me as you wish. After all, I have accumulated many nicknames throughout my years in the Spirit Master community." De Gubo responded without a hint of offense. "Very well, Old Poison," Luoya exclaimed, delighting in the jest. "Ah, young Luo, I shall not disturb you further. I must go and seek a soul bone for Yin Yin. All right, Old Poison, take care." Luoya watched as Dugabo departed from the Eye of Ice and Fire, a subtle smile gracing his lips as Dugabo entered the sunset forest. Glancing back at the abundance of celestial herbs and spiritual medicine strewn across the ground of the eye, Luoya's heart swelled with excitement and anticipation. These treasures must be taken back for Shrek, the teacher, and the senior sister. First, I shall consume the flame apricot and the 8-pointed ice grass. Luoya's gaze fell upon the 2 celestial herbs growing closest to the Yin and Yang springs. "Gliza, it's time to feast. I have been eagerly awaiting this moment." With that, a powerful force emanated, drawing the 2 celestial herbs directly into Luoya's abdomen. Indeed, possessing a formidable martial soul is a great advantage, unlike certain individuals who must plunge into the springs to refine their gains. After digesting the energy contained within the 2 herbs, Luoya exhaled a breath of impure air. Murmuring softly, Gliza's ethereal form manifested behind him, its arms adorned with swirling hues of red gold and ice blue. Luoya could distinctly feel his physique becoming significantly more robust, while his soul power surged from level 45 to 47, ascending to the rank of a high-level soul master. Luoya was confident that after reaching the rank of Soul King, his body could endure the energy of at least 100,000-year soul ring. Retrieving his martial spirit and taking out the tools he had previously prepared, Luoya began to excavate the celestial herbs. A petal celestial orchid, frosty wind crystal fruit, coxcomb phoenix sunflower, holy extreme flame flower, 9-grade purple ganoderma, water fairy jade skin bone, fragrant enchantment celestial essence, heartbreak red, nether water orchid, and autumn water gaze dew. After carefully unearthing all these celestial herbs and collecting their seeds, Luoya arranged them together, his violet golden eyes sweeping over the collection. He decided to give the holy extreme flame flower and water fairy jade skin bone to Shrek, while the nether water orchid was meant for Uncle Gue. As for Uncle Yu, he had already taken the miraculous Tongtian chrysanthemum, so he thought to gift the autumn water gaze due to his senior sister to enhance her mental strength. As Luoya surveyed the pile of celestial herbs, he began to allocate them in his mind. The 9-grade purple ganoderma? Not even fit for feeding a dog, certainly not for that cowardly scoundrel. As for the phoenix sunflower, if that brash fellow behaved well, perhaps he would share a portion. The Thunder Soul Spirit fruit would be reserved for Brother Xie, who had looked after him in the past. Luoya had already contemplated the distribution of the celestial herbs. Qian Renxue was the girl he loved, so naturally, she deserved double the gifts. However, considering that Bibidong's cultivation had nearly reached the limits of human soul masters, Luoya found it challenging to determine what to offer her. Hu Liena, being his senior sister, also warranted a share for both emotional and rational reasons. The remaining herbs would be kept for future use, after all. Celestial herbs would not wither. Having made up his mind, he summoned his spatial bracelet and stored all the celestial herbs within. His gaze then shifted back to the Yin-Yang spring, a fleeting glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes. My boy. I wonder if a little taste would be too much to ask? Came the voice of Gliza, laced with desire. Luoya could sense its restlessness, as if it yearned to drain the spring entirely. Not just you, I too desire a taste. TSK, why are you still dawdling? Get moving. With a splash, he plunged headfirst into the spring of the two instruments' eye. Loya sat cross-legged, enveloped in a halo of blue and purple light. His lips parted slightly as the energy contained in the spring began to flow continuously into his being. Roar. Within the confines of Luoya's being, Gliza emitted a series of deep, resonant growls, its form expanding and solidifying with a remarkable intensity. Consequently, Luoya perceived the presence of two unfamiliar essences coursing through his blood, one imbued with warmth, the other steeped in chilling cold. His soul power surged dramatically, ascending from the advanced Soul Master at level 47 to the illustrious Soul King at level 50. Perhaps it would be prudent to seek out the remains of those two formidable dragon lords? With this thought igniting within him, Luoya opened his eyes and propelled himself toward the depths of the Yin-Yang Spring. After approximately 15 minutes, Luoya had descended to a staggering depth of 1,000 meters. The energies of ice and fire here were exceedingly formidable, infused with a terrifying cold poison and fiery toxin that compelled him to summon his ethereal form for protection. Another 1,000 meters deeper, and at last, Luoya could discern the scene beneath the spring. Two dragon corpses, each exceeding 1,000 meters in length, lay sprawled upon the bottom, surrounded by scattered remnants of icy flesh and dragon scales. Luoya was acutely aware that the formidable powers of the ice and fire dragon kings were at least at the level of a first-tier deity during their lifetimes. The corpses of the two dragons emanated an overwhelmingly terrifying pressure, and despite being separated by a distance of at least several thousand meters, Luoya could not help but tremble in fear. If I were to consume you, not only would I risk bursting, but the mother dragon from the Stardoe forest would likely come seeking me with her dragon spear. Luoya couldn't help but chuckle bitterly to himself. Are you afraid, little one? Came the mocking voice of the lingering spirit of Gliza. Ah, it's not fear. It's merely the burden of two extremely volatile treasures, Luoya retorted. With my presence, what do you have to fear? Moreover, I can assure you that should I consume these two dragons, my power could be restored to a fraction of its former glory. That is your claim. Gliza cackled ominously, reclaiming control of Luoya's body. A brilliant silver light erupted from within, and a colorless vortex coalesced at his chest. The corpses of the two dragon kings were immediately drawn apart by an incredibly terrifying gravitational force. Although the process of consumption was not painful, it was undeniably slow, as Gliza, while effortlessly absorbing the energy, found Luoya still too weak to immediately withstand the immense power of the two dragon kings. An overwhelming torrent of energy surged in, plunging Luoya's consciousness into a frigid abyss, devoid of any suffering. All that surrounded him was the encroaching silver light. The original four soul rings manifested one after another upon Luoya's being, while countless silver rays began to rapidly coalesce around him, deepening into a circle of ink black adorned with faint golden hues. At that moment, Luoya appeared to have grown significantly taller. His once short silver hair now cascaded down to his waist, and his pupils, one blue and one red, flickered with the essence of dragon eyes. A simple blue-purple gun-shaped pattern emerged at the center of his forehead. Ha ha ha. Chapter 71. Return with a resounding splash, Luoya burst forth from the Yin-Yang Spring, radiating an overwhelming aura, his violet gold eyes revealing a slowly swirling silver vortex. Little Luoya, how did you emerge from the spring? Yu Guan and Gue Mei, sensing the commotion, hurriedly appeared by Luoya's side. Dugabo had warned them that even titled Douluos could not remain in the spring for extended periods, yet here was Luoya. Luoya cast a sidelong glance at them, his dragon-like pupils flashing with a startling intensity that momentarily startled Yu Guan. That gaze carried a hint of arrogance, disdain, and even a touch of greed, yet it was swiftly masked by him. Luoya closed his eyes briefly before opening them again, offering a faint smile. Uncles, there's no need for concern. This spring is truly a wondrous thing. It can help me swiftly elevate my cultivation. If you doubt me, just observe. Your soul power, Soul King? Yu Guan scrutinized Luoya with a mix of astonishment and disbelief. Using external means to enhance one's cultivation, could there be unforeseen consequences? Gue Mei frowned, his voice laced with caution. Uncle Gue, you needn't worry. Everything within the ice and fire Yin-Yang well is a natural treasure, born of heaven and earth. There will be no adverse effects, Luoya reassured. Hearing his explanation, Yu Guan and Gue Mei visibly relaxed, their apprehension easing. Even so, let us examine your condition. We cannot afford any mishaps, Gue Mei insisted. Of course. Luoya agreed without hesitation, warmth flickering in his eyes. Silently, he thought. Uncle Yu and Uncle Gue truly treat me as their own kin. Yu Guan and Gue Mei simultaneously channeled their soul power to probe Luoya's internal state. They discovered not only an abundance of vibrant energy within him, but also traces of two distinct, harmonizing auras. So, Uncle Gue, is everything all right? Luoya inquired. Indeed. Your soul power is robust, not the least bit unstable, Gue Mei replied with satisfaction. Luoya, you will undoubtedly become a leading figure of the Spirit Hall in the future. Excellent. Since Luoya has already broken through to Soul King, and we happen to be near the Sunset Forest, Yuguan added with a gentle nod, let us proceed to find you a suitable soul beast. Luoya, with a smile, waved his hand dismissively and said, there is no need for that, my two uncles. I have already attained the 5th ring. As soon as he finished speaking, 5 soul rings rose beneath his feet, the 5th ring adorned with a profound black hue interspersed with flecks of gold. What? This? Yue Guan and Gue Mei stared wide-eyed at Luoya, their faces etched with disbelief. How is it possible for a soul master to generate their own soul rings? They are not transformed from a 100,000-year soul beast. Luoya has been nurtured by the two of them since childhood. Had it not been for the span of 100,000 years, the soul beast would have undoubtedly been discovered long ago. Luoya smiled and remarked, Uncle Gue, you may be unaware of what lies beneath the eye of ice and fire, do you not? Luoya's words captivated the attention of both individuals, who meticulously observed the situation below. Beneath the spring, the gazes of the two super Douluos shifted towards the waters of the two-element eye, fixating on the depths. Luoya had emerged from this very place, having ascended to the Soul King level, and had mentioned that there was something beneath the spring. Could it be, little Luo? Could it be that beneath this spring lie two 10,000-year soul beasts? Moonlight speculated. Luoya shook his head and said, Uncle Yu, do you truly believe that a mere pair of 10,000-year soul beasts could yield such an abundance of celestial artifacts? Although I am uncertain of the cultivation level of the two soul beasts below, I can assert with confidence that they possess at least 100,000 years of cultivation. As Luoya spun his tail, his composure remained unshaken. 100,000-year soul beast. How then did you acquire that soul ring? Ahem, Uncle Gue, you see. Beneath this spring lies not just one soul beast, but precisely one that is barely clinging to life, and fortuitously, its soul ring attributes were a perfect match, allowing me to seize an unexpected opportunity. Luoya continued his fabrication. Is that truly possible? The duo, Gue and Jiao, exchanged incredulous glances, questioning Luoya's sincerity. Of course, my fortune is indeed extraordinary. This visit has proven to be remarkably fortuitous, Luoya proclaimed with an air of pride. Uncle Yu affectionately patted Luoya's head and playfully scolded, You rascal, you are truly self-absorbed. Hee, Uncle Yu, we ought to hasten our return to the Spirit Hall. Surely, you recall what our teacher mentioned before we departed? Ah, indeed. Uncle Yu smacked his forehead in realization. Bibi Dong explicitly stated that if Luoya were to reach level 47 within 5 years, she would reward us each with a soul bone. Exchanging a glance filled with silent joy, both Yu Guan and Luoya felt elated at the prospect of finally obtaining the coveted soul bones. Uncle Yu, Uncle Gue, time is of the essence. Let us swiftly return to Soul City. Very well. The trio, 2 elders and a young one, channeled their soul power and departed from the Sunset Forest. Racing towards Soul City, they made little effort to rest along the way, for the Sunset Forest lay on the outskirts of Tiando City. A journey of over 20 days to reach Soul City. Luoya was unwilling to wait for so long. After departing from the borders of the Tiando Empire by carriage, he, along with Yue Guan and Gue Mei, activated their martial souls and took to the skies. The trio returned to Wuhuan City in merely half a month, prompting Bibi Dong to immediately sense the arrival of her cherished disciple. In the Hall of the Pope, Luoya respectfully bowed. Greeting, I pay my respects to you, Your Holiness. Yue Guan and Gue Mei knelt in unison, paying their respects as well. Rise, Bibi Dong replied with a subtle nod, signaling for Yue Guan and Gue Mei to stand aside as her gaze turned toward Luoya. Little Luoya, you have returned after 4 years of training. It seems you have met my expectations. A glimmer of anticipation flickered in Bibi Dong's eyes, for she held great affection for this intelligent, sensible disciple endowed with extraordinary talent. Teacher, I have broken through to the Soul King level, Luoya responded with palpable excitement. Oh, Bibi Dong's eyes sparkled with delight. Excellent. I never renege on my words. Shortly, you shall accompany Elder Ju to the treasury to each select a piece of a 10,000-year soul bone. Thank you, Your Holiness, teacher. Luoya and Yue Guan chorused in reply. Bibi Dong smiled with satisfaction and inquired, Little Luoya, What level is your 5th soul ring? Please unleash it for me to see. Certainly. Loya summoned his martial soul, and 5 soul rings rose simultaneously. Notably, the 5th soul ring emanated an extraordinary wave that caught Bibi Dong's attention. Rising from her throne, she stepped forward to stand before Loya, her eyes fixed intently on his 5th soul ring. Loya felt somewhat uneasy under the scrutinizing gaze of Bibi Dong, silently pondering whether his teacher had discovered something amiss, considering she was the inheritor of the Rakshasa god. Where did you acquire your soul ring, Xiao Luo? Bibi Dong inquired after observing him for a considerable time, her voice softening. From the Sunset Forest, Loya replied. Bibi Dong, clearly skeptical of this answer, turned her attention to Gue Mei and Yu Guan beside her. Yu Guan, Gue Mei, is this true? Your Holiness, within the Sunset Forest lies a sacred ground, abundant with precious medicinal herbs and numerous soul beasts dwelling there. Yu Guan respectfully responded. Oh, a glimmer of intrigue flashed in Bibi Dong's eyes. Very well, I understand now. You two may retire for the time being. Yes, Yu Guan and Gue Mei acknowledged before departing. Bibi Dong redirected her gaze toward Loya, her expression taking on an air of profundity. Xiao Luo, it is just the two of us here. There is no need for you to feign innocence. Teacher, I do not comprehend what you are insinuating, Loya replied, his face a mask of confusion. Humph, still pretending? I see through your facade. You have received an inheritance from a divine being, have you not? Bibi Dong remarked with a cold snort, her words piercingly direct. Upon hearing this, Luo Ya's face displayed a look of astonishment. From Bibi Dong's words, he had already inferred a considerable amount. So, it appears that my master has hit the nail on the head. Noticing Luo Ya's surprised expression, Bibi Dong's exquisite features revealed a hint of pride. There exists a unique fluctuation on your 5th spirit ring. I believe that it is the essence of the divine being you have inherited. Furthermore, Yu Guan mentioned a treasure within the Sunset Forest, which I surmise to be the location where you received the divine inheritance, or perhaps a sacred site left behind after the fall of a certain deity. Master, your wisdom is unparalleled. Luo Ya couldn't help but admire Bibi Dong. Truly, she is the most formidable and outstanding pope in the history of the Spirit Hall. With just a spirit ring and a few words, she could deduce so much. Cease the flattery. You must possess a divine seal as well, correct? Reveal it for me to see, Bibi Dong commanded. Very well. With a thought, Luo Ya summoned the simplistic, gun-shaped pattern on his forehead once more. Bibi Dong gazed at the divine seal on Luo Ya's forehead and then burst into hearty laughter. Indeed, the Spirit Hall is blessed. Little Luo, which deity has cast their favor upon you? After a moment's hesitation, Luo Ya slowly replied, the Void Demon God. Chapter 72. Bestowing celestial herbs in the treasure vault of the Spirit Hall, Luo Ya held a dark blue head spirit bone, his eyes gleaming with excitement. This head spirit bone was one of the rewards for the future Spirit Master competition, the wisdom skull of the Saint Illusion Demon Ape, a being of 60,000 years. The reason for selecting this particular spirit bone was that Luo Ya's sole vulnerability at present lay in his mental strength. Once his mental power was enhanced, not only would Tang San's purple extreme magic eyes no longer affect him, but he would also be able to fully control the potency of formidable techniques, such as the dual helix. Had it not been for Bibi Dong's promise and the tacit approval of the offering hall, Luo Ya would not have been able to take this spirit bone, for it was indeed a head spirit bone of 60,000 years. If it were to circulate within the Spirit Master community, it would undoubtedly incite a bloody scramble. Little Luo, have you made your choice? Yu Guan's voice emerged from behind, as he held a left arm bone in his hand. Yes, Uncle Yu. I wish you further advancement in your cultivation, Luo Ya replied, storing the skull within his spatial bracelet while retrieving the nether water orchid. Please take this celestial herb to Uncle Gue. It will enable him to break through to level 96. Good child. Yu Guan nodded with a smile as he accepted the nether water orchid. Very well. I shall deliver it to old Gue. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to seek us out. Loya nodded and swiftly departed, treading upon a path he had not traversed in 4 years. The Spirit Hall Academy, student dormitory area. Creak. As he pushed open the door, Loya surveyed the familiar surroundings, a faint smile gracing his lips as his gaze fell upon his bed. I wonder if they still remember me, the senior brother of this academy? Loya shook his head and chuckled softly, making his way to the bed and sitting down. He took out the wisdom skull, and he could distinctly feel the Gliza spirit stirring within him, eagerly yearning to devour it. Gliza, it's time to feast. Loya summoned his spirit, and the ethereal form of Gliza materialized behind him. Ho ho ho, for me, it is merely a light snack. A silver vortex gradually began to coalesce on Gliza's face. The wisdom skull being drawn towards it, slowly drifting into the vortex and eventually being consumed. An hour later, Gliza had completely devoured the soul bone, and a single silver vertical pupil opened on its face, its soul power becoming significantly more potent. Loya contentedly retracted his martial spirit and began to introspectively examine his inner self. First and foremost, he discovered that his soul power had ascended by 2 levels. Furthermore, due to the remarkable surge in his mental strength, Loya's control over his martial spirit had become even more formidable. Most importantly, he felt no trace of any additional presence in his head. The energy of the wisdom skull had completely vanished, devoured entirely by Gliza, leaving no burden whatsoever. Young one, if you could procure more of such artifacts in the future, perhaps around 1,000, you would be able to restore a fraction of my former strength, Gliza remarked. 1,000 pieces, you say? Do you think soul bones are as plentiful as wild yams in this realm? Loya responded with a chuckle. Ah, to my former self. Such items wouldn't even be worth the bark of a tree. Your audacity is commendable, Gliza retorted. Loya found himself speechless at Gliza's antics. After severing his connection to the remnants of Gliza's soul, he hurriedly began to assimilate the energy from the soul bone. Although this fellow currently offered some assistance, he was essentially a ticking time bomb. Casting a glance towards the adjacent bed of Shiyue, Loya mused to himself, wondering when the golden generation would return from their trials, as the celestial herbs had already been prepared for them. As Loa's thoughts raced, the door swung open once more, and the newcomer elicited a chuckle from him. Speak of the devil. Brother Xie, it's been a while, Loya greeted warmly, stepping forward. Xiaolo, you've returned as well? Shiyue's initial fatigue dissipated upon seeing Loya, his face lighting up with joy. The two shared a hearty embrace. Indeed, I just got back. Did you and the Golden Generation complete the Emperor-level trials? Loya inquired, knowing that Shiyue must have returned alongside them. Yes, and we are on the verge of breaking through to level 50, Shiyue replied, his face radiating excitement. Well then, I wish you all the best in your endeavors, Loya beamed, retrieving the Thunder Soul fruit from his spatial bracelet and offering it to Shiyue. Shiyue looked quizzically at the fruit in Loya's hand. This is a celestial-grade herb, capable of not only enhancing a soul master's innate talent and accelerating their cultivation speed, but also increasing soul power and fortifying their martial soul, Loya elaborated. This herb is known as the Thunder Soul fruit, infused with the elemental energy of thunder. Brother Xie, while your martial soul is formidable, it lacks elemental energy enhancement. I present this to you, hoping it will elevate your martial soul and cultivation to new heights. Shiyue was taken aback. Is it truly so powerful? Can a martial soul possess elemental capabilities postnatally? Certainly, and all celestial-grade herbs come devoid of adverse effects, benefiting soul masters immensely, Loya reassured him, his face brimming with encouragement. Shiyue nodded excitedly. Thank you, Xiaolo. I will forever remember your kindness. There's no need for such formality. We are all brothers, Loya waved his hand dismissively. Pressing the Thunder Soul fruit into his hands, Shiyue accepted the Thunder Soul fruit, examining it closely. A large white blossom cradled a red fruit, its skin radiating faint blue arcs of electricity, shrouded in wisps of white mist, truly exquisite. How beautiful! No wonder it's a celestial herb, Shiyue exclaimed in admiration, then, somewhat shyly, turned to Loya. Xiaolo, do you have any more? I would like 2 more for Nana and Yin. Indeed. I have just the right celestial herbs for them, Loya replied readily. Really? How wonderful! Shiyue exclaimed with glee. I shall go fetch Nana and Yin immediately. Loya nodded slightly. And Xieyue immediately turned and dashed out, her speed indicating she had utilized her soul power. A few minutes later, the 3 members of the Golden Generation gathered in the dormitory. Upon seeing the celestial herbs laid out by Loya on the table, Hu Liena and Yin gasped in astonishment. The trio exchanged glances, each recognizing the shock and greed reflected in their eyes. Is this truly the legendary celestial herb? Hu Liena swallowed hard, gently picking up the autumn water dew, her voice trembling slightly. They had all sought guidance from the spirit Douluo, Moonlight, regarding these celestial herbs. So they had some prior knowledge, yet, witnessing them firsthand was overwhelmingly breathtaking. Brother Loya, are you truly giving this to us? Yin asked hesitantly, uncertainty clouding his expression. Yes, Loya replied, casting a glance at Yin and tossing the coxcomb phoenix sunflower into his hands, stating nonchalantly, take it. This coxcomb phoenix sunflower must not be swallowed or chewed. It requires the guidance of soul power. You must endure its effects. Also, remember this. You have received the celestial herb, so do not seek me out for trouble again. My master called my senior sister away solely for the completion of an important task. Nothing transpired between us. I have no feelings for Hu Liena, for I already have someone I cherish. Do you understand? The last two sentences were conveyed through Loya's spiritual energy, causing Yan's expression to shift slightly. And he lowered his head in embarrassment, murmuring, I understand. Absorb the celestial herbs. I will guard you, Loya gestured, sealing the room with spatial soul power to allow them a tranquil environment to fully experience the herb's effects. Time flowed gently, and 3 hours slipped by unnoticed. As the effects of the celestial herbs took hold, the three members of the Golden Generation underwent various degrees of transformation. Suddenly, they all opened their eyes wide, joy radiating from their faces as silvery, purple-pink, and red-gold lights erupted within the room. Ha ha ha, I've truly reached the Soul King level. Xiaoyu laughed heartily. His martial soul, Moonblade, uncontrollably swirling in his palm, enveloped in a dazzling arc of electricity. Martial soul enhancement, Thunder Moonblade. Me too, Hu Liena exclaimed, leaping with excitement, her large fox-like eyes shimmering with a faint purple light as 3 fox tails manifested behind her. Martial soul evolution, Three-tailed spirit fox. Roar. Yin was the last to awaken, emitting a deep growl from his throat. The air around him seemed to heat up instantaneously as the Flame Lord emerged from his back, his original earthy form transforming into true flames that blazed brightly upon his face. Martial soul purification, Flame Lord, ultimate fire. Brother, thank you so much. Yin bowed deeply, his gratitude palpable. Though he was slightly hot-tempered, he was not ungrateful. Without Loya bestowing this opportunity upon him, he would not have achieved the Soul King level so soon. Nor would his martial soul have been purified to become the true Flame Lord. With a faint smile, Luoya patted Yan's shoulder, saying, if you truly wish to express your gratitude, seize the championship of the Soul Master Academy competition next year. After graduation, do not forget the cultivation bestowed upon you by the Spirit Hall. Rest assured, I shall certainly do so, Yin declared, clenching his fist with determination. Junior brother, where did you acquire all these celestial herbs? Hu Liena gazed at Luoya with admiration, astonished that he had returned with such treasures after 4 years of training. From a hidden gem within the Sunset Forest. I have persuaded its owner, and it now belongs to the Spirit Hall, Luoya replied nonchalantly. Could you possibly send a herb to my teacher as well? After all, my teacher has aided me greatly over the years, Hu Liena asked, a hint of shyness in her voice. What do you mean, your teacher, senior sister? Luoya retorted with mild irritation. That is our teacher. It is not that I am unwilling. Rather, you know well that the teacher's cultivation is nearing the pinnacle of tidal Douluo. The celestial herbs hold no value for him. Oh, come on. Just consider it an act of filial piety towards your teacher, Hu Liena pouted. Very well, I shall go now. You three should solidify your cultivation, and then seek Elder Ju or Elder Gui to hunt for soul rings, Luoya contemplated before stating. Understood, the three nodded in agreement, and Luoya vanished from their sight. Yet, not 2 seconds had passed when his voice echoed back. Oh, by the way, after consuming the celestial herbs, your physical attributes and martial souls will be enhanced, allowing you to absorb soul rings of a higher level like I do. However, do act within your limits. Chapter 73, Heart Snow Lotus. Before the resplendent hall of the Pope, Luoya cradled a lotus flower in his hands and stepped forward. Just as he was about to knock on the door, 2 palace knights intercepted him. Apologies, young Master Luo. His Holiness the Pope has decreed that no one is allowed entry at this time. Luoya furrowed her brows and inquired, is there something amiss with the teacher? Indeed, came the reply. His Holiness the Pope has expressed a desire for solitude, wishing not to be disturbed by anyone for the time being. Very well, she responded. As Luoya was about to take his leave, Bibi Dong's cold voice resonated through the doorway. Let him enter. The gatekeeper respectfully stepped aside, granting passage to the path leading to the Pope's chamber. Luoya pushed open the grand door and stepped inside. There, in the council hall of the papal palace, Bibi Dong sat regally upon the papal throne, while a man and a woman stood below, seemingly reporting on some matter of significance. Luoya quickly recognized the other 2 individuals, Spirit Eagle Douluo and Demon Bear Douluo. Initially displeased by the opening of the grand hall's doors, Bibi Dong's expression softened upon seeing Luoya. Ah, Luoya, what brings you to seek your teacher? Your Holiness, we shall take our leave first. Spirit Eagle Douluo said as he and Demon Bear Douluo bowed and exited the Pope's chamber. Oh, teacher. It is like this. I have brought back some precious items from the sacred grounds of the Sunset Forest, which I had previously forgotten to present to you. Loya extended a snow lotus towards Bibi Dong. This is a celestial-grade herb, the heart snow lotus. Bibi Dong accepted the snow lotus from Loya and inhaled its fragrance. What a delightful aroma! It calms the mind and soothes the spirit. Teacher, the heart snow lotus possesses the ability to shield one's consciousness from erosion. If the user's mental state falters, it can assist in alleviating their entanglements. Loya explained with a smile, one should consume the petals first, then swallow the stamen, utilizing soul power to guide the medicinal properties. As the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong was, in essence, a puppet, yearning to seize full control over the Spirit Hall as authority. Consequently, she was inundated with mountains of paperwork. Ever since the incident with the hidden room Douluo, under the temptation of the Rakshasa god, her heart had grown increasingly dark. Thus, if Loya could dispel the demons within Bibi Dong, it would be tantamount to saving the entire Spirit Hall. If one were to encapsulate Bibi Dong's character in a single word, extremism would be most fitting. She consistently stifled her emotions, leading to an ever more radical disposition, ultimately steering her towards madness. The more deranged and extreme a person is, the more adept they become at suppressing their feelings, often failing to express their emotions. In the original narrative, Bibi Dong presented a serene facade to the world, while her inner turmoil raged like a storm. Suppressing one's emotions is akin to inflating a balloon. There is always an influx but never a release, and eventually, the balloon is bound to burst. Loya gazed at Bibi Dong with a complex expression, then sighed, saying, "Teacher, I know you wish to mend the rift between me and those old coots, but there are matters you may not comprehend. Regardless, this is the sincere intention of your disciple. Please accept it." Loya spoke earnestly. Alas, very well. Bibi Dong reluctantly accepted the heart snow lotus. Luoya smiled gently and nodded, secretly hoping that this snow lotus would prove effective in alleviating some of the resentment within her teacher's heart. "Master, I have already placed that cherished land under the jurisdiction of the Martial Soul Hall. You may send someone to guard it at your convenience. I shall take my leave now." "Very well, go." Bibi Dong gestured with her hand, indicating for him to depart. Loya bowed respectfully to Bibi Dong before turning to depart. As Bibi Dong gazed at Loya's retreating figure, a wave of emotions washed over her. This child possessed an unwavering sense of belonging to the Spirit Hall and exhibited remarkable filial piety and consideration. Could she truly bring herself to shatter the dreams that her most cherished disciple had tirelessly pursued? Sighing, she decided to first assess the nature of the snow lotus. With a heavy heart, Bibi Dong began to pluck the petals of the snow lotus, savoring each morsel as she chewed slowly, relishing the exquisite taste. It was only after swallowing the stamen that she felt a sudden jolt, as if she had plunged into a realm of illusions, collapsing onto the papal throne. Outside the papal hall, Loya sensed that the spiritual imprint on the snow lotus had vanished, signifying that Bibi Dong had consumed it. He made his way to a secluded chamber, silently murmuring, "Teacher, forgive your disciple." With that, he activated the skill, Wisdom Skull, Dream Space. Luoya closed her eyes and entered Bibi Dong's dream. Within this dream, Bibi Dong observed herself in the third person, witnessing a scene from her youth where she joyfully conversed with a somewhat handsome young man in the library of the Spirit Hall. Little Bibi Dong, watching her younger self interact with someone drenched, could not help but exclaim. As the master of dreams, Luoya was certainly able to hear it all. With a barely perceptible shake of his head and a gentle wave of his hand, the dreamscape transformed instantly. This time, it was a solitary space belonging to Yu Xiaojiang, where Luoya unveiled the entirety of Yu Xiaojiang's most hypocritical, double-standard, and utterly shameless facets. "Xiaojiang, you are destined to become the most formidable theoretical master in the realm of soul masters." The youthful Bibi Dong comforted the somewhat bashful Yu Xiaojiang, her eyes shimmering with a glow of approval. "Thank you, Xiaodong," murmured the bashful Yu Xiaojiang as he lowered his head. Yet at that moment, his innermost thoughts were laid bare by Luoya, echoing in Bibi Dong's ears. "How splendid it will be, with the vast library of the Spirit Hall. I shall acquire even greater knowledge, and when I slightly amend and subsequently publish these theories, the world will believe they originated from me, Yu Xiaojiang. What grandiosity awaits me?" Loya wielded control over the dreamscape, intensifying his mental energy to sustain its unfolding. Ultimately, Yu Xiaojiang articulated the 10 core competencies of martial souls, gradually establishing his position as a theoretical master within the realm of soul masters, thereby indirectly affirming his own worth. During this journey, he fell in love with Bibi Dong, and the two resolved to depart from the Spirit Hall and elope. However, their plans were swiftly thwarted by the former Pope, Qian Renxue, who intervened harshly. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's unyielding proposal to part ways, Yu Xiaojiang was engulfed by tears and turmoil. Without seeking clarity on her motives, he fled in despair. Bidong. I willingly renounced my ties to the spirit hall and forsook my pursuit of ancient texts for you, and yet you cast me aside so easily? You hypocritical woman! Is it merely because you hold a higher status, possess greater power, and boast one more martial soul than I, with a touch more beauty? Setting aside these trivialities. You are unworthy of love. The echoes of his anguished heart resonated in Bibidong's ears, leaving her profoundly shaken within. Loya felt quite pleased with the state of his counterpart. Bidong, as his mental energy continued to manifest, transforming the dreamscape once more. In this vision, the drenched Yu Xiaojiang was preparing for a wedding with another woman, one whom Bidong recognized as Lu Erlong. Just as everything seemed to be progressing smoothly, Yu Xiaojiang's uncle, Yu Luomian, arrived to thwart the union, revealing that Lu Erlong was, in fact, his cousin, thus rendering their relationship utterly impossible. This revelation would make the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon a laughingstock among the upper sects, necessitating the annulment of their engagement. Overwhelmed by the truth, Yu Xiaojiang fled in despair, leaving Lu Erlong heartbroken and facing her father's wrath alone. In his darkest moments, Yu Xiaojiang even contemplated suicide, but his steadfast friend, Flender, intervened. Ultimately, the three went their separate ways. The cowardly Yu Xiaojiang abandoned Lu Erlong and vanished, retreating to the small confines of the Nodding Soul Master Academy, living a life of idleness, while Lu Erlong established an academy in Heavendo City, waiting in hopes that Yu Xiaojiang would return, even if just for a fleeting moment. Yet, this wait extended for over 20 years. Lu Erlong was unfazed by the whispers of the world, while Yu Xiaojiang, devoid of responsibility, left Lu Erlong to bear the brunt of all the gossip. Remarkably, Lu Erlong harbored no resentment, silently awaiting his return. From a divine perspective, Bidong observed all of this in disbelief, unable to fathom that the one she once loved could be such a hypocritical and spineless individual. Chapter 74. Reunion with Qian Renxue upon awakening from her dream. Bidong was unsure how long she had slumbered, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. For the first time in a long while, she experienced a profound, heart-wrenching pain. The betrayal of the one she cherished left her feeling as though her heart was being cleaved in two. How could you, Xiaojiang? She murmured in disbelief. But the vividness of the dream was undeniable, leaving her no room for doubt. She wished fervently that it were all merely a nightmare. It seemed as though she had suddenly lost all her strength, collapsing onto her throne, tears cascading down her face uncontrollably. Who could have imagined that this iron-willed empress would possess such a vulnerable side? At that moment, the mark of the Rakshasa god on Bidong transformed, emitting a soft purple light as a dark shadow began to drift from it. This shadow was a fragment of the Rakshasa god's essence. Bidong. It appears you have come to a realization. The voice of the Rakshasa god's fragment was faint yet authoritative, leaving no room for contradiction. I refuse to believe it. Rakshasa, you have deceived me, haven't you? Bidong gazed at the fragment, tears streaming down her face, but refusing to relent. We gods, upon attaining divinity, are not permitted to interfere with worldly affairs, and I am no exception, the Rakshasa god's fragment declared. Everything you have experienced is indeed real. Frankly, you should be grateful to that snow lotus. Grateful? For what? Bidong glared at the fragment with fury. My dear successor, you must understand that my position as the Rakshasa god was born to govern malevolence, not to be controlled by it as you have been. For years, you have lived in hatred and resentment, which has hindered your cultivation, and in the future, inheriting my divine status will not result in a seamless integration. Initially, I intended merely to pass my position to you, but now I have changed my mind. You must become a worthy Rakshasa god. With that, the fragment transformed back into a stream of black light and returned to the divine mark on Bidong's forehead. Sitting there in a daze, Bidong's mind was in turmoil. She could not accept the reality that Yu Xiaojiang could inflict such pain upon her, revealing himself to be a shameless, hypocritical coward at his core. Bring me someone. Bidong suppressed her deep sorrow and anger, shouting towards the door. Your Holiness, what is your command? 2 palace knights rushed in respectfully. Investigate a man named Yu Xiaojiang. Where has he been for the past decade, and what has he been up to? Bidong commanded coolly. Understood, the knights replied, departing. Bidong closed her eyes to recuperate, maintaining a facade of calm, though inside, her emotions were in turmoil. How could anyone claim the dream was false, with no impact on her state of mind? The Rakshasa god, a deity, would not resort to deception without reason. If it is true, Yu Xiaojiang, you will pay dearly for your betrayal. Bidong clenched her fists tightly, her nails piercing her palms. In a side chamber, Loya withdrew his mental energy and the skull of wisdom technique, feeling faint and nearly collapsing. Bidong's prowess, both in cultivation and mental strength, far surpassed his own. Without the aid of the snow lotus and the wisdom of the skull, weaving a dream for her to perceive Yu Xiaojiang's true nature would have been nearly impossible. Perhaps I should take a moment to recover, he thought, rubbing his forehead as he sat cross-legged on the ground to regain his composure while reconnecting with the remnants of Gliza's soul. Hey, Gliza. Didn't you say your power could recover to 1/10,000th? Why are you so reluctant to lend me any mental energy? Ha ha ha, young human. You didn't mention you wanted to enhance your mental strength. Thus, I had no choice but to allocate everything to speed. Afraid of being struck, are we? Unfortunately, my ethereal form has yet to fully recover, and the damage you can currently withstand is limited to advanced beings of this plane. Shouldn't I enhance your escape abilities? If you perish, I perish too. I'll just disregard your nonsense then. Can I choose the next enhancement direction myself? Fine, fine. But if you cannot defeat me in the future, do not blame me. All right, off to sleep with you. And you should wake up quickly. There's a peak human watching you. Understood. Severing the connection, Loya opened his eyes, and upon recognizing the figure before him, he quickly stood and bowed slightly. Greetings. Esteemed patron, no need for courtesy, my child. Please, sit, Qian Renxue said with a warm smile, gesturing for Loya to take a seat. May I call you Xiao Luo? Qian Renxue gazed at Loya gently. Loya's eyes sparkled slightly as he nodded and said, of course, esteemed elder. Well, little Loya, it appears you have grown sufficiently strong. Qian Renxue remarked with admiration. If I am not mistaken, you have caught the attention of a deity, have you not? Indeed, Loya humbly replied. Splendid. The future of the spirit hall is entrusted to you young ones, Qian Renxue said, patting Loya's shoulder. Thank you for your kind words, esteemed elder. Loya responded with a smile. Now, today I shall fulfill the promise I made to you years ago, Qian Renxue said, his old face blooming with joy. Luoya's heart suddenly surged with joy. He had already anticipated what Qian Renxue was about to say. How splendid. He could finally seek out Qian Renxue with rightful justification. At long last, he could meet Shuesh and no longer be confined to merely pondering her existence each day. Luoya felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. So much so that she was oblivious to the flush rising to her cheeks. However, before that, the old man needed to conduct a brief assessment of you. Qian Renxue suddenly shifted the topic. Upon hearing these words, Luoyu was momentarily taken aback, his lips twitching. Great elder, you have come in person? He couldn't shake the feeling that Qian Renxue was not merely seeking to assess his cultivation progress, but rather using this as an excuse to deliver a sound thrashing. What, is there a problem? Qian Renxue's eyes narrowed slightly, his tone imbued with a sense of indifference. None at all, absolutely none. Luoyu quickly shook his head, indicating that he had no objections whatsoever. Satisfied, Qian Renxue nodded and turned, soaring into the air with a slight curve at the corners of his mouth. You little rascal. If you wish to pursue my granddaughter, you must first pass this old man's scrutiny as her grandfather. Whether it is a blessing or a curse. One cannot escape a curse, Luoyu mused to himself. Then felt a sense of relief. He would consider this an opportunity for his future father-in-law to vent his grievances regarding the potential elopement of his granddaughter. After all, he was indeed Shue's grandfather. Gritting his teeth, Luoyu swiftly ascended into the sky, matching Qian Renxue's pace, and arrived at a vast plain outside the spirit hall. It was impossible not to feel nervous in the presence of this formidable figure, the true pinnacle of power within the spirit hall. Even Bibi Dong, prior to her ascension to the limit Douluo, could not hope to rival Qian Renxue. After the untimely demise of Qian Renxue, Qian Renxue spared Bibi Dong purely out of respect for her being Qian Renxue's mother and due to the presence of the ominous aura of the Rakshasa god, which stayed his hand. The terror of a limit Douluo is incomprehensible to any title Douluo beneath that echelon, even when facing the Bone Douluo alone. Luoya had never felt as anxious as he did today. Given Qian Renxue's immense power, the arena would not withstand the overwhelming impact of his soul power, which is why he had chosen this open space. The plain bore the remnants of past battles, clearly indicating that the elders of the spirit hall often engaged in sparring here. Once they landed, Qian Renxue turned to Luoya, his demeanor calm. Little Luo, I shall not bully you. I will only use the abilities of my first 3 soul rings. Whatever means you possess, feel free to unleash them. Luoya's hands trembled slightly as he suppressed the anxiety within him. Taking a deep breath, 5 soul rings emerged around him, and he fixed his serious gaze upon Qian Renxue. Great elder, I must offend you. Chapter 75. The duel of the ultimate Douluo in the desolate expanse beyond the spirit hall. Luoya and Qian Renxue floated in midair. Silvery and golden auras emanated from their forms, the distance between them minimal, yet the golden radiance visibly overshadowed the silvery glow. Luoya stood as if faced with a formidable adversary, striving with all his might to preserve his domain from the tumultuous waves of soul power emanating from Qian Douluo. Meanwhile, the soul power within him surged rapidly. Qian Daolia's gaze was fixed upon Luoya, urging him, "Come now, little Luoya, do not hold back. Should you manage to injure me, the position of the second elder in the spirit hall shall be yours." Luoya nodded and said, "Then I shall not hold back." As soon as the words left his lips, he conjured 4 clones that appeared before Qian Douluo. The 5 manifestations of Luoya simultaneously unleashed their right fists, sending forth a gale that disturbed the very fabric of space toward Qian Douluo. Qian Douluo stood calmly, a faint smile gracing his lips as he regarded the 5 approaching fists, unfazed by their might. Not enough. Boom. A radiant golden light enveloped Qian Douluo in an instant, causing the 5 fists to collide against this luminous barrier with a violent explosion. Energy ripples radiated outward, the ground beneath them caving in, while soil and stone erupted into the air. Trees and wild grass within a 100-meter radius were shattered by the shockwave. "Thunder!" Luoya proclaimed in a deep voice, as purple-black lightning surged from his fists and those of his clones, striking toward Qian Douluo. Slightly taken aback, Qian Douluo merely extended a finger, effortlessly dispersing the 5 bolts of lightning. Intelligent, but one cannot rely on tricks before a limit Douluo. Boom. A beam of golden light shot forth from between Qian Douluo's fingers, coalescing into a flurry of angelic feathers that sped toward Luoya. Void. Luoya's form was swiftly enveloped in a layer of white light, and he retreated in midair to evade the onslaught of feathers. Yet the feathers pursued relentlessly, their speed akin to lightning, almost catching up to Luoya in the blink of an eye. Realizing evasion was futile, he braced himself for the impact. His fingertips transformed into purple claws that seized the feathers with a fierce grip. With a powerful tug, he tore them apart, yet found his palms marked with several cuts. Qian Douluo observed the destruction of the angelic feathers with little reaction, merely uttering a single word, "Ignite." Suddenly, flames erupted from the remnants of the feathers, encircling Luoya. The intense heat was unbearable, yet he gritted his teeth and stood firm. Qian Douluo wielded the true sunfire, a unique flame of the 6-winged angel, capable of incinerating all malevolence in the world. Although Gliza was not an evil martial spirit, it could not help but feel a sense of trepidation before the true sunfire. Angel, light rain. Qian Douluo unleashed his soul skill, as countless golden specks gathered behind him, transforming into innumerable golden orbs the size of raindrops, raining down densely upon Luoya. Luoya was taken aback, his 4th soul skill instantaneously activated, causing spatial ripples to emanate from his being as his figure vanished within the golden flames. A teleportation, perhaps? Qian Douluo furrowed his brow slightly. Alas. In the face of absolute strength, all else is mere rhetoric. Buzz. A streak of white light flashed by, and the golden radiance upon Qian Daolia's 6 wings erupted suddenly, enveloping a radius of 100 miles. Beneath this dazzling golden light, Luoya's figure gradually became visible, pinned to the ground. What an overwhelming pressure. Luoya frantically lifted his foot, attempting to harness spatial energy to break free from Qian Daolia's suppression and ascend once more. Yet, he felt as though the space surrounding him had solidified, rendering his struggles futile as he remained firmly anchored to the earth. Qian Douluo approached Luoya step by step, a smile adorning his face. "Yield." "No." Luoya gritted his teeth, the purple glow in his pupils flickering wildly as torrents of violent energy surged outward in all directions. TSK, the light energy emanating from this human, though insignificant, is still quite loathsome. In the depths of Luoya's dual pupils, the specter of Gliza flickered, and an ethereal azure radiance erupted forth from within him, manifesting a colossal spiral of blue light that surged upwards from beneath his feet, boundless and void. With a thunderous roar, Luoya distorted the surrounding space, unleashing a towering purple whirlwind that relentlessly shattered the oppressive force of Qian Douluo. What a remarkable fellow! Qian Douluo was taken aback by Luoya's unexpected ability to break free from his grasp, astonished by his formidable strength. Could it be a self-created soul technique? Luoya broke free from the oppressive force and immediately soared back into the sky. The ethereal illusion activated once more, and the green light in his eyes flickered momentarily as 4 doppelgangers, along with his true self, swiftly charged towards Qian Douluo. Observing Luoya's approach, a cold smile graced Qian Daolu's face. With a subtle wave of his hand, 5 beams of sword light erupted from his palm, hurtling directly toward Luoya. With a sharp sound, the sword light collided with Luoya's doppelganger, instantly obliterating it, while his true form was sent hurtling backward, plummeting toward the ground. Luoya felt a sharp pain in his chest, a sweetness in his throat, and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. He noticed Qian Douluo rapidly diving towards him, Yet a strange smile crept across his face. With his fourth soul skill, spatial transfer, in an instant, Qian Renxue felt his body slip out of control, vanishing from the spot. The next moment, he found himself swapped in position with Loya, his golden light striking nothing but air. Startled, Qian Renxue swiftly turned to glance behind him, only to find Loya had already faced him, a swirling mass of dark green soul power roiling upon his 5 fingers. With a decisive motion, Loya pressed his palm against Qian Renxue's shoulder, the dark green soul power transforming into a small serpent that bit into the latter's shoulder. This was the second soul skill of the Phosphor Serpent Emperor, Heartstrike. With a muffled grunt of shock, Qian Renxue felt the powerful soul force surge through him, violently impacting Loya, who was sent flying several hundred meters away. He detected a toxin swiftly spreading across his shoulder and intended to channel his soul power to expel it. But Loya offered no respite. In the void of flash, Loya hurled the luminous orbs from his hands, transforming them into countless golden arrows that flew towards Qian Renxue, compelling him to evade swiftly. The toxin on his shoulder spread alarmingly, instilling a sense of urgency in Qian Renxue. His third soul ring illuminated, igniting his body in golden flames to incinerate the Phosphor Serpent's poison within. With no time to ponder how Loya wielded a toxic martial spirit skill, Qian Renxue summoned the golden flames, morphing into the ethereal figure of a 6-winged angel, charging towards Loya. Loya was well prepared, as Qian Renxue had just manifested the flame angel. The 5th spirit ring illuminated. The 5th spirit ability, Void Vibration Wave. The illusory figure of Gliza materialized above him, its form constantly twisting, and a series of purple ripples radiated outward. Qian Renxue suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over his mind. A mental attack. Qian Renxue thought to himself that it was bad. His momentary distraction had significantly weakened the flame angel's might, and Loya seized this opportunity. The illusory figure of Gliza above him became much more solid, releasing a plume of dark green poison gas from its visage, encircling Qian Renxue. The 1st spirit ability of the Phosphorescent Serpent Emperor, Phosphorescent Poison Array. Given Qian Renxue's cultivation, the poison of the Phosphorescent Serpent Emperor would not inflict harm upon him. Yet it was sufficient to dull his movements, granting Loya more time for his subsequent actions. Little Loya, I must admit, the astonishment you bring to me is truly overwhelming. Qian Renxue's expression darkened slightly, but he believed that this poison array would not pose a threat to him. As his words fell, Qian Renxue reached into the void and drew forth his sword, unleashing a sword aura that howled forth, cleaving through the encircling poison array. Upon witnessing this, Luoya felt a sudden shock in his heart. He realized that Qian Renxue had begun to take things seriously. However, his own preparation had already been completed. A stream of amethyst-hued light swiftly swirled around his arms, ultimately converging at his chest. The phantom of Gliza became increasingly substantial. With a forceful push, the purple-gold vortex at his chest erupted violently, launching a robust spiral beam towards Qian Renxue. Gliza, double spiral. Upon seeing this soul skill, Qian Renxue's pupils constricted sharply, a flicker of trepidation igniting within him. He could ascertain that a high-ranking soul saint, if not in their true martial spirit form, would undoubtedly be obliterated by this strike. Even if one were to escape by a stroke of luck, they would certainly suffer grave injuries. Is this your strongest soul skill? Young one, allow me to experience it. A glimmer of battle intent flickered in Qian Renxue's eyes as the ethereal form of the 6-winged angel behind him ascended, soaring to approximately 100 meters in height. The 3rd black soul ring radiated a brilliant light. 3rd soul skill, Angel's Divine Slash. The sword in Qian Renxue's hand quickly enveloped itself in a layer of platinum as he cleaved downward with a single stroke. The golden sword light sliced through the heavens, colliding with Luoya's purple gold beam. Boom! The energy ripple produced by the collision rapidly spread outward, creating waves of soul power impact in the air at a height of 100 meters. Fortunately, the two combatants were engaged in aerial combat. Otherwise, this clash would have surely reduced a significant portion of the barren land below to scorched earth. Rumble. In less than 3 breaths, the platinum sword light was forced back as the double spiral roared forth towards Qian Renxue, whose eyes were filled with disbelief. Eye of the Angel. With a low murmur from Qian Renxue, a colossal golden eye suddenly opened in the sky behind him, releasing concentric golden ripples that effectively intercepted the double spiral. Luoya was violently thrust away, crashing to the ground and creating a massive crater. However, Qian Daolu merely retreated a few steps in the air before regaining his composure. Remarkably, instead of expressing anger over Luo Ye's earlier use of poison, Qian Daolu praised, "Young Luo, your strength has astonished me. You have passed the test." It was utterly unexpected that he had underestimated Luo Ye's most formidable strike, compelling him to unleash his fourth soul skill. Luo Ye rose to his feet, shaking his head lightly while brushing off the dust from his face. With a faint smile, he said, "Thank you, esteemed offering, for your recognition." Chapter 76. The warning from Qian Daolu. Esteemed offering. May I go meet Sister Shuer now? As Luo Ye spoke, his face grew increasingly flushed, yet his anticipation was palpable to all present. Qian Daolu observed Luo Ye's demeanor and instantly comprehended the situation. Thinking to himself, this lad appears to be genuinely smitten with Xiao Shui. Very well, Qian Daolu replied nonchalantly. Thank you so much, esteemed offering, Luo Ye exclaimed, nearly bouncing with excitement as he turned to leave. Wait, Xiao Luo, do you know where Xiao Shui is? Qian Daolu called out with a chuckle, finding Luo Ye's eagerness endearing. I don't know. Luo Ye quickly realized his mistake and awkwardly turned back with an embarrassed smile. Concern can lead to confusion. Qian Daolu shook his head in resignation, contemplating how to scold the lad without knowing how to articulate it properly. He recalled his own youth, when he too was captivated by the formidable figure now residing on Sea God Island. Although I ultimately fell short against my old rival, allow me to send a letter to Xiao Shui. You shall go to Heaven Do City to find her, and she will send someone to assist you, Qian Daolu stated. Producing an envelope, using his soul power, he inscribed characters upon it and tossed it into the air, whereupon a white dove appeared, grasping the envelope in its beak and soaring away. Understood, esteemed offering. I shall take my leave now. Luo Ye expressed his gratitude, gazing appreciatively at Qian Daolu. Hold on. Luo Ye, Qian Daolu called out once more, this time with a tone of seriousness. I have one final question. How were you able to utilize Douluo's soul skills during the recent battle? Qian Daolu was eager to uncover the answer to this perplexing inquiry. Esteemed offering, please don't harm me for what I'm about to say, Luo Ye replied, a hint of fear in his voice. Speak freely. I shall not harm you. Qian Daolu reassured him. It is due to the innate ability of my martial soul, Devour, Luo Ye declared, gritting his teeth. You should be aware that the toxin backlash of the Emerald Phosphor Snake Emperor can render its possessor in a state worse than death. Thus, I employed my devouring ability to absorb all of the backlash toxin from Douluo's body into my own, allowing me to utilize the soul skills of the Emerald Phosphor Snake Emperor after refining it through my martial soul. Ah, I see, Qian Daolu remarked thoughtfully, his sharp gaze fixed on Luo Ye as he probed further. Have you devoured any other soul masters or soul beasts? None, Luo Ye answered hastily, intimidated by Qian Daolu's penetrating stare. The weight of being scrutinized by a limit Douluo was not a pleasant experience. Good, Qian Daolu's frown relaxed as he approached Luo Ye, placing a hand on his shoulder, and said solemnly, Xiao Luo, remember this. The abilities of your martial soul do not define the morality of a soul master. As long as you do not allow the desire for power to cloud your judgment, you shall remain a disciple of our spirit hall. I hope you will remember this. Yes, Luo Ye nodded eagerly, his respect for Qian Daolu deepening once more. Qian Daolu's words resonated profoundly. Inherently, humanity is good, and no child becomes a malevolent soul master upon awakening their martial soul. Such a transformation is solely a result of the soul master's insatiable greed for power, which, when unchecked, can corrupt their mind and judgment. Human desires are akin to boulders rolling down a mountain. Once they begin, they cannot be halted unless the stones originate from the valley below. Since Luo Ye awakened the Gliza martial soul and acquired the ability to devour, maintaining the essence of a soul master for over a decade has been a remarkable feat. Few soul masters can resist the allure of additional soul skills and martial souls, let alone suppress the influence of their martial souls on their character. Luo Ye has done exceptionally well. Very well. You may proceed. Remember, do your utmost to conceal your devouring ability in front of Xiao Shui, understand? Qian Daolu reiterated. Yes, I understand. Luo Ye nodded once more before turning to activate his martial soul and soaring into the distance. Watching Luo Ye's receding figure, Qian Daolu's face broke into a gratifying smile. It is no small achievement for Luo Ye to retain his humanity amidst the temptation of rapidly enhancing his power. After all, such individuals are scarce within the spirit hall. Many soul masters, blinded by the allure of soul bones and soul power, have committed acts that betray their humanity. Such soul masters are collectively referred to as evil soul masters in this land. Gazing in the direction Luo Ye vanished, Qian Douluo murmured, speaking of which, I should find time to inquire with Bibi Dong about how the Spirit Hall is managing the suppression of those beasts. In the Imperial Palace of Heavendo City, Prince Xue Qinghe, disguised as Qian Renxue, sat alone in the study, diligently reviewing official documents. As he continued to excel, the Emperor of the Snow Knight began gradually entrusting more administrative duties to him, seemingly testing his capabilities. This, however, is a positive development, as it signifies the Emperor's growing regard for him, thereby solidifying his position as the Crown Prince. Once the opportune moment arrives to poison the Emperor, the Spirit Hall could seize an entire empire without shedding blood, and subsequently march on the Star Luo Empire. Unifying the continent would then be within reach. Suddenly, a figure flashed, and Snake Spear Douluo Shilong appeared before Qian Renxue. What's the matter? Qian Renxue's expression turned serious. A message from the Grand Priest has arrived. In the study, only Qian Renxue and Shilong were present, allowing them to converse freely. Oh, let me see it. Qian Renxue raised an eyebrow, gesturing for him to present it. Shilong handed her an envelope. Upon opening the letter, Qian Renxue discovered that the words were inscribed using soul power by her grandfather. Her expression shifted slightly as she read attentively, softly reciting, "So he is coming." A hint of nostalgia and joy tinged her voice. "Who is coming?" Shilong inquired. "Who else could it be?" "That young fellow with the surname Luo," Qian Renxue replied, a complex glimmer flashing in her eyes. "The boy named Luo Ye?" Shilong recalled the exceptionally gifted youth who bore a striking resemblance to the young master. "Indeed, Uncle Shi. I would appreciate it if you could see him upon his arrival," Qian Renxue instructed. "Consider it a trivial matter," Shilong vowed earnestly before promptly departing the study. After Shilong exited, Qian Renxue resumed reading the letter with great interest. A faint smile lingered on her lips as she read, and by the time she finished, a soft grin adorned her face. "This mischievous little brat," Qian Renxue murmured. "Grandfather really ought to refrain from meddling in matters of the heart." In the letter, Qian Douluo frequently mentioned Luo Ye, his face subtly flushing with affection and longing. Yet, they had not seen each other for 9 years. The young Luo Ye had been merely a 7-year-old child then. It was implausible that he could harbor such feelings for her. The little Luo has grown now. Perhaps he simply cherishes the bond we once shared as siblings. Qian Renxue sighed inwardly, burying herself in her administrative duties once more. Chapter 77. Reunion with Qian Renxue. After half a month of travel, Luo Ye finally returned to Heavendo City, clad in black attire. His silver hair brushing against his ears, walking alone through the streets. His amethyst eyes scanned the surroundings, and he strolled leisurely, indifferent to the curious glances cast by passers-by. Having absorbed the essence energy of 2 great dragon kings and 2 immortal herbs, his aura and appearance commanded attention whenever he walked among the throngs, especially from the youthful maidens. This city is indeed opulent, Luo Ye mused, contemplating the state of the Heavendo Empire, which he deemed to be in a state of moral decay. As he traversed the streets, he encountered several establishments dedicated to hedonistic pleasures, places conspicuously absent in Spirit City. Thus, it is clear why the Spirit Hall has maintained its supremacy over the 2 empires for millennia. It is not without reason that a ruling class could descend into such decadence. Luo Ye's mental energy flowed through his gaze as he observed the grand palaces in the distance, the true heart of Heavendo City. Shui Air is there. As he rounded a corner, he found the streets less crowded, and a figure suddenly emerged from an alley, a gray-robed elder. "Young Master Luo, I have been sent by the young lady to escort you." The elder appeared silently, his skills remarkable. Luo Ye's demeanor remained composed. He recognized the elder as one of Qian Renxue's guards. "Thank you for your trouble, elder," Luo Ye replied with a smile. The 2 figures vanished from sight. Soaring toward the distant palaces, Luo Ye gazed at the towering palace before him, a smile gracing his lips. "Schwer, I have arrived." Within the prince's residence, Qian Renxue sat in her study, listening intently to the report from the Soul Master, Sishua, who was fervently tapping on the table. "Young Master, recent news from Soul City suggests that they have developed a new weapon that grants even support-type Soul Masters the ability to engage in combat," Sishua reported respectfully. Curiosity flickered in Qian Renxue's beautiful eyes. "Oh, what kind of weapon is it?" "It is said to be a blade-like weapon, exceedingly sharp, capable of penetrating even the defenses of a titled Douluo, despite being no larger than a palm. Sishu, gestured as he continued his report. After listening, Qian Renxue raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Is it truly that formidable? It is said to have been created by young Master Luo, Sishu added. Ah, him, Qian Renxue murmured. This young man possesses quite a bit of talent. Suddenly, a series of dull knocks echoed from outside. Come in. Qian Renxue's cool voice rang out. As the door swung open, Shilong entered, followed closely by Loya. Sister Shuer, my capabilities are indeed considerable, Loya declared with a grin as he stepped inside. It has been a while. I wonder how my sister fares in this heavenly Do city. The Snow Knight has already proclaimed me as the crown prince. How could it be anything but good? Qian Renxue replied with a smile. Is that so? Loya's gaze fell upon the nearly half-meter thick stack of documents on the table, and he expressed a hint of sympathy. I find that hard to believe. It is nothing. I have grown accustomed to it, Qian Renxue said with a wry smile. Before a resolute spirit shone through her delicate brows as she declared, for the grand plan of the spirit hall, I shall endure, no matter the cost. Witnessing the unwavering strength of Qian Renxue, Loya's heart trembled. This was the true essence of the woman he admired. Sister Shuer, may I remove your mask? Loya suddenly asked. After 9 years, I am curious to see how many times more beautiful you have become. Still as glib as you were 9 years ago, Qian Renxue teased, though her hands continued their motion, as if peeling away a layer of veil from her face. Instantly, the refined figure of Shueqing had transformed into that of a breathtaking celestial goddess. Loya scrutinized the exquisite beauty of Qian Renxue, who appeared to be in her early 20s. Her lustrous golden hair cascaded down, her skin rivaled snow in its fairness, and her straight nose complemented her slightly delicate phoenix-like eyes, which bore a hint of authority. The air of sanctity surrounding her only added to her allure. After 9 years apart, Qian Renxue had become even more enchanting. Every movement captivated Loya's heart, rendering even the mightiest of spiritual powers powerless against the charm of this young woman before him. Am I beautiful? Qian Renxue asked with a subtle smile, noticing Loya's dazed gaze upon her. Absolutely, Loya exclaimed without hesitation. As Qian Renxue gracefully approached Loya, she realized that the boy who had once been a head shorter than her had now matched her height. Observing Loya's slightly devilish features, Qian Renxue blinked her beautiful eyes, acknowledging that this little fellow had grown increasingly handsome over the years. Sister Shuer, Loya gently called out, inhaling the enchanting fragrance that wafted from her. Upon seeing the deep affection in Loya's eyes, Qian Renxue immediately affirmed her grandfather's words in his letter. You may leave now, Qian Renxue instructed Shilong and Sishu. Yes. Young master, the two acknowledged and bowed as they exited, closing the door behind them. With a delicate hand, Qian Renxue playfully lifted a strand of Loya's silver hair and asked casually, Did you come to see me empty-handed? Of course not, Loya chuckled, retrieving 2 precious herbs that he had prepared from his spatial bracelet and presenting them to Qian Renxue. These are. Qian Renxue began, a hint of surprise gracing her features upon seeing the herbs. Divine-grade medicinal herbs, holy heavenly extreme flame flower, and water fairy jade skin bone, Loya explained. Placing the herbs in her hands, consuming them can enhance your soul power, strengthen your physical form, and even elevate your innate talent as a soul master, allowing your martial soul to evolve. As Qian Renxue examined the 2 herbs, she sensed her 6-winged angel martial soul stirring within her. You are giving me these precious herbs without hesitation? Aren't you concerned? She teased with a smile. As long as my sister desires them, I would go to any lengths, even if it meant acquiring a 100,000-year-old soul bone, Loya asserted, waving his hand dismissively. Seeing Loya's earnest demeanor, Qian Renxue couldn't help but smile. She could feel his sincere intentions, realizing that this mischievous boy was genuinely willing to invest in her well-being. Ha ha ha. Then I thank you, she laughed, her voice like silver bells, stirring Loya's heart to flutter, momentarily lost in the moment, almost reaching out to embrace her. We are like family. There is no need for formality, Loya remarked, adjusting his expression with a smile. Unable to resist, Qian Renxue playfully pinched Loya's cheek. You are still that adorable little rascal, she teased, noticing the blush on his face. And she smiled softly. Does this mean that since I have grown up, you no longer like me? Loya asked, rubbing the spot where she had pinched him, feigning a look of grievance. Enough with that nonsense, Qian Renxue retorted, casting him a playful glance. Your grandfather allowed you to come to assist me in my plans, not to act as a mascot. Indeed. Loya immediately dropped his playful facade, adopting a serious tone. Let us discuss the matter at hand. Qian Renxue also resumed a serious demeanor, offering Loya a chair so they could sit facing each other. What do you know about the imperial family of the Tiando Empire? Qian Renxue initiated the conversation. Not long ago, I caused quite a stir at their royal academy and encountered a prince named Xuexing and a rather unruly fourth prince, Luoya recounted. However, from my observations, this uncle-nephew pair is far from ordinary. Xuexing? Qian Renxue paused in surprise at Luoya's words, but quickly dismissed it with a flicker of disdain in her beautiful eyes. Xuexing is indeed a nuisance, but Xuexing is merely a spoiled brat, unworthy of serious regard. Is that so? Is that really your perspective on him? Luoya asked, shaking his head in disagreement. Qian Renxue furrowed her brow at Luoya's response. Do you possess some insight that I lack? Luoya smiled mysteriously and remarked. Avalanche is far more complex than you perceive. This individual possesses profound cunning. The information you are aware of is merely a facade he has constructed. Upon reflection, when did the reputation of Avalanche as a libertine truly emerge? If my conjecture holds true, it must have been shortly after you orchestrated the demise of Xuexing or his royal brothers. Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue was taken aback. I had not considered that. Indeed, ever since I dispatched someone to eliminate the third prince, rumors of Avalanche's debauchery have surged throughout the entire Tiando imperial city at an unsettling pace, suggesting that someone is deliberately inciting this. Precisely, Luoya replied with a smile. As expected of you, Sister Shui, you grasped the situation instantly. Avalanche has deliberately concealed his true nature and even feigned moral decay, all to divert your attention. In reality, he has long since allied himself with Prince Xuexing. I had wondered how a prominent prince could descend to such depths. It was all an act. Qian Renxue exclaimed, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in her beautiful eyes. However, she quickly turned her gaze back to Luoya. I have been here for over 9 years and have not detected any abnormalities with Avalanche. How is it that you discerned this after a mere encounter with them? What is your secret? Luoya pointed to his own head and smiled. It is simply due to my exceedingly astute intellect. How self-absorbed. Qian Renxue scoffed. Hurry and disclose the real reason. Luoya smiled proudly and said, Sister, you may not yet know that the poisoned Douluo, Dugubo, has already pledged his allegiance to me. Dugubo? Chapter 78, The Plan. Qian Renxue found it hard to believe that the renowned poison crown of the world, the unparalleled Digu, had actually been subdued by Luoya. How did you manage that? She asked in astonishment. As far as I know, Dugubo is a man of deep loyalty and affection, who has long owed a debt of gratitude to Xuexing. What means did you employ to win him over? Luoya let out a light laugh, slowly recounting the matters concerning the solitary bow, including the 3 conditions he had agreed to. However, she refrained from mentioning that she had utilized her devouring ability to detoxify him. Little Luo, how did I never realize you possess such a remarkable skill? Qian Renxue exclaimed, astonished yet elated. This is splendid. Since Dugubo has promised to assist you in dealing with Xuexing, I can refrain from intervening, thereby minimizing the risk of exposure. Luoya shook his head and remarked. Dugubo will not act directly. After all, there must be a reason to kill Xuexing. Therefore, we must fabricate a justification. Oh? Qian Renxue inquired, puzzled. How shall we create it? Firstly, we need to have Xuexing expend Dugubo's favor, Luoya replied with a slight smile. Sister Shui, you should be aware of their recent movements, correct? After a moment of contemplation, Qian Renxue responded, Xuexing's cultivation has reached level 29. He is likely to seek soul rings in the soul-hunting forest within the week. We could orchestrate a clever ruse. That approach is commendable. Yet the challenge lies in locating a formidable soul beast, Luoya mused, furrowing his brow. Suddenly, his eyes brightened. Sister Shui, could you procure for me a 10,000-year soul beast? Qian Renxue looked at him, puzzled. But a 10,000-year soul beast cannot possibly match Dugubo, can it? No. What I mean is that since there is no suitable soul beast, I shall assume the role of the soul beast myself. That is unfeasible. The aura of a soul master and a soul beast are entirely different. You cannot deceive them, Qian Renxue promptly countered. Which is precisely why I require you to obtain a 10,000-year soul beast for me, Luoya replied with a calm smile. My martial soul possesses an innate ability to simulate. As long as I acquire the blood of a 10,000-year soul beast, I can mimic its aura, making it undetectable to ordinary titled Douluos. Qian Renxue gazed at Luoya in astonishment and asked, Your martial soul possesses such a capability? Luoya nodded proudly and continued, You must understand that I have never utilized it. And in the past, I lacked the opportunity to do so. However, do you possess the confidence to slay the avalanche beneath the vigilant gaze of Dugubo? Qian Renxue replied with a hint of concern, I do not wish for you to take such risks. Rest assured, although Dugubo is a titled Douluo, he is not particularly adept at speed, and besides, I possess the ability of spatial elements, Luoya stated with unwavering confidence. After a moment of hesitation, Qian Renxue finally acquiesced. Very well, I shall have Uncle Shui procure some blood from a 10,000-year soul beast for you. With that, she called out to the outside, and the bloodthorn Douluo, Xiexue, promptly entered. Uncle Shui, I trouble you to capture a 10,000-year soul beast and bring back a vial of its blood, regardless of its strength. As long as it is from the 10,000-year variety. Xiexue respectfully responded, as you command. And in an instant, he vanished like a fleeting shadow. Little Luoya, during this period, you must remain composed and refrain from wandering aimlessly around the palace, Qian Renxue advised. She was well aware of Luoya's temperament. Without such caution, it was likely that news of an assassination attempt on Avalanche or Xuexing would circulate the next day. Yes, Your Highness, Luoya replied with a smile. Get lost. Qian Renxue shot a glance at Luoya. Xiexue's speed was astonishing. In just over half an hour, he returned with a large vial of bright red blood, which he presented to Luoya. Luoya caught the blood that was offered to him by Zixue, bringing it to his nose for a whiff. A look of satisfaction immediately graced his face, and just as he was about to indulge, his expression froze in contemplation, though he felt joy. The remnants of Gliza's soul within him were far from pleased. Human boy, is my power to be squandered on such trivialities? Alas, even mosquito legs are meat. Such a wretched delicacy is beneath my notice. The plan allows you to unleash your wrath today. Agreed. With that, the connection severed, and Gliza's lingering spirit settled down, allowing Luoya to regain his composure. Luo, what were you daydreaming about just now? Qian Renxue inquired, observing Luoya with a hint of confusion. Hee, nothing much. Merely focusing my energy, Luoya replied playfully, winking at Qian Renxue. With a playful glare, Qian Renxue retorted, hurry up, don't waste time. Luoya chuckled softly and then seized the vial of fresh blood, his pupils shimmering with a violet hue as he raised his head and drank it in one swift motion. He activated his martial soul to begin the refinement of the blood, and gradually, a layer of white light enveloped his form. His eyes transformed into those of an eagle, while a delicate black line appeared on his forehead, emanating an aura unique to soul beasts throughout his body. It was indeed the essence of a soul beast. At this moment, Qian Renxue believed Luoya's words and turned at Zixue, inquiring, Uncle Blood, which soul beast does this blood belong to? The iron-beaked bird from the royal soul-hunting forest, aged 30,000 years, Zixue replied. Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue nodded in satisfaction, a fine choice. The iron-beaked bird, a flying-type soul beast, shares the ability to soar through the skies like Luoya and excels in speed. Even a 30,000-year-old iron-beaked bird possesses astonishing power in its sharp beak, capable of easily piercing through the defenses of a non-defensive soul emperor. Qian Renxue watched Luoya in silence, awaiting the outcome. Luoya opened her eyes, feeling the blood of the iron-beaked bird surging within her, emitting a piercing cry that seemed to reverberate throughout the room. All right, she declared, as the luminous white aura surrounding her gradually faded, returning her to her normal state. Qian Renxue, witnessing this, could not help but nod in admiration, saying, well done. Little Luoya, the operation in a week will rely on you. Rest assured, there will be no issues, Luoya assured her with a reassuring glance. Now, let us discuss some details of your plan, so that I may coordinate with you effectively. Sister, you need only to assist me slightly, Luoya replied with a light chuckle. Create your alibi. It would be ideal to have a witness. A witness? Qian Renxue fell into silence, and after a moment, her eyes brightened. I have an excellent candidate in mind. Luoya inquired, who is it? Ning Fengji, the master of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, came the reply. After a thorough discussion, the two finally solidified their plan. Once the morning court had concluded, Qian Renxue intended to visit Ning Fengji under the pretense of paying respects to her teacher. Luoya would stealthily follow Xueping, and when they reached a sufficient depth within the soul-hunting forest, he would reveal himself as an iron-beaked bird and initiate the pursuit. Xuexing would undoubtedly urge Digabo to assist upon learning that his nephew had encountered a 10,000-year soul beast, and Digabo would not refuse such a request. However, he could not guarantee his ability to escape the clutches of a swift 30,000-year soul beast while burdened with two liabilities. Once Xuexing implored Digabo to rescue Xueping at any cost, the favor would be repaid, severing any ties between them, and thereafter, Xueping would truly face his demise. A week later, the Emperor of the Snowy Night sat upon his throne, listening to the reports of his ministers regarding the recent affairs of the Tiando Empire. Over the years, his health had deteriorated. Though he was not yet at death's door, he was far from his former self. How could such a frail body govern the Tiando Empire? Now, he was left with but two sons, Xueqing and Xueping. His gaze fell upon Xueqing Qian Renxue. revealing a hint of satisfaction. He was the most promising of his children and the one he envisioned as the future heir to the throne. Xueping, 2 years younger than Zwiking, was nothing but a wayward scion, indulging solely in pleasure and revelry, which filled him with disappointment. Shifting his gaze to Xueping, the emperor's expression shifted to one of disdain. This fourth son was a significant letdown. Yet, his brother, Xuexing, chose to support him. Do any of the esteemed ministers have other important matters to address? The emperor inquired with authority. Silence enveloped the hall. If not, we shall conclude today's court session. Dismissed, he announced, rising from his seat. The ministers bowed respectfully, departing the grand hall, leaving only Zwiking, Qian Renxue, and Xueping. Father, they both bowed in unison. Rise, Qinghe, Xueping. Do you have any matters to discuss? The emperor gestured, inquiring. Father, I wish to visit my teacher today, and I hope for your permission, Zwiking replied promptly. Ah, a visit to Master Ning, is it? Go ahead. It would be wise to strengthen the ties between the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and our Tiando Empire. The emperor assented without hesitation. The relationship between the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Tiando Empire required careful maintenance. And since Zwiking had taken Ning Fengji as his mentor, it served as the finest bridge for communication. I take my leave, father. Zwiking bowed and exited the court. The emperor turned to Xueping, sighing slightly. And you, my fourth son? Father, I have reached rank 30. Please allocate some soul masters for me to hunt for soul rings. Xueping replied with a grin. You have wasted your years, old four. I hope you will amend your ways, the emperor admonished, yet he still handed Xueping a token. I shall assign you 2 soul kings. Will that suffice? That will do, thank you. Xueping exclaimed joyfully, taking the token and humming a tune as he exited the court. As Qian Renxue traveled towards the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School in a carriage, she headed in the opposite direction of Xueping. She had heard every word he uttered in the court. The keen hearing of a high-ranking soul master was not to be underestimated. 2 soul kings? I dare say even 10 soul emperors would be insufficient, she scoffed internally, signaling Loya, who lurked in the shadows. Little Loya, it's time to act. Received. Chapter 79. No snoping in the Tiando Royal Soul Hunting Forest. One of the soul kings, a burly figure, asked, Your Highness, what kind of soul ring do you desire? We shall do our utmost to meet your wishes, Prince, replied another, somewhat slender soul king, respectfully. Oh, anything will do. 1,000-year flying soul beast will suffice. Xueping replied dismissively. Upon hearing this, the 2 soul kings fell silent, forging ahead in the lead. Despite Xueping's reputation as a good-for-nothing prince, their loyalty to the Tiando royal family forbade them from speaking out. However, as they journeyed, they found no suitable soul beasts, not even a single 1,000-year one. Reluctantly, they halted to rest and consider their next move. Why haven't we found anything yet? Xueping expressed his growing impatience. Your Highness, shall we venture deeper into the forest? Proposed the burly soul king. Are you trying to doom me? Xueping shot him a glare. Can you contend with those 10,000-year soul beasts? The slender soul king spoke meekly. Your Highness, we may not necessarily encounter any. Xueping kicked a stone in frustration. This is infuriating. We should have found something by now. At that moment, a piercing cry of a bird-like soul beast echoed from deep within the forest. It's an ironbeak bird, the burly soul king exclaimed. It sounds injured, Your Highness. Let us investigate. It might be just right, suggested the slender soul king. After a moment of hesitation, Xueping nodded, following his 2 guards deeper into the forest. Perched atop a towering tree, Loya sensed their approach and promptly threw the 1,000-year ironbeak bird to the ground. Apologies for the inconvenience, he murmured. The ironbeak bird squawked in distress, but to no avail. As the 3 drew near, Loya summoned the blood of the soul beast within him, transforming into a much larger ironbeak bird. Upon arrival, Xueping burst into laughter at the sight of the 1,000-year ironbeak bird on the ground. What a stroke of luck. It seems to have just battled with the soul beast and is now on the brink of death. The soul ring is mine. The 2 soul kings chuckled in agreement. With a furious screech, Loya's transformed ironbeak bird swooped down from the tree, spreading its vast wings towards Xueping and his entourage. A 10,000-year ironbeak bird. The slender soul king turned pale, shouting in terror, Your Highness, run. That injured one must be its offspring. Xueping was also alarmed, hastily fleeing towards the forest entrance with his guards closely flanking him. With another piercing screech, the 10,000-year ironbeak bird, Loya, swiftly pursued them. Stop it, stop it. Xueping yelled frantically. Your Highness, run. We will hold it off. The 2 soul kings rushed to confront the 10,000-year ironbeak bird, unleashing their martial spirits, a fire lion and a fire ape. With a roar, the 10,000-year ironbeak bird's eyes glinted with disdain as it accelerated. lunging at the two Soul Kings. Its massive claws unleashed purple blades, sending the guards crashing to the ground, spitting blood. How is this possible? I've never seen the soul beast display such an attack. The guards stared in disbelief at the iron-beaked bird, but Loya would not grant them a moment to process. He lunged at the guards again, his sharp beak piercing the throat of one Soul King, killing him instantly. The remaining Soul King was horrified and fled in panic. Trying to escape? A cold smile curled upon Luoya's lips as he swiftly activated his fourth soul skill, causing ripples to manifest in the space before him. A fleeting glimmer of pale white light flashed, and astonishingly, the Soul King found himself back in his original position. In the depths of despair and shock reflected in his eyes, Luoya seized the opportunity, delivering a fatal blow that extinguished his life. Yet, before the Soul King met his demise, Luoya granted him a moment to emit a distress signal, simultaneously allowing Avalanche ample time to flee. For Gliza was eager for sustenance. Two morsels, hardly a feast, Gliza's residual voice dripped with disdain. Would you care for them? Luoya shot him a silent glare. All right. With a powerful inhale, he devoured the corpses of the two Soul Kings, drawing them into his being as if slurping noodles. I've gained half a level in soul power. Luoya savored the sensation of energy coursing through him, then turned his gaze toward the direction of Avalanche's escape. Now, it's time to relish the thrill of the chase. Not far from the Tiando Imperial Palace, in a tranquil courtyard, Prince Xuexing was engaged in a game of chess with Dugubo, while two maidservants served tea and refreshments, exuding an air of leisure. However, the peace was abruptly shattered when a guard burst in, reporting the imminent danger to Avalanche in the soul-hunting forest. Upon hearing the news, Prince Xuexing sprang to his feet and addressed Dugubo. Sir Dugu, I implore you to assist my nephew. A 10,000-year-old soul beast is hardly a significant concern. Let us proceed, Dugubo replied nonchalantly, rising as the two hastily departed the courtyard, making their way toward the soul-hunting forest. Within the forest, Luoya expertly controlled his pace, forcing Avalanche into a frantic retreat, continuously altering his escape route, ensuring the prince could not evade him. Curse it all! How could this prince be so unfortunate? Avalanche shouted in frustration as he sprinted, his luxurious red and white robes now torn and stained. Suddenly, Avalanche collided with an unseen object, halting his advance. Yet before he could comprehend the situation, a massive paw, the size of a sandbag, struck his face, causing him to scream in agony before losing consciousness. Emerging from the thicket was a colossal crimson bear, its body encased in iron-like scarlet scales, golden claws gleaming with a chilling radiance. Spotting the fallen Avalanche and then the descending Luoya, the bear let out an exuberant roar. At this moment, Loya perceived itself as a kindred spirit, while the human soul master on the ground foolishly trespassed into the domain of their spirit beasts, essentially courting death. Roar. The crimson giant bear unleashed a thunderous roar towards Loya suspended in midair. Loya emitted a sharp cry in response, simultaneously gesturing with his claws. The ancient soul beast had begun to exhibit a semblance of intelligence, and the massive crimson bear swiftly comprehended Loya's gestures, letting out an excited roar. Loya's expression was peculiarly strange. Had it not been for the emotionless visage of the iron-beaked bird, he might have burst into laughter. The scene before him, a black eagle and a red bear encircling a trembling red and white figure, evoked memories of a classic historical anecdote from his homeland. Beast, how dare you? At that moment, a furious shout echoed from a distance, and Dugubo and Xuexing hurriedly approached. Upon seeing the fallen Xuelang, Xuexing's heart sank. While Dugubo's eyes were filled with apprehension, Dugubo was acutely aware of the formidable nature of the 10,000-year-old iron-beaked bird. Its speed could only be described as lightning fast. Not to mention the menacing presence of the ancient red bear. Dugu, please save Xuelang. Xuexing implored anxiously. This is beyond my capabilities, and I cannot guarantee Xuelang's safety against these two beasts, Dugubo replied with a wry smile. With his title of Douluo, he could discern that both soul beasts before him were of 30,000-year cultivation, and he recognized the red bear as the steel red bear, immensely powerful in physical strength, comparable to an ordinary soul sage with a natural resistance to toxins. Coupled with the iron-beaked bird, Dugubo knew he could prevail without constraints. But with Xuexing and Xuelang as liabilities, the situation was precarious. Prince Xuexing's face was ashen, but he had little time for hesitation. Gritting his teeth, he made a heavy decision. Dugu, you owe me a favor. I implore you to save Xuelang, he earnestly urged. Without Dugubo, he could seek other powerful allies. But losing Xuelang would be irrevocable. I will do my utmost. Dugubo felt a sudden lightness in his heart upon hearing Xuexing's words. A surge of colossal soul power coursed through him, and a verdant light gathered in his palms as the emerald phosphor serpent emperor spirit manifested. causing Xue Xing to instinctively step back. Chapter 80. Xue Lang's severed arm. Sensing Dugubo's Douluo aura, the steel red bear experienced a flicker of trepidation. However, Loya's voice, resonating in the language of soul beasts, reached its ears. This human Douluo wields toxic soul power and is likely not adept at close combat. We may have a chance. Upon hearing this, the steel red bear hesitated no longer, accelerating towards Dugubo, while Prince Xue Xing quickly evaded, wary of getting too close. Dugubo perceived the steel red bear charging at him and thrust his palm forward, unleashing a massive wave of verdant mist that surged towards the bear. Upon witnessing the scene, Luo Ye immediately sprang into action, his wings stirring a tempest that dispersed the green mist to some extent. The iron red bear stood tall, raising its massive paw and striking fiercely at Dong Gubo Emerald Phosphor Celestial Shield. Dong Gubo's fifth soul ring illuminated, and a layer of immense serpentine scales coalesced into a barrier before him. A thunderous crash ensued as the iron red bear's paw collided with the Emerald Phosphor Celestial Shield, producing a cacophony of sound. Dong Gubo felt a powerful force coursing through the shield into his hand, prompting him to stifle a groan. Quickly, take that lad away. I shall hold these two beasts at bay. Dong Gubo shouted towards the distant Xue Xing. Glancing at Dong Gubo and the iron red bear obscured by the green mist, realized his assistance would be futile, and thus hurriedly dashed to the side of the unconscious Xue Bai, preparing for their retreat. Loya let out a cold laugh, and waves of vibration rippled through the void, unleashing a series of piercing shrieks that emanated from him. A powerful sound wave radiated outward from his being. Xue Xing felt a deafening buzz in his head, his eyes turning crimson, and his body swayed uncontrollably. With only the cultivation of a soul king, it was impossible for him to withstand Loya's fifth soul skill. How could it be? The iron beak bird was capable of mental assault? Dugubo expanded the phosphorescent celestial shield to fend off the sound waves, his eyes filled with astonishment. At that moment, the paw of the iron red bear descended once more, and this time, the phosphorescent celestial shield nearly shattered. Yet it still managed to block the bear's attack. Dugubo glanced at the anguished Xue Xing, his expression darkening. Green light swirled around his arms as he forcefully extended them outward, releasing a cloud of toxic mist that swiftly spread through the air. The third soul skill, the phosphorescent bewitching formation. This skill could influence the enemy's mind and vision, inducing illusions and causing confusion in their thoughts, distorting their perception. The iron bear was evidently affected by the phosphorescent bewitching formation, its movements significantly slowed. Dugubo hurriedly retracted his fifth soul skill and rushed to Xue Xing and Xuebong, lifting one in each hand as he sprinted away. But how could Loya allow him to escape so easily? A pair of white lights coalesced on his wings, and in an instant, he accelerated towards Dugubo. Both parties possessed the ability to fly. However, Loya, as a Millennium Soul Beast, commanded all soul beasts below a millennium within his territory. With a piercing eagle cry, a swarm of soul beasts surged forth, nearly numbering in the hundreds around Dugubo. His brow furrowed as he identified a weak point in the encirclement, swiftly annihilating a group of century-old soul beasts with his soul power as he made his way toward the exit. He could have easily exterminated the multitude of creatures with his poison, but with Xue Xing and Xuebong still in his grasp, he refrained from using lethal soul skills, for his toxic abilities were indiscriminate, and the unconscious uncle and nephew would have no chance of resisting his poison. Thus, he dared not employ wide-ranging destructive soul techniques. Loya's gaze sharpened, and with a sudden surge of speed, from a third-person perspective, the iron-beaked bird's wings shimmered with a layer of purple light, transforming its feathers into a deep, translucent black that emanated an uncanny glow. Whoosh! A piercing sound sliced through the air as Loya instantly caught up with Dugubo, his razor-sharp claws poised to strike the latter's forehead. At that moment, Dugubo could no longer afford to hesitate. His fourth soul ring flared, and countless emerald green snake shadows erupted from his arm, lunging towards Loya's wings. Bang, bang, bang. The emerald shadows collided with Loya's wings, but were repelled by a transparent barrier, none able to land a bite. Damned! The thousand tribulations snake shadow proved ineffective. Dugubo cursed inwardly. Just then, he suddenly felt his body halt abruptly, as if drawn by an unseen force, plummeting uncontrollably downward. It was the wind pressure. Dugubo recalled with a jolt that this was an ability bestowed upon the iron-beaked bird upon reaching 10,000 years of cultivation. He was astonished that, as a tidal Douluo, he could be ensnared by the wind pressure of a mere 10,000-year soul beast. Of course, it was not merely the wind pressure. I also added the void fist broken heaven. Loya chuckled inwardly at Dugubo's reaction. The iron-beaked bird also displayed a human-like smirk of triumph. Whoosh. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Dugubo sensed an icy chill creeping up from behind and hastily turned around, only to find the iron-beaked bird's sharp beak descending towards Avalanche's head. However, Dugubo, despite his dire circumstances, was ultimately a title Douluo, with Loya having neutralized the poison. His keen reflexes and speed prompted his left arm to instinctively pull forward. Slicing through the air, Avalanche's left arm was pierced, blood and shredded flesh splattering everywhere, transforming the entire limb into a grotesque mess, drenched in blood. The agony of his severed arm jolted Avalanche from his stupor, eliciting a piercing scream as he thrashed about. Now is the moment. In a fleeting moment, a glimmer of green light flashed in Luoya's eyes, and a slender dark green arrow of light was injected from his iron beak into the body of Xuepeng. This was the second soul skill of the Emerald Phosphor Snake Emperor, Hard Execution. Suddenly, Xuepeng's entire body convulsed violently, and moments later, he fell into unconsciousness. In his haste, Dugubo failed to notice this scene, only intent on fleeing with these two burdens. Xuepeng's right arm had been torn apart, yet he merely sighed slightly and continued to flee forward. Soon, the royal knights of the Heaven-Do Empire appeared in his line of sight, and Dugubo was overjoyed. It was the poisoned Douluo, along with the prince and the young lord. Quickly, the captain of the knights shouted, leading the royal knights to provide assistance. How swiftly they come, Luoya scoffed, no longer pursuing, and with a flap of his wings, he soared into the depths of the forest. At the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Qian Renxue was engrossed in a lively conversation with Ningfengji, particularly when Qian Renxue mentioned that the Spirit Hall had recently developed a formidable weapon capable of granting combat power even to support soul masters, and could even tear through the defenses of titled Douluos. This revelation greatly excited Ningfengji. "Qinghe, is what you say true?" he asked with palpable eagerness. "Where did you learn this?" "Teacher, do not underestimate the intelligence network of our Heaven-Do Empire," Qian Renxue replied with a smile. "Then, do you know how that weapon is manufactured?" Ningfengji pressed eagerly. "Teacher, I am not a researcher at the Spirit Hall. How could I possibly know?" Qian Renxue shook her head. "However, I do have some knowledge about the materials used for that weapon. According to the intelligence, it is made from dark iron and meteorite iron, and the Spirit Hall has named it Silver Feather." "Silver Feather?" Ningfengji paused momentarily, then his expression changed dramatically. "Could it be? What is it, teacher?" Qian Renxue inquired, noticing the change in his demeanor. "Alas, Qinghe, you do not know. 6 months ago, due to an unintentional offense by Uncle Gu, the Pope personally came to our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to demand an explanation, taking away 10,000 tons of rare iron, or along with the distraction of cultivation methods. I suspect the Spirit Hall must have long possessed the method to manufacture that weapon, but was hampered by a lack of materials, which is why they kept this matter under wraps," Ningfengji analyzed. "Is that so?" Qian Renxue was somewhat taken aback. She had already surmised that it was the work of Luoya. Just as the two were about to delve deeper into their discussion, a guard from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School rushed in, reporting, "Your Highness, Sect Master, something has happened to Prince Xuepeng and Prince Xuexing, fourth brother and uncle." Qian Renxue feigned shock, but internally, she was elated. It seemed that little Luo had accomplished his mission smoothly. Next, it was time for her to perform convincingly. Rising swiftly, Qian Renxue bowed to Ningfengji. "Teacher, allow me to return to the palace for a moment." "Yes, I shall accompany you," Ningfengji nodded. Outside, the sword Douluo awaited, and with a wave of his sword, the three swiftly made their way to the palace. Inside the Heaven-Do Palace, Xuexing and Xuepeng lay on the bed, both gravely injured, surrounded by 5 or 6 medical soul masters tending to them. Xuexing's face was pale, his lips devoid of color, his chest heaving as he rolled his eyes. Xuepeng, in even worse condition, had his left arm severed and bore numerous claw marks and bite wounds, appearing utterly wretched. His lips moved, but no words came forth. What on earth happened? At that moment, a commanding voice echoed from outside as Emperor Shui hurried in. Upon seeing the state of Xuexing and Xuepeng, his expression darkened. "Xuexing, fourth brother, what has happened to you?" "Your Majesty," Xuexing managed to say with great difficulty. "My nephew went a hunt for a soul ring but encountered 2,000-year soul beasts. He had suffered mental trauma but could now barely speak." "What? 2?" Emperor Shui's brow furrowed, his expression freezing. "How did you encounter them?" Xuepeng's guard had sent a distress signal. "I brought Dugubo to rescue, but did not expect those 2 beasts to be so powerful, especially that iron-beaked bird." Xuexing's face grew paler, his eyes filled with fear and panic. After a moment of contemplation, Emperor Shui turned to the composed Dugubo and inquired, Sir Dugu, as a title Douluo, could you not contend with 2,000-year soul beasts? Shui Xing speaks the truth. One of those beasts is a steel red bear, which has a certain immunity to my poison. Dugubo replied coolly, the 30,000-year iron beak bird possesses even more incredible strength and can perform wide-ranging mental attacks. In truth, Dugubo had another thought he refrained from voicing. Had he not been burdened with these two, he would not have found them challenging. So formidable? Emperor Shui frowned. Just as he was about to inquire further, a guard called out from outside, Your Majesty, the Crown Prince has arrived with Sect Master Ning and Sword Douluo. Quickly, let them in. As hurried footsteps approached, Ning Fingji and Qian Renxue entered the room, while Sword Douluo stood at the door. The sight before them left both astonished. Father. Uncle, what has happened to fourth brother? Qian Renxue asked anxiously, though a trace of concealed joy flickered in her eyes. Alas, Qinghe. Your uncle and fourth brother encountered powerful soul beasts in the hunting forest, and even Dugubo could not handle them, Emperor Shui sighed. A look of concern etched on his face. Your uncle is fine, but your fourth brother's left arm has been bitten off by a soul beast. What? A weak cough emanated from the bed, prompting the lead medical soul master to exclaim, The fourth prince is awake. All eyes turned toward him. Fourth brother, how are you? Qian Renxue asked urgently. Xueping glanced at Qian Renxue and then at Emperor Shui, his expression revealing a hint of bitterness. Your Majesty, allow me. Ning Fingji softly addressed Emperor Shui, then stepped forward, summoning the 7-treasure glazed tile tower as 4 beams of glazed light enveloped Xuepeng. Although the 7-treasure glazed tile tower was an auxiliary martial soul, it possessed a degree of healing capability, and with Ning Fingji having reached the pinnacle of soul sage, Xuepeng's external injuries were swiftly alleviated, and the bleeding from his severed arm was staunched. Suddenly, Sword Douluo, standing at the entrance, sensed something amiss and spoke up. Dugubo, why is there your phosphor snake poison within Xuepeng? What? The room fell silent, faces turning pale. And Emperor Shui's countenance darkened ominously as he turned to Dugubo, coldly demanding, Dugubo, explain this matter at once. Sword Douluo, do not slander me. Dugubo was equally bewildered, unsure how to explain the situation, and could only glare at Sword Douluo in anger. Though I do not consider myself a virtuous man, I am not ungrateful. Qian Renxue seemed to have thought of something and quickly adjusted her demeanor, her gaze scanning Xuepeng's left shoulder. Humph. Sword Douluo snorted coldly. Raising a finger, and a faint ripple of soul power infused Xuepeng's left shoulder. Instantly, a stream of dark green poison oozed from the gaps in Xuepeng's bones. Dugubo was left dumbfounded. He had not poisoned Xuepeng at all. Ha. As the crowd remained perplexed, the Emperor of the Snowy Night suddenly burst into laughter. Well, how splendid. Dugubo, you dare to deceive me and even lay a poisonous hand on my son. Your Majesty, this is a misunderstanding. Dugubo protested loudly, yet he found himself at a loss for words in the face of the evidence. Father, Mr. Dugu, now is not the time for such discussions. Our immediate priority is to save fourth brother. Qian Renxue hastily urged, her face etched with concern and urgency. The onlookers silently nodded in agreement, recognizing this as the demeanor befitting a prince, deeply caring for his brother while understanding the gravity of the situation. It is too late. This must be his second soul skill, Chen Xian remarked, glancing at the unconscious Xuepeng on the bed. The snake venom has invaded his heart's veins. Even though I managed to expel some of it, Xuepeng cannot be saved. Clang. The imperial scepter fell from the emperor's grasp, and his expression grew more sorrowful as he slowly approached the bed, extending a trembling hand to caress Xuepeng's face. Witnessing the tears glistening in the emperor's eyes deepened the sorrow in everyone's hearts. The emperor's 4 sons now dwindled to just 1. Your Majesty, please accept my condolences. The healing soul master knelt softly, while Ning Fingji and Qian Renxue bowed their heads slightly, and Chen Xian turned his gaze away, his eyes gently closed. At his level of strength, he had witnessed far too many life and death separations, thus he did not grieve like an ordinary person. Father, am I going to die? Xuepeng struggled to open his eyes, gazing at the sorrowful emperor of the Snowy Night with hollow and bewildered eyes. Child, you will survive. The emperor comforted softly, his eyes brimming with tears. In that moment, he was not the sovereign of the Tiando Empire, but merely a father on the verge of losing his child. Qian Renxue stepped forward, taking Xuepeng's hand. Her eyes slightly reddened as she choked out, Fourth brother, you must hold on. Such an act, if performed in Luoya's homeland, would earn her the title of the second best, with no one daring to claim the first. Xuepeng turned his head with great difficulty. His gaze towards Qian Renxue filled with complexity, resentment, hatred, and regret. He was unwilling to accept that his life was ending like this. Was it truly over? The true nature of Shui Qinghe, the throne, and the future of the Tiando Empire. Qian Renxue also saw the unwillingness, regret, and endless struggle reflected in Shuebeng's eyes. What a pity, if only I were truly your elder brother, Qian Renxue thought wistfully, but soon her demeanor grew cold. Unfortunately, I am not. I refuse to accept this. Shuebing's voice was faint, yet Qian Renxue heard every word, but what could be done? His heart was already ravaged by the venom of the green phosphor snake. The fourth prince of the Tiando Empire, Shuebing, had perished. Oh, fourth son. You cannot leave me like this. The Emperor of the Snowy Night cradled Shuebing's lifeless body, his sorrow and regret evoking tears from all who beheld him. He did not even refer to himself in the royal manner. Seeing that Shuebing had drawn his last breath, Dugubo realized he was in grave danger and cautiously retreated toward the window. Whoosh! A blade of sword energy grazed Dugubo's neck as Sword Douluo Qian stood by the window, his gaze as sharp as the sword itself. Dugubo, where do you intend to go? Chapter 82. The Four Seas Alone, only my wild name. I am innocent. If you do not believe me, what can I do? Dugubo's forehead glistened with cold sweat, dripping onto the blade of the seven killing sword with a crisp sound. Yet the evidence was irrefutable. I did not wish to falsely accuse a titled Douluo, Qian sighed. Dugubo found himself with no way to retreat, his hand hidden in his sleeve trembling slightly. Qian's strength far surpassed his own, and he had no chance of winning. Elder Dugu, I believe you are not the one who poisoned my fourth brother. But I must ask you to remain and cooperate with the royal investigation. Once it concludes, you will be set free, Qian Renxue stated calmly. Dugubo's heart sank, knowing he could not escape his fate today, and he scoffed. Does the crown prince think I will surrender so easily? What a ridiculous notion. If I stay, I fear I will never leave Tiando City. I know Elder Dugu fears not death, but have you considered your granddaughter? Qian Renxue narrowed her eyes slightly. She is still at our Tiando Royal Academy, is she not? Shui Qinghe, how dare you? Dugubo roared in fury, unleashing a massive wave of soul power toward Qian Renxue. Qian reacted swiftly, cleaving through Dugubo's soul power with a strike of sword energy. Qinghe, you speak the truth. The Emperor of the Snowy Night gently set down Shuebing's body, his bloodshot eyes declaring, Poison Douluo Dugubo has poisoned my fourth prince and even sought to attack the crown prince. Exterminate his entire family. The Emperor bellowed, and the royal knights assembled. Rows of white-armored soldiers brandishing their spears, their tips glistening ominously. Several soul masters also departed the room, their direction unmistakably towards the Tiando Royal Academy. Shui Knight, if you have grievances, come at me. Dugubo shouted in rage. If you dare to harm Yin, I will take you all down with me. At this, Ning Fingji displayed a flicker of hesitation, retracting the seven treasures glazed tower. Should Dugubo truly fight to the death? While he and Qian might not fear the confrontation, the Tiando Imperial Palace, a bastion of the Tiando Empire, would suffer devastating losses, providing the Spirit Hall with an opportunity. Elder Dugu, it would be wise to relent. Explain yourself clearly to His Majesty. It is the best outcome for us both, Ning Fingji advised gently. Approaching slowly while giving Qian a meaningful glance, Dugubo was momentarily taken aback, only to erupt in furious laughter. Ahaha. Dearest heavens. Do you still refuse to release this old ghost? My current plight mirrors my youth, once slandered for betraying my master and annihilating my clan. Now I am wrongfully accused of plotting against the fourth prince. 50 years have passed. The unbearable memories of the Baichao sect resurfaced in my mind. And Dugubo yearned to tear everyone to shreds. How could he ever agree to Ning Fingji's request? Do you think I have grown old and lost my youthful vigor? Dream on. Since I cannot argue my innocence, let the world remember the Dugubo, the poison sovereign, who reigns supreme. Witnessing the madness in Dugubo's eyes, everyone felt a chill. It seemed he was prepared to fight to the death. A titled Douluo resorting to desperate measures was indeed a formidable threat. Crack. A snake-shaped jade pendant shattered in Dugubo's grasp, shimmering with emerald light. Simultaneously, far away at the Tiando Royal Academy, the jade pendant worn by Dugu Yin began to glow with a blood-red light. Long before Dugu Yin entered the Tiando Royal Academy, Dugubo had prepared for the day he would sever ties with the royal family. He anticipated this very moment and, to prevent them from using Yin as leverage against him, had left this snake-shaped jade pendant to protect her in a critical moment. Yin, flee. Return to your grandfather's hiding place and never emerge again. Dugubo cried out in anguish, his voice reaching Dugu Yan's ears. Within the pendant, Dugu Yan's weeping echoed, Grandfather. What is wrong? The dialogue came to a halt as Dugubo completely shattered the jade pendant. 9 soul rings erupted forth, and an overwhelming pressure instantaneously enveloped the imperial palace. "Douluo, you truly dare to strike within the palace." Qian Renxue's expression darkened as he coldly remarked. "Haha." Douluo laughed maniacally, the spectral form of the green phosphor serpent emperor behind him soaring higher and higher. "There is nothing in this world that I cannot accomplish. It is merely a matter of my willingness. Alone in the four seas, I am the one and only." With a thunderous roar, he unleashed his seventh soul skill. The true form of the green phosphor serpent. The palace roof shattered, countless tiles and bricks swept to the ground by the serpent's massive tail. Standing atop the serpent, Douluo gazed down upon the crowd, a noxious gas continuously emanating from him, akin to burning green flames, expressing his wrath and grief. With a low growl, he infused his sixth soul ring into the head of the green phosphor serpent, a jade-green light flashing in its eyes. Sixth soul skill, Poison Domain. An endless stream of toxic gas erupted from the serpent's maw, instantly saturating the entire palace in a verdant hue. The air around them seemed corroded, and even the grass and trees withered at an alarming rate, while soldiers with low or no soul power suffered grievous casualties. Cough, cough. "Sir Douluo, please make your move." The Snow Knight Emperor hastily implored Qian Renxue, who had not anticipated that this old man would truly dare to act this way. Qian Renxue's brow furrowed. After nodding to Ningfengxi, he leapt into the air above the palace, gripping the 7 killing sword, his own 9 soul rings manifesting. A brilliant blue light radiated forth, and a beam of blue sword light appeared at the sword's edge, exuding a formidable killing intent. With a single, powerful strike, Qian Renxue cleaved through the toxic mist, forcing the green phosphor serpent emperor to retreat several dozen meters, continuously flicking its tongue. The sword energy stretches for 30,000 miles. A single stroke cast a chill across 19 provinces. Qian Renxue intoned, raising the 7 killing sword skyward, which shot upward to hundreds of meters. The heavens and earth shifted in hue, thunder roaring ominously. Above, a colossal sword loomed, making Douluo feel as though a mountain was pressing down upon him, the sheer force threatening to crush him. On the ground of the Tiando Palace, cracking sounds echoed as the earth trembled beneath Qian Renxue's feet, fissures radiating outward within several dozen meters of his presence. A powerful sword aura surged forth, transforming the entire Tiando Palace into a sea of white. An endless stream of sword energy cascading toward the green phosphor serpent emperor, bearing the might to eradicate all. 8th soul skill, frost cold 9 provinces. With a resounding thunderclap, the sky was rent asunder, the azure light blazing forth. A sword struck down, descending from the heavens. "Ah!" The green phosphor serpent emperor shrieked. Its massive form cleaved in two, its scales shattered into countless fragments, causing Douluo to plummet to the ground. How formidable! Is this the power of a 96th level Super Douluo? The sword Douluo is truly astonishing. The crowd marveled, their gazes toward Qian Renxue filled with reverence. Qian Renxue cast a fleeting glance at the fallen Douluo, gradually retracting the 7 killing sword and returning to Ningfengxi's side like a streak of light. "Douluo, you have lost. If you have any regrets, feel free to express them." Qian Renxue stepped forward, speaking calmly while her gaze discreetly scanned a certain area of the palace. Suddenly, Douluo laughed uproariously, his laughter tinged with desolation. "My only regret is that I did not witness Yin grow up. Nor have I seen her become a titled Douluo, nor have I borne witness to her standing atop the continent. Humph, Douluo. Your granddaughter is now the most wanted criminal of the Tiando Empire. She will inevitably face the punishment of my royal family." The Snow Knight Emperor coldly retorted, his voice saturated with bitterness. "My royal family is not to be trifled with, not even by a titled Douluo. Guards, apprehend him." The palace soldiers surged forth, encircling Douluo, but as they charged a few steps, the leading knight commander was flung into the air by an invisible force, landing in a heap. "My apologies, Douluo, but I have come to protect you." Luoya strolled slowly into the palace, speaking nonchalantly. "It's you." The Prince of Snowstar, supported by soldiers, paled at the sight of the youth who had previously caused chaos at the Royal Academy alongside the ghost Douluo. Chapter 83. The Divisive Scheme. "It's you, Snowstar." Ningfengxi and Douluo exclaimed in unison as they beheld Luoya entering through the palace gates. "Indeed, are you surprised?" Luoya replied with a slight smile, approaching leisurely. "Humph. The Spirit Hall dares to openly oppose my royal family and protect the perpetrator who poisoned my son." The Snow Knight Emperor's face darkened as he bellowed, the royal knights instantly forming ranks and charging at Luoya. "Truly, you do not allow one to finish speaking." Luoya shook his head, his wrist flipping, revealing a grand silver wing in his right hand, which he then hurled forward. Clang! The silver wing instantly disintegrated into 100 silver feathers, each tip aimed at the royal knights, rendering them immobile with fear. "What is this?" Ning Fengji's pupils constricted as he observed the feathers. Those feathers clearly emanated a fluctuation of soul power, yet this child he had encountered before possessed a space-type martial soul. Could he possibly be a twin martial soul? Or perhaps, Qinghe, do you think that what just emerged might be? Ning Fengji glanced at Qian Renxue. Teacher, that is entirely possible. A flicker of surprise crossed Qian Renxue's eyes before her expression turned gravely serious. That is one of the new weapons developed by the Spirit Hall. Their hushed conversation was barely audible, yet the Snow Knight Emperor, in a fit of rage, could only hear Chen Xian's raised brows and his gaze flicker momentarily. You. The Snow Knight Emperor's expression grew increasingly grim as he glared at the repelled royal knights. Coldly demanding, what exactly does the Spirit Hall intend to do? Naturally, to uphold the order of the Spirit Master Realm and to clear the name of a title Douluo. Luo Ye replied nonchalantly, his tone calm. Such a noble intention, then pray tell, how did my son meet his demise? The Snow Knight Emperor glared at him, demanding an answer. Naturally, he perished by the jaws of a spirit beast, and it has nothing to do with the poison Douluo, Luo Ye answered without hesitation. Nonsense. Do you believe that the iron-beaked bird and the steel bear would use poison? The Prince of Snowstar interjected, pointing an accusatory finger at him. Slap. Loya cast forth a crystal, within which appeared a video of the iron-beaked bird and the steel-red bear relentlessly pursuing the solitary bow in the forest. The moment the imagery depicted the iron-beaked bird tearing into the shoulder of the avalanche, it let out a piercing cry akin to that of an eagle. At this juncture, several slender, seemingly century-old phosphor snakes emerged, simultaneously unleashing a spray of venom upon the wound of the avalanche. Prince Xuexing was momentarily taken aback, at a loss for words. What is this? After viewing the scene, the Emperor of the Snowy Knight's expression softened considerably as he turned to the crystal and inquired. This is a creation of my Spirit Hall, known as the Imaging Crystal, Loya elucidated. Fortunately, the information Gliza had provided encompassed not only super-divine weaponry but also, due to limited resources, the Imaging Crystal was the simplest to manufacture, prompting him to create a few for potential future use. Imaging. The crowd was struck with astonishment. Having never encountered such a soul-guiding device, especially Ning Fengji, whose eyes widened in disbelief. Why would the Spirit Hall place this device within our royal soul-hunting forest? As a sovereign, Xueye immediately sensed a hint of conspiracy. All soul-hunting forests across the realm are overseen by personnel from my Spirit Hall, are they not? Loya replied with a smile, and should not such devices be disseminated to uphold the order within the realm of soul masters? Xueye found himself momentarily speechless, unable to articulate a response. Luoya retrieved the crystal and turned to Du Gubo, slightly bowing. I apologize for my tardiness, esteemed elder. However, the Spirit Hall shall certainly restore your honor. Du Gubo gazed at him with a complex expression and nodded. Thank you. Loya has once again saved himself, this time securing justice in the name of the Spirit Hall. A flicker of fondness for the Spirit Hall ignited within Du Gubo's heart. The truth has now been laid bare. I implore the Tiando royal family to publicly apologize to the poisoned Douluo. Loya turned his gaze towards the Snow Knight Emperor and spoke with an air of calmness. The Snow Knight Emperor was immediately filled with regret for his previous actions. Not only had he brought shame upon the royal family, but he had also likely delivered a potential ally against the Spirit Hall directly into their hands, a true case of shooting oneself in the foot. Furthermore, the preceding aura must have been that of the Sword Douluo from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, was it not? Loya's gaze shifted to Chen Xian, his demeanor softening. However, those who are unaware are not to be blamed. A mere apology from an individual to the esteemed Poison Douluo will suffice. Would the Sword Douluo be willing? Very well. Chen Xian nodded indifferently. After all, they were indeed in the wrong. Loya's courteous demeanor was already a sign of respect towards the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, and he saw no need to quibble with a junior. Old Poison. I sincerely apologize for what transpired earlier, Chen Xian said, clasping his fist in a gesture of apology towards Dugabo. Dugabo waved his hand dismissively. I have already stated it was a misunderstanding. Now that the truth is revealed, there is nothing further to pursue. Fengji, let us depart. Chen Xian summoned the Seven Killing Sword, signaling Ning Fengji to leave alongside him. While simultaneously transmitting a thought with his soul power, it is time to return and confer with the old bones. I believe you are also keen to acquire some of that substance from the Spirit Hall? Ning Fengji was momentarily taken aback before nodding in agreement. Following Chen Xian as they departed on the sword, the Snow Knight Emperor watched their retreating figures, his expression darkening. What do you mean by those who are unaware are not to be blamed? Are we not in the same position? Do you look down upon the Tiando royal family? Your Majesty, it is now your turn, Loya said with a smile, gesturing for him to proceed. The Snow Knight Emperor's complexion fluctuated, and he felt a surge of anger. As a sovereign ruler, he was to publicly apologize to another. What? Are you unwilling? Loya's smile began to fade as the Snow Knight Emperor remained silent. With a snap of his fingers, Yueguan and Guei descended from the heavens, their formidable presence as level 96 super Douluos causing the crowd to draw quick breaths. Juhua Pass, old ghost Dugubo murmured as he gazed at their figures, his emotions becoming increasingly complex. It was astonishing that former enemies would come to his rescue. And judging by the fluctuations of their soul power, they were at least level 96. This ignited within him a second yearning for power. Old poison, this is unacceptable. You require our assistance. Yueguan glanced back with a playful grin. Humph. Dugubo snorted, turning his head away in tacit agreement. There was no other choice. Such was the reality. On the other side, under Yueguan and Guei's scrutinizing gazes, the Snow Knight Emperor hesitated for half a second before gritting his teeth and clasping his hands. On behalf of the Tiando royal family, I apologize to Mr. Dugu. Dugubo nodded slightly, not bothering to further acknowledge the Snow Knight Emperor. Qian Renxue observed the Snow Knight Emperor's humiliation with great satisfaction. She had long harbored disdain for this old monarch, and Loya's actions indirectly aided her. Unbeknownst to her, her admiration for Loya was deepening. Not only was he exceptionally gifted in cultivation, but he was also astute and meticulous in thought. Such a person, if allowed to grow, would undoubtedly be a tremendous asset, proving that her grandfather had not erred in his judgment. Well, now that the farce has concluded, I would like to formally extend an invitation to Senior Dugu. Would you be willing to become an honorary elder of the Spirit Hall? Loya smiled gently as he inquired. The members of the Tiando contingent felt a rush of tension. Although they understood the likelihood was slim, they still hoped Dugubo would refuse the Spirit Hall in favor of freedom, just as he had previously rejected the royal family. Dugubo, however, fell into contemplation, seemingly weighing his options. You need not worry, Senior. Your granddaughter is quite safe. I shall return her to you at once. Luoyu seemed to comprehend the concerns of Dugubo, releasing his martial spirit to initiate spatial transmission. Ripples appeared in the space before Dugubo, and the figure of Du Guyin gradually materialized. Yin Yin. Upon seeing Du Guyin unscathed, Dugubo was instantly filled with excitement. He stepped forward and embraced her, tears streaming down his face. You have suffered. I am truly sorry, my dear granddaughter. I am fine, grandfather. Had it not been for young Master Luo, I fear we would never have met again. Du Guyin gently wiped the tears from the old man's cheeks, offering soothing words. Thank you, Luoya. Dugubo lifted his gaze, deeply bowing to Luoya in gratitude. The senior may now make a decision. Luoya gestured with a smile. Dugubo first glanced at the smiling Luoya, then surveyed Yuguan and Guei, sensing the immense soul power emanating from them. Ultimately, his gaze grew resolute. I accept. Splendid. Welcome, Elder Poison. Luoya rejoiced, knowing that Dugubo had completely submitted to him. Meanwhile, the Snow Knight Emperor and Prince Xuexing were visibly furious at this turn of events. This was a complete disaster. Not only had a prince perished, but the royal family had also lost face. Even pushing a titled Douluo into the opposing camp, truly a case of losing both the lady and the soldiers. We shall depart. The Snow Knight Emperor, filled with impotent rage, turned swiftly, leading Prince Xuexing and Qian Renxue away in disgrace. Oh, by the way, Your Majesty, as compensation for the wrongful tarnishing of my martial soul's esteemed reputation, you may resolve the matters concerning the countless soldiers and structures destroyed by Elder Poison. Suddenly, Luoya had a thought and shouted towards Xueyi and the others. You. Upon hearing these words, Xueyi and Xuexing, the two unfortunate brothers, were so enraged that they nearly spat blood, yet they dared not retort and could only leave in frustration. Ha ha ha, little Luo, you truly are remarkable, chuckled Yuguan, his laughter so hearty that even the ghostly visage could not suppress a grin. Qian Renxue silently trailed behind Xueyi and Xuexing, her face slightly flushed with suppressed emotions. Luoya's knack for provoking others had evidently not diminished over the years. This little rascal has truly opened my eyes today. Qian Renxue mused, elevating her assessment of Luoya to a new height. Chapter 84. The Gossip of the Titled Douluos. Luoya, accompanied by 3 titled Douluo and the graceful Dong Guyin, departed from the imperial palace and arrived at a secluded courtyard. From within his attire, he produced a jade token and presented it to Dong Gubo Elder Poison. This is your insignia of elderhood. Dong Gubo accepted the jade token with a nod, tucking it away into his robes. From now on, you shall reside in Soul City with Miss Yin. Rest assured, I can assure you that Soul City will not harbor the same atmosphere as the Heaven Do Empire. Thank you, she replied. No need for gratitude. Please return and make preparations. Luo Ye responded with a courteous gesture. Grandfather, I find it difficult to part with my friends at the Heaven Do Royal Academy. Particularly Yu Tianheng. Dong Guyin expressed her reluctance. Well, I shall endeavor to find a solution, Luo Ye mused, lowering his gaze in contemplation for a moment before speaking again. The others are manageable, and Yu Lingling will surely be persuaded to join us. Her healing abilities are extraordinarily formidable, not to mention that I owe her grandfather a life. If I can convince Yu Lingling to join the Spirit Hall, it would grant me a potent ally for the future. The challenge lies in persuading her. Mere words will not suffice. I must present something tangible. I have an idea. Loya reached for the otherworldly bracelet, a hint of a smile gracing his face. For he believed that Yu Lingling would not decline the enchanting Kiro tulip. However, the greatest challenge lay with Yu Tianheng. For according to the future plans of the Spirit Hall, the Blue Dot Tyrannosaurus family was fated for annihilation, unless Yu Tianheng relinquished his position as the young clan leader, which was utterly improbable. Yin Yin, what is so admirable about that lad from the old Dragon King family? Dugubo, clearly aware of the entanglement between his granddaughter and Yu Tianheng, shook his head slightly and turned to Loya, saying, if you ask me, this child Loya is 100 times more capable than that Yu Tianheng. Cough, cough, cough. Loya, still pondering how to win over Yu Lingling, nearly choked upon hearing Dugubo's remark. What's wrong? Do you still harbor discontent towards my granddaughter? Dugubo glared at him sternly. Oh dear, grandfather. Please refrain from such remarks. Dugu Yin stomped her feet in frustration, her face flushed crimson. Well, esteemed Elder Dugu, while Miss Yin is indeed exceptional, I must apologize as I already have someone I cherish, thus I must seek another suitable partner. Loya quickly diverted the conversation. Oh, you little rascal. You have a girl you fancy? Who is she? Dugubo raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing him as if attempting to unveil his secrets. Even Yueguan and Gue Mei, who had watched Loya grow, were astonished. This child was a fervent cultivator, having never engaged in romance, and they had never witnessed him express interest in any girl. Even Hu Liena, his senior sister, renowned as the celestial fox within the Spirit Hall, had failed to stir his heart. Yet now he claimed to have affections for someone, truly a marvel. This is still a pursuit, Loya stammered, inwardly cursing himself for the slip. He dared not confess it was Qian Renxue. If he did, Yueguan and Gue Mei might very well devour him whole. You young man are quite the romantic. Who is this girl? What? Is it inconvenient to disclose to this old man? Which family does she belong to? Is she beautiful? Dugubo, with a hint of curiosity, probed further. Cough, cough, old poison, let the younger generations find their own fortunes. We are unaware of little Loya's private matters. So do not pry, Gue Mei interjected with a cough, secretly assessing the candidates in his mind. Yueguan, however, was rather forthright, asking directly, You wouldn't be enamored with the granddaughter of the Grand Offering, would you? In an instant, Luo Ye felt a profound sense of unease. He never anticipated that such a clandestine matter would be discerned by Yuguan. He had never exposed himself in front of Yuguan and Gue Mei. Nevertheless, it was futile to dwell on it. He might as well treat a dead horse as if it were alive. For this secret would inevitably come to light sooner or later. Yes. Is there a problem? Luo Ye conceded with remarkable candor, adopting a demeanor that suggested he had no fear of death. You have quite the audacity. Aren't you worried that His Holiness the Pope will erupt in fury upon learning of this? Gue Mei, still contemplating potential candidates, exclaimed in shock at Luo Ye's admission. What does this have to do with Teacher Guan? Luo Ye feigned confusion, unaware that in Yuguan and Gue Mei's minds, he was still oblivious to the fact that Qian Renxue was Bibidong's daughter. The young master is the daughter of His Holiness the Pope. Yuguan revealed the truth. What? Oh, Bibidong actually has a daughter. Dugubo realized he had inadvertently stumbled upon a monumental revelation, and with whom? However, as soon as he posed the question, the two formidable Douluos immediately altered their expressions. Old poison, do not inquire further. This matter is a taboo within the Spirit Hall, and you are currently an honorary elder, Yuguan warned. Dugubo chuckled awkwardly, realizing that his curiosity had been piqued by Luo Ye's words, leading him to ask such a question. However, since it was a taboo, it was best not to pry further. Elder Shijiao, what brings you here? Shilong suddenly appeared at the courtyard entrance. I believe I just heard that Luo Ye has a girl he fancies. You must have misheard. By the way, Shijiao, what is your purpose for coming? Yuguan quickly shifted the topic. Shilong was responsible for Qian Renxue's safety, and if he were to relay this matter to her, Luo Yu would find himself in quite the predicament. Oh, I was merely curious, seeing you all engaged in such fervent discussion, so I came in to inquire. Xilong chuckled, aware that Yu Guan and Gue Mei were concealing something from him, but refraining from pressing further, as his sole duty was to ensure Qian Renxue's safety. Elder Shi Jiao, do you have something to discuss? Luo Yu inquired. The young master is looking for you. She said you have made significant contributions this time and wishes to personally reward you. Come with me, Xilong replied, leading the way out of the courtyard. Oh, all right. Luo Yu followed Xilong towards the exit. Wait. Yu Guan and Gue Mei interjected. Luo Yu's safety is our responsibility. No need for concern, Xilong chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. The young master is rewarding Luo Yu, not punishing him, so you need not worry. Well, fine, Yu Guan and Gue Mei reluctantly acquiesced. At that moment, Dugubo tossed a bracelet to Luo Yu. Take this as a gift from me. Go on. Thank you, Elder Poison. Luo Yu sensed the subtle hint in Dugubo's eyes, realizing he was being aided, and thus accepted the bauble, expressing his gratitude. A slight probe of spiritual power revealed to Luo Yu that Dugubo had secretly filled it with numerous rare herbs, enough to sustain him for a day. As Luo Yu departed with Xilong, Gue Mei and Yu Guan exchanged glances, both revealing a trace of concern in their eyes. I hope Luo Yu does not reveal anything when he meets the young master. In the prince's residence of the Tiando Imperial Palace, Qian Renxue sat on a wooden chair in her study, diligently processing official documents. Previously, due to the incident involving Dugubo, the Night Emperor was in a fit of rage, relinquishing his responsibilities and leaving all the troublesome matters to Qian Renxue. Consequently, she found herself overwhelmed, not only managing political affairs, but also preparing a reward for Luo Yu. She was utterly swamped. Knock, knock, knock. A voice echoed from outside the door. Young master, take a break and have some tea. There's no rush. Let's wait for Luo Yu to return, Qian Renxue replied without lifting her head. Young master, the voice sighed heavily, uncertain of what to say. Young master, Luo Yu has returned, Xilong announced from outside, prompting Qian Renxue to finally put down her pen. You all stay outside. Let him in, she said, her tone tinged with fatigue, causing Luo Yu to feel a pang of sympathy. Moments later, Luo Yu gently pushed open the study door and stepped inside. Sister Shuer, he called softly from the doorway, a complex array of emotions swirling within him, rendering him momentarily speechless. Sit. Qian Renxue smiled at him as she removed the disguise of her angel soul bone, revealing her true form once more. Luo Yu complied softly, taking a seat on the stool opposite her, only then noticing the mountain of documents before her, an exaggerated sight. It was a full meter thick, double what he had seen last time. This revelation ignited a flicker of regret and anger within Luo Yu. He had meticulously devised and executed his plan, only to find that the Night Emperor had offloaded all the aftermath onto Shuer, playing the part of a negligent ruler. Curse you, Shuei. When the Spirit Hall's soul-hunting plan commences, you and your Tiando Empire shall await your demise. You seem somewhat dissatisfied with the success of the plan? Qian Renxue perceptively caught the shift in Luo Yu's expression. Not at all. This plan yields triple benefits. Of course, I am elated, Luo Yu hastily denied, feeling a wave of panic wash over him at the mention of the matter. It's all right. As long as the mission is accomplished, some sacrifices are worth it. Qian Renxue seemed to believe Luo Yu had faced some loss. Unbeknownst to her, Luo Yu's heart ached deeply. At that moment, he yearned to shout. What I sacrificed is you, Shuer. I am well. Thank you for your concern, Sister Shuer. Despite the anguish gnawing at him, he endeavored to maintain a facade of nonchalance. That is good to hear. Qian Renxue's brow relaxed, her smile eliciting a moment of distraction from Luo Yu. Chapter 85. You are mine. Sister Shuer. This seems a bit too extravagant, doesn't it? Luo Yu gazed at the angel token in his hand, his heart stirred with excitement. This is your well-deserved reward. Qian Renxue replied, taking a delicate sip of tea, her smile serene. This token grants you the authority to summon any Spirit Hall powerhouse, excluding my grandfather, as well as access to any resources. Others would be unable to obtain it. Thank you, sister. Luo Yu tucked the token away, elated within. With the angel token, wouldn't he be able to stride confidently across the continent? Additionally, I am quite intrigued by those wings you used previously. Might you show them to me? Qian Renxue set down her teacup, her gaze fixed upon him with a smile. Oh, certainly. Luo Yu retrieved the silver wings from his spatial bracelet and handed them over. Qian Renxue examined them thoroughly, a hint of surprise gracing her features as she exclaimed, such a fine item. You possess the skill to craft such exquisite weaponry. Hee hee. Thank you for the compliment, sister. Luoya waved his hand dismissively. Since you like it, consider it a gift. After all, I originally prepared it for you. Another pair of silver wings is currently being forged. Hearing Luoya's words, Qian Renshue's smile widened as she unreservedly accepted the silver wings. Then thank you, Luoya. We are friends. This little trinket is of no consequence. Friend, Qian Renxue softly murmured. 9 years have passed, and as she uttered this word once more, it felt both distant yet strikingly close, as if it had transpired just yesterday. Luoya, do you think I am lonely? Qian Renxue suddenly inquired. Upon hearing this question, a wave of compassion surged within Luoya. Although Qian Renxue appeared remarkably strong on the surface, deep within, she was profoundly fragile. Especially after years of being an undercover agent in the Tiando Empire, which had thoroughly illuminated for her the stark absence of familial affection and royalty. Let alone the notion of friendship, which was a mere fantasy. Schwer. Do you wish to hear the truth? The alteration in Luoya's address caused a tremor in Qian Renshue's heart. She nodded slightly. In my eyes, you are exceedingly lonely, profoundly solitary. With neither friend nor support, Luoya gazed at Qian Renxue and continued, but now, you are not alone, for I am here to accompany you. Upon hearing these words, Qian Renshue's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Xiao Luo, why are you so kind to me? Is it merely because of the time we spent together a decade ago? Qian Renxue fixed her gaze upon Luoya's eyes, hoping to uncover a semblance of deceit. Yet she was met with disappointment, finding none. Moreover, you are unaware that my initial approach towards you is purposeful, driven by my grandfather's interest in you. As she concluded, Qian Renxue lowered her head, her voice barely audible, tears cascading slowly onto the table. Schwer, Luoya stepped closer, gently wiping away her tears, speaking softly. I know. I am aware that your presence was part of a deliberate plan, a task specially assigned to you by the Grand Offering. Qian Renxue abruptly lifted her head, her tear-streaked visage reflecting astonishment and disbelief. Then why you should know, this silver wing is a gift I have prepared for you, isn't it? Luoya chose not to answer immediately, preferring a gradual revelation. For me? Qian Renxue pondered, realizing that the object Luoya had crafted bore a striking resemblance to angelic wings in both form and function. How long did it take you? Several years, I presume? There is another piece en route as well. Luoya chuckled softly, revealing no hint of concealment. Why? You are still young and vigorous. Why divert your cultivation to create such things? Qian Renshue's expression shifted, her tone slightly accusatory. You must understand that with your talent, achieving the sole emperor rank at this age is not unattainable. Why squander several years merely to prepare this for me? Because I like you. Qian Renxue. Luoya gazed unwaveringly into Qian Renshue's eyes, unhesitatingly confessing his feelings for her. Boom. Qian Renxue felt as if a thunderclap resonated in her mind, her heart thrown into disarray. Although she had long suspected Luoya harbored such feelings, his explicit admission caused her heart to quiver, her cheeks flushing slightly. Yet, she remained the discerning and decisive young master of the Wuhuan Temple, swiftly regaining her composure, snorting softly, Do you fancy my appearance or my status? Luoya found himself momentarily stunned by Qian Renshue's inquiry, having anticipated that his efforts would have stirred her emotions. What? No response? I knew it. You are merely after my body. Qian Renxue, somewhat miffed, tossed the silver wing back to Luoya. Upon hearing her words, Luoya swiftly caught the silver wings thrown by Qian Renxue with his soul power, smiling as he said, It would be a lie to claim I am not tempted. But, Luoya paused for a moment, gazing intently into Qian Renxue's eyes, and earnestly declared, The Qian Renxue I admire is not merely a beautiful yet useless face, but a brilliant and astute being, capable of enduring humiliation and bearing burdens, endowed with unparalleled talent, formidable strength, and an indomitable spirit. If I did not cherish you, how could I call you my friend? Schwer, you are my serendipity, elusive and unattainable, a precious encounter I cannot possess. I cannot fully comprehend the depths of my affection for you, but in all matters concerning you, I shall devote myself with utmost seriousness. Schwer, I long to be your sanctuary, to protect you when you are in need. I wish to be your personal moon, accompanying you through every trying night. Schwer, would you accept this? Luoya's heartfelt confession momentarily stunned Qian Renxue. As she gazed at the 17-year-old boy before her, her heart inexplicably quickened, and her cheeks gradually flushed a rosy hue, her heart pounding fiercely. She dared not meet Luoya's gaze any longer, bowing her head as her heartbeat intensified, as if it were about to leap from her chest. Luoya, are you truly serious? Luoya chuckled softly as he handed the silver wings to Qian Renxue, saying, Do you think I could deceive you and still ascend to divinity? Qian Renxue took the wings back, her heart racing even faster, a wave of sweetness washing over her. She carefully placed the silver wings back into her storage soul guide and then gently called out, "Loya." "Hmm?" Loya replied, looking at her with curiosity. In a sudden motion, Qian Renxue leaped into his embrace, holding him tightly. "Thank you for being able to love me," she said, her voice tinged with a sense of grievance. "I lost my father when I was young, and my mother never cared for me. Only my grandfather loved me. In this Douluo Empire, you are the only one I have left. I have no friends, and I feel so lonely." Luoya recalled the past and future tribulations of Qian Renxue. Listening to the lamentations of the person in his arms, his heart ached profoundly. He embraced her tightly, caressing her golden tresses, and vowed, "From now on, it shall not be so. With me by your side, you shall never be alone. I will forever safeguard you. And I swear upon my life to love only you. Should I falter in this oath, may my cultivation cease to advance even a fraction." At this moment, Luoya's voice was exceptionally gentle, his gaze infused with affection and deep emotion. Upon hearing Luoya's vow, Qian Renxue felt a warm sensation envelop her heart. Yet she still experienced a tinge of shyness. She lifted her gaze to meet his, and as she beheld the tenderness reflected in his watery eyes, the fluttering in her heart inevitably intensified. Just as Luoya was about to kiss her, Qian Renxue seized the moment and pressed her lips against his. Luoya froze for a moment, then swiftly transformed passivity into initiative, turning from guest to host as he pressed into a profound kiss with Qian Renxue. A full quarter-hour elapsed before the two finally parted. A delicate blush adorned Luoya's face, while Qian Renxue, equally bashful, lowered her gaze, unable to meet Luoya's eyes. An undercurrent of ambiguity flowed between them, intertwined with a distinct sweetness. This marked both Qian Renxue's and Luoya's first kiss. "The celestial herb I gifted you has yet to be absorbed, has it? Do proceed. I shall protect you," Luoya said gently. Qian Renxue replied softly. Settling cross-legged on the bed, she retrieved the holy celestial flame flower and the water fairy jade bone, swallowing them whole before channeling her soul energy to commence the absorption of the ethereal essence contained within the celestial herb. Once the herb settled within her, Qian Renxue felt as though she were enveloped in a warm spring, an exquisite sense of comfort washing over her. Luoya quietly observed Qian Renxue as she absorbed the celestial herbs, a faint smile gracing her lips. "This time, since I have arrived, I will ensure that the tragedies of the future do not repeat themselves. I shall ascend to divinity and protect you forever." Suddenly, as Qian Renxue absorbed the potency of the celestial herbs, she emitted a whimper. Just when Luoya feared something was amiss, the ethereal figure of 6 winged angels behind her erupted in a blinding radiance. Following this, beneath the third pair of wings, the fourth pair gradually coalesced and ultimately took shape. This was the evolution of a martial soul, the 8-winged angel. Witnessing this spectacle, Luoya was utterly astonished. Is this what evolution looks like? Despite having consumed vast amounts of the springs from the ice and fire yin-yang eyes along with 2 celestial herbs, Gliza had failed to achieve the third form of evolution. Yet, Qian Renxue, with merely 2 celestial herbs, had evolved directly to the level of the 8-winged angel. Such extraordinary talent. If the so-called prodigies among young spirit masters outside were to learn of this, they might very well wish to find a block of tofu to end their despair. Luoya gazed at the enchanting Qian Renxue before him, his eyes brimming with profound affection and indulgence. In that moment, he felt a genuine joy for her. The future Qian Renxue was destined to lead the spirit hall in conquering this continent. Such mundane emotions. A certain lonely spirit began to dampen the mood once more. Thus, "You truly fail to comprehend humanity," Luoya thought with a hint of disdain. For he was aware that Gliza would ultimately fall to Yax, with humanity bearing half the credit. Had it not been for Asuna awakening the earth and pulling him from the void, the planet would have inevitably succumbed to Gliza, becoming the 6th world devoured by him. Chapter 86. The Celestial Seeking Festival. These tiresome emotions will only hinder your ability to grow stronger, you brat. Gliza, do you know why you lost back then? Luoya resolved to impart a lesson to this void beast. Why? Was it not because Yax possessed an indomitable will that enabled his escape? But do you know that it was humanity, utilizing their advanced technology, who allowed the consciousness of Yax's significant person to traverse into the void, thus awakening him? What? Humanity entered my being unscathed? This is impossible. Gliza's lingering soul seemed agitated, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on. So, why do I say you fail to understand humanity? Do not underestimate them. Seeing Gliza's emotions escalate, Luoya continued. Moreover, you are aware that the void within you is boundless, devoid of time and space. What right does Yax have to hear her call? It is because that human is crucial to his heart. a person he deems worthy of protection. Yax, the human. Gliza's lingering soul fell into deep contemplation, remaining unresponsive to Loya for quite some time. Wait. How could you possibly know of my past? It finally realized something amiss. Do not forget, I too am human. How could the tale of Yax saving that blue planet not have spread? Loya's eyes flickered as she formulated her response. Humph. The lingering spirit of Gliza uttered no further words, letting out a cold snort before deliberately severing the mental connection. Loya chuckled heartily, choosing not to elaborate further, as he sensed a flicker of doubt in Gliza's convictions. How delightful. Qian Renxue opened her beautiful eyes. Feeling invigorated by the effects of the holy heaven's extreme flame flower and the water immortal's jade skin, she sensed an inexhaustible reservoir of soul power coursing through her body, as if it would never deplete. Shuer, awake? How do you feel? Upon hearing Qian Renxue's voice, Loya quickly roused himself, wrapping his arm around her delicate shoulder and inquiring gently. Qian Renxue stretched languidly, closing her eyes to gauge her condition. My soul power has reached the 60th level, and it seems my martial soul has grown stronger. Let go of the seams. Loya chuckled, shaking his head. He had witnessed the evolution of Qian Renxue's martial soul firsthand. Just unleash it, and you will know. Oh, Qian Renxue nodded, rising from the bed and standing on the ground. The ethereal image of the 8-winged angel floated in the air, its 4 pairs of wings fluttering gently, stirring the surrounding air to produce a soft whooshing sound. 8 wings. Qian Renxue exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment. The 6-winged angel truly can evolve. Of course. Would I deceive you? Loya lightly brushed his lips against Qian Renxue's, affirming, your talent is extraordinary, evolving after consuming just 2 immortal herbs. That was a gift from you. Qian Renxue retracted her martial soul, leaning contentedly against Loya's shoulder, her face aglow with happiness. Loya gently caressed her silky golden locks, revealing a mischievous smile. So, Shuer, shouldn't you reward me? What more do you desire? I have even granted you the angel's order. Qian Renxue replied, her expression one of confusion. I want you. Loya suddenly leaned in closer, captivated by Qian Renxue's stunning beauty, a fervent desire igniting within him. No. Qian Renxue's delicate face flushed crimson as she hastily pushed him away. Shuer, I haven't finished yet. Loya persisted, inching closer once more. I want you to accompany me to the Tianshuan festival, will you? At the mention of the Tianshuan festival, this angelic maiden, who had masqueraded as a prince for years, appeared momentarily taken aback, as if the unique celebration of the Tiando Empire was somewhat foreign to her. Calculating the time in her mind, she nodded affirmatively. It seems today is indeed the Tianshuan festival. Observing Qian Renxue's demeanor, Loya questioned, Shuer, you seem unfamiliar with the Tianshuan festival? As the executor of a coup, I have countless matters awaiting my attention. I simply lack the time to indulge in festivities such as the Tianshuan festival, Qian Renxue replied, her tone tinged with a hint of melancholy. In Loya's recollection, Qian Renxue had departed from the spirit hall at the tender age of 10, seeking to gain Bibi Dong's approval. Embarking on a mission to Tiando City with merely 2 ordinary title Douluos, and she had been gone for 2 decades. She had concealed her true self behind the mask of Shueqinghe, surrendering her youth and beauty to a frigid scheme, only for it to be ultimately thwarted by Tang San, rendering her efforts and youth utterly futile. Loya's heart ached slightly as he tightly embraced the girl before him, his resentment towards Tang San intensifying, wishing he could crush him then and there to avenge the future of Shuer. However, it was not yet the opportune moment. How about I take you to witness the ephemeral beauty of the world tonight? Loya extended a hand. Qian Renxue lifted her gaze to meet his, revealing a radiant smile. All right. The two shared a knowing smile, an unspoken understanding passing between them. As night fell, the world transformed. After Loya and Qian Renxue completed their pile of official documents, the two joined hands and made their way to Tiando City. At this moment, the streets were adorned with lanterns. By day, their colors remained concealed, but as night fell, the lights beneath the eaves illuminated the streets, transforming the darkness into a semblance of daylight. In the Douluo Continent, there is no new year in the traditional sense as in Loya's homeland. Instead, the Tianshuan festival stands as one of the few traditional celebrations of the Tiando Empire. Numerous tales surround the customs of the Tianshuan festival, yet the most credible version traces back to a poignant, absurd love legend between deities from a millennium ago. To many, the angel goddess is the hero who quelled the chaos of the evil soul masters and saved the world, establishing the Spirit Hall. However, legend has it that during her campaign against the evil soul masters, the goddess fell in love with a man. Unbeknownst to each other's identities, they shared a profound connection, and the goddess vowed to ascend to the divine realm with him after vanquishing the evil. Alas, fate had other plans. During the climactic battle against the foremost sect of evil soul masters, the Rakshasa cult, the angel goddess was devastated to discover that the man she loved was none other than the son of the Rakshasa cult's leader. Both were incredulous, realizing they had fallen for their enemy, a truth unbeknownst to the cult leader and his followers. Upon learning that his son loved his greatest adversary, the Rakshasa leader succumbed to madness, engaging in a desperate battle with the angel goddess. In the midst of their fierce confrontation, both transcended to divinity. Yet, the Rakshasa leader ascended in a tempest of rage and resentment, becoming a god not of control but of chaos, consumed by the very malevolence he sought to master. To utterly defeat the angel goddess, he sacrificed all his subordinates, forcibly augmenting his power to that of a demigod. The angel goddess found herself overpowered. Just as the Rakshasa god was about to deliver the final blow, he heard his son's cries for help. It was then he realized that his reckless pursuit of power had drained his son's life force, leaving him on the brink of death. The Rakshasa god wept, engulfed by anguish and regret, for he had unwittingly condemned his own child. The angel goddess, too, watched helplessly as her beloved perished at the hands of his father. Her heart shattered and consumed by despair, her hatred for the Rakshasa god reaching its zenith. Yet, the Rakshasa god refrained from further harming her, sealing all malevolent thoughts within himself. However, he was not a true divine ruler. He could not contain all the evil, leading him to discover a hidden sanctuary where he imprisoned the remaining malevolence. Subsequently, he issued a divine decree to all evil soul masters. No matter the means to gain strength, they must not harm their own kin, lest they incur the wrath of the Rakshasa god. After proclaiming this decree, the Rakshasa god buried his son with great honor and ascended to the divine realm, leaving the angel goddess in profound sorrow. With her beloved lost before her eyes, she could never forgive the Rakshasa god, unleashing her wrath upon the evil soul masters, remaining on the continent to guard her beloved's grave. It was only when the divine king of the celestial realm commanded her ascension that she finally departed the mortal world, leaving her legacy behind. Unbeknownst to her, during that cataclysmic battle, her angelic holy sword had absorbed a trace of the Rakshasa god's divine energy. As Qian Renxue and Loya strolled leisurely through Tiando City, the nocturnal lights illuminated the angelic visage of the maiden, bestowing upon her a delicate blush. At Loya's insistence, Qian Renxue donned a well-tailored, purple-gold petal gown, accentuating her enchanting shoulders and collarbone. Her porcelain skin appeared almost ethereal, while the high heels she wore lent her an air of graceful poise. Her strikingly beautiful, yet cold countenance exuding an aura of commanding authority. Loya found himself in a daze. In his eyes, the formidable girl named Qian Renxue was, in truth, profoundly solitary. She had been persistently enduring everything alone, solely for the sake of eliciting a smile from her mother. Such resilience was both admirable and heart-wrenching. "What's wrong? Are you entranced?" Qian Renxue inquired, noticing the boy's momentary distraction. "Perhaps a little," Loya replied with a faint smile. Yet his gaze bore traces of tenderness as he gently took her delicate hand. Together, they strolled forward slowly. Qian Renxue allowed him to hold her hand, a hint of a smile gracing her lips as she admired his charmingly handsome visage. A wave of happiness welled up within her. At last, she was no longer alone. Loya's mental energy quietly connected with both Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo. After exchanging a few words, he continued to stroll through the streets hand in hand with Qian Renxue. On a nearby rooftop, titled Douluo exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions a mixture of disbelief, until finally, a golden figure murmured, "Has this young man truly succeeded?" The dark figure responded softly, "Let us proceed. Young Luo has stated that his lifelong happiness rests upon our ancient bones." Chapter 87. Why do the tears of an angel flow? The streets buzzed with lively commotion during the night of heavenly pursuit. Fire trees and silver flowers illuminated the scene, as both soul masters and commoners wore smiles of joy, particularly the young couples, who were filled with excitement and anticipation, eager to witness their dreams and hopes unfold. Perhaps among the festivities, they might encounter their destined partners. The silvery rays of the full moon filtered through the thin clouds, casting a luminous glow upon the earth, while the warm-colored lanterns swayed gently in the breeze throughout Tiando City. The lanterns lining the streets emitted a vibrant red light, creating the illusion that the entire city was ablaze with warmth and celebration. Loya held Qian Renxue's delicate hand, her amethyst-hued eyes reflecting the myriad of lights from countless homes. The angelic maiden's enchanting gaze wandered curiously around, her previously imposing deep blue eyes now filled with wonder. Along the streets, numerous children donned the roles of angelic deities and fearsome demons, enacting the intricate tales of love and strife among the divine from a millennium ago. The common folk are truly fortunate, are they not? Loya mused, her eyes brimming with tenderness. Qian Renxue nodded, observing the children frolicking nearby, a sigh escaping her lips. In this land, the common people endured great hardships. The wars between the two mighty empires inflicted relentless suffering upon them, forcing them to cling to their meager resources and survival skills. Yet, they are also lucky, Loya added, for they remain untouched by the conflicts of soul masters, living their lives as ordinary individuals, and perhaps, given the right opportunity, they might change their fates. That is why the spirit hall exists, Qian Renxue interjected, her gaze drawn to a little girl portraying the angelic goddess. The faith of the common folk had elevated the angelic deity to her divine status. Thus, the spirit masters among them formed the very foundation of the spirit hall. Suddenly, a thought struck Qian Renxue, and she lifted her gaze to the night sky, where countless white lights ascended slowly, shimmering delicately against the dark canvas above. I often see them alight at my window, she said, extending a slender arm as if to grasp the ethereal glow. What could that be? Loya gazed at the twinkling light ascending into the vast sky and smiled as she explained, "This is the Tianyuan lantern. According to legend, inscribing one's wishes upon the lantern allows them to be conveyed to the celestial goddess in the divine realm, who will bless you in the realization of your desires." Qian Renxue couldn't help but express her admiration softly, realizing how far the noble reputation of their ancestors had reached among mortals. Loya gently ran her fingers through her golden locks and softly inquired, "Shall we release one as well?" "I have no interest in that," Qian Renxue retorted, pouting slightly. "Don't you think that's rather childish? After all, it is the ancestors of your angelic lineage who grant wishes." Loya shrugged helplessly. Qian Renxue was simply too proud, never sharing her desires or thoughts, believing them to be her own secrets. Yet, everyone understands that secrets are futile if not shared. They ensure that no one comprehends her, and her pride could easily be deemed as stubbornness, refusing to voice her feelings. "Schwer, you are the most exceptional genius of the angelic race in a millennium. Perhaps the goddess of wishes has truly received your desires?" Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue was momentarily taken aback, but then a playful smile crossed her face. "Aren't you afraid I might inscribe some of your misdeeds on the wishing lamp, invoking punishment from our ancestors?" "Not at all," Loya replied with a chuckle, placing Qian Renxue's hand over her left breast. "Because I won't give you the chance to speak ill of me." Hearing this, Qian Renxue felt an overwhelming sense of happiness in her heart, though her words remained teasing. "Humph, who knows what you're truly thinking?" "So tsundere," Loya teased, playfully pinching Qian Renxue's nose. "So, shall we release one, or not?" "Humph, if I must," Qian Renxue pouted, yet her heart brimmed with joy, dropping a golden soul coin. Loya swiftly retrieved a wishing lamp from a nearby shop, leaving behind the assurance that there was no need to search further. As she hurriedly took Qian Renxue away from the bustling marketplace, Luoyu safeguarded Qian Renxue as they navigated through the throng. The angelic maiden's lustrous golden hair playfully brushing against his face, releasing a subtle fragrance that he found utterly enchanting. Unbeknownst to them, they arrived at a bustling square, where a multitude had gathered to release sky lanterns. Watching as one lantern after another ascended into the heavens, Qian Renxue's gaze turned contemplative, pondering what wish she ought to make. Should she wish for the swift completion of her treacherous plan to return home, agree to stay beside the young man next to her, or perhaps yearn for the iron-willed pontiff to genuinely accept her? As her thoughts meandered, yet another dozen lanterns took flight, drifting gracefully in the night sky. Each lantern carried with it a prayer, whispering desires into the ears of the legendary goddess. Nearby stood a family of 3, ordinary folk devoid of any soul power. A delicate little girl, with features as exquisite as porcelain, gently cradled her lantern and closed her eyes to make a wish. "Little Snow, what wish have you made?" A gentle voice inquired from above. It was the girl's mother, whose voice bore a striking resemblance to that of Bibi Dong. Upon hearing the mother's voice and the name, a flicker of longing crossed Qian Renxue's flawless visage, the word mother nearly escaping her lips. I hope for my parents to remain safe and sound, and when I awaken my martial spirit, I aspire to become a powerful soul master. The girl named Little Snow released her lantern into the night sky. Perhaps it was the warm glow of the lanterns that added a touch of warmth to the already fiery red garments worn by the family. Perched upon her father's shoulders, Little Snow shook her tiny hands excitedly, calling out for her parents, while her mother gazed at her with a tender affection, occasionally pinching her daughter's adorable cheeks. Qian Renxue's clear pupils reflected the myriad of fireworks, her red lips biting down as she observed the family. A profound envy etched upon her beautiful features. Once upon a time, she too harbored such a wish, yet reality had relentlessly shattered it. Her eyes grew misty. Memories of Qian Xuanji and Bibi Dong surfacing in her mind. Though fleeting, the tears of the angel could not be contained. Upon witnessing Qian Renxue's tears, Luo Ye understood that the sight of the family had deeply affected her. He promptly wrapped his right arm around her, gently patting her back and softly reassuring, Snow, do not worry, I will ensure that what you see today becomes a reality. However, Qian Renxue wept even more fiercely, clutching Luo Ye's neck tightly. Her gaze dazed as she choked out, Father, Mother, Little Snow misses you so much. Surrounding onlookers cast curious glances, yet some offered sincere blessings. Delighted to witness such a perfect couple on this day. Young man, your girlfriend is beautiful. You must cherish her. Indeed, girls need to be loved. Don't take such an exceptional girl for granted. Don't let her cry anymore. Go comfort her. Amidst the murmurs, Luo Ye managed an awkward smile. Yet his heart swelled with sweetness. Thank you, everyone. With his soul power, he ignited a candle, releasing the lantern into the star-studded night sky, where it floated like a celestial body, carrying his heartfelt wishes far away. The lantern soared higher, initially appearing grand, like a floating abode radiating enchanting light, but gradually diminished, merging into the vast expanse of the night, becoming a mere speck among countless others. Oh, angelic goddess, if you are still present, can you hear my prayers? I hope you will bless this young man and your most outstanding descendant. Additionally, though I know it may be impossible, I still wish for her mother to no longer be ensnared by past sorrows, but to embrace her daughter anew. Luo Ye, in the highest reverence befitting a disciple of the Spirit Hall, fervently prayed. Upon completing this heartfelt wish, she retrieved the crystalline image that had long been tied to the waist of Qian Renxue's dress, pressed the save button, and turned her gaze towards the direction of Spirit City, murmuring, Master, why do the tears of the angel flow? Is it out of a sense of duty? Or perhaps out of hatred? Or is it, rather, a yearning to be loved? Chapter 88. The most dazzling fireworks. Qian Renxue continued to weep, and Luo Ye could only lead her to a secluded cliff where they could overlook the entirety of Heaven Do City. Shuer, do you feel any better? I'm sorry. Xiao Luo, Qian Renxue replied, unable to raise her gaze to meet the boy before her, her voice merely a whisper amidst her quiet sobs. Luo Ye gently embraced her, saying, Shuer, some things cannot be kept bottled up inside. Crying can provide a sense of relief. I was so vulnerable just now. You must find it amusing. The angelic maiden felt a twinge of embarrassment as she recalled how she had clung to Luo Ye, calling out for her parents and weeping uncontrollably. It was humiliating for her. The proud air of the Spirit Hall, as she had never cried in front of anyone except her grandfather. Yet, she had succumbed to tears in Luo Ye's presence. Her cheeks flushed with shame, and she buried her face against his chest. Not at all, Shuer, Luo Ye softly reassured, stroking her hair. No matter how strong your exterior may appear, you are still a girl who deserves care and attention. You have concealed your true self for so long that you have nearly forgotten what belongs to you. Shuer, I know your heart is still fragile, otherwise you wouldn't have clung to me and uttered such words. Hearing Luo Ye's gentle words, Qian Renxue felt a slight alleviation in her heart, yet the feeling of embarrassment lingered. But will you still like me in this state? Luo Ye sighed softly, lifting Qian Renxue's delicate face to meet her gaze. Although I am fond of the proud and strong angelic maiden, I also understand that even angels need care, love, and protection. Therefore, Shuer, you need not wear any facade before me. Show me your most authentic self. I shall never disdain you, for I have vowed that you are my one true love in this life. Thank you, Xiao Luo. Qian Renxue was deeply moved. This was the very fantasy she had envisioned, having someone stand by her side in her moments of need. Fool, why are you thanking me? As long as you wish, I will always be your support. Luo Ye smiled, his eyes filled with affection as he gazed at the angelic maiden before him. Qian Renxue nodded vigorously, pressing her face against his chest, feeling the powerful beat of his heart, which warmed her soul. She had never felt such happiness before. An overwhelming impulse to remain in this young man's embrace forever surged within her. In the shadows, the four titled Douluo responsible for their safety observed this scene, each with differing emotions. Goodness, I've never seen Xiao Luo so tender before, Yu Guan remarked. I must return to the spirit city. Xiao Luo gave me something earlier, insisting that I deliver it personally to His Holiness the Pope. Gue made toy with the crystal image in his hand before vanishing into the black mist. The young master has been taken away by the Pope's disciple, Shilong exclaimed in astonishment. Enough, Shilong. We should rejoice for the young master. Have you not noticed how she has suffered over the years? Now that she has found someone who truly loves her, we should wish her well, Xiai Shui observed keenly. Indeed, perhaps this will lead to true unity for the spirit hall. Both Yu Guan and Shilong concurred with Xiai Shui's perspective. On the highest cliff in Heaven Do City, the terrain was flat, devoid of trees, and covered in the most ordinary blue-silver grass. The absence of city lights allowed the moonlight to shine brilliantly overhead. Under the moon's glow, Loya stood atop the mountain with Qian Renxue nestled against him. Her graceful silhouette was striking, yet Loya hesitated to label her as sensual, for it felt unbefitting of her noble identity. The angelic maiden leaned on his shoulder, quietly savoring this moment of tranquility. Is it time? Loya mused, glancing at the sky and signaling the three tidal Douluo hidden in the shadows. Soon, a purple gold and a brilliant gold light streaked across the sky like a meteor, bursting into a resplendent display above them. The dazzling fireworks illuminated the night, with the purple gold flames forming Loya's Gliza martial spirit, while the golden fireworks transformed into an angelic figure with 8 wings. The radiant spectacle unfolded in the heavens as Gliza and the 8-winged angel ascended together, embodying perfection, like a pair of ideal lovers soaring into the distant divine realm. Disappearing from view, leaving behind only a few yellow petals that drifted gently down, vanishing before they touched the ground. The passers-by in the streets gazed at the dissipating fireworks, their faces reflecting admiration. Oh my, how romantic. I wonder which esteemed soul master is gifting his girlfriend, they speculated. Those 2 fireworks must represent the martial spirits of the soul master and his beloved. The crowd buzzed with excitement, yet none knew who the gift was truly for. Atop the mountain, Loya turned to admire the angelic maiden's exquisite profile, illuminated by the fireworks, with glistening tear streaks lingering in her eyes.